Chapter 241 Takeda Red Guards. Buzz. When the Japanese army quickly approached the rear of the Chinese army, the surrounding void suddenly became heavy, as if squeezed into a ball by invisible pressure. The terrifying murderous aura rose, completely covering this battlefield. The Takeda Red Guards that rushed in were like a drop in the ocean, slowing down and having difficulty breathing. Be careful. Ito Toriyama, known as the Tiger of Mount Ko, was the first to react. He stretched out one arm and lifted Takeda Yoshinobu beside him into his arms. The next moment, dense golden streams pierced the void, making a terrifying explosion, shooting Takeda Yoshinobu's warhorse into a hornet's nest. Takeda Yoshinobu broke out in a cold sweat. If Ito Toriyama hadn't reacted in time, the fate of this warhorse would have been his own. Looking up, he saw thousands of elite crossbow soldiers on the hillside in the distance, and the breath they exuded was suffocating. Shoot again! Ju-Yi held the heavy shield in his left hand, and the finger of his right hand suddenly pulled the trigger. A golden stream of light whistled and pointed directly at the Japanese general. Ito Torimachi's long spear spun, forming an impenetrable spear wind in front of him. The sharp spear tip spitted out a spear light, and smashed the arrows into pieces in one fell swoop. Swish! The endless golden rain of arrows cut through the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking through the air, covering the Takeda Red Guards in the front row. The terrible armor-breaking effect acted on the red iron armor, and the arrows burst out with an extremely sharp golden light, instantly tearing a gap in the iron armor. And the terrifying power stirred the flesh and blood. Hundreds of muffled groans sounded at the same time, and the soldiers of the Red Guards were thrown onto the back of the horse by the impact and collided with their teammates behind them. The heavily armored Red Guard's warhorse also neighed in pain, and the golden stream of light continued to penetrate its body. The ambush of the first-line soldiers was effective, and hundreds of cavalrymen were shot and killed in the blink of an eye, causing some chaos. Stand still like a mountain. As the heir of the first military strategist in the Warring States period, Takeda Yoshinobu also learned the 16-character mantra. As soon as the voice fell, a yellowish-brown light rose from the bodies of all the soldiers of the Red Guards, turning into a yellowish-brown manifold armor to protect the vital parts, greatly increasing the defense. The golden stream of light fell on them again, and the armor-breaking effect was far less than before. After only a gap was chiseled, the arrow could not go in half a centimeter. It's as fast as the wind. After consuming a lot of physical strength again, Takeda Nobu felt that his body was floating, and countless beads of sweat flowed from his back. The green stream of light emerged, and the speed of the Takeda Red Guard's warhorse soared by several points, almost reaching the most extreme state, and an endless gust of wind rolled up around it. A green wind also wrapped around the horse's hooves. Boom! The Red Guards broke through the rain of arrows in the blink of an eye, tearing the air wherever they went, and violently squeezed everything in the void to both sides, like a knife slashing into the sea waves, cutting it in half. Li Ji, who was watching from a distance, saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the Takeda family, who lived a simple life, could actually use the 16 words of Sun Tzu's Art of War to such an extent. I don't know if Sun Jian has similar abilities. Sun Jian is known as a descendant of Sun Wu, so he naturally understands the mystery of Sun's family's art of war, and the simple life far away in the east can actually use such a wonderful method. Fortunately, it was only the son of Takeda Shinjin who came, and his ability was much worse than his father. If Takeda Shinjin himself came, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to break through the rain of arrows from the first-line soldiers. It seems that you can't stop this group of cavalrymen. Guijia still looked careless, and didn't care about the might of the Red Guards in the distance. Jiasu was not angry either, but just said lightly, the killing array arranged by Feng Shao didn't have much effect on them. The good show is yet to come. My lord, order all the generals to go out. The Red Guards broke through the rain of arrows from the first-line soldiers, but the army of players behind them didn't have such ability. At Ju-Yi's signal, thousands of golden streamers aimed at them, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded, instantly piercing through the unprepared Japanese players. The players who defected to the Akata family saw their companions being torn apart easily, and the shrill screams stimulated their nerves. The scene of blood and flesh flying filled their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The archers of the Dragon Sparrow army, and the players with long-range skills, who had been hiding for a long time, unveiled their disguises, and appeared on both sides of the Japanese troops. A series of arrow rains that covered the sky and the sun, mixed with various spells, suddenly enveloped the Japanese troops behind. The Onmyoji players outlined spells and summoned various shikigami. But as soon as they appeared in the void, they were pierced through the body by flaming arrows, and the blazing divine fire completely burned them to ashes. The troops behind them were sniped, and countless screams rose to the sky, which could not be concealed from the eyes and ears of Takeda Yoshinobu and others. But they could no longer turn back. If they stopped and retreated now, their empty backs would become the target of the enemy's crossbowmen. When charging, two extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted, like a long-planned volcano erupting a terrifying mountain fire, and the earth shook. Boom! Two figures burst out with dazzling divine light, one holding a heavy long spear, and the other holding a flaming long sword, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground, attacking Takeda Yoshinobu in the center from both sides. Two unfriendly auras rushed over, and the expressions of Takeda Yoshinobu, Ito Toramesa, and Yamagata Masakage changed drastically. Such a strong aura. They have never encountered it in Japan. Even the Yasuji family, who have friction with their Takeda family, and the Ekigo dragon Yasuji Kinshin, who is the #1 in combat power, can't compare with these two people. I am the Tiger of Koyama, and you two dare to ignore me. Seeing that the auras of the two were all concentrated on his young master, Ito Toramesa couldn't help but be furious. Although his strength is not as good as the two ambush generals, he is also a fierce general of the Takeda family. He didn't expect that the other party would ignore him. This is also a denial of his martial arts. Whether his master is threatened or his martial arts are denied, Ito Toramesa knows that he is not an opponent, and he will fight to the end. Fan Fu Huchong roared like a tiger, urging the warhorse under him to swing his spear, turning into a red meteor to pierce the enemy general. If this is all you can do, you, a tiger, are no different from cats and dogs. Li Tsunshi's figure did not stop, and the Yuang spear in his hand slowly hit the tip of the opponent's spear. Endless golden divine light gushed out from the void, like a mountain leaning down. The airflow surged, forming countless small hurricanes, and there were many strange phenomena. The terrifying force instantly pressed Fan Fu Huchong's spear into an extremely exaggerated arc. The warhorse under him wailed in pain, and countless bone cracks sounded from its limbs, and they were strangely broken. Fan Fu Huchong's body trembled, and he was directly thrown to the ground by the warhorse. Chapter 242 Fierce Fight. It seemed that there was a great force bombarding, shaking the void, and endless strong energy rushed over. Fan Fu Chucheng's body instantly had several blood holes, and he was in a mess. The next moment, Yu Wang's spear swept lightly, like a breeze blowing on the face, but like a thunderbolt. The terrifying force crushed the air, making bursts of explosions. At the critical moment, a long spear stabbed out from the side, and Yamagata Chungjing's eyes turned red, and he used all his strength to hit the fatal long spear. Boom! The long spear collided with the long spear, making an amazing turbulent sound. The golden divine light bloomed, and the hot divine fire splashed and entangled in the air. Not long after, the golden divine light took the upper hand, boiling and rolling in the void, like a dragon tumbling in the river, swallowing up all the divine fire on the tip of the spear. Yamagata Chungjing's body shook, and the brutal force came from the spear, washing through his body unreasonably, affecting his internal organs to varying degrees. Coughing sounded continuously. A large amount of blood spilled from his mouth, and Yamagata Chungjing's breath was weak. It was obvious that Li Tsunshi's blow had severely injured him. Asshole! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Fu Chucheng, who had fallen on the ground, stood up again. Seeing that his brother was seriously injured by a blow, he could not help but get angry. The long spear stabbed straight, and flame surged on Fan Fu Chucheng's red armor. Countless sparks appeared in the void behind him, condensing into a majestic tiger. A roar like a lion and tiger shook, and when Li Tsunshi swung away the enemy's weapons, and the middle door was wide open, Fan Fu Chucheng's sharp weapon wrapped in flames flew over. Li Tsunshi snorted coldly, and the Yuang spear was pulled back from the air, and it suddenly hit the long spear with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Countless sparks flew. The heavy lance suppressed the spear. Li Tsunshi turned his wrist, and Bai Yanlao stabbed the enemy from the other side. The two men's weapons kept intersecting in the void, shaking a series of harsh collisions. Fan Fu Chucheng was killed and retreated step by step. Every time Yu Wang's lance was swung, it would definitely take away a large amount of blood from his body, and his bloody body kept retreating backwards. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the battle between the two was like a cat playing with a mouse, and Fan Fu Chucheng's defeat was only a matter of Li Tsunshi's thoughts. Damn Chinese people. An unhealthy blush rose on Yamagata Masaki's face. He wanted to help his brother resist the enemy, but he was unable to drive the warhorse. At this time, Huang Zhong also rushed over, and the long sword flashed by. The phoenix phantom with divine fire flapped its wings in the air, and the sharp blade with scorching flame stabbed at Yamagata Masaki. The two figures kept crossing. The warhorses neighed, and the terrifying collision sound shocked the minds of the surrounding soldiers. Huang Zhong and Yamagata Masaki both practiced the fire-related mental method, and their attack methods were extremely explosive. A large amount of flame shattered in the void, and countless flame storms rolled up from the ground. The long sword flashed, slashing out countless blazing sword chi. Huang Zhong suppressed the opponent with his manic momentum, and Yamagata Masaki was killed, and was very embarrassed. The strength of the 5 Tiger Generals far exceeded the imagination of the Japanese players, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. I didn't expect that the Tiger of Kai would be suppressed by the Chinese generals. There is a risk of life at any time. The 2 generals of the Takeda family were entangled by the enemy, and the young Takeda Yoshinobu was only guarded by the Red Guards. This surprise attack has no effect. Takeda Yoshinobu had the idea of retreating. Akadani Ryo, who was guarding on the side, followed his words and persuaded him, "Young master, the Chinese are extremely treacherous and have set up many ambushes here. Let's retreat." Takeda Yoshinobu nodded, and when he was about to answer, many soldiers around him shouted and made a mess. A dark thin line suddenly rose from the hills in the distance, and then the dark thin line rapidly increased and turned into a rolling dark torrent. Woo! 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 The sound of the ancient charge horn echoed in the sky and could not be dissipated for a long time. The sound was so powerful that endless sand and dust rolled up 3 feet high. The heavily armored war horses trampled on the ground, making a thunderous sound, and the earth also shook. Guijia imitated Han Xian, the Marquis of Huayin, and set up a large ambush formation on all sides at this point, using hundreds of thousands of soldiers to encircle and kill the Japanese troops. The Jingsai army charged ahead, like a giant steel beast galloping on the battlefield, followed by tens of thousands of cavalrymen. Under the leadership of Li Ji and Lu Xiangshen, they attacked the weak points of Japan. Jiando, you lead the cavalry to disperse their rear row, and I will personally attack the Red Guards. Li Ji has been fighting for a long time, and his level has reached a very high level, with a bravery value of nearly 90 points. Unless there are fierce generals like Fan Fucheng in Japan, there is no way to threaten his life. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen washed over the land, like mud and rocks rushing down the hillside, like a flood breaking through the river embankment, and the terrifying murderous aura almost condensed into substance in the void. Takeda Yoshinobu's face changed drastically. At this time, the 2 brothers Fan Fucheng were tightly entangled by Li Tsunxiu and Huang Zhong. With their abilities, there was no way they could escape without the protection of a general. He was just a child of 11 or 12 years old. How could he resist the impact of the enemy cavalry? Young master, I'm leaving first. Takeda Yoshinobu recognized this old soldier, who was over 50 years old, and had served the Takeda family for more than 20 years, contributing half of his life to the Takeda family. The old soldier of the Red Guards burst into tears. The long spear in his hand rolled up red flames. The armor on his body glowed red, and he let out a desperate roar, leading a team of Red Guards to charge at the enemy. In the dense forest outside Jiaoji City, hundreds of thousands of Japanese players appeared, and a large number of agile ninjas were sent out to explore the surroundings. The Chinese not only seriously injured Oda Nobunaga, but also took Saito Kicho abducted. It's terrible. Saito Kicho is a key figure in the alliance between the Saito family and the Oda family. If the two cannot successfully get married, the Oda family may have to bear the wrath of Saito Dosen. After Oda Nobunaga woke up and learned about this, he was so angry that he vomited a lot of blood. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover in a short time. That Chinese is as cunning as a fox. I don't know if Saito Kicho has been humiliated. Don't care what she has encountered, as long as we can bring her back safely. These things will be left to the top leaders of the Oda family. Dong Ying would have died in the Battle of Jiaoji and lost the qualification for the national war in advance. The players of the Oda family were leaderless and had to discuss countermeasures one by one. Saito Kicho decided the alliance between the two families. If the alliance was broken because of being captured, these players would become sinners and would commit suicide to die to apologize. Moreover, if the future head of the Oda family's wife was captured by the Chinese, they would become the laughing stock of other civilizations and lose all their face. It was reasonable for them to take advantage of China's attack on Goryeo to launch a surprise attack on Jiaoji. Dozens of black crows stood on the branches, their eyes moving flexibly. Chapter 243 Defeat. Boom boom. The sound of tens of thousands of cavalry hooves came quickly from the ground, and the invincible momentum rose to the sky. The murderous aura that came to the face suppressed the Japanese troops. It was like a black torrent coming like a tide. Kill! The Red Guards, led by the old soldier, roared wildly, and the weapons stirred the flames, like a volcanic eruption, and attacked Li Ji and the Jingsai army. Li Ji's eyes were cold. His hair was blown up by the wind, and the Overlord's spear was decisively used, colliding head-on with the enemy's weapons. The terrifying strange power erupted instantly, and the Overlord's spear suppressed the weapon like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. Li Ji turned his wrist, and the tip of the spear rolled up the wind, attacking the neck of the Red Guard soldiers. In an instant, the sharp spear tip tore the flesh and blood, and a head with a red warrior helmet was picked up and flew away, and the hot blood rose several feet high, forming a bloody rain, and the blood stained the spot. With Li Ji as the spearhead, the Jingsai army, wearing heavy black armor, was like an extremely sharp divine weapon. It rushed directly into the Red Guards without any obstruction. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Red Guard soldiers who were blocking Jingsai were like being hit by a chariot running at full speed, and flew backwards one after another. The hook-linked spear thrust forward, piercing the body of the Red Guard soldiers who were facing head-on, and under the impact of the warhorse, they were strangled into a ball of mincemeat. 1 row. 2 rows. In the blink of an eye, the Jingsai army broke through several rows of Red Guards, and their armor was covered with blood and mincemeat. The warhorses were snorting hot air, but their speed remained unchanged, and they continued to charge towards Takeda Yoshinobu. I didn't expect the Chinese to have such a terrifying cavalry. No wonder the fool from the Oda family was defeated by them. Takeda Yoshinobu, who was heavily guarded, saw the rampant heavy cavalry destroying the cavalry brigade that the Takeda family was proud of, and he felt a chill in his heart. The Takeda Red Guards were one of the few cavalry that could be used in the Warring States period of Japan. The Japanese players didn't expect to be rushed and scattered by a cavalry of unknown origin. If they knew that the opponent of the Jingsai army was the once famous Taiwan army, and it was also one of the 5 great cavalry in the world, they probably wouldn't have the courage to attack. At this time, the Japanese players in the rear were being attacked by the cavalry led by the Tianqiong army. Countless gunpowder smoke came out of the barrels, and hot iron balls flew in the air, smashing the players' armor. The powerful impact knocked them to the ground, and before they could get up, the ruthless horseshoes trampled them all to death. Li Ji's ambush army was fully deployed, and various skills were displayed in an endless stream, with rainbow light like rain and strange phenomena reborn. In this battlefield, people died tragically on the spot all the time, and there were broken limbs everywhere, and endless warm blood gathered into a river, flooding the soil. The Japanese ninja was dispatched to assassinate the players who were dispatched for battle. But before he could make a move, the Chinese ranger stabbed with a sword and entangled with them. The Shikigami summoned by the Onmyoji let out a long roar, and the beast's body flashed, but was hit by a thunderbolt and disappeared in an instant. Countless Chinese sorcerers formed a square formation, and a large number of skills were poured out to attack the Japanese Onmyoji, who had insufficient defense. The sudden ambush caught the Japanese troops off guard. The Chinese players, who were blessed by the 10-sided ambush formation, showed amazing combat effectiveness, and the balance of the battle had already tilted towards the Chinese side. Little Day, give me your life. At this time, Li Ji broke through the heavy defense line, and Takeda Yoshinobu's young face appeared clearly in his vision. A roar rushed from his chest, and Li Ji's figure suddenly flashed, and the Overlord's spear in his hand burst out with a devouring divine light, stirring countless air waves in the void. The next second, heavy air waves rolled, and a cold light came out from it, stabbing the enemy's neck with terrifying strange power. No! Stop him quickly! Takeda Yoshinobu was shocked. The long spear stabbed from a long distance, and the sharpness of the spear light made his skin hurt slightly, and the long-intentioned power made him tremble. The samurai sword in his hand was drawn out, and the magic weapon made by the master craftsman rose with a blazing flame. Takeda Yoshinobu mobilized the true energy of his whole body to infuse it, and slashed forward with all his strength. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, like thunder and lightning descending on the earth, punishing the doomed. The Overlord's spear turned into a rainbow of light, and shot out with the explosion. The armor and bodies of dozens of Japanese soldiers who stood in front of Li Ji were torn apart, like a gorgeous blood flower blooming, and countless pieces of flesh splattered. The blade hit the tip of the spear, and Takeda Yoshinobu's face became ferocious. His eyes were red and almost dripping blood, and his arms were throbbing with veins, barely blocking this fatal blow. Invasion is like fire, accompanied by a loud shout. Takeda Yoshinobu swung his arms, and the divine fire on the samurai sword surged several points, igniting the whole person along the handle. Like a flaming man, the samurai's sword slashed out with blazing flames, and the dazzling sword light flashed in the void. Li Ji only felt that the temperature in front of him suddenly rose. The void was twisted by the appearance of the blazing blade, forming irregular lines, and a lot of sweat beads appeared on his forehead. The next second, the terrifying flames exploded in front of his eyes, and endless heat waves rolled up in the air, like a dragon sucking water, and swallowed Li Ji in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Fan Fuchechen was played by Li Tsunshu, taking advantage of the opportunity of being blown away by the long spear. He barely split a trace of his mind to pay attention to the safety of his young master. Dead? Takeda Yoshinobu gasped heavily, and his arms could no longer be raised because of exhaustion. Before he could be happy, he heard his teacher's urgent shouting. The blazing fire trembled, and a strong momentum burst out from it, like a giant whale breaking out of the water, dispersing the fire in one fell swoop. If it's this level, then you will definitely die. Before the voice fell, a figure rushed out of the fire and instantly killed in front of Takeda Yoshinobu. The Overlord's spear was pushed by a force that seemed to be able to push down a mountain, and it contained endless power. The surrounding void was shaken by it, as if it would collapse at any time. A little cold light came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon, like a meteor hitting a planet. The spear pierced the void, bringing shallow ripples, and instantly pierced Takeda Yoshinobu's body. No, the tip of the spear came out from the back at some point, and a lot of warm blood dripped with it. Takeda Yoshinobu stared at the spear that pierced his body in disbelief. And then an endless pain came, as if telling him that this was not an illusion. The Overlord's spear was pulled out mercilessly, bringing out a lot of blood and mincemeat again. And Takeda Yoshinobu's life breath quickly dissipated. A loud sound of falling to the ground sounded, and a lot of mud mixed with blood was smashed on the ground. Takeda Yoshinobu's eyes were open unwillingly, and the place he was looking at was exactly where the two brothers Ito Tasha were fighting. Chapter 244, Charge the City. Takeda Yoshinobu, the heir of the Kai Takeda family, did not expect to die young. Died on this battlefield, and died at the hands of Chinese players. Asshole. Even if I die, I will kill you. The bloody Ito Torimachi and Yamagata Masakage witnessed the death of their master. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they roared like beasts. They were valued by Takeda Shinjuku and entrusted with the task of protecting Takeda Yoshinobu's safety. But now Takeda Yoshinobu was killed by the enemy under their noses. Isn't it obvious that they failed in their duties? If the two people's gazes had substantial damage, Li Ji would have been killed hundreds of times, with scars all over his body. The long spear rolled up flames, and the tiger phantom in the void roared continuously. Ito Torimachi completely ignored his own safety and adopted a life-for-life fighting method to try to escape Li Tsunshi's clutches. Humph! You want to escape? Li Tsunshu couldn't help but sneer when he saw the other party's desperate posture. King Yu's spear slashed, like a dragon rising from the abyss, or a phoenix spreading its wings, like a millstone full of destructive breath, covering Fan Fu Hu Chang and everything around him. Accompanied by waves of roaring air waves, Fan Fu Hu Chang's body had countless horrifying wounds, and blood was flowing. Every time the long spear was swung, Fan Fu Hu Chang's figure would be shaken back dozens of steps, and deep marks were plowed on the ground. At this time, a terrifying scream rose to the sky, and Yamagata Masakage was like a beast at the end of its road, and Huang Zhong's long sword had already pierced it. After waving the spear weakly for a few times, Yamagata Masakage's eyes quickly dimmed, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. He couldn't die anymore. Brother. Fan Fu Hu Chang witnessed the death of his relatives. The injuries on his body were difficult to suppress due to the violent fluctuations of emotions, and the pain almost made him faint. With a strong breath, the spear in his hand emitted a red flame, and the surrounding air was turbulent under the pressure of the momentum, and twisted ripples appeared in the void. The flames merged with the shadow of the tiger behind Fan Fu Hu Chang, and a wise look flashed in the tiger's pupils. Li Tsunshu looked at the other party with interest, and Yu Wang's spear did not bombard again. The next moment, the endless air waves were surging, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The red flame tiger looked up to the sky and howled. And the spear wrapped in endless flame suddenly stabbed out with Fan Fu Hu Chang's movements. And the tip of the spear pointed directly at the other party's neck. This move took all the strength of Fan Fu Hu Chang. If he didn't kill the other party, he would definitely die. Li Xuanxia's mouth curled up a sneer. And Yu Wang's spear simply slashed out at a very slow speed. And it didn't look threatening at all. Boom! The terrible collision sound exploded. And Fan Fu Hu Chang's face was shaken by the strong wind. The next second, he and his spear were blown into the air, and fell on the ground like a meteorite, leaving a human-shaped deep pit. The surrounding mud splashed, and Fan Fu Chang's body trembled in the deep pit. But he couldn't move at all. The blow just now directly shattered all his bones and muscles. He knew that there was a huge gap between him and Li Xuanxiao. But he didn't expect that he would be crippled by a single blow. The black unicorn came running, and Li Xuanxiao held the Yu Wang spear in his hand, facing the dying Fan Fu Chang. He had a trace of disdain on his face, and raised his hand to stab the long spear. The sharp blade tore through the red armor, and mercilessly pierced the still beating heart. Since then, both commanders of the Takeda Red Guards died here. Not far away, Li Ji led the Jingsai army to charge into the Red Guards. Every time the Overlord's spear was raised, it would pierce a soldier's body. The shrill scream sounded regularly, with the sound of horses' hooves trampling the ground. A large number of Japanese soldiers were hit, and their bones were broken. Dying, the blood on the ground gathered into a river, and countless corpses fell in it. Almost all the high-ranking figures of the Takeda family died in the battle. The Japanese players, who lost their generals, were torn to pieces, and defeated under the charge of the Chinese army, accompanied by waves of persuasion to surrender. The Japanese troops had to accept the status of prisoners, and kneel on the ground to surrender, after a large number of them were killed. If you don't want to die, kneel down for me. At Li Ji's signal, players who are proficient in Japanese language wandered around the edge of the battlefield, relying on the terrifying murderous aura of the Dragon Sparrow army to intimidate the other side. There is a deep blood feud between China and Japan, and most Japanese players don't think that the other side will let them go. But as the bodies continued to fall, those timid players were finally intimidated by Li Ji's cruelty. Trembling and kneeling down, begging for the only hope of survival, a light cavalry rushed from the direction of the Jinglian army in the distance, and soon arrived beside Li Ji. Boss Li Ji, our Jinglian army was frustrated in Kaijing City, and needs your support. Is that so? Li Ji's eyes drifted up, and finally fell on the kneeling Japanese soldiers and players. Please tell Chuxiong Sunwei, and others, that I will support them soon. There was a fierce collision on the wall of Kaijing. Xing Darong rushed forward, and the giant axe in his hand was like nothing, chopped down from top to bottom, as if he was splitting Huashan with force. The sword slashed out, and a sound like a raging sea rose up. Li Shunshin took a deep breath, like a dragon playing in the water, and forcibly resisted Xing Darong's axe. How could it be? Xing Darong was shocked. He didn't expect that the Goryeo general in front of him could actually block his attack from General Lingling. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the terrifying force left a deep mark on the city wall, and the void behind Li Shunshin set off a wave. The aqua-blue turtle ship appeared with the sound of the waves, and the sword slashed forward with the swing of his arms. In an instant, the sky and the water seemed to be one color, and the turtle ship launched a charge, and rushed to Xing Darong with the aqua-blue air blade. Xing Darong only had time to put the giant axe in front of him to block it, and the next moment, the terrifying tsunami submerged his body. A painful scream sounded, and the majestic figure and a giant axe were blown away from the city wall, and countless blood oozed from the knife wound and splashed in the air. Then the sound of the ball hitting the ground rang out, and dust rose up several feet, and Xing Darong's body was almost buried in the soil. The Goryeo soldiers on the city wall suddenly burst into exclamations, and their morale was greatly boosted. Li Shunshin is indeed the #1 general of our great Han Ming kingdom. It is just a piece of cake to deal with the Chinese generals. This is the strength of a general. It seems that the Chinese generals are overrated. That's right. After all, their emperor was blinded by us. Unless something unexpected happens, the Chinese will never be able to capture our Kaijing. Li Shunshin's performance gave the Goryeo players the capital to clamor, and the Chinese players under the city wall were so angry that they gritted their teeth. There was no way. They did not recruit any powerful generals, and they could not threaten Li Shunshin's life at all. However, when the Goryeo players saw the dust rising in the distance, the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Chapter 245 Kill Them. Why did Japan and China join forces to attack our Goryeo? Don't they have a blood feud? No. No. The Japanese soldiers were driven here by the Chinese people behind them like pigs. They didn't look like they were joining forces at all. Don't worry about it. It was already very difficult to resist the army under the city. Now there are new troops joining. I'm afraid we can't go far. The Goryeo players who were fighting bloody on the city wall heard the mighty sound and hurriedly looked at the smoke and dust in the distance, but found that a large number of Japanese troops were attacking Kaijing, and they couldn't help but feel powerless. A large number of Japanese soldiers cried and shouted, holding incomplete weapons, and under the threat of the bright blade, they were forced to attack the Goryeo city helplessly. Li Sunshin rubbed his swollen arms. The battle with Xing Daorong just now seemed easy, but in fact, he had used all his strength and repelled the opponent with a few moves. However, the effect was very good. The morale of the Goryeo players was greatly boosted by his heroic performance, which played a significant role in the subsequent defense of the city. The Japanese troops driven by Li Ji entered the range of the Goryeo city and were immediately attacked by a large number of arrows. The dense rain of arrows whistled in the air, like a wasp vibrating its wings to make a buzzing sound. And the sharp arrows were as poisonous as the tail needle. Puff! Countless sounds of hard objects piercing the flesh rang out. And the Japanese soldiers, who could not dodge, were shot one after another, screaming and falling in a pool of blood, with large amounts of blood pouring out of the blood holes on their bodies. The Japanese soldiers, who were still behind, could not help but stop in place after seeing the miserable state of their companions. But the next moment, they were knocked to the ground by the soldiers behind them and trampled to death. Shoot! Li Sunshin did not dare to be careless, and dispatched a large number of Goryeo archers to deal with this group of Japanese soldiers. Waves of arrows rained down, shooting and killing countless Japanese soldiers. Finally, some Japanese soldiers could not stand the pressure, dropped their weapons, and fled back crying. The supervisory team that had been waiting for a long time swung their swords and killed many deserters. No retreat. No retreat. The temporary supervisory team composed of players from Yangzhou showed a cruel smile and killed the collapsed and fled Japanese soldiers. There was an unresolved hatred between them and the Japanese, and they felt no guilt at all for killing the Japanese. However, killing more people could not save the situation that the Japanese soldiers could no longer attack the city. They were originally defeated by Li Ji, and their morale and will fell to the bottom. Now they have to continue to attack the solid Goryeo city. Most of the soldiers have reached the limit of psychological pressure. In their view, going forward to attack the city means death, and retreating back is also death. It is better to rush back and maybe escape the beheading of the supervisory team. My lord, those barbarians are no longer easy for me to control. If we push them too hard, they will probably bite us back. Attacking them won't have much effect. Shishisai watched and said to Li Ji. Li Ji nodded and smiled. As the saying goes, a rabbit will bite when it is anxious. These barbarians have accumulated a lot of resentment after being defeated by us. Now we are forcing them to attack the city and die. They will definitely find a chance to rebel and take the opportunity to kill our troops. There are precedents of vassal armies rebelling in history. Japan and China don't like each other. As long as they are not brainless guys, most people will never surrender to each other. Li Ji knew that this group of Japanese vassal troops would not listen to him willingly. The reason why he accepted the surrender of Japanese soldiers on a large scale was not because he had compassion, but because he wanted to use others to wear down Japan's strength. Now, he has achieved his goal. He used them not only to consume Goryeo's city defense supplies, but also to get rid of many Japanese people with Goryeo's hands. Looking at the large-scale escape of the Japanese troops captured by Li Ji to attack the city, the Goryeo players were overjoyed. The Japanese are just like this. The Chinese are just like this. We are the first nation in the universe. Goryeo will win. The Great Cold Clan will win. The relationship between Goryeo and Japan is not very friendly. In fact, for them, defeating Japan is much more refreshing than defeating China. Listening to the cheers on the city wall, Li Ji sneered and said, "Let's see if they can still laugh later. Sunxiao, Ansheng, you lead the troops to charge forward, capture the enemy generals, and cut off their flags." Li Sunxiao and Huang Zhong, who stayed behind, immediately bowed and accepted the order. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums spread like thunder in all directions. Li Sunxiao and Huang Zhong rushed out of the formation first, followed by the elite of the Dragon Sparrow army. The terrifying murderous aura almost condensed into substance. The air on this battlefield seemed to become sticky after the Dragon Sparrow army was dispatched, making the Goryeo defenders on the city wall start to breathe uncomfortably. Chu Xiong and Sun Wei, who were in charge of commanding the joint forces of Jing and Lian, felt something unusual and immediately determined that Li Ji was serious. So they waved the flag and commanded the army behind them to rush to Kaijing to distract Li Ji's troops. Li Sunsen held his sword and looked solemnly at the Dragon Sparrow army rushing towards Kaijing. He had been through hundreds of battles, and was particularly sensitive to the momentum of the army. The momentum exuded by this army was much stronger than before. It is no exaggeration to say that the Chinese army that attacked before was no different from a mob in front of this fresh force. Kill! The shouts of killing shook the earth, and the shining weapons were constantly swinging. The Japanese soldiers who fled back to hinder their progress were instantly killed on the ground. These people were not their colleagues. At best, they were wild dogs, and naturally did not need any mercy. Li Tsuinshi's body burst out with supreme divine light, like a golden god, leaving a trail of afterimages on the battlefield. Ordinary soldiers could not catch his trace at all, and the flying arrows had no effect. Under their stunned gaze, Li Tsuinshi climbed up the city wall in the blink of an eye. Yu Wang's spear swept lightly, seemingly slow but actually fast, and instantly hit the Goryeo soldiers who were blocking him. Countless sounds of bone fractures came from his body. Before the Goryeo soldiers could scream, their bodies exploded like inflated balloons, and a large amount of blood mixed with broken meat splashed in all directions. Li Tsuinxiao threw out with one hand, and the sharp long spear was thrown into the air. Dozens of soldiers who could not dodge in time were directly pierced through their bodies, strung together like a string of candied haws, and finally nailed to the city wall. Die! Wang Zhong also climbed onto the city wall, and his long sword turned into a blazing storm, with a faint phoenix spreading its wings in it. The surrounding soldiers were lifted up by the strange force, and their bodies were stiffly rolled into the air, and finally engulfed by the divine fire. A blazing sword light slashed out of thin air, and the sparks jumped up, burning people or things with life. Wherever it went, no grass grew, and no one survived. Devil. Chapter 246, Capturing Yi Sun-sen. There are such fierce generals in China. No wonder it is called the Celestial Empire. These two are much stronger than that general. We were deceived by him. The Chinese are really despicable and shameless. No matter what, Yi Sun-sen is the #1 general in our Goryeo. It's just a matter of turning our hands to defeat them. The fierce performance of Li Tsuinxiu and Wang Zhong intimidated the surrounding Goryeo players. Their killing-like posture almost scared them out of their wits. With these two as the spearhead, the elite soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army quickly climbed the city wall and fought hand-to-hand with the Goryeo defenders. At this time, the joint forces of Jing and Lian launched a frontal attack, involving a large number of troops in Kaijing. They were powerless against the uninvited guest of the Dragon Sparrow army. Yi Sun-sen was so busy that he had to mobilize the army for defense on the one hand, and personally drive the defenders off the city wall on the other hand. The sword kept slashing out aqua-blue air blades, and the phantom of the turtle ship behind him launched an attack, and a large number of Chinese soldiers who attacked him were chopped down to the ground by him. Capture Yi Sun-sen. Yi Sun-sen's performance was much more heroic than the other defenders, and the clever Chinese soldiers confirmed his identity at a glance. Although it was difficult for these soldiers to capture the opponent, it was after all a soldier-to-soldier, general-to-general battle, so the task of capturing the opponent's main general should be handed over to his superior. Scream. Yi Sun-sen immediately felt bad. If they were allowed to shout, it would easily attract the attention of the enemy's fierce generals. If he was caught, there would be no possibility of defending the capital. The sword in his hand turned into a streak of silk, and the aqua-blue sword energy slashed the void. A raging waterfall fell from the air, sweeping towards the enemy with a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds. Boom! Like a raging sea, like a tidal wave, the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army could not stand it all, and were immediately swept into the water by the surging waves. The deadly sword energy burst out instantly, crushing them. I found you! Suddenly, a terrifying murderous intent rose up from behind, and a nimble figure crossed a distance of dozens of steps, and a long sword with divine fire slashed at him. Li Shunshan was horrified, and only had time to turn around and cross his sword in front of him, turning it into a large translucent shield of water blue to protect himself. Boom! The divine fire touched the water, steaming a lot of water vapor. Li Shunshan felt like he was hit by a chariot, and all the ribs on his chest were broken, like a kite with a broken line flying backwards. The Goryeo defenders hurriedly helped their main general up, and formed a line of defense with their flesh and blood to protect Li Shunchen. Li Shunchen took a deep breath, and the true energy in his body roamed in all directions, suppressing the injuries on his body at the cost of a lot of physical strength consumption. Different mental skills have different effects. Just like Huang Zhong's fire mental skills, the attack power and combat style are much more violent than others. And the water mental skills can repair their own injuries at the cost of physical strength and forcibly increase the duration of combat. The momentum exuded by this general is much stronger than the previous general. Maybe he is the real general. Li Shunchen thought he was no match for Huang Zhong, so he had to order a retreat. But Huang Zhong would not miss a good opportunity to capture the enemy. With a stomp of his right foot, the brute force trampled a footprint on the ground, and the whole person flew into the air, like a falcon spreading its wings to catch prey on the ground. The divine fire rose 100 feet. Huang Zhong waved his sword, and slashed at the Goryeo army accompanied by the sound of the phoenix's cry. The sea breeze blew. Li Shunchen waved his sword. The void behind him fluctuated. 12 phantoms of sea ships appeared. Waves of waves sounded, and they charged towards the deadly sword energy. A deafening sound exploded in the void, and it seemed that the river broke through the dam, and it was like a mountain leaning outward. The endless air waves swept in all directions, and the terrifying force crushed the Goryeo soldiers in the center into pieces of mincemeat. Li Shunchen was hit by the air wave, and the injury that was barely suppressed became more aggravated. The whole person was directly thrown off the city wall and smashed into the crowd under the city wall. Fortunately, he was lucky and did not fall into the hands of the Chinese army. The Goryeo soldiers who were not dizzy reacted and hurriedly carried him to the city lord's mansion. Huang Long was about to chase him, but he was surrounded by loyal Goryeo soldiers and could not break through for a while. Li Shunchen was defeated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Shunchen is the first general of our Goryeo. How could he be defeated by the Chinese generals? This must be a rumor made by the Chinese, after learning that Li Shunchen was killed and seriously injured and forced to retreat. Many Goryeo players expressed that they could not accept it. As the first nation in the universe, how could they lose to China next door? But the rumbling of horse hooves completely destroyed their illusions. After Kaijing City lost Li Shunchen's command, the defense line it built collapsed instantly, and the covetous Chinese army quickly broke through the defense of the city gate. Li Ji led the Jingsai army to rush in first. There were only a few thousand of them, but their momentum was like that of a huge army. They rushed through the city and took away a large number of enemies. A large number of Goryeo players cried out in fear, but found that the skills they used were difficult to work on heavy armor. The hook spears kept piercing their bodies. Jiando, you take the Tianqiong army to destroy the stone tablet of the city lord's mansion, and I will personally capture the opponent's main general. Li Ji obviously did not forget to brush up his personal points. The stone tablet is located in the city lord's mansion, and there must be a large number of defenders stationed. According to the agreement, whoever breaks through the city lord's mansion first and takes the stone tablet, other players shall not have any complaints. Several black crows were released to serve as Li Ji's vision. Compared with the 1 million points, he was more interested in Li Shuncen's life. Report to the Lord. The location of the enemy's main general has been found. Shi Jingxi and the Black Crow army were sent to Wang Meng by Li Ji, and only a few Black Crow army soldiers followed him to participate in the attack on Goryeo. Fortunately, they found Li Shuncen's position not long after they flew out, and it was not too far away from them. The black heavy armored cavalry turned their horses' heads, and the sound of horse hooves like thunder sounded again. At this time, many Chinese players found Li Shuncen's position and surrounded him, trying to fish in troubled waters. Although Li Shuncen's ability was indeed not ranked among the generals of China, he was still a good general after all, and no one would dislike having an extra general. Moreover, he was a naval general, which was more attractive to southern players. Get out of the way! The warhorse neighed excitedly, and Li Ji took the lead and rushed towards Li Shunchen with the overlord's spear upside down. Thousands of heavy armored cavalry charged forward, and the players who blocked the road cursed inwardly that they were unlucky. They didn't expect that a lord player would receive the news so quickly and rush to subdue Li Shunchen. Chapter 247. It is impolite not to return the favor. The thunderous sound of horse hooves sounded like a ghost demanding his life in Li Shuncen's ears. He had already reached the limit of maintaining basic breathing, and now it became more difficult due to the appearance of Li Ji's Jingsai army. With a murderous aura, Li Ji locked this space in an instant, holding a long spear in his hand, and stabbed at Li Shunchen like a whistle. Li Shunchen, who was exhausted, showed despair on his face, and had to use all his strength to swing his sword. The sound of weapons hitting each other sounded, and the fierce spear tip smashed the water blue air blade into pieces. Li Ji rode forward and passed through the blue water curtain. The overlord's spear stabbed out again, sweeping Li Sunsen's sword away before he could make a move. And then the spear tip turned, and the sharp spear tip pierced Li Sunsen's left shoulder, and a touch of blood splashed in the air. Li Sunsen cannot die here. Protect Li Sunsen. The Goryeo players were horrified, and tried to save the life of their first general from Li Ji. A large number of skills flew from all directions, instantly drowning Li Ji and his horse. Li Ji's face was calm, and the overlord's spear rolled up a strange wind, piercing out countless dazzling spears, like the stars in the night sky flashing in the void, bright and deadly. Boom boom. Almost at the same time, the various skills that flew in were swept by the spear tip, and the powerful force directly smashed them. The heavily armored Jingsai army charged at the Goryeo players, like a black dragon turning the clouds and rain in the crowd, raising waves of blood. Our defeat in this battle is a punishment from heaven, not a sin of war. Li Sunsen picked up his sword and wanted to end himself on the spot, but was picked up by Li Ji's spear. You are my trophy. Whether you live or die can only be decided by me. The Jingsai army killed the surrounding Goryeo troops, and then kicked Li Sunsen over at Li Ji's signal, and put the shackles that had been prepared on him. The Chinese army entered Kaijing, and fought hand-to-hand with the Goryeo players, who were still in the city. Fights broke out everywhere, and the battle was extremely chaotic. A cavalry with muskets rushed left and right, and under the leadership of Lu Xiangxing, it was like a no-man's land. The Goryeo players stationed in the city lord's mansion lacked high-end military power. Facing the brave Lu Xiangxing, no one could catch his sword. Bang! The city lord's mansion was cut into countless pieces by long swords, and the Tianqiong army, covered in blood, rushed in, and the weapons covered with broken meat kept stabbing out, sweeping a path in front of them. Under the gaze of the surviving Goryeo players, Lu Xiangxing smashed the stone tablet of Kaijing with a sword. All announcements on the national war battlefield, Tongwang City in the Goryeo district was broken by Chinese players in the Chinese district, and the national points of the Chinese district were +1. Since all the cities in the Goryeo region have been breached, all players in the Goryeo region are forced to withdraw from the national war battlefield, and the national points of the Huaxia region are +3. The Goryeo players looked desperate, with white light flashing on their bodies. They were forcibly expelled from the battlefield, and lost the qualification for the national war. What's more terrible is that their top general Yi Sunchen was captured by the Huaxia people, which means that Yi Sunchen may be recruited to surrender, and follow the Huaxia players back to the Huaxia region, instead of returning to the Goryeo region. There is no possibility for the Goryeo players to recruit Yi Sunchen. Congratulations to the player for occupying a city, and the personal points will be increased by 1 million. After hearing the system message, Li Ji quickly opened the personal points ranking list of the national war. Because he had spent almost all his points to recruit troops before, he disappeared from the leaderboard for a while. However, after these battles, Li Ji gained a lot of points and reappeared on the list, ranking second with more than 1.6 million points. Above him is Natasha from the Russian region, who has 110,000 or 120,000 more points than him. Most of the names of the first batch of players who took the city, such as old acquaintances Qin Fan and Steve from America, disappeared. They must have spent points to recruit troops like Li Ji. Li Sunchen, a man of insight, is a hero. I admire your talent. Why don't you serve me and serve as my naval general? Li Ji personally helped Li Sunchen up and brushed off the dust on his clothes. Although Li Sunchen's ability value is not enough to be called the first general of Goryeo, his military ability is still good. The Kuaiji Navy does not have an orthodox naval general now. Every time it goes out, it relies on the landward general to lead part-time. If Li Sunchen is recruited and allowed to command his own navy, the combat effectiveness of the navy can be further improved. Moreover, Li Ji has become the governor of Kuaiji County. The next step of expansion is bound to be to move towards the surrounding county cities. Aiming to become a governor, this requires him to have a strong navy, whether it is transporting grain by water or fighting on rivers. A reliable navy general is needed to command navy. Li Sunchen was slightly moved. Compared with leading the army, his talent is more suitable for leading the navy. After a lot of hesitation, Li Sunchen shook his head and sighed, saying, I'm very sorry. I don't want to serve for the time being. Li Ji was not surprised. After all, Li Sunchen was a national hero of Goryeo and had a certain solar term. If he simply surrendered to him, Li Ji would have to weigh whether this was Li Sunshin. However, Li Sunshin's dynasty was on good terms with China, which made Li Sunshin have a certain degree of favorability towards the Chinese. As long as Li Ji could let Li Sunshin see his war potential, he would definitely serve under him at the right time, push him back to Jiaoji, and keep him under strict supervision. Don't let him escape. After dealing with Li Sunshin's matter, Li Ji began to count the losses of the siege and the next step of the plan. The Goryeo players lost their qualification for the national war. The soldiers and generals they brought with them, who were not killed, were forced to surrender. And those who became prisoners were forced to stay here and be driven by the Chinese. Li Ji took the bulk of the surrender. More than 80,000 soldiers, plus the soldiers he got in the previous battle of Jiaoji. Now he has nearly 100,000 vassal troops. Close to 2/3 of the Dragon Sparrow army relaxed the supervision of the Japanese soldiers. At Li Ji's signal, a large number of Dragon Sparrow soldiers withdrew, and the Japanese soldiers, who lacked supervision, became disloyal. With the secret instigation of some people, many Japanese quietly left the team and returned to the nearest Kyoto city, gather the army, and give up the garrison in Kaesong. After the escape of Japanese soldiers reached a certain scale, Li Ji decisively gathered the army in his hands and went out of the city. Not only the Dragon Sparrow army and Yangzhou players need to participate, but also Chuxiong Sunwei, the core player of the Jinglian army, was invited by Li Ji to participate in the action. Keijing Cheng is worth 1 point. Why do you want to give up this city? Chuxiong asked puzzledly. It's rude not to reciprocate. Shiri sent troops to attack our rear, but I successfully ambushed them, causing heavy losses and the death of many generals. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? Chapter 248, Attacking Kyoto and Conquering Edo. There are 3 cities in Japan, each of which is presided over by a daimyo, such as the Oda family in Edo City and the Takeda family in Kyoto City. But in the end, both daimyo fell into Li Ji's hands. The eldest son of the Oda family was seriously injured, and the heir of the Takeda family was killed, along with 2 generals who died on the battlefield. If there was a title system here, Li Ji would definitely get the title of daimyo killer. In order to ensure the success of the assault, Japan not only sent a large number of players to participate, but Takeda Yoshinobu also personally went to the battlefield with the elite Takeda Red Guards. As a result, they were killed to pieces by Li Ji's army, and the Red Guards were slaughtered completely. The Japanese players in Kyoto City suffered heavy losses, and were unable to defend the city unless players were transferred from the other 2 cities to defend Kyoto. Li Ji had thought of this a long time ago. He could not guarantee whether Osaka would support Kyoto, but Edo Castle next to Jiaoji would definitely not be able to support Kyoto, because before he went on the expedition, he signaled Wang Ming to take troops to besiege Edo Castle. As long as Edo Castle fell into a wartime state, the players in Edo Castle would not be able to come to Kyoto through the teleportation array. As long as Kyoto Castle was solved, the city of Edo would be isolated and become an isolated city. At that time, it would be at their mercy. So under Li Ji's dispatch, the Chinese army set out on the journey again. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of troops besieged Edo. Hundreds of catapults roared like thunder, and sparks flew into the air from the friction of boulders. The next moment, dozens of boulders fell on the city wall, wreaking havoc on the defensive facilities on the city wall. Oda Nobunaga was seriously injured and lying on the bed, and Dong Yingwutai died tragically, and was forced to withdraw from the national war on the spot. The Japanese players who stayed in the city had no leader, and had to passively defend the city under the command of the Japanese garrison. I didn't expect that the Chinese general stationed in Jiaoji was so powerful. He saw through our sneak attack plan at a glance, and set up an ambush in the dense forest, causing our army to be defeated and suffer heavy losses. Oda Nobunaga's defeat was not unfair. That Chinese man had such excellent generals. No wonder he dared to take away some troops. We lost a lot of people. It is impossible to resist the Chinese offensive by relying solely on the defenders in the city. We must ask for help from the other 2 cities. Just recently, the Japanese sent a sneak attack force to attack Jiaoji City through the dense forest. But they didn't know that their every move was under the control of Wang Ming, with the Yair army providing vision. The dense jungle was invisible in the eyes of Wang Ming and others, and the Japanese were like blind people who had lost their vision. Wherever they went, and what they did were seen by the Chinese army. Even if a large number of ninja scouts were sent to act as eyes, they were seen clearly by the Chinese army and avoided them first. Therefore, the dense forest between Jiaoji and Edo became a mass grave for the Japanese. After falling into Wang Ming's trap, they were killed crazily and became the points of the Chinese players. After dealing with this Japanese army, Wang Ming followed Li Ji's instructions and adopted a siege strategy, surrounding Edo so tightly that not even a fly could fly out. This made the Japanese players in Edo uncomfortable. When they wanted to go out of the city for help, they were killed by the outer army, and there was no possibility of breaking out. Without reinforcements, the possibility of Edo's siege was greatly reduced. And Wang Ming's plan was undoubtedly to fight a long-term siege war, trapping them in this isolated city and waiting to die. This time, it was really a case of crying to the sky and the earth. But no one would respond. The Japanese defender Tokugawa Hidetada was not under such great pressure. In his opinion, the other party did not want to attack the city or release it. So they adopted the strategy of siege, and his task was to defend this Edo castle. And the other party's move was just what he wanted. Pass the order down, speed up the repair of the city, and prevent the enemy from suddenly attacking. Under the protection of Chen Dao, Wang Ming kept wandering around the edge of the battlefield and observing the defense of Edo Castle. Although Li Ji told him that his task was to contain the defenders of Edo Castle, Wang Ming was not a man who would stay at his place. Why should he contain the defenders if he could take down the city? So with Li Ji's tacit consent, Wang Ming took away a lot of capable generals, with the aim of finding an opportunity to raid Edo. The Japanese players in Edo City were defeated in Jiaoji and Milan successively, and lost a lot of troops and horses, which had a certain impact on morale. Now the other side is besieged in the city, worried and frightened, and has to guard against the sudden attack of the Chinese army day and night. After a long time, they will be in chaos without Wang Ming's action. So Wang Ming has the confidence to capture this city. After a stroll, Wang Ming memorized all the loopholes on the Edo city wall and returned to the camp. Wang Ming was stared at by many players along the way, and he had long been accustomed to it. The title of the first person who surpassed Zhuge Liang was too bright. Before Zhuge Liang fully grew up, he, Wang Ming, was the top general in the Chinese area, and few people could match him. The catapults kept bombarding Edo City, and the newly repaired city wall was destroyed in an instant, which made the players responsible for repairing the city wall feel tired. Perhaps they will die here before the battle starts. As the trebuchets stopped attacking, a large number of players rushed up and began to repair the holes on the city wall. After such a long bombing, they figured out the frequency of the other party's stone throwing. They stopped every once in a while and took this time to repair the work. But this time there seemed to be some accidents, and the city wall under their feet shook unusually. In the distance, smoke and dust rolled. What? Takeda Yoshinobu is dead? The news of the defeat of the surprise attack troops was spread by the soldiers, who fled back to Kyoto, and then quickly spread. At first, the players who stayed in Kyoto did not believe it. But seeing more and more Japanese soldiers fleeing back in a panic, they had to accept this fact. The heir of the Takeda family was killed, and the two brothers Ito Torimachi died on the battlefield. One after another, the news came out, which made many players quite uneasy. Soon, a panic atmosphere rose in the whole city, and many people's hearts were shrouded in a haze. Unexpectedly, the surprise attack plan failed, and a lot of troops were lost, which greatly increased the defense pressure of Kyoto. If a large army attacked the city, the consequences would be disastrous. Go to other cities for help. Someone reacted and tried to send a distress signal to Edo and Osaka through the teleportation array, but found that the two ends of the teleportation array could not be reached. What's going on? The legendary array cannot be used at the critical moment. Is there a bug? It shouldn't be. Kyoto is not in a wartime state. It stands to reason that the teleportation array can be used unless Edo and Osaka are attacked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How low is the probability of two cities being attacked at the same time? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the distant wall. Look! A large army is approaching us quickly. Chapter 249. Abandon the city and flee. The Chinese flags covered the sky, and the army that took over Kaijing City marched non-stop towards Kyoto City of Japan under the call of Li Ji. The Japanese players, who were immersed in the news of the defeat, were awakened by the rumbling of horse hooves, but found that Kyoto City had already been under the city. They just took over Kaijing City of Goryeo. How can they still have the strength to attack Kyoto? Takeda Taniryo, who fled back to Kyoto in a panic, looked at the Chinese army all over the mountains and fields, and couldn't help showing a look of despair. He was a member of the Takeda Red Guards, who had faced the elite troops of China, and he knew clearly the terrifying combat power of the Jingsai army. The player defenders on the Kyoto wall were in chaos, and Li Ji and others under the wall began to build the necessary siege equipment and mobilized them in an orderly manner. Many Japanese players looked over and found that there were many soldiers with strange equipment in the Chinese army. Baga. There are samurai from our country in their army. These people dared to betray the country. We must kill the traitors. Not only are there samurai from our East Japan, but also skinny soldiers and elephant soldiers from Annan, and sissy soldiers from Goryeo. What a good strategy to drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. The Chinese drove soldiers from other countries to attack the city to reduce their own losses. The players on the wall found Li Ji's large number of vassal troops and cursed. The more they fought, the fewer their troops were, while the more their opponent's troops were. The general stationed in Kyoto was Ashikaga Takauji, who was the first generation of the shogun of the Muromachi shogunate and had extraordinary abilities. But facing the millions of troops under the city, he did not have enough confidence in his heart. Ladders, battering rams, a large number of siege equipment were quickly assembled with the joint efforts of the life-related players. The way that life-related players get points is different from that of war-related professional players. They don't need to kill enemies to get points. They only need to assemble various equipment to complete various small tasks. And the system will increase their points according to their contribution. So Li Ji was able to gather a good number of players with craftsman professions from the 3 states. Soon a batch of brand new siege equipment was built and slowly pushed to the front line, together with the remaining equipment from the Jinglian army's attack on Kaijing. It was enough to threaten Kyoto. Launch the siege. Li Ji waved the flag, and nearly 100,000 vassal troops began to attack Kyoto. Soldiers from Annan, Goryeo, and even Dongying were forced to rush towards Kyoto under the threat of shining weapons. The archers of the Huaxiao army began to suppress the defenders on the city wall with their advantage in numbers. Lacking the threat of arrows, a large number of soldiers roared and pushed various siege equipment to charge towards Kyoto. Boom! 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 The catapult threw huge stones and bombarded the city wall, causing heavy casualties in Japan. A large amount of mud and rocks splashed, and the city wall began to crumble, and its durability dropped drastically. We must destroy the equipment on the city wall. Ashikaga Takauji was sweating profusely. He only had hundreds of thousands of troops, and the number of enemies outside the city wall was more than double. Moreover, the enemy was in high spirits, while his soldiers had long been sluggish. A group of Japanese cavalry rushed out from the city wall, drew out their samurai swords, and slashed at the heavy equipment. Boom boom! Ashikaga Takauji played into Li Ji's hands. The Tianqiong army, which had been eyeing the enemy for a long time, rushed out from the flank under the leadership of Lu Xiangxing, holding 3-barreled muskets and suddenly firing at the enemy cavalry, accompanied by screams. Many Japanese cavalry were shot, and the iron armor on their bodies was broken by iron balls, and their bodies were hit hard and fell off their horses. Lu Xiangxing led the way, and his long sword swept forward like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. All the samurai swords that chopped at him were swept away, and the flaming blade light flashed out of thin air, and dozens of heads flew into the air. The Tianqiong army following behind him roared excitedly, and their arms kept swinging. The heavy muskets were like a heavy hammer, smashing the Japanese cavalry to death. However, after 2 or 3 charges, the cavalry sent by Ashikaga Takauji were almost wiped out, and there was no possibility of completing the task of destroying the equipment. Takeda Taniryo, standing on the city wall, had blue veins bulging, but he could do nothing. Originally, the best candidates to implement the plan were the Red Army of the Takeda family, but they were all killed by the enemy in the previous battle. Shoot! Shoot! Ashikaga Takauji found a gap in the enemy, and commanded a small number of archers to shoot at the vassal army that was about to approach the city wall. The sound of puffs continued to ring, and the soldiers wearing inferior equipment were pierced through the body and fell in a pool of blood. For a time, the vassal army was bathed in dense rain of arrows, and countless people were killed and wounded. Many soldiers were frightened by the Lish scene in front of them, and they stood there and dared not move forward. Li Ji's supervisory team acted decisively, stabbing dozens of stunned soldiers to death with weapons, stimulating them to move forward with blood and death. Many soldiers clenched their teeth, and the vassal army was forced to continue to charge towards Kyoto City. But due to the gap in equipment, the losses began to increase, and the psychological pressure of many people reached the limit. Sun Xiao, Han Sheng, quickly attacked the city wall. Li Ji watched and found that his vassal army was about to collapse. So he sent out the main force of the Dragon Sparrow army. The main task of the vassal army was to consume the enemy's city defense supplies. As for casualties, Li Ji didn't care at all. Anyway, It was not a loss of his own troops. Li Tsuinxiu and Huang Zhong showed excitement. The continuous battles did not seem to have too much loss of their physical strength, so they still maintained a relatively peak state. The two strong and powerful generals appeared on the battlefield, and the momentum they exuded made the Japanese players tremble with fear. That is, the two fierce generals who killed Itomi Toromasa and Yamagata Masakage. Takeda Taniryo saw the familiar figure and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had seen the two men fighting with the Itomi brothers up close, and no one among the players present knew the strength of these two people better than him. What Takeda Taniryo didn't expect was that the two men fought with the Itomi brothers as if nothing had happened, and they didn't look tired at all. This means that these two people are much stronger than Fantomi Huchong and his men. Do you want to abandon the city and escape? Takeda Taniryo was affected by the momentum of the two men, and his legs trembled unconsciously. If the Fantomi brothers were still alive, not to mention repelling the two Chinese generals, it would be more than enough to hold them off for a while. Without the two men as the spearhead, the Chinese army would have to pay a lot of price to attack. But he knew clearly that there was no one in the city who could stop Li Tsuinxiu and Huang Zhong now, and the enemy could easily take down the city wall under the leadership of the fierce generals. With the appearance of the two fierce generals Li Tsuinxiu and Huang Zhong, there was no need to defend Kyoto City. Chapter 250, Elimination of Japan. Li Tsuinxiu held the Yuan spear in one hand and the Bian Lao in the other. The two weapons passed back and forth in front of him, and the arrows that were rushing were directly blasted into several pieces. On the other side, Huang Zhong carried a long sword on his back and held a diamond-level longbow in his hand. The bowstring was pulled by the thick arms. Huang Zhong's armor trembled, and the surrounding air was pulled by the force, and finally condensed on the arrow. Go! As if the gods were shouting, the arm suddenly loosened, and at the same time the terrifying power on the arrow crushed the air, making a harsh explosion, and turned into a red fire meteor in the void. Wherever it went, the surrounding space was distorted, and a wave was set off. Boom! Like the sound of a meteor falling to the ground. The arrow burst out with indescribable power, instantly sweeping everything around. Whether it was people or mud and sand, they were all crushed into slag by this force. Under the impact of this blow, the wall of Kyoto City seemed to make a wailing sound, and a large number of broken stones fell. And finally a huge pit appeared. Kill! The many vassal soldiers were stimulated by Huang Zhong's heroic performance, and the roars they made shook the earth and rushed to the wall like a tide. Li Tsuinxiu and Huang Zhong climbed the wall at the same time, and the weapons in their hands kept turning up and down, and every slash took away a large number of enemy lives. One after another, the vassal soldiers rushed up along the ladder, and under the leadership of two fierce generals, they quickly occupied a small section of the wall. Ashikaga Takauji took his personal soldiers to fight the enemy in person, and the weak vassal soldiers could not pose a threat to them. After several rounds of wandering, Ashikaga Takauji cleared a lot of enemies. However, they only killed the cannon fodder set by Li Ji, and the real elite was still behind. Boom! With the help of the road built by the corpses of the vassal soldiers, the main force of the Dragon Sparrow army successfully climbed the wall, and the murderous aura suppressed the surrounding enemies like a substance, making it difficult for the enemy to breathe. No, the enemy is too fierce. Takeda Taniryo led the remaining players of the Takeda family to defend on the city wall, but facing the offensive like mercury leaking out of the ground, they were beaten back step by step, and more city walls were out of their control. Retreat, Takeda Taniryo. The fall of Kyoto City is only a matter of time. If we continue to fight like this, all our Takeda players will die here. Yes, it is better to escape to other cities than to fight to the death here. At least we still retain the qualification and points for the national war. Takeda Taniryo. Don't forget that the Red Guard sent were annihilated. Lord Takeda's son died here, and the two brothers Ito Tomeko were killed. If we die in battle and return to the main world, Lord Takeda will definitely not let us go. It is better to survive until the end of the national war while we have points, and exchange some rewards to at least make Lord Takeda's punishment less severe. Some players began to retreat, and retreated to the city wall. Takeda Taniryo had long been willing to retreat, so he followed his subordinate's words and said, "In this case, for the glory of the Takeda family, we will retreat strategically, with righteous words and a timid plan." Takeda Taniryo led all the players of the Takeda family to break out from the gate that was not besieged. The fierce elite troops joined the battlefield and instantly defeated the defenders on the city wall. The Japanese soldiers, who were about to reach the edge of collapse, fell into the abyss of defeat under the push of the Dragon Sparrow army. The defeat was like a landslide. In an instant, the large tribes on the walls of Kyoto City were under the control of the Huaxia army. Ashikaga took Kauji's side and retreated towards the city lord's mansion with his personal soldiers. What? A Japanese player escaped from the North Gate? Li Ji said in surprise. The Huaxia army adopted the strategy of surrounding three sides and leaving one side, with the aim of letting the Japanese escape from the city. Without the defense of the city, this group of people was no different from lambs to be slaughtered. I will personally lead the Jingsai army to hunt them down, and the war here will be left to you to handle. Li Ji acted decisively and immediately jumped on his horse. The heavily armored cavalry rushed out of the formation with heavy smoke and dust. Guijia, Shishitsai and others beside him looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Lord is a man of great talent, but he is still too keen on fighting in person. He must be persuaded. No wonder Jean Glue has been discussing the Lord's marriage with us before. It turns out there is a reason. The Lord has not yet had an heir. If there is any accident in the future, I am afraid that the Dragon Sparrow army will fall apart overnight. Feng Xiao. Don't talk nonsense. Li Ji had no idea what his three advisors were planning. He was now leading the cavalry to chase the escaped Japanese players. How could the two legs of the Japanese deserters be faster than the four legs of the war horses? Not long after they left the city, they heard the sound of horses' hooves like thunder behind them. When they turned around, they found that a cavalry wearing heavy black armor was quickly closing the gap with them. And Takeda Taniryo was even more frightened. He would never forget this terrible cavalry like a devil in his life. Even the Red Guards can deal with elite cavalry. We are no match for them. The opponent is armored cavalry, and their skills are no different from tickling the opponent. At best, it is like a mosquito bite, and it can't break the defense at all. The dense sound of horse hooves came from far and near, and the Jingsai army quickly shuttled across the land like a ghost. And in the blink of an eye, it rushed behind this group of deserters. The hook-linked spears kept stabbing out, piercing the air with the impact of the warhorse, making a harsh roar. And the unlucky ones who fell at the end were pierced through the body one after another, falling to the ground, and their lives were unknown. Li Ji took the lead in the charge, holding the Overlord's spear horizontally in front of him with both hands, and knocked over many Japanese players with the impact of the warhorse alone, and instantly approached Takeda Taniryo in the front. Damn it. I'll fight you. Takeda Taniryo was forced into a desperate situation. Turned around and drew out the samurai's sword to slash at Li Ji. He was able to become a member of the Red Guards, and had a good bravery. However, he was facing Li Ji, who had already reached the level of a second-rate general. Now the whole world might not find a player who could compare with him. The long spear stabbed like a whistling sound, swinging the samurai's sword and piercing Takeda Taniryo's shoulder armor in one fell swoop. The sharp spear tip pierced into the opponent's flesh, splashing a touch of blood. At the same time, the sound of the National War announcement sounded. National War Battlefield All Announcement. Osaka Castle in the East Japan District was breached by players in the Russian District, and the Russian District National Points +1. National War Battlefield All Announcement. Edo Castle in the East Japan District was breached by players in the Chinese District, and the Chinese District National Points +1. National War Battlefield All Announcement. Kyoto Castle in the East Japan District was breached by players in the Chinese District, and the Chinese District National Points +1. Since all cities in the East Japan District have been breached, all players in the East Japan District are forced to withdraw from the National War Battlefield, and the Chinese District National Points +3. 3 consecutive announcements sounded almost at the same time, announcing that 3 cities in the East Japan District were breached. The East Japan players lost their National War qualifications, and were forced to withdraw from the National War Battlefield. Chapter 251 Recruiting Special Arms. Wow! What the h-l? How come 3 cities in Japan were captured at the same time? Are these dwarfs useless? In the announcement, players in the Russian zone captured Osaka Castle, and players in the Chinese zone captured Kyoto Castle and Edo Castle. Could it be that these 2 civilizations formed an alliance and attacked Japan at the same time? It is very likely. Otherwise, how could they capture 3 cities in Japan in one go? This must be their conspiracy. As soon as the 3 announcements came out, it was like a boulder falling into a quiet deep pool, splashing countless water and causing ripples. After receiving the announcement, many players were shocked and caused an uproar. Look at the personal points ranking list. Li Ji from China is first again. First place, Li Ji from China. Points, 424-6319. Second place, Natasha from Tsarist Russia. Points, 286-0396. Third place, Pedro from Spain. Points, 954,097. Fourth place, Bottoni from Rome. Points, 796,498. Fifth place, Thomas from Germany. Points, 756,492. 4 million. A full 4 million. Which means that Li Ji must take at least 4 cities. Previously, Kaijing and Goryeo was also captured by the Chinese. Could it be that Li Ji took it? That makes sense. Annan's Fujian, Goryeo's Kaijing, and Japan's Kyoto and Edo were all captured by Li Ji's army. What a monster. What kind of immortal generals and troops did Li Ji recruit to take so many cities so quickly? As if they had understood Li Ji's secret. Many players felt their scalps tingling. It's been less than 2 years since all the talents came to this world. How come some people develop their power at such a perverted speed? It's really unbelievable. The Japanese players, who were forced to withdraw from the national war, were the most angry. As victims, they felt that they were humiliated by China. Although their size is not as large as China and Tsarist Russia, they are at least a second-tier civilization in this world. As a result, they were attacked by 2 major powers at the same time and lost all their cities in an instant. They had no power to fight back. It can only be said that other civilizations are not on the same level as the 5 major powers. This time, they lost their face in the world. No, China is like a sleeping tiger. If the national borders are opened in the future, we in Japan will not be able to stop their claws at all. We must seek help from Western powers. The Japanese players, who were eliminated and returned to the main world, thought about reaching a consensus and decided to be dogs of other countries, like in the present world, to curb the development of China. First place, China. National War Civilization Points, 14. Second place, America. National War Civilization Points, 8. Third place, Tsarist Russia. National War Civilization Points, 6. Fourth place, British Empire. National War Civilization Points, 4. Fifth place, Germany. National War Civilization Points, 4. The Chinese have left us far behind. If we don't take action, China will surely take the first place in the national rankings. China's thundering action frightened many foreign lords. They regarded themselves as the center of the world. If their country did not take the first place, it would cause a big blow to their national reputation. The cities of Switzerland, a neutral country in northern Europe, opened teleportation arrays, and great lords from Western countries rushed to them, intending to unite. Li Ji obviously didn't know that other countries had begun to pay attention to them. Even if he knew, he could only let them mess around. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. He has more important things to do now. Since the start of the national war, Chinese players have captured a total of 5 cities, plus the original 6 cities, including Linan and Jinling. They need to guard a full 11 cities. This is almost doubled. Although the number of Chinese players participating in the national war is terrifying, there is still a long time for the national war. Whether for personal points or civilization points, they need to continue to attack cities of other civilizations. In the long run, China will capture more and more cities, and the troops allocated to each city will become less and less. So after eliminating Japan, the core players of China rarely gather together to discuss the corresponding strategies, in order to have enough troops to maintain the basic defense of the city. The most straightforward way is to consume points to recruit troops. Li Ji discussed this matter with Qin Fan and others, and reached a tacit consensus that consuming points in exchange for troops is beneficial and harmless. Because the national war has just begun. The major countries, except for Japan, have not yet started to attack each other. Most of them are small countries like Cambodia and Mexico. First, these small countries have 1 or 2 cities, which can quickly gain civilization points. Second, the combat effectiveness of these small countries is not satisfactory. Attacking them will not lose too many troops, and more personal points can be obtained. But after a long time, the small countries will be eliminated, and wars will inevitably break out between the major countries. At that time, personal points will not be so easy to get. So everyone immediately decided to consume points to recruit troops, although points are related to one's ranking in the personal rankings. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. How can you get points without troops? Moreover, the recruited soldiers can be brought back to the main world, which allows the lord players to get powerful soldiers beyond the restrictions of the barracks. This is a test of the player's strategy for using points. When to use, and how much to use are all up to the player. Li Ji has 150,000 troops, and nearly 100,000 vassal troops. Even if he has successively conquered 3 cities such as Goryeo in Japan, the loss is not particularly large. A small amount of points can be consumed to make up the number of troops. With a full 250,000 troops in hand, Li Ji, who is so wealthy, has no idea of expanding the army for the time being. Instead, he turns his attention to the special soldiers he can recruit. Compared with ordinary soldiers, the points for recruiting special soldiers are much more. So Li Ji had no idea of expanding the number of special soldiers in his hands before. But now he can be considered a rich man. So it is still possible to recruit special soldiers. The points consumed by the national war troops are as follows. First level ordinary troops, 1 point. Second level ordinary troops, 3 points. Third level ordinary troops, 5 points. Ninth level ordinary troops, 1,000 points. 10th level ordinary troops, 5,000 points. And the points consumed by special troops are between 2 and 10 times that of ordinary troops of the same level. Come on! Consume all the points and recruit troops. As soon as Li Ji gave the order, the names on the leaderboard disappeared without a trace. Seeing that all of Li Ji's points disappeared, the players who were always paying attention to him twitched their eyes. A full 4 million points were consumed. How many people did Li Ji want to recruit? Chapter 252 Western Alliance. Spending money like water, Li Ji spent all the 4 million points he had just received before he could even warm them up. At this time, Li Ji's personal points ranking was no different from the bottom. But the number of special troops he got in return was worth it. The number of Jingsai army increased to 1,500. And Chen Dao's Baili elite soldiers also increased to 2,500. Huang Zhong's Phoenix Longbowmen and Zhu Yi's Xianning De soldiers increased to 3,500. Shi Jingxi's Black Crow army and Lu Xiangqing's Tianxiong army increased to 6,000. He Qi's Dongwu Mountain Light Infantry increased to 10,000. Of course, these only accounted for more than half of the 4 million points. Li Ji used the rest to recruit the only 10th level special troops in his hands. Li Tsuinxia's Flying Tiger 18 Riders. Name 18 Flying Tiger Riders. Quality 10th level cavalry. Recruitment conditions: the territory has a 10th level cavalry barracks. Army requirements: bravery reaches 90 points. Healthy state. No age requirement. Army equipment: diamond level warhorse, diamond level spear, diamond level armor. Army consumption: monthly salary of 1 or 2 gold. Daily consumption of 20 units of food. Army characteristics. Flying Tiger Army, if Li Tsuinxiu is in charge. The bravery value of the 18 Flying Tiger Riders is +1. Unstoppable. Attack power plus 50%. Attack speed plus 50%. Tiger and Wolf Division. Physical strength limit plus 100%. Immune to attacks below the level of inferior generals when injured. Come and go freely. Cavalry charge speed plus 50%. Physical strength recovery speed plus 100%. 18 Flying Tigers descend on Chang'an when launching a siege. For every person killed in battle, the bravery value of the remaining surviving 18 Flying Tigers cavalrymen is +1. Up to 95. Description: Li Tsuinxiu once led the remaining 18 cavalrymen of the Flying Tiger Army to rush into Chang'an City, burned Yongfeng Warehouse, shot Huang Chao with arrows, and rushed into Chang'an City as if entering an empty space. After seeing the panel of the 18 Flying Tigers, Li Ji couldn't help but marvel. This is a special cavalry composed of first-class generals, and the minimum bravery value requirement needs to reach 90 points. You must know that Li Ji owns a county, and the number of first-class generals in his hands is very small. Basically all well-known figures in history. If he only relies on refreshing qualified NPCs, I'm afraid Li Ji will never be able to recruit a complete 18 Flying Tigers in his lifetime. Of course, if Li Ji is willing, he can let Chen Dao, Yin Sheng and other generals who meet the conditions transfer to the 10th level troops, at the cost of refreshing their personal characteristics to blank. Just like ordinary soldiers, no one would do such an outrageous operation. So recruiting 10th level troops is a rare opportunity. Li Ji originally thought that he would never recruit Li Tsuinxia's special troops in his lifetime. But he didn't expect to have the opportunity to gather a complete 10th level special troops on the battlefield of the national war. The points required for a 10th level ordinary troop are 5,000. And special troops are several times that of ordinary troops. For example, the abnormal troop composed of generals, such as the Flying Tiger 18 Riders, requires a full 50,000 points. which is 10 times that of the 10th level ordinary troop. One person needs 50,000 points, and 18 people need 900,000 points. Except for big lords like Li Ji and Qin Fan. Ordinary players can't get so many points. Fortunately, Li Ji is now rich and powerful, with 4 million points, which is more than enough to recruit the Flying Tiger 18 riders. Using 900,000 points to exchange for the services of 18 first-rate generals is a good deal no matter how you look at it. The three states of Jing, Yang, and Jiao fought against the two civilizations of Goryeo and Dongying. Although they achieved great results, the soldiers and horses they brought with them suffered varying degrees of losses. It happened that the foreign cities around Linen City were all cleared by the three states, with the three cities of Kaijing, Edo, and Kyoto as barriers. Mingdong and the original 300,000 garrisons were enough to protect Linen City from falling into the hands of other civilizations. Li Ji also brought a large army from Jiaoji to Edo City, alert to the sudden attacks of those blind civilizations. Compared with Jiaoji City, Edo City is more majestic and solid. If they hadn't run out to attack, it would not have been easy for Wang Meng to take Edo City. Unfortunately, Wang Meng did not catch the important figures of the Oda family stationed in Edo City. The war around Linen City has ended, but the players in the other 5 cities can't hold back, whether in terms of the number of players or the quality of military commanders. The northern states are much more noble than the 3 southern states. There is no reason why the players of the 3 southern states are fighting fiercely while they are slacking off in the city. It is simply shameless. Under the pressure of many high-level players, the core players, who command the player troops of the big states, have to choose the surrounding small civilizations to attack. China frequently sends troops, and the civilizations staying nearby are trembling, not knowing when China's troops will point directly at them. So in order to protect themselves and for the national war, many civilizations began to unite. Permanent neutral country, Switzerland. As one of the few neutral cities in the national war battlefield, Switzerland has opened the teleportation array to Western countries and civilizations. As long as they are on the list it opens, players of this civilization can enter the Swiss city at will. Of course, this so-called neutral country is debatable. At least China has not appeared on its white list. On the day when the 3 consecutive announcements of Dongying appeared, many Western elite players were alarmed. China's strong attack put them under great pressure. In the city lord's mansion, a meeting hosted by the number 1 Swiss player began. There were 7 people attending the meeting, including some players who had left their names on the personal rankings. Elizabeth of the Sun Never Sets, Thomas of Germany, Pedro of Spain, Bottoni of Rome. These are all great lords of the top civilizations in the West, with tens of thousands of soldiers under their command, and their power and reputation belong to the first echelon in their own country. The Chinese now have more than 10 cities, and now they continue to send troops frequently to fight against small civilizations. It can be seen that they are ambitious and want to rule here. Bottoni of the Roman area pressed his hands on the table and spoke first. The other players looked over and showed a sneer at the corners of their mouths. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Whoever has the strongest fist has the greater right to speak. Small civilizations can only survive by relying on the protection of big civilizations. But are Bastoni's words important? Important. At least they can legitimately send troops to attack China, thereby earning reputation in front of small civilizations. China has so many cities. Even if it is large in size and has many players, the troops assigned to each city will definitely be much less than when the national war started. We can definitely take down a Chinese city by concentrating our forces. Eliza wore flawless white gloves, held up her delicate chin with both hands, and the arrogance in her eyes was not concealed at all. That's right. Although China has a large number of people, if we unite and use the entire West as a backing, we will be able to challenge the Chinese. Chapter 253. The storm is coming. The strength should not be underestimated. If you act rashly, you may end up losing more than you gain. The speaker was Pedro from Spain, with a hint of fear on his face. Spain is not as big as the other civilizations present. Other civilizations have 4 or 5 cities, but Spain, like Annan, has only 2 cities. If they had not attached themselves to the Western European powers in advance, Spain would have been eaten up by the surrounding civilizations. Now, if they want to challenge this East Wind Lion, players like him from a small country and a small civilization will inevitably be pushed out by their allies as a shield. It is not uncommon for Western countries to sell out their teammates. There is no guarantee whether these allies will take action at that time. Pedro was unwilling, but he had no choice. Big countries have their own strategies, and small countries have their own ways of survival. Sometimes being a fence-sitter is also a last resort. Pedro, you are the man who recruited Isabella. But you are afraid. Isabella will not like a coward like you. You might as well give her to me, and I will love her well. The great lord from the Peacock Kingdom showed a lustful look. And it was obvious that he had been spying on Isabella, who was recruited by Pedro. For a long time. After hearing the other party's humiliation, Pedro pointed at the other party and cursed, Sharma. Isabella the First is our queen. How can a vulgar person like you touch her? TSK. I'm afraid you are also thinking about Isabella's body. We are all men. Why are you shy? Sharma obviously did not end the quarrel with Sharma, but instead seized the other party's weakness and opened his mouth to output. A guy with a dirty mind. Elizabeth on the side couldn't stand it anymore and joined the quarrel. However, the joining of the Sun Never Sets female player not only did not suppress Sharma, but also made Sharma like chicken blood, firing 1 against 2, and did not fall into the disadvantage at all. In the end, it was the taciturn German player Thomas who intervened to stop the quarrel. As the initiator of the alliance, Thomas had a headache. Because of the conflicts between the civilizations in the world, there were certain contradictions among the players participating in the alliance, especially the two civilizations of the British Empire and the Peacock Kingdom. Their relationship was simply tangled and confusing, and other civilizations did not dare to interfere in their affairs. The Peacock Kingdom seemed to have been entangled with the British Empire because of the issue of orthodoxy, Thomas said in a deep voice. His eyes like a sword swept through the crowd, and the aura of the superior cultivated for many years made them feel suffocated. Everyone was silent. There was no way. Who made Thomas's power stronger than theirs? Germany, the British Empire, France, the Peacock Kingdom, Spain, Rome, Arabia. Why are there still people from America? Thomas counted the number of people and found that the most important ally had not arrived yet, and his face suddenly looked ugly. I have sent an invitation letter to Mr. Steve. Maybe he was late for something. The Swiss player who hosted this meeting replied. I'm late because of something. Or maybe it's because I just didn't want to come. They're trying to persuade us to go to war with other civilizations while they reap the benefits. This is a trick they can use a lot in the modern world. America is an important part of the coalition. If they don't join, our chances of winning will be greatly reduced. They are not fools. They will definitely come to this meeting. Sorry. I'm late. You are not Steve. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the players from Western countries shook their heads slightly. The recognized First Lord of America is Steve, who has a team of Warcraft and is very powerful. If Steve attends the meeting in person, it means that America is going all out. The white player smiled and said, Steve has to fight everywhere, so he naturally has no time to attend this meeting. So I have to send me to cooperate with your actions. Of course, if your action fails, Steve will be free to lead you to attack China when he has time. Crazy. It's really too crazy. After hearing this, all the players present were furious and their veins bulged. The other party's words undoubtedly looked down on them. Botoni wanted to stand up and scold the other party, but was forcibly held down by Thomas beside him. The serious German player rarely smiled and said, Since Mr. Steve sent you here, you must have something outstanding. Steve thinks highly of me. Before leaving, he handed over the Golden Behemoth and the Behemoth army to me for command. Thomas's eyes flashed with a meaningful look. He had heard of the Golden Behemoth a long time ago. This monster was the strongest among the monsters in Steve's hands. Relying on the Golden Behemoth and the Behemoth army, Steve could easily capture cities and territories. I didn't expect that this guy named Sam was so valued by Steve that he handed the Behemoth to the other party. To be honest, Steve has recently tried to recruit a 10th level dragon. Dragon? Everyone looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Unlike the civilizations of the East and the West, the regional background of America is a mixture of various games. The main forces are not mainly human, but mostly various magic weapons. Moreover, America has also abandoned the concept of military generals and civil officials, replacing them with heroes and prophets. To recruit dragons, first there must be a dragon cave that can recruit dragon troops. And secondly, players need heroes with dragon blood. If Steve can recruit dragons, it means that he is a dragon hero in addition to the Golden Behemoth. Dragon is a 10th level troop. Can Steve really recruit it? Sam snorted coldly. You will know in a few days. On the walls of Edo Castle, a strong wind whistled from the north, blowing the flags. Yufan walked on the wall with the Bagua plate, muttering something. Hexagram. With the order, The surrounding heaven and earth vitality seemed to be attracted by an unknown force and rushed towards the Bagua plate. With a flick of his sleeves, the powerful mental power dispersed the excess heaven and earth vitality. Yu Fan checked the hexagram on the Bagua plate and was immediately surprised. Zhongxiang, what happened? After seeing the change in Yu Fan's face, Li Ji hurriedly asked. My lord, this hexagram tells us that there are guests coming from the west and stopping in the east. We must be on guard. Yu Fan explained the meaning of the hexagram. From the west, Li Ji touched his chin and looked to the west, but found that there was nothing in the distance except the uninhabited land. Yu Fan's guests coming from the west. Could it be that he meant? Suddenly, a noise came from under the city wall, interrupting Li Ji's thoughts. Chapter 254, Rush to the Rescue. What happened? When Li Ji was about to send someone to ask, Zhang Xiaoming ran up breathlessly. No. Something big has happened. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious. Speak with your tongue straight. Li Ji joked after seeing the other party's rather embarrassed look. Boss, things are serious. Our people are besieged by the army of other civilizations. Our people? Is it Chuxiong or Sun Wei's troops that are besieged? The coalition forces of the 3 southern states took 3 cities. In order to ensure the safety of these 3 cities, each city has a player from a large state stationed. Li Ji's Yangzhou player army is stationed in Edo City. Chuxiong's Jingzhou player army is stationed in Kyoto City. And Sun Wei's Jiaozhou army is stationed in Kaijing City. These days, Li Ji needs to recruit troops and has no intention of mobilizing troops. He also specifically instructed Zhang Xiaoming not to take people out of the city to cause trouble. If anyone is besieged, it can only be Chuxiong and Sun Wei. But Li Ji had just greeted the 2 of them not long ago, and learned that they had no plans to send troops recently, and they were hiding in the city to recruit troops. Unless something unexpected happened, the players in Jingzhou and Jiaozhou would never send troops easily. Zhang Xiaoming waved his hand, adjusted his breathing to a smooth state, and then said, It's not that they are in trouble, but the Xuzhou troops stationed in Jilin City are besieged outside and need support. Jilin City? Jilin City where Chang Yuchen is stationed. That's right. Xuzhou's core player Cheng Shang was ambushed by other civilizations on the way to Canaan City, and is now besieged in a small hill and can't move forward or backward. After hearing this name, Li Ji's mind appeared a white and clean boy. Li Ji knew the other party at the last national war meeting. He was a taciturn lord with a low sense of presence. Originally, Li Ji would not have known Cheng Shang, but he accidentally glanced at the general behind Cheng Shang at the meeting. So he remembered this Xuzhou lord. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, 3 people were qualified to recruit outstanding generals and civil officials. Li Ji and Qin Fan each got 1, and the last spot was taken by Cheng Shang. He recruited Gao Cheng, the first fierce general of Yu family army, who was the one who picked up the iron pulley with a spear. If Li Ji hadn't been lucky enough to scan Gao Cheng's data panel, no one would have known that Cheng Shang had such a hand. Cheng Shang has Gao Cheng as his guard, so there is no need to worry too much about his safety. On the contrary, if the Xuzhou players who followed him suffered heavy losses, it might put Jilin City into crisis. Li Ji always felt that this was a trap, and the foreign civilizations besieging the Xuzhou troops would not be satisfied with this. At this time, Shi Jisai cupped his hands and said, In my opinion, this may be a conspiracy of the barbarians, and we must not be careless. Why do you say that? Shitsai? Zhong believes that the barbarians have other intentions. Their target is not the Xuzhou troops, but us. Does Shisai think that they are adopting a strategy of besieging and attacking the reinforcements? Li Ji fell silent, then looked at Zhang Xiaoming and asked, What do the Qinzhou troops in Jilin City think? There are 13 major states in the Huaxia region, deployed in 6 cities respectively. The defense of Jilin City is handed over to the players of Xuzhou and Qinzhou. Now that Xuzhou's large army is surrounded, there is no reason for Qinzhou players to sit idly by. Qinzhou players think this is a trick of the enemy, who wants to use Xuzhou as bait to get them out of the city for a field battle. The enemy may take the opportunity to intercept their retreat and attack Jilin City. It's not impossible. Cheng Shang has millions of Xuzhou players around him. It is impossible for a single civilization to completely encircle them. There must be several civilizations working together. It should be that the previous actions of China made many civilizations feel dangerous, and they spontaneously united to try to suppress China. People's hearts are unpredictable. Even Li Ji, his own man, may not be fully trusted, let alone players from other countries. Maybe, As Shishisai said, the real purpose is not the wine, but Jinling City. So Qingzhou is afraid to move now, and wants players from other cities to rescue them? Zhang Xiaoming nodded and replied, yes. Now the players in other cities are fighting with other civilizations, and only our war has just ended, and we have the ability to support the besieged Shuzhou troops. To rescue or not is a question. Li Ji was a little embarrassed. If they rescue, they may fall into someone else's trap. And if they are not careful, they will be wiped out. At that time, not to mention Jiling City, even Linen City will be in danger. If they don't rescue, the Shuzhou troops may not be in danger of destruction in a short time, but over time, they will collapse without attack due to lack of supplies, and become a meal for other civilizations. I will not stand by and watch my companions die in trouble. Shisai, pass my order down and assemble the army to rescue them. Li Ji acted decisively and began to assemble the Dragon Sparrow army that had just completed training. The 18 Flying Tiger Riders, the Jingsai army, the Whiteley Elite Soldiers, the Crow army, the Tianxiong army. A large number of special troops took action and quickly gathered at the city gate. The purpose of this trip was to support the besieged Shuzhou troops, and the supporting troops needed to maintain sufficient combat power while maintaining a certain marching speed. Moreover, Edo City needed to have enough troops stationed to prevent sneak attacks from other civilizations. So Li Ji did not plan to take the Yangzhou players with him, relying only on his 150,000 Dragon Sparrow army and 100,000 vassal troops. Zhang Xiaoming, if Edo is attacked by others, you must ask Chuxiong for reinforcements. If you really can't defend it, you can withdraw to Linen City. When he decided to send troops, Li Ji had already sent people to say Lo to Chuxiong in Kyoto and Sunwei in Kaijing. Although the two did not have enough troops to follow Li Ji to support, they were more than enough to help Li Ji take care of Edo City. After dealing with the affairs of Edo City, 250,000 people poured out from the city gate, like a torrent galloping towards the west. Li Ji did not choose to take the teleportation array, but to provide support on foot. On the stone mountain dozens of miles away from the Canaan city, the originally uninhabited mountaintop is now full of soldiers. The Shuzhou players led by Cheng Shang were driven to the stone mountain by the enemy, like a captive beast, and could only roar weakly at the enemy below the mountain. Dong! 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 A shocking battle broke out outside the stone mountain. Countless fanatical Arab soldiers attacked the stone mountain with crescent-shaped scimitars in their hands. The sound of fighting that rose to the sky shattered the clouds above. The Chinese defenders were in a commanding position, with countless arrows whistling in, forming waves of dense arrow rain, shooting and killing the enemies who were attacking the hillside. Sometimes rolling logs and boulders rolled down the mountain and smashed into the crowd, smashing dozens or hundreds of Arab soldiers into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Shuzhou player Cheng Shang, wearing iron armor, stood on the periphery of the simple camp under the protection of Gao Chong, looking down at the enemy from a high position. There were also several great lords of Shuzhou around him, and at this moment, they had clouds of sorrow on their faces that could not be wiped off. Cheng Shang's eyes passed over the stone trenches on the hillside and fell on the Arab and Spanish armies that stretched for miles below the mountain. The coalition forces were like a torrent, delusionally trying to blast people and mountains into pieces. Arab players and Spanish players joined forces and launched a fierce attack on Cheng Shang and others, trying to annihilate them here. The Arab Empire is an Islamic empire with a theological and religious color. Its heyday stretches from the Indus River and the Pamir Mountains in the east to the Atlantic coast in the west. From the Caucasus Mountains, the Caspian Sea and southern France in the north to the Arabian Sea and the Sahara Desert in the south. It is one of the empires with the longest span between the east and the west in the ancient history of the world. Spain has a rather extraordinary background, although it was incorporated into the territory of the Arab Empire for a period of time. With the efforts of Isabella I, it successfully integrated the land around the Kingdom of Castile and laid the foundation for the political capital of the unified Kingdom of Spain. Looking at the graceful figure, a hint of sternness flashed across Cheng Shang's frail face. I didn't expect that the Spanish players actually recruited Isabella I, which made it much more difficult for us to break through the enemy's encirclement. Fortunately, the Arabs didn't recruit a famous general like the Sword of Allah. Otherwise, we would have been crushed by him before the reinforcements. Although Isabella I is not as good as Khalid, her ability to win the civil war and unify the country should not be underestimated. It's better to be careful. The players around him talked about it, and they were obviously quite afraid of Isabella. The enemy relies on Isabella to command the army. Cheng Shang. Why don't you try to let Gao Cheng lead the elite troops to kill her? As long as she dies. The dilemma here can be solved naturally. Cheng Shang was somewhat tempted. Gao Cheng's upper limit of bravery reached 100 points. Although he is not as fierce as Li Tsuanqiu, he is also a real peerless general. With a peerless general as a spearhead, and a group of elite soldiers, it is really no joke to take the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops. But the most elite troops in their hands are only a mid-level cavalry. How can they break through the surging enemy army like the waves? Before Cheng Shang could answer, a strategist dressed as a scholar said disapprovingly, "You can't do this. The enemy commander can't expose his position so easily. There must be elite soldiers and generals ambushed nearby. If we suddenly kill them, it will be exactly what they want." After hearing the literati's words, many players broke out in cold sweats. Nowadays, most players are still at the stage of talking about war on paper. Without enough wars, it is impossible to become an excellent general. Yuanlong is right. Cheng Shang nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he invited Chen Ding as his temporary strategist before the national war. Otherwise, even with Gao Cheng's guard, he would not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. Without Chen Ding's help, their army would have had difficulty holding on until now. Other players also looked at Chen Ding with envy. Although Chen Ding was not the top strategist in the Three Kingdoms, his strategy and vision were much better than the players. Who doesn't want to have a strategist to give him advice in the early stage? Charge! The Arab soldiers and Spanish knights at the foot of the mountain organized another wave of offenses and charged towards the top of the stone mountain. Cheng Shang and others had already arranged many lines of defense under the guidance of Chen Ding, relying on the geographical advantage to block the enemy army at the foot of the mountain. The Arab soldiers sent to the front line roared hysterically. Their eyes were red and almost dripping with blood, and they kept approaching the first line of defense in the rain of sharp arrows. Each country has a unique type of soldiers, and the unique type of Arab soldiers is missionaries, who use religious beliefs to control the emotions of soldiers. A large number of missionaries exerted their abilities, allowing the soldiers who were like cannon fodder to fear no death and constantly attack the defense line of the Chinese army. Shoot! Use skills. The enemy troops at the foot of the mountain were like chicken blood, which greatly increased the pressure on the Chinese players. Countless gorgeous skills were swayed in the sky, accompanied by waves of dense arrows, drowning the Arab soldiers in front. The broken limbs and arms flew in all directions. The soldiers in a fanatical state ignored the fear of death. Even if their bodies were broken into two pieces, they pushed their broken bodies closer to the mountain, like a group of locusts passing through. The Arab soldiers, like a tide, broke through the coverage of the arrow rain and swallowed up everything on the earth. The Chinese soldiers finally faced the enemy, waving their weapons and fighting hard. Every swing would either kill themselves or the other side. They knew that they had no way to retreat, and only fighting to the death could have the possibility of survival. And there was no room for mercy. Religious beliefs are really terrible. Looking at the fanatical enemy army, Cheng Shang couldn't help but shudder. In history, all armies that were not afraid of death have made a great reputation. They want to use numbers to consume the resources on the mountain. Chen Ding looked at the enemy's main force without taking action, and a wave of worry emerged on his face. At this moment, even if there is a good strategy, it is difficult to be effective in the face of such a large enemy army. Unless a miracle happens. How long do we have to hold on? A player showed a sad look. They have been besieged by the Arab and Spanish armies for several days. It stands to reason that the players stationed in the nearest Jinling city will receive their requests for help. But so far, not even a single reinforcement has been seen. I'm afraid that, as Chen Ding said, the Qinzhou gang of bastards adopted the strategy of abandoning the car to save the general in order to save Jinling city. They are really unwilling. Don't talk nonsense. If your words get out, we will be close to the point of self-destruction. Cheng Shang scolded hurriedly. In order to maintain morale, Cheng Shang and others deceived their troops that reinforcements would arrive in the next few days, so that the soldiers would have enough morale and motivation to fight the enemy. If these words were heard by the people under his command, it would be strange if they did not rebel. There were bursts of shrill screams coming from the hillside, and everyone looked over, only to find that the first line of defense they had arranged had been breached by the enemy. The enemy, like a tide, began to surge towards the second line of defense. Meet the enemy. At this time, the ground in the distance was ruthlessly trampled by horse hooves, and the vibration sound like muffled thunder continued. A large number of soldiers and horses were galloping on the ground like a torrent of steel. And the surging river seemed to break through the dams and rush to the stone mountain where the Suzhou troops were besieged. Chapter 255 Fierce Attack. Continue the attack. The great lords of the Arab Empire and Spain finally lost their patience and urged their troops to launch a fierce attack. The siege for many consecutive days wore out their patience. And the delay in the arrival of the Chinese reinforcements made them begin to doubt whether their plan had been discovered by the other side. The coalition forces had prepared a plan to capture Jilin City before the expedition. And the mission of the Arabs and Spanish was to besiege the Chinese troops leaving the city, using this as bait to force the remaining troops in the city to take the initiative to rescue. Although the Western coalition thought highly of themselves, they did not dare to be careless in the face of the giant China. The defenders of the 6 Chinese cities were all outstanding in their respective dynasties. Wang Jian, who unified the 6 kingdoms for Qin Shi Huang. Li Ji, who defeated the enemy army 10 times his own. Meng Gong, who was known as the master of mobile defense. Han Qinhu, who led the battle to destroy Qin. Chang Yuchen, who claimed to be able to sweep the world with 100,000 troops. And Feng Yi, the Jishui leopard, who captured Luoyang. The Western coalition was entangled in choosing which city to launch the attack, and finally chose Jilin City, where Chang Yuchen, who had never been a commander, was located, as the target. First, the strategy of besieging and attacking the reinforcements was adopted to lure the Chinese army in Jilin City out of the city. And then the main force of the Western coalition took advantage of the empty manpower in Jilin City to attack it, thus taking down Jilin City. This was the overall plan of the Western coalition. As a result, the Qinzhou players stationed in the city were not fooled at all, and they kept their troops in the city, seemingly adopting the strategy of abandoning the car to save the general. Although the Western countries did not achieve their established goals, they also successfully besieged the million-strong Chinese army. Not being able to take down Jilin City, but taking down the Suzhou troops was also a good result. So after discovering that there were no Chinese reinforcements, the Arab and Spanish players in charge of the siege decisively launched a fierce attack. Boom! With the help of the missionaries' skills, the Arab soldiers' eyes were bloodshot, and they roared like wild beasts, attacking the defense line set up by Cheng Shang. The Spanish longbowmen pushed to the front line, and sharp arrows whistled in, as if covering the sky and the sun, turning into a ruthless rain of arrows to cover all the enemies on the defense line. As the rain of arrows fell, the Chinese soldiers in the front row held up their shields and tried to curl up their bodies behind the shields. The terrifying impact hit the shields, making a dull sound like raindrops falling to the ground. A large number of shield-bearing soldiers united to form a solid shield wall. However, there were still arrows that pierced the shields, and the sharp arrows with cold light penetrated the soldiers' bodies. The rain of arrows from the Spanish longbowmen was like a surging wave, suppressing the Chinese soldiers for a while so that they dared not show their heads. With the help of the suppression of the rain of arrows, a large number of mad Arab soldiers roared excitedly, holding bright crescent-shaped scimitars, and quickly approached the defense line of the defenders. As if the surging waves hit, the defense line set up by China was bombarded by the offensive and was shaky, like a person who fell into the water and helplessly beat up the blood like waves. They launched a general attack. The Suzhou players on the mountain looked ugly, even if they had no experience in leading troops. They knew that the other party was starting to get serious when they saw the tide-like offensive down the mountain. The previous offensives were like drizzling rain, so gentle that people could not feel any fatal threats. But the current offensive was as fierce as a raging fire, one after another, one wave after another, and the murderous aura exuded was terrifying. The leader of this group of barbarians is already impatient. It seems that he has concluded that no one will support us, and he has begun to attack regardless of casualties. Chen Ding guessed the enemy's thoughts and spoke. What should we do? Yuan Long? Wait! Chen Ding gritted his teeth and squeezed out this word from his teeth. Their current situation is no different from a beast that can be slaughtered at will. There is no way to retreat, and they can only fight with the enemy. Even if he is extremely wise, he can't think of any strategy to reverse the situation, unless there is a large army attacking the enemy's rear at this time. Even if it is an army of tens of thousands of people, as long as they disturb the enemy, they have hope of turning the tables. The coalition army led by Isabella is like a tide, surging and vast. The offensive in front has not stopped, and the offensive behind is coming one after another, suppressing the Chinese troops so that they can't breathe. On the other hand, the Suzhou troops do not have an excellent commander like Isabella. They can't completely stop the opponent's offensive by relying solely on the coordination between players and Chen Ding's dispatch. As time went by, Isabella's army was like a sharp knife, constantly piercing holes in the Chinese defense line. Chen Ding wanted to remedy the situation, but he was unable to dispatch the army. The opponent's offensive was too sharp. He was not a real commander. In front of the experienced Isabella, he was like a babbling baby, extremely immature. There was a clamor in the distance, followed by countless black smoke. The Arab soldiers cheered, and countless figures crossed the trenches and killed the enemies who had not yet evacuated. Blood flowed into a river, and a large number of broken limbs flew around. The Arab soldiers showed a bloodthirsty and hideous side, like evil spirits climbing up from H.L. The barren hillside is now full of corpses. The blood flowing on the ground gathers into a river, flowing from top to bottom to the foot of the mountain, and the whole mountain is filled with a disgusting stench. The second line of defense has also been breached. The Shuzhou players showed a solemn look under the cheers of the enemy. They relied on the mountain to look down from the high ground and set up several lines of defense. They originally wanted to use the geographical advantage to block the attack of others, but they didn't expect that another line of defense would be breached in less than a day, although the enemy's losses were much greater than their own. The soldiers blessed by the Arab missionaries were too terrible. They charged suicidal charges without fear of death, and their combat effectiveness was far beyond the same level. Many soldiers under Cheng Shang began to fear the enemy, and their morale dropped greatly. If no reinforcements appeared, Isabella's army would eat them up sooner or later. Kill! A sturdy Arab general, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, rushed out of the crowd, like a tiger coming down the mountain with a murderous aura. The long sword slashed out, and a sharp air blade burst out. The Chinese soldiers who blocked him were unable to resist the air blade, and dozens of heads flew in the air. The territory of the Arab Empire spans across Asia, Africa, and Europe. It once confronted the Tang dynasty and produced countless military generals. It is a country with abundant martial virtues. A long whistle rose, and a ghostly figure rushed towards the third line of defense. The appearance of the Arab generals made the defense line begin to waver. A large number of frantic soldiers, led by the generals, continued to attack the defense line. After a while, amazing cheers broke out again in the formation, and the third defense line set up by Cheng Shang was also broken. There were two more defense lines in front of Cheng Shang and others. The Arab general looked at the enemy commander, who was close at hand, showed a provocative look, and moved again. Cheng Shang's eyes seemed to be burning with anger, almost spewing flames. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat? Right. As soon as the voice fell, a strong figure flew out from behind him, like a thunder in the army. Boom! At this time, the Arab general held a shield to block the attack of the Chinese soldiers, and then swung his long sword to cut off the opponent's head. Before he could laugh wildly, there was a thunder-like explosion in front of him. An evil wind suddenly rose, and the terrifying sound of breaking through the air kept crackling, with the alarm bell ringing in his heart. The Arab general roared wildly, stomped his feet, shook up countless sand and stones, and a yellowish-brown light burst out from his body. The next moment, a long spear whistled in, like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky, and like a dragon soaring from the abyss. The Arab general only had time to raise his shield, and then the brutal force suddenly came, and his arms trembled unconsciously. There was a slight sound of bone cracking, and the Arab general was like being hit by a chariot. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, knocking down several people before stopping. What the H.L.? A large amount of blood mixed with internal organs spit out from his mouth, and the Arab general felt that his whole body was falling apart, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. His consciousness was a little blurred. His eyes were dazed, and the sunlight above his head made him feel extremely dazzling. But he could hear the sound of horse hooves clearly. Struggling to stand up, the Arab general's 7 orifices were bleeding like a snake. The next second, the sun flashed in front of him, and the tall figure filled all vision. The long spear was pulled out suddenly, full of the sense of power of violent aesthetics. Before the Arab general had time to react, Gao Chong's long spear took the lead and hit his head. The Arab general seemed to hear some shattering sounds. The next moment, the whole person exploded in an instant under the impact of the terrifying force, and suddenly turned into a ball of blood rain, and countless pieces of meat flew in all directions. Gao Chong roared, and the long spear pointed out countless cold rays. The infinite energy penetrated the armor of the surrounding enemies, and the terrifying strange power minced their bodies into meat paste. One man, one horse, one spear, quickly killed nearly 100 people. Hack. Gao Chong is awesome. Is this the strength of a peerless general? The enemy general is dead. Gao Chong's bravery boosted the morale of the Chinese army, and the shaky defense line began to stabilize, and they continued to fight and kill the enemy. On the other hand, many great lords of the Arab-Spanish coalition showed solemn expressions. The fighting power displayed by Gao Chong forced them to take it seriously. Didn't they say that there were no powerful generals in China? How could there be such a terrifying general? Khalid would be no more than this when he was alive. An Arab lord shouted. The Arab general killed by Gao Chong was his general. Many lords were silent. Gao Chong's bravery was beyond their imagination. To deal with such a powerful general, either find a general of equal strength in the formation to contain him, or use the advantage of numbers to drown him in the crowd. Obviously, none of their generals could fight against Gao Chong. Isabella, the commander, was also shocked by Gao Chong's strength. After forcibly calming down, she continued to deploy troops. However, the Chinese soldiers were greatly encouraged by Gao Chong's bravery and kept driving the Arab soldiers out. On the other hand, the soldiers on Isabella's side, who were not blessed by missionaries, were frightened and began to retreat unconsciously, and the formation was in chaos. Isabella sent a message that the Chinese morale is high at this time, and the possibility of conquering the army on the mountain is very small. There is no need to send the soldiers to die, Pedro said to the Arab Lord Amir. At this time, Amir's face was ashen, gloomy and almost dripping with water, and there seemed to be anger burning between his eyes. We want to retreat? Does it mean that we are not the opponent of the Chinese? Pedro's face twitched. He had heard that the other party's temper was very stubborn. Once encountered such a situation, the other party would most likely fight to death. No, I mean to rest first. Wait for other allies to return, and take down this army together. Before Pedro finished speaking, Amir interrupted him coldly. I know what you mean, but I will not stop until I take down this Chinese army myself. You let Isabella continue to command the army, and the Spanish soldiers can retreat first. After hearing the other party's words, Pedro had to give up. Anyway, he didn't need to intervene in the next war, and the loss was none of his business. The coalition's offensive stopped for a short time, and then it continued to attack the Chinese army like a resurgence. With Amir's words as a backup, Isabella began to attack regardless of casualties. A large number of Arab soldiers swarmed in and continued to attack the last two lines of defense of China. A day later, the coalition's offensive lasted for a whole day and night. Both sides were bloodthirsty, dragging their tired bodies to fight, and countless corpses fell from the cliff. Cheng Shang and others went to the battlefield in person, their armor stained with blood. With high morale, they burst out with amazing fighting power, not only stabilizing the last two lines of defense, but also regaining one line of defense. Now they rely on 3 lines of defense for defense, like a reef in the sea, constantly withstanding the impact of the surging waves without falling. Are they really not afraid of death? The enemy's continuous offensive puzzled Cheng Shang and others, who would treat soldiers as grass and nothing, dare to launch an attack regardless of casualties, and not afraid of sudden mutiny? By then, Cheng Shang would not need reinforcements. When the opponent's army collapsed and the soldiers fled on a large scale, their predicament would be broken. Gao Chong roared, and his spear was like a long-handled heavy hammer, continuously smashing the enemy into meat paste. After a day and a night of fighting, this peerless general did not seem to feel tired, but became more excited. The strong smell of blood constantly stimulated his nerves. Gao Chong's eyes were filled with dazzling divine light. The power of his arms seemed inexhaustible. He did not use any gun skills at all, and killed the enemy with his terrifying power alone. Woo! 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 The sound of retreating troops came from the foot of the mountain. The Arab soldiers retreated quickly like a tide, as if they had been pardoned, leaving behind a large number of corpses. The Western coalition forces finally could not withstand the heavy casualties, and began to retreat towards the camp at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 256 Flowing. Why did the enemy retreat? All the Chinese soldiers were covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was the enemy's or their own. They looked like they were fished out of a pool of blood. Chen Ding pondered for a while, and said in an uncertain tone, maybe the enemy's losses are too great, so they can only temporarily withdraw and rest. Hearing this, the players around him breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense spirits relaxed instantly. They experienced one tragic fight after another, and have been wandering on the edge of life and death. Although death in the national war battlefield is not a real death, but the fighting sounds that filled the entire battlefield, the shrill cries of their companions, constantly stimulated their spirits and kept them in a tense state. If it weren't for the fact that they had been in this world for nearly a year, their psychological endurance had been greatly improved. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. Now the barren hills are full of corpses thrown into pools of blood, which are rotting rapidly under the sun, emitting waves of extremely strong corpse odor. The whole hill was like a mass grave, with broken limbs everywhere. Countless bloody scenes filled people's eyes, and a thin bloody smell in the air. Those who were not determined would be overwhelmed by the purgatory-like scene and fall into madness. Although the coalition forces temporarily withdrew to the camp at the foot of the mountain, there were corpses everywhere on the hill. If they were not buried and burned in time, it would easily form a plague, and it would also hinder the engagement of the two sides. The two sides tacitly sent small troops to clean up the battlefield, driving away a large number of black crows that fell on the ground and carrying corpses. Wait, where did the black crows come from? In the temporary camp built behind the coalition forces. The Arab Lord Emir had a livid face and looked at the graceful figure in front of him with unfriendly eyes. There was a dead silence in the camp. The surrounding lords forced themselves to lower their breathing, and their eyes flickered, fearing that they would anger the lion and become the opponent's punching bag. Why? Emil gnashed his teeth and said, his eyes flashing with extremely dangerous eyes, like a lone wolf wandering in the wild, suddenly staring at its prey. He is one of the few great lords in the Arab region, and he is a prince in the present world. His status is extremely prominent. No one has ever dared to disobey his orders, not even a historical general. Emil's momentum, which has been cultivated by being in a superior position for many years, shocked everyone for a while. Only the Queen of Spain did not lower her proud head. Emil, now we have lost a lot of soldiers and horses. If we continue to fight like this, we will collapse before China is destroyed. It's better to rest for a while and wait for Thomas and others to come back. Spanish Lord Pedro gritted his teeth and finally stood up to rescue his subordinates. Unfortunately, Emil did not seem to understand Pedro's meaning. There was a constant clattering sound between his teeth. Emil's face twisted and became more ferocious. From time to time, violent looks shot out from his eyes, like a lone wolf. I told you that Spain doesn't have to send troops. All Isabella needs to do is lead the troops. If anything happens, I will take the responsibility. It was said lightly. Pedro secretly rolled his eyes at the other party. In the coalition of the two civilizations, Arab soldiers accounted for 2/3 of the number, and were the absolute main force of the coalition. If the Arab soldiers suffered heavy losses, and eventually collapsed on their own due to Emir's wrong decision, then there was no need for the Chinese to send support, and the troops on the mountain could disperse them, and break through the encirclement. The reason why Pedro cooperated with Emir was not only because he had Isabella, an excellent general, but also because Thomas knew Emir's temper, and deliberately asked the calmer Pedro to suppress him. But in this situation, Emir's temper seemed to be beyond the imagination of Thomas and others. A good general will not let his soldiers do meaningless things. Isabella suddenly spoke, which ignited Emir's anger. As if a barrel of explosives was lit, Emir suddenly drew out the sword from his waist and shouted, "The reason why the Arab Empire has a vast territory is because of its heroic and fearless momentum. It is not like me to be timid. Isabella, if you don't want to continue the attack, I can replace you. I want to send troops. Immediately. Right now." Isabella opened her mouth, as if she didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so tough. If he said he would send troops, he would send troops. And he didn't care about the lives of the soldiers at all. If it were in ancient times, Emir would definitely be an out-and-out tyrant. Just when he was about to persuade her, Isabella's arm was pulled, and Pedro shook his head slightly at her, signaling her not to speak anymore. Emir's thinking has fallen into a dead end, and he can only suppress him by waiting for other civilization players to return. Spain's position in the entire coalition is almost the bottom, and Emir will not listen to their persuasion at all. Even Isabella. Rumble. At this moment, the ground under my feet vibrated unusually. Tiny mud and stones kept jumping up from the ground, and countless war horses seemed to be neighing in the distance. Several Arab cavalrymen turned over from the backs of camels and rushed in a mess, with anxiety on their faces. No. 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 It's bad. An unknown number of troops suddenly appeared behind our army, and are approaching us quickly. What's going on? The pupils of many Arab and Spanish lords shrank slightly, as if they couldn't believe that an accident happened at this time. At this time, The Chinese soldiers who were carrying corpses on the hill looked at the distance in surprise. And a thin black line rose at the far end of their sight, rolling up thousands of feet of dust. Mr. Chung? It's reinforcements! It's reinforcements! Chen Ding added his mental power to his eyes, and saw the flag of the attacking army clearly. The red color made him excited. What? Reinforcements? We are saved. Hack him. The reinforcements can't come any slower. My family is almost gone. If I return to Jinling City alive, I must have a good meal. The Chinese players screamed, and the soldiers around them also cheered for their survival. Yuan Long, the reinforcements have arrived. Do we still want to hold on here? Cheng Shang and others clenched their fists, excitement on their faces, and tried to suppress their excitement and asked Chen Ding for advice. He is the commander of this army. Others can be chaotic, but he cannot be chaotic. Hundreds of millions of people must obey his command, and they must seize the fleeting opportunity. Charge down. Cooperate inside and outside, and we will surely defeat the enemy. Li Ji's 250,000 troops set out from Edo Castle, marching day and night, and forcibly crossed hundreds of miles to reach the rear of the battlefield. In fact, they have been here for half a day, but because of the previous all-out march, the soldier's physical strength was overdrawn. In order to ensure that he has enough physical strength to rush next, Li Ji had to rest here and recover his physical strength. Boom! Tens of thousands of cavalrymen galloped on the ground at the same time, like a steel torrent sweeping up, and the murderous momentum formed seemed to be able to swallow up everything on this side. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into the Arab rear army, just like breaking through the waves. The terrifying impact force knocked away countless Arab soldiers, and a lot of blood was spilt. Fear forced the Arabs to crowd to both sides. Nearly 100 war elephants moved their huge bodies. The Shishan elephant soldiers standing on the backs of the elephants drew out their muskets, spewed out countless flames, and raised bursts of gunpowder smoke. Like a mobile war fortress, a large number of Japanese ninjas driven by Li Ji were wrapped in black battle clothes, with ghostly figures flashing constantly, holding sharp weapons and launching surprise attacks on middle and senior military officers. Li Ji led the way, and the overlord's spear tore through the air with a bang, and pierced an Arab soldier with one shot. Then he shook his wrist, and the brutal force swung the man and the gun. The boundless strange wind blew the faces of the surrounding enemies out of shape, and the corpses hanging on the gun tips were thrown out, knocking down dozens of people. The Jingsai army, which followed Li Ji closely, roared excitedly, imitating Li Ji's method to continuously penetrate the enemy, and then threw them out. This heavy armored cavalry was like a ferocious war beast, forcibly carving a bloody path from the army formation and marching away. Behind Li Ji was the main cavalry unit of the Dragon Sparrow army. On the left, the Yair army led by Shi Jingxi was like a black-clad death god, with weapons in their hands turned into ruthless sickles, madly harvesting the lives of the enemy. On the right, the Tianqiong army led by Lu Xiangshan, each of whom was skilled in horse bows, as steady as a mountain on horseback, with three-eyed fire guns in their hands making violent roars, countless hot iron balls flying into the air, knocking a large number of soldiers to the ground. The sound of horse hooves like thunder continued to sound, ruthlessly trampling the enemies lying on the ground to death. The young General Yan Xing was transferred to Lu Xiangshan as a force. At this time, a camel cavalry came out, and the leading general swung a long sword at Yan Xing. The evil wind came. Yan Xing drew his spear to block, and the next moment the long sword hit the war spear, and there was a fierce collision sound, and the war spear broke in half. Seeing this, the Arab general couldn't help laughing, turned the sword, and stabbed Yan Xing again. In a flash, Yan Xing rode his horse to close the distance, grabbed the broken spear in his hand, and thrust forward before the enemy could attack. A sharp golden light burst out, instantly drowning the eyes of the Arab general, and a slight puff sounded. Yan Xing rode his horse, and threw away the broken spear stained with blood and minced meat in his hand. The Arab general fell to the ground from the horse's back, and a horrible wound appeared on his neck, almost cutting off his head. With a cold snort, Yan Xing's eye drew out his spear again, as if he had expected this to happen. Where did all the TM people die? Such a large number of troops rushed to the rear, but no one was found. Amir was so angry that he cursed. He didn't expect that the Chinese reinforcements that he had been waiting for a long time would come when they were resting, and they were even approaching their rear. The enemy was so powerful that the Chinese troops on the mountain would definitely notice the situation here. If things went wrong, the enemy would make a desperate effort and rush down from the mountain. By then, they would be attacked from both sides, and the probability of defeat was very high. With the tacit consent of Amir, Isabella took over the command of the Arab army without hesitation, and mobilized together with the Spanish troops to quickly eliminate the enemies in the rear. Boom! With a large number of cavalry leading the way, Chen Dao's Baili elite soldiers, Xin Lianyu's Bygone soldiers, He Chi's Don Wushanlin light infantry, and the infantry all over the mountains and plains, like a surging wave, constantly dragged the enemy into it and crushed it into a ball of flesh and blood. Shoot! With the order, Huang Zhong's Phoenix longbowmen and Zhu Yi's first-line soldiers shot out countless rainbow lights, turning into dense arrow rain that covered the sky and the earth, completely annihilating a large number of enemy cavalry. Shwa 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 sounds came one after another, and a large number of elite camel cavalry had their armor torn off, and sharp arrows pierced their bodies. The tyrannical force took them away and finally nailed them to the ground. Manipulate people's hearts? Xingyin, Sunset, Guijia, Shijisai, Jiasu and others, who were heavily surrounded by the dragon bird soldiers, used their powerful mental power to transform into various skills, causing a large number of casualties. At the same time, Isabella also responded. A large number of Spanish archers and Arab archers formed square formations, and shot the two parties, fighting each other, without distinguishing between enemies and friends. The coalition soldiers were extremely horrified. How could people in the same camp shoot arrows at their backs? But the next second, a mysterious force washed over their minds, and endless anger filled their brains. Kill! A large number of Arab soldiers roared like wild beasts, and rushed towards the enemy in the rain of arrows. Some new recruits were obviously frightened by the monsters with feather arrows on their bodies, and were dragged to the ground and hacked to death in a panic. Isabella was obviously unable to deal with the offensive of the Dragon Sparrow army, so she had to send out missionaries to turn the soldiers into a fanatic state without fear of pain, and use life for life to contain the enemy. I didn't expect that the unique Arab army would have such an effect. Maybe we can try a whole batch. Li Ji admired the missionaries' abnormal ability very much. But before that, he had to kill them to prevent the soldiers from continuing to add fanaticism. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying momentum broke out beside him, like a long-accumulated active volcano erupting hot magma, and the cold murderous aura almost blocked this space. 19 figures galloped out on horseback, flashing like thunder on the ground. Although they were few in number, their momentum was like that of a huge army, instantly creating 19 bloody waves. The coalition players were shocked by the momentum of Li Tsunxiu and the 18 flying tiger riders. They had seen such a vigorous general before in Gao Chong. No, he was even more powerful than Gao Chong. Boom! Boom! The 19 riders suddenly crashed into the coalition army formation, and boundless murderous aura swept in all directions. Blood splattered, and mincemeat flew everywhere. The 18 flying tiger riders, led by Li Tsunxiao, were unstoppable. The coalition soldiers had no power to fight back under the attack of the 19 riders. Every time the sound of horse hooves sounded, countless soldiers screamed and flew backwards, crushed into meat paste. Chapter 257 Sudden Slash. The 18 flying tiger riders were like a raging wave, and Li Tsunxiao, who was at the front, was even more amazing, with a momentum like a rainbow in flames. The allied soldiers standing in front of them only looked at them, and their heartbeats rose wildly. Even the Spanish Special Forces and the Arab Special Forces, who were far away, were completely shocked by the momentum released by the 18 flying tiger riders, and could not think of any resistance. There are only 19 people. How can their momentum be much stronger than tens of thousands of troops? Isabella, who was heavily guarded by Spanish sword and shield soldiers, suppressed her fear in her heart, and a worried look appeared on her charming face. It is not common to see a fierce general who takes the head of an enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops, at least in the Spanish area. The Spanish queen has not seen such a general since she was born. Now that she has come to this national war battlefield, she has seen two generals who have reached this level in succession, and they are from the same civilization. No wonder Pedro had told her not to try to anger the Chinese civilization, or at least not to challenge it alone. Isabella began to develop a strong interest in the ancient Chinese civilization. What are you still standing there for? Shoot! Amir's face was grim. He had spent a lot of money to recruit such a large team of Arab missionaries. If too many of them were lost here, it would probably have a certain impact on his power. He held a diamond-level crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand, and a cold arc flashed on the blade. When the 18 flying tigers were trapped in the Arab phalanx, He suddenly swung the scimitar in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The archers at the back of the phalanx let go of their bowstrings, and countless arrows shot into the air, tearing the air with a whistling sound, like a large number of wasps shaking their wings at the same time, revealing their fierce tail stingers. The fully armed 18 riders looked calm. Their eyes under the helmets shot out fierceness, like lions and tigers. Their majestic bodies suddenly burst out dazzling divine light, and turned into a layer of invisible divine armor. The arrows that followed instantly submerged them all in the rain of arrows, and the iron armor kept making ding-ding sounds. They swung their weapons almost at the same time, and the swing of their arms brought out endless strange winds, like a black evil, sweeping away all the incoming arrows. Boom! Li Xuanxu was like an active volcano, erupting with terrifying momentum in an instant, covering himself and the 18 riders behind him like a substance. The arrows that came again seemed to hit a layer of air wall, and they shattered in the void less than 3 inches away from the 18 riders of the Flying Tiger, and countless cracking sounds rose. Under the leadership of Li Xuanxiao, the 18 riders rushed out of the rain of arrows in a short time. The strong and brave protection made them suffer no losses. Only the small pits on the armor proved that they had experienced an unprecedented rain of arrows. Li Xuanxiu acted as a sharp knife, and the 800 Jin Yuang spear swept in front of him, with a thin layer of golden true energy covering it. It seemed slow, but was actually fast. In the blink of an eye, it slashed through the void like a mountain and sea, making a terrifying explosion. The Arab sword and shield soldiers blocking in front subconsciously frowned after hearing the harsh sound, and their faces unconsciously showed a painful expression, as if someone had deprived them of their hearing at this moment. The next moment, the magic weapon came from the void with an explosion. The Arab soldiers didn't see clearly what flashed in front of them, and a huge force exploded on their bodies. It was like a mountain pressing down, or like 1,000 rivers rushing towards him. The bones on his body made countless wailing sounds, and his internal organs turned into slag in an instant. The whole person was blown into pieces like a bomb, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Li Xuanxiu, who was bathed in blood, showed a hideous smile, which was like the smile of a devil from H.L. in the eyes of the Arab soldiers. Kill! The cruelty of the commander made the 18 riders roar. Their blood boiled, and they burst out with endless power. The 19 riders rushed recklessly, and a large number of soldiers kept flying into the fields with the swing of their horses' hooves, becoming corpses. The iron armor, round shields, and flesh that stood in front of them were all jokes, and they could not withstand a single impact. Not long after, the 18 riders of the Flying Tigers killed one Arab phalanx after another, bringing out one blood wave after another. The faces of the Arab lords such as Amir were as black as coal. Their eyes kept flashing with violent eyes, and their hearts were so painful that they almost dripped blood. These Arab soldiers were brought from the main world by a few of them. They didn't expect that only 19 people could kill all the elite soldiers they had trained for a long time. Let's not talk about the face. If they continue to be killed like this, when they return to the main world and let people know that they have suffered heavy losses, the surrounding players, who are eyeing them, will definitely eat them up. They are going to kill the missionaries. Amir's face twitched. His eyes began to be dazed, and he couldn't bear to look at the tragic scene that followed. Li Xuanxiu waved the Yuang spear frantically. Every time the heavy long spear was swung, it took away the lives of a large number of Arab soldiers, and countless broken limbs and arms flew in the air. The 18 Flying Tiger riders showed their magical powers, waving their weapons to pick up the soldiers who rushed over, and the horses' hooves ruthlessly trampled on the enemy's body, killing through one defense line after another, as if there was no one in the world. Soon, a devil-like figure appeared in the sight of the Arab missionary. The long spear swung out in the air, as if it could stir up the world. Li Xuanxiu was a fast man and a fast horse, and he killed him in front of them in the blink of an eye. Boom! It was as simple as slapping a fly to death. In the missionary's terrified eyes, the long spear smashed and instantly crushed him into pieces, and blood splattered. The 18 riders galloping from behind roared excitedly, and the bloody weapon suddenly pierced through the body without armor protection, and with the help of the horse's foot power, they were pushed forward dozens of feet, like wolves into a flock of sheep. The Arab missionaries were like lambs to be slaughtered under the spear, very helpless, and died tragically at the hands of the 18 riders. Alas! Amir sighed to the sky, with endless heartache contained in it. As a mid to high level military unit, the resources required to recruit Arab missionaries far exceed those of ordinary military units of the same level. In order to build a team of missionaries, that can support hundreds of thousands of troops. The resources consumed can be imagined, almost overdrawing the potential of the emir's territory. Originally, he wanted to rely on missionaries to shine in the national war and reap enough benefits. But he didn't expect that the other side had such a terrifying general and military unit, and actually killed through countless formations and killed his precious missionaries. The Arab soldiers who lacked the blessing of missionaries quickly lost their enthusiasm in their eyes, and the pain in their bodies instantly broke their nerves. For a time, many people died alive in pain. On the other hand, Li Ji's dragon bird army was less like a mad dog, and the battle was much easier. Under the command of the generals, they continued to charge forward and dug out one gap after another. The coalition phalanx of the two civilizations was like a sieve, with a lot of blood flowing out of it, and countless soldiers wailed. Fighting like this is no different from sending ourselves to die. It is better to retreat to the main city to repair, reunite with Thomas and others, and then plan for China. There is an old saying in China that if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Only if we keep the Green Mountains can we have the capital to make a comeback. The Chinese reinforcements can bypass the sight of Thomas and others and come to our rear without anyone noticing. Perhaps if we don't retreat, more reinforcements will come. By then, there will be no chance to retreat. Except for the emir. The remaining Arab lords and the Spanish lords reached a consensus and threatened the emir to issue an order to withdraw. Although the emir had a high status and was the one who had the final say in the Arab region. After this battle, the missionaries he had been troubled by were all lost, which made many lords eager to move. Regardless of the emir's wishes, all the lords forcibly set him up and returned to the Arab city. The defeat was like a landslide, even with the leadership of Isabella, an excellent commander. It was difficult to save the defeat. The war between China and the Western coalition began to tilt to one side, and Li Ji and others had the upper hand. Cheng Shang and others on the hill took advantage of the terrain and rushed into the chaotic coalition from a high position. Although they had fought for several days at this time, the appearance of Li Ji and others was like a shot of heart to strengthen them. They resisted the fatigue from their bodies and swung their weapons wildly, killing the enemies as if to vent. Gao Chong captured the enemy's female general alive. Cheng Shang now has 100 generals, and he is not lacking in military strength. In terms of wisdom, he is on good terms with Chen Ding. Although he is not really recognized as master, his favorability is very high, so there is no problem in asking for advice. He is now in need of talents in domestic affairs, and Isabella is both civil and military, and has been the Queen of Spain, which meets his requirements. Gao Chong nodded. He naturally knew that the female general his master was talking about was nothing more than the Western woman who had besieged them for a long time. One man, one gun, and one horse. Gao Chong rushed out of the battle alone. The sound of horse hooves like thunder filled the entire battlefield. Li Ji held the overlord's spear in his hand and led the 9th-level Jingsai army to charge forward, focusing on annihilating the enemy's camel cavalry and Spanish knights. Due to geographical factors, most Arab lords recruited camel cavalry as the main cavalry unit. Compared to ordinary war horses, camels have taller bodies, which bring more impactful visual effects. But in non-desert areas, camels' charging ability is far inferior to that of ordinary war horses. So Li Ji did not plan to accept many camels for his own use. It would be more practical to convert them into his own points. Holy light, respond to my call. Suddenly, a delicate cry came from not far away from Li Ji, followed by a holy and snow-like, awe-inspiring sword light rising into the sky, sweeping away the soldiers in front of him. Damn, there is a big fish? Such a posture is not something that ordinary generals can create. Li Ji has seen countless generals, and knows the difference between historical generals and blank generals best. Under the leadership of Li Ji, the Jingsai army turned their horses and rushed straight to the enemy where the holy light burst out. At this moment, a group of Spanish sword and shield soldiers, under the command of Isabella, kept rushing left and right, like a moving meat grinder, madly strangling the approaching soldiers into pieces. Unfortunately, Pedro was financially insufficient and could not recruit a group of Spanish knights for Isabella. Otherwise she would have broken out of the encirclement of the Chinese army long ago. But now it's almost the same. As long as she is given a little more time, she can also break out of the army and return to the city of Spain. Rumble. A sound of horse hooves came from a distance, instantly interrupting Isabella's command. And for a while the Spanish sword and shield soldiers were in a bit of chaos. The vassal army that besieged them took the opportunity to pounce on them and killed many Spanish soldiers. Fortunately, Isabella regained her senses in time and commanded the army again, like an invisible force that drove all the soldiers who came to attack back. However, there was always a trace of anxiety on that charming face. Sure enough, a black heavy cavalry appeared in her sight, and the terrifying murderous aura made her scalp numb. Although it was not as terrifying as the previous 19 cavalry, its vast power was much stronger than most armies, and it was an absolutely brutal elite army. Isabella flashed a look of despair. If it weren't for the appearance of this cavalry, she would have definitely escaped back. One-handed 18 picks. Li Ji saw through Isabella's identity at a glance. The opponent's name made him dare not to attack at all, and he used the strongest skill right away. Boom! The Overlord's spear rolled up the surrounding air, and countless sand and stones were sucked into the void with bursts of breaking air under the strange force, like a whirlpool. As the spear thrust, countless cold rays flashed in the void for a moment, and finally condensed into a point, bursting out a brilliant divine light, and killed the enemy like thunder. Isabella drew out the sword in her hand. The sword light was like a sharp edge, flying in the air wantonly, and suddenly bombarded the aggressive Overlord spear. A fierce collision sounded, and the endless air waves roared, like a substance, sweeping away dozens of unlucky soldiers, suffering varying degrees of damage. The combat power displayed by Isabella was beyond Li Ji's imagination. There was no record of queens in history fighting and charging into battle formations. It should be a patch made by the system for other civilizations, forcing some celebrities to have good military power. After all, not all civilizations have produced various magical men like China, and some even use game content to fill them. Although Isabella has a certain amount of military power, Li Ji is not a vegetarian either. The Overlord's spear blasted out again, turning into countless gun shadows in the void to swallow Isabella and the surrounding Spanish soldiers. Holy light! Please defeat the enemy for me! A dazzling golden light shone in the shadow of the spear. Isabella kept swinging her spear, and the collision of the two weapons extinguished the holy light. The two fought back and forth, and the terrifying momentum swirled from the center. A large amount of spear light and holy light flew around, and ordinary people did not dare to approach. Li Ji kept stabbing with his spear, one spear faster than the other, and the spear light was like a waterfall. Even if Isabella was protected by the holy light, it was difficult to completely resist the heavy spear force. During the continuous fighting, Isabella's white armor was cut into pieces by the spear tip, and countless wounds overflowed from it. It was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Li Ji took a deep breath and was about to take down the opponent with a spear, when a strange wind suddenly blew behind him, like a thorn in his back, making his hair stand up all over his body. Chapter 258 Capturing Isabella. A spear came from behind Li Ji, with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, and turned into a residual image flying in the void. With an alarm bell ringing in his heart, Li Ji looked back and felt a spear shadow flashing in front of his eyes, like a thunder breaking through the sky, almost brushing against his face, and the sharp spear light scraped a fine blood mark. Boom! Isabella waved her sword and slashed the fierce spear with one blow, but was thrown several feet away by the terrifying force, and her legs plowed two deep marks on the ground. Who is it? Li Ji looked at the majestic figure not far away with vigilance, holding the Overlord's spear tightly in both hands, trying to get a sense of security from this artifact. Obviously, his Jingsai army soldiers were all around him, but they approached his back so easily and launched an attack silently. Fortunately, the other party was wearing the standard armor of the Han army and was in the same camp as Li Ji. If it was a fierce general from another civilization, he would really have to explain here. Shuzhou Chengshang's subordinate, Gao Chong. Gao Chong dispersed his boundless murderous aura, and his face, which was covered by the true qi, was revealed, showing his identity. Hack! Li Ji almost cursed. Chengshang is sick, not keeping Gao Chong by his side to protect his safety, but letting him out to randomly hack people. If he had reacted a little slower, Gao Chong might have shot him in the head. Seeing Li Ji's gloomy face, Gao Chong seemed to know that he had done something wrong, and quickly apologized. I'm very sorry. Mainly because I was entrusted by my master to take this female general back. Li Ji was speechless. He had obviously surrounded Isabella and was about to capture her. But you came over and said a word to take her away. What's the reason? Li Ji blocked with a horizontal spear, whistled, and the soldiers of the Jingsai army, who were wandering around, gathered behind him quickly, except for Isabella and others who were besieging the remnants. The remaining 1,000 heavy cavalry, led by Li Ji, faced Gao Chong directly. I surrounded this woman first. If you hadn't intervened, I would have taken her down long ago. If you have any objections, then let your Lord Chung Shan come to me. Li Ji. In person. Although Gao Chong was a peerless warrior with over 100 soldiers, Li Ji was not afraid at all. Not to mention that he had warriors like Li Tsuinxiu and Huang Zhong who could stop Gao Chong. Li Ji approached Isabella's troops before Gao Chong and defeated them in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, it is important to come first. And Li Ji didn't need to give Gao Chong face for emotional and rational reasons. Are you Li Ji? Lian mean? The governor of Kuaiji? Gao Chong showed a look of surprise. Chung Shang had clearly told him that the players of Yangzhou, Jingzhou and Jiazhou were stationed in Linan City, hundreds of miles away from Jinling City. Originally thought that the troops of Qingzhou stationed in Jinling City were supporting them. But unexpectedly, the troops of Linan City attacked hundreds of miles to support them. Gao Chong began to feel troubled. There was no reason for his allies to rush hundreds of miles to rescue them from their predicament. And he should also take the spoils of war from them. However, if he did not fulfill his master's instructions, he would definitely be scolded. On one side was Chung Shan's order, and on the other side were the allies who came to support him, which made him extremely entangled and stunned. Li Ji ignored Gao Chong and commanded his heavy armored cavalry to start besieging and killing the remnants of the Spanish sword and shield soldiers. Swinging the sword forcefully, Isabella led the remaining Spanish soldiers and fought desperately. However, it didn't last long. Isabella consumed all her strength. After the last Spanish soldier fell, she was unwillingly captured by Li Ji. When Gao Chong saw the female general in the hands of the other party, he was a little anxious and said quickly, I don't know how much money and food Li Taisho needs, but you can give this woman to me. Use money to exchange for the life of the general? Gao Chong's words gave Li Ji a new idea. He has captured many foreign generals in the national war so far, the most famous of which are Isunsen of Goryeo, Akechi Mitsuhide of Japan, and Isabella of Spain, as well as many unknown generals. If Li Ji spread the news of selling generals, who knows how many people would wave money and food to buy them, especially for the players of Goryeo, Japan and Spain. It is undoubtedly a slap in their faces if the famous generals of their own civilization are captured. In order to save the little face left, he might do everything to redeem his civilized generals. For money and food, he must capture more foreign generals. Li Ji set a new goal. Isabella is priceless. Please go back. After capturing the target, Li Ji drove Gao Chong away without any hesitation. He also had to capture as many enemies as possible to expand his vassal army, so he had no time to continue to argue with the other party. Gao Chong opened his mouth and finally chose to give up. After all, the other party was the only army willing to support them, and they had a favor to Shuzhou. And he learned from his lord that there was another general under the other party's account who was stronger than him. If he tried to rob, it would not only damage the friendship between Li Ji and them, but also anger the other party's general. Although he was not afraid of the other party, it was just that they were still in a state of war. If he was dragged down, his lord might be threatened. Lord! At this moment, a loud shout came from a distance, and 19 figures were seen galloping on the battlefield, like a terrifying hurricane. And the allied soldiers, who could not avoid it, were rolled into pieces by the strong energy. Li Tsuinxiu, the leader, whipped his horse even faster, and the black unicorn under him swung his horse's hooves frantically. In the blink of an eye, he came to Li Ji's side, and his iron tower-like body covered Li Ji behind him. Lord, has any thief attacked you? Li Tsuinxiu's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he looked at the other party warily, and his lightning-like eyes kept wandering on Gao Chong. After slaughtering the Arab missionaries, the coalition forces were forced to retreat on a large scale, and Li Tsuinxiu also led the 18 flying tiger riders to chase the fleeing enemies. But not long after, a bright light in the distance attracted him, and then the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army told Li Ji that he was fighting with others, because he was worried about Li Ji's safety. Li Tsuinxiu also gave up chasing the enemy, and quickly approached the scene to prevent his lord from being hurt. But he didn't expect to feel a strong momentum from a distance, although it was slightly weaker than his. He also knew that Li Ji's strength was definitely not as good as the other party. At the cost of a lot of physical strength, Li Tsuinxiu quickly came to Li Ji's side through the battlefield to protect his master's safety. However, Li Tsuinxiu was a little confused. Obviously, the other party's strength was slightly weaker than his. So why did his master seem to be fine? With the arrival of Li Tsuinxiu, Gao Chong faced the murderous aura that seemed to be real, and his body unconsciously straightened up. It seems that this is the Tiger General that the Lord mentioned. While Li Xuanxi was looking at Gao Chong also secretly observed him. As the Lord said, this Tiger General of Li Taisho is a hero of the time. I wonder if I will have a chance of winning against him. Gao Chong was a little eager to move. In Shuzhou, he was invincible. And even the generals, under the governor, were not his opponents. Now that he saw an opponent with the same strength, how could he not be itchy? The two peerless generals were both hot-tempered. When they met each other's eyes, they burst out with amazing power almost in an instant, crushing the surrounding mud and stones into slag. Xuanxiu, don't make a move. At the critical moment, Li Ji stopped the fight between the two. If the two really fought, would he, Li Ji, continue to recruit vassal troops? Fight again tomorrow. Finally, Gao Chong threw down the letter of challenge and left. Looks more durable than Han Sheng. Li Xuanxi licked his lips, his eyes bursting with curiosity, like a wolf king staring at his prey. However, Li Ji's scrutiny from behind made Li Xuanxi shrink his head. It's important to deal with the war here. Let's talk about Gao Chong after it's over. Yes. The coalition forces that besieged the Shuzhou players were defeated and collapsed for dozens of miles. Not only did they lose a large number of players and NPC troops, but they also lost many generals, especially the Spanish Lord Pedro. Because he retreated too hastily, he did not send enough soldiers to support Isabella. And finally the Queen in White was captured by Li Ji. For a time, Pedro's name was condemned in the Spanish area and became a target of everyone shouting. Driven by hundreds of thousands of troops, the enemy was driven dozens of miles away. And then a simple camp was set up along the hills to rest, clean up the battlefield, and clear the spoils. At this time, Li Ji sat in the first seat, with Isabella, who was tied up, kneeling below him. Name Isabella. Occupation Knight, War Department. Identity Dragon Sparrow Army Prisoner. Level 65. Brave 83, 85. Commander 88, 90. Wisdom 90, 92. Political Strategy 91, 96. Charm 95. Luck 90. Personal Characteristics. Chivalry, blue when leading Spanish noble knights to fight. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Unit Combat Power plus 5%. Devout Believers, blue it is less likely to cause riots in the territory. Funding Voyages, blue every. The amount of money seized each time plus 1%. Inquisition, purple the success rate of spies from other forces invading the territory decreases, and it is easy to find enemy spies. Currency Reform, purple money from taxes plus 25%. Queen's Cabinet, purple set up a cabinet. The Political Index Development Speed in the territory plus 20%. The Cultural Index Development Speed plus 20%. The commercialization level increases. And the money from taxes plus 5%. Royal Vassal, gold consume money. Forcibly raise the loyalty of the surrendered soldiers, and have a higher sense of belonging to the territory. When Isabella leads the vassal army in battle. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 15%. Unit Combat Effectiveness plus 25%. Monarchy, gold the loyalty of the generals and civil officials in the territory increases. The probability of rebellion decreases. The Political Index Development Speed plus 50%. The fiscal revenue increases. And the territory resource output rate plus 30%. Queen's Hospital, gold the Queen's Hospital special barracks can be built in the territory. And the Queen's doctors can be recruited. The Queen in White, color when commanding the army to fight. If you are the main general, the combat effectiveness of the troops under your command is plus 50%. And the combat effectiveness of the subordinates is plus 30%, if you are the deputy general. The main general's bravery and command are improved by plus 1. Skills Holy Light, S level. Sword of Judgment, S level. Judgment. Sword, S level. Knight's Pride, S level. Mindset Castile Crown Prince Ceremony. Equipment Spanish Left-Handed Dagger, Gold level. Spanish Long Sword, Gold level. Broken Spanish Plate Armor, Gold level. Special Arms Town Militia, Level 3 Arms. Maximum recruitment of 80,000 people. Spanish Noble Knights, Level 6 Arms. Maximum recruitment of 20,000 people. As a queen who participated in the Reconquista and laid the foundation for the unification of Spain, Isabella's four-dimensional data is extremely objective. Except for the bravery, the others have reached more than 90. She is worthy of being the White Queen named after Queen Elizabeth of England. Her ability is great. Isabella has 3 special arms. One is the Queen's Physician, who acts as battlefield medical. One is the town militia used to defend the city and maintain order. And there is also a noble cavalry. This is the first time Li Ji has seen a general who can carry multiple arms at the same time. Isabella's strongest attribute is political strategy. It just so happens that Li Ji lacks talents who are proficient in internal affairs. She is a good supplement. Although Li Ji is a county governor, there are very few talents who can help him in internal affairs. Most talents in internal affairs come from aristocratic families. If Li Ji does not show certain potential, he will not attract aristocratic families to invest in him. After the national war, Li Ji will have to see if he can get a few good helpers in the imperial examination. Isabella, there is an old saying in our Chinese that good birds choose trees to live in, and good ministers choose masters to serve. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Your master has lost to me. Why don't you abandon the dark and join the light and serve me? Isabella raised her white neck, and the pride in her eyes never retreated. The holy light does not allow me to bow to pagans. You can choose to kill or cut me. Oh, this little temper is very bad. Li Ji looked at the other party with interest, and the evil taste in his eyes made Isabella feel cold. If you are defiled by pagans, will the holy light still protect you? You? Isabella glared at Li Ji with gritted teeth, as if she would never obey. Alas, it's boring. Send her to Zhang Ning for a good training. Since Zhang Ning's battle in Fuchin, no one knows what strange skill she has awakened. Saido Kicho, who was sent there, was actually treated by her completely. When she saw Li Ji, she neither cried nor made a fuss, but became Li Ji's maid attentively and obediently. Isabella was so stubborn that she would rather die than surrender. Li Ji didn't dare to push her too hard. He still sent her to Zhang Ning for a good training. Maybe she would obediently surrender to him. Li Ji waved his hand and forcibly dragged Isabella, who was completely suppressed, out. After dealing with this matter, Wang Ming, Shi Shicai and others began to report the casualties of the army and the spoils of war they had seized. At the same time, the defeated Arab and Spanish players met the army of Thomas and others on their way back to the city. Emil, Pedro, didn't you ambush the Chinese army? Why are you in such a state? Did you let them escape? Seeing the embarrassed look of the friendly army, Thomas and others couldn't help but ask about the situation. Emil, whose edges were worn down, sighed and told the whole story of the battle. I see. I didn't expect that there would be Chinese troops coming on foot from other cities to support us. The failure of this battle was our mistake. Chapter 259 Attack on the Pass. Thomas, do we still need to continue attacking China's Jilin city? When the Roman Lord Battoni heard that China had defeated the Arab and Spanish coalition forces with only more than 200,000 troops, a trace of fear flashed across his face. Thomas groaned in silence, then said, China's reinforcements have arrived and rescued nearly 1 million troops. Jilin City has a famous general like Chang Yuchen guarding it, so we must make more plans. In addition, the two civilizations of Spain and Arabia have lost soldiers and generals, and their morale is extremely low. They need time to rest and recover. Pedro also chimed in. The Chinese have captured our queen in white, and we must seek an opportunity to rescue Isabella. If there is a battle against China, I, Pedro, will definitely be the first to rush up. But we have lost a lot of troops and horses, and we are simply unable to continue attacking Jilin City. It is very likely that China will seize the opportunity to hit us hard, or even take the opportunity to capture our city. The lords of other civilizations nodded one after another, thinking that what Pedro and Thomas said made sense. They saw clearly what happened to Arabia and Spain. Not only did they lose their own generals, but they also lost a large number of players. Their cities were at risk of lacking soldiers. At this moment, Sam, a subordinate of the First Lord of America, interrupted their conversation. Thomas, you are not going to be scared. Before leaving, Steve gave me the Golden Behemoth and the Behemoth Army to lead. How can China resist my Warcraft army? The Western lords present secretly rolled their eyes. I didn't expect that as the First Lord of America. His subordinates would be such arrogant people. They were really blind. Oh, no. I heard that Steve seemed to have chosen a non-human profession, and maybe he would have no eyes. Everyone fell silent, and Sam seemed not to notice that the atmosphere had changed at this time, and he was still eloquently persuading others to send troops with him. After all, he came here for Steve's order to take down the city of China. But in the end, he was assigned the task of ambush Jilin City players. But he didn't wait for the prey to appear for several days. At this time, he had been holding back his anger. Okay, I am the leader you chose, and I will arrange the actions of the coalition. If you want to fight, you can take your Warcraft army to die, and don't blame us for not holding you back when you suffer heavy losses. Thomas stood up and interrupted Sam's speech. The German generals behind him cooperated with their lord's actions and exuded a powerful momentum. Sam was choked. If the golden behemoths guarding the left and right had not taken action in time, he would probably be scared to death by this momentum. The fully armed German generals and the Warcraft golden behemoths looked at each other in the air. The two terrifying momentums collided in the void, causing countless roars, and the heavy air waves rolled around, blowing the surrounding players unable to open their eyes. To be the strongest lord of a civilization, you must either have the most elite soldiers or well-known generals. The two were deadlocked, but finally put aside their differences under the persuasion of other players, with the minority obeying the majority. Even though Sam was extremely reluctant, he had to follow the coalition forces to retreat to his city and wait for the opportunity to come. Li Ji defeated the armies of the Arab and Spanish civilizations, successfully rescued Chengshang and others from their predicament, and then returned to Jinling City. Chang Yuchen was the second general Li Ji met defending the city. Compared with Meng Dong and Linan City, Chang Yuchen gave people a more violent feeling. Just like a butcher. Appearance reflects the heart. No wonder Chang Yuchen has been recorded as having massacred many cities in history. In this battle, Li Ji rushed hundreds of miles and forced to walk to the battlefield. Many soldiers' physical strength was completely consumed. Even if there was a half day of relaxation, most people would find it difficult to recover completely. In addition, Isabella presided over the war on the enemy side, and the combat effectiveness shown was much stronger than that of Goryeo and Annan, causing Li Ji's troops to suffer a lot of losses. Fortunately, most of the losses were captured vassal troops, and the elite of the Dragon Sparrow army did not die many people, and they could make up for it by consuming a little points. Moreover, in this war, Li Ji captured a large number of vassal troops, including camel cavalry, Arab soldiers, Spanish knights, Spanish sword and shield soldiers. The types of soldiers captured this time are varied, and they are all soldiers who are not familiar with Eastern tactics, so it takes a certain amount of time to train them. Unlike the soldiers of Goryeo and Annan, they are not much different from China in terms of tactics or strategy, and can achieve a plug-and-play effect. This is also one of the reasons why Li Ji recruited Isabella. The characteristic royal vassal can consume money to increase the loyalty of the vassal army, allowing the main general to drive it. And Isabella's command of the vassal army is still a bonus effect, which just makes up for the vacant position of Li Ji without a vassal general. Taking advantage of the gap, Li Ji deliberately opened the score list and checked the rankings of other players and civilizations. In terms of the national score list, China still ranks first with 14 points, while America, the second place, has captured 2 cities and has 10 points. If America captures the 2 cities controlled by players in China, then our points will be the same as theirs. Li Ji always felt that Steve was holding back some big move in the personal points ranking list, because Li Ji spent all his points. He who was originally the leader did not know where he disappeared. Even if he got hundreds of thousands of points in the previous battle, it was not enough to rank on the top. The first place is now taken by Steve from America. After all, he captured 2 cities in a row and got 2 million points, squeezing out Natasha from the Russian region with a very slight advantage. My lord, Kong Xiang, the lord of Qingzhou, wants to see you. Kong Xiang? Li Ji remembered that the other party was a core player of Qingzhou. It was he who asked Li Ji for help. In a sense, he owed Li Ji a favor. Please let him in. Soon, a man in his 30s or 40s came to Li Ji under the leadership of Chen Dao, followed by a very young general. He was 7 feet and 7 inches tall, with a beautiful beard and strong arms. He was an absolute fierce general. As if noticing Li Ji's look, the young general bowed to Li Ji and said, Taisher Ci of Donglai greets Li Taisho. Taisher Ci? Li Ji was really frightened by this title. Taisher Ci is one of the most powerful forces in Dongwu, and he fought hard with the little tyrant Sun Ce. I didn't expect that he would be brought to the battlefield of the national war by Kong Xiang. That's right. After all, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Kong Xiang is developing in Qingzhou, and the chance of meeting Taisher Ci is not small. However, Li Jian is not worried that Taisher Ci will be subdued by the other party, because on the data panel displayed, Taisher Ci's identity is still a Donglai citizen, not Kong Xiang's subordinate. By coincidence, I saved Taisher Ci's mother's life. Taisher Ci agreed to come to the battlefield of the national war with me to repay the favor. Kong Xiang also explained the reason to Li Ji. Li Ji nodded. Taisher Ci is a well-known filial son outside the village. If Kong Xiang really saved his mother, it would not be surprising for him to agree to such a request. By the way, why did you come here this time? Kong Xiang bowed and said, Brother Li, you came all the way here. It would be too much trouble just to rescue Cheng Shang and others. What do you mean? We want to invite you, Brother Li, to join us in conquering the cities in the Canaan region. The Shuto troops had just withdrawn to the city, and they began to pay attention to the Canaan civilization again. They were really bold. But Li Ji liked such radical ideas. Okay. I have nearly 300,000 troops to follow you. Li Ji originally planned to rest in Jinling City for a few days, and then return to Edo. But he was seduced by Kong Xiang's idea. Kong Xiang nodded and said excitedly, If Brother Li's 300,000 troops follow, then we can leave more people to guard Jinling. After the siege, the players in Qing and Su states became cautious, and while being radical, they also left enough backup to deal with the return of the Western coalition. This is also one of the reasons why Li Ji was invited to act together. After all, Li Ji has hundreds of thousands of troops, and one person is as powerful as a state's troops. With Li Ji's participation, they can relieve a lot of pressure whether attacking Canaan or guarding Jinling City. Li Ji's temporary joining made the lineup of attacking Canaan more luxurious. There are Li Tsunxiu and Gao Chong, the top generals, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, etc., which are not something a small country can resist. Canaan City is not far from Jinling, and the news of the Chinese army's mobilization soon reached them. China's size is terrifying, and the war that broke out not long ago is still vivid. Small countries like them are definitely not China's opponents. The great lords of the Canaan area sweated profusely, and sweat kept pouring out of their foreheads. Obviously, China, this opponent, gave them a headache. If we defend the city, we will definitely not be a match for China. We built a strong pass outside the city based on the terrain. It is much easier to defend the strong pass than to defend the city. That's right. The Canaan players gathered here nodded. The city in the Canaan area randomly found a good terrain, located in a basin, surrounded by mountains, and only a narrow mountain road can be used. Fortunately, they had foresight and built a checkpoint on the mountain road in advance. It was precisely because of this checkpoint that they repeatedly blocked the troops of other civilizations and survived until now. China's strength is beyond imagination. It is unrealistic to stop them with just one checkpoint. We have to seek other ways out. There are mountains all around. Where is the other way out? No. We still have a teleportation array. The words awakened the dreamer, and the Canaan players showed hopeful expressions. You mean, seek help from other civilizations? Yes. Only big countries can resist big countries. And we must find a civilization that is almost as big as China. The only ones who can resist China are America and the United Western countries. Which one should we ask? All of them. The more chaotic it is, the better. It would be best if they can lose both sides. Then we will have a chance to counterattack one or two cities. But aren't you afraid of inviting wolves into the house? At the moment of life and death. What are you afraid of inviting wolves into the house? The Canaan players talked a lot and soon discussed the countermeasures. On the one hand, they sent people out of the pass to request support. And on the other hand, they sent a large force to guard the mountain pass to resist the Chinese army. Who? The flags covered the sky. And the Chinese army was resolute and resolute. They came to the checkpoint set by Canaan with only a few days of dry food. Facing the large number of Chinese troops at the level, many players turned pale and had difficulty breathing. According to the rules of the national war, the NPC city guards cannot leave the city. So the Canaan players need to command this battle themselves. The Chinese army began to assemble various siege equipment, and dozens of towering siege towers were pushed to the front line, like a ferocious war beast, which greatly increased the pressure on the Canaan players. Before the siege began, Li Ji took his 4 counselors to the watchtower and used the height advantage to observe the defense of the level and the steepness of the surrounding mountains. If the construction is more sophisticated, we may have to pay a great price to take this level. Wang Meng pinched his chin and said, the gap between big countries and small countries is not only reflected in the difference in population, but also in the huge gap in culture, politics, technology and other aspects. For example, if this level was built by China, let alone the Western coalition, even if the main force of America came, it would probably be daunting. Although this level is not very good, it has been built for a while, and there are a large number of soldiers stationed outside. It seems that it will take some time to take it down. Shi Sai shook his feather fan and said. Li Ji looked at the Canaan players on the level, confirmed that there were no senior generals on it, and then asked Wang Ming and others, if I want to take this level without any effort. Do you have any ideas? My lord is really. Wang Ming and others shook their heads and laughed. They knew that this was a test set by Li Ji, so they frowned and began to think. Not long after, heavy siege equipment was assembled, and the Chinese army was about to launch a siege order. Attack! The sound of thunder like war drums echoed in the air, and countless Chinese soldiers made excited and crazy sounds, pushing a large number of siege equipment and slowly approaching the level. At the same time, the teleportation array of Canaan City suddenly opened, and countless white lights suddenly rose. And then a group of ferocious monsters appeared. The players guarding the teleportation array were in great doubt. The civilization they requested support from was not a tribe. Mr. Sam, thank you for leading troops to support Canaan. I would like to thank you again on behalf of all Canaan players. A Canaan guide bowed and flattered Sam. Canaan requested support from other civilizations, but they either refused directly or avoided the important issues. Even large countries, like Germany, were unwilling to support them at this time. Only Sam, who stayed in the city of America, agreed to their request and rushed here with a large army of Warcraft. Chapter 260 Warcraft Army. Seeing the Canaan player, who was groveling and servile to him, as humble as a wild dog, Sam nodded with satisfaction, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suppress the strong and support the weak. We in America have always been committed to world peace. Now China wants to become the first in the national war. We will never see them reach this point. That's right. That's right. The Canaan player nodded and bowed, but secretly despised the other party. Sam's words were open and above board. It's okay to deceive the local NPCs. As players from the real world, they know the faces of the other countries very well. It's okay to deceive your buddies, but don't deceive yourself. But looking at Sam's smug face, it seems that he has been poisoned. There were constant roars in the distance. The mighty momentum of the Chinese army attacking the level was heard clearly even by the Canaan players, who stayed in the main city, accompanied by shrill screams. Mr. Sam, our level is now under attack by the enemy. I wonder when they will send troops to support us. Sam patted his clothes and said confidently, no hurry. The Chinese troops are as weak as skeleton soldiers in my eyes. If I show up in advance, the other party may want to retreat. The best way is to lead them into Guangzhou and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Isn't this the only barrier to make them give up the city? The Canaan player opened his mouth, trying to persuade the other party to this dangerous idea, but was stopped by Sam's threatening eyes. Don't you understand? Canaan's safety is no longer on you but on me. You have no choice. Canaan's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of regret appeared on his face. It's bad. This time I really let the wolf into the house. Boom! Dozens of catapults threw rolling boulders at the Canaan checkpoint at the same time. Countless sparks rose up in the air and turned into a shower of flaming meteors that fell towards the top of the checkpoint. The stones hit the checkpoint, and then exploded with amazing destructive power. A large amount of mud and rocks fell from the air, leaving deep pits. But more boulders hit the mountains on both sides, and there was no effect except to break some stones. Some Canaan players screamed, but they were powerless to face the boulders, and were crushed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. The reason why the checkpoint is difficult to play is mainly due to the influence of terrain factors, which makes it impossible for the attacker to use the method of siege from all sides or siege 3 sides and missing one side, like attacking a city, to disperse or even disintegrate the opponent's troops. Moreover, most of the checkpoints are built on the mountain and on narrow mountain roads. The attacker cannot fully deploy troops to attack the city, and the defender only needs a small number of troops to deal with the attack. The problem faced by Li Ji and others was the same. Their number of soldiers far exceeded that of the Canaan army at the checkpoint, but they could not deploy large-scale troops to attack the city. The narrow gap forced them to fight with small troops. Fortunately, the Canaan checkpoint was not built for a long time, and its solidity was far less than that of Hanga Pass and Shanhaiguan Pass in China. Li Ji could use catapults to destroy the city walls and madly reduce the durability of the checkpoint. As long as the checkpoint fell, they could drive in and attack the city of Canaan, with high-level special troops such as the first-line soldiers and Phoenix longbowmen as the core. A large number of Chinese archers were pushed to the front line and frantically shot at the enemies on the city wall. Chinese archers fired thousands of arrows at once, Countless arrows were thrown into the air, as if blocking the sun in an instant, accompanied by bursts of whistling and breaking through the air. Dense rain of arrows fell on the city wall, with continuous puffing sounds. A large number of Canaanite soldiers had their armor torn off, and sharp feather arrows pierced their bodies. A brave Canaanite general swung his long sword and cut off several arrows in succession. Soon, he was exhausted, and was shot by dozens of arrows in an instant. Blood holes of different sizes appeared on his body, like a hornet's nest. Whether it was the players or the generals, they could not resist the terrifying rain of arrows from China. At the cost of countless lives, they barely survived this long-range attack that was like the harvest of the god of death. At the same time, Li Ji and others sent their vassal army to quickly approach the city wall under the cover of the rain of arrows, and a large number of ladders were placed on it. Spanish sword and shield soldiers, Arab soldiers, Japanese warriors, an army composed of a large number of foreign civilizations, with a variety of armor on their bodies, dazzled the Canaan players on the city wall. How could there be armies of other civilizations? Could they also join hands with China and attack them together? How could Canaan be so worthy? Many Canaan players misunderstood something, and their morale dropped greatly. Even if the combat effectiveness shown by the vassal army was far inferior to that of the regular army, they could still beat them back step by step. The results of the vassal army seemed to exceed the imagination of Li Ji and others. Originally, they only wanted to use the vassal army to consume Canaan's troops, but they didn't expect to suppress the defenders on the city wall. Without much hesitation, China decisively sent out the most elite infantry, led by many fierce generals, to launch the final fierce attack. Who dares to stop me? Changshan's general Gao Chong was the first to climb the city wall. His terrifying power burst out instantly, and countless spears shot out in the air. The soldiers who were hit screamed, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Facing the fierce attack of Huaxia, Canaan's defense line was shaky. Even if they deployed troops to stop the opponent's fierce offensive, they could not escape the situation of losing. Boom! The catapult roared like thunder again, and the thrown boulders drew a beautiful parabola in the air, accurately hitting the city wall, as if this was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Cracks appeared one after another on Canaan's checkpoint, and the next moment, they continued to spread at an astonishing speed, and soon covered the entire city wall. The city wall shook wildly, and the soldiers on both sides of the fight only felt the vibration under their feet, and stopped almost at the same time. This is, under the exclamation of everyone, the city wall finally died, collapsed with a bang, and turned into ruins covered by billowing smoke and dust, under the repeated bombardment of the Chinese catapults. The checkpoint set up by Canaan was actually bombarded and collapsed. Not only the players on the Canaan side, but also Li Ji and his team were confused. They didn't expect that the attack of the catapult destroyed the entire city wall. Now, without the protection of the checkpoint, the Chinese can drive into the main city of Canaan. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? Li Ji decisively issued an order to let the Dragon Sparrow army launch a charge. Fortunately, he did not follow Changshan, Kong Xiang and others to send out their own troops. So the collapse of the city wall did not cause any casualties to the Dragon Sparrow army. At most, some of the vassal soldiers were killed or injured. Widely elite soldiers kill the enemy. As the most elite infantry of the Dragon Sparrow army, thousands of widely elite soldiers wearing white armor and white bird feathers rushed into the ruins and advanced all the way under the leadership of the chief general Chen Dao. The Canaan soldiers who blocked them along the way were as weak as newborn babies in front of them, and died one after another under the spears of the widely elite soldiers. The blood dyed their white armor into blood red. Come and die! Li Xuanxia and Huang Zhong did not bring their own special soldiers. They rushed into the chaotic enemy formation alone. Every swing of the weapon would take away a large number of enemy lives. First climbed the death soldiers. Shoot! Zhu Yi stood on the ruins with his first climb the death soldiers and looked up, taking advantage of the height advantage. He pulled the trigger. Countless golden streams of light cut through the sky and shot at the Canaan players in the blink of an eye. The arrow shot out of the body with undiminished power, either continuing to penetrate the soldiers behind them or hitting the ground, smashing a small hole and splashing mud and rocks. The Chinese troops rushed through the mountain road at a very fast speed and approached the main city of Canaan. What a group of rampant Chinese people! The Chinese players and NPC soldiers who rushed to the front seemed to have seen something terrifying and stopped. The Warcraft army brought by Sam had been waiting for a long time. A large number of Warcraft of various shapes followed behind, and hundreds or thousands of bipedal monsters resembling hippos appeared among them. The momentum they exuded made the low-level soldiers tremble with fear. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the Warcraft army in front of them roared and charged. The overwhelming skeleton soldiers held bone knives and bone spears and slashed at the soulless Chinese soldiers. In an instant, blood was dripping, and countless broken limbs and arms flew in the air. The shrill screams of their companions made many people come back to their senses, and they formed a military formation to resist the charge of the Warcraft army. The weapons chopped wildly, and the skeleton soldiers that were cut were instantly shattered and fell to the ground, which made many soldiers excited. These monsters were indeed beyond their cognition. If they could not be killed, it would be difficult to deal with. But they were too happy too early. The undead mage in the army of monsters chanted, continuously consuming mana, under the traction of invisible forces. The bones and dead bodies that fell to the ground reorganized into skeleton soldiers. But the posture was much weirder than before. Let out a low roar, and continued to fight with the enemy. The attack and defense of skeleton soldiers are far inferior to those of the same level, but their unique resurrection effect is very troublesome. If it is not handled well, it will form a violent soldier effect. And the more you kill, the more you will have. Qin Dao's Baili elite soldiers also encountered difficult skeleton soldiers. But fortunately they were high-level soldiers, and the destructive power they caused was far greater than others. The skeleton soldiers killed by them were directly crushed into slag, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Ha! The shadow of a silver dragon flashed through the air, and a dragon roared in the sky. Qin Dao swung the lance of the skeleton knight away, flipped the lance in his hand, and pierced the enemy's head like lightning. The lance was pulled out, and the terrifying power burst out instantly. The knight and the skeleton horse under him were blown into pieces. The Baili elite soldiers killed the enemy at a speed far exceeding that of others. Skeletons continued to pile up around them, forming small bone mountains, which attracted the attention of the Warcraft army. Boom! The huge body moved quickly, speeding on the battlefield like a chariot, and the soldiers blocking in front of it were crushed into pieces by the terrifying impact. With both arms blasted out, the boundless strange force instantly crushed the air and made a harsh roar, and the extremely strong fist wind made Qin Dao's skin hurt. That was, before he could see clearly, Qin Dao subconsciously stabbed the silver dragon spear, and the next moment he seemed to stab an extremely hard object. The terrible impact force made it difficult for him to hold the spear in his hand for a moment. The spear bent, and Qin Dao used this force to jump into the army formation of the Baili elite soldiers, and finally saw the appearance of the attacker clearly. It was a two-legged monster shaped like a hippopotamus, with golden hair covering the whole body, which looked more shining under the sunlight. The muscles covered by the hair could only be described as terrifying, and the bulging muscles were like small hills. The momentum exuded by the monster surprised Qin Dao slightly, and he was surprised that such a monster seemed to be stronger than him. The golden behemoth recruited by Steve is a hero unit. Its strength is comparable to that of the top generals, but its intelligence is not too high. It can be regarded as a representative of high martial arts and low command. The golden behemoth let out a long roar, and its thick arms kept punching out. Under the fierce fist wind, the Baili elite soldiers screamed continuously, and many of them were blown into the air, bleeding. Even the 8th level soldiers are no different from low-level soldiers in front of the golden behemoth, and can be killed with one punch. Stop! Qin Dao's eyes were about to burst, and he quickly shuttled through the formation. In the blink of an eye, he killed in front of Behemoth and stabbed out with the silver dragon spear. The dragon roared for 9 days, and the phantom of the giant dragon emerged in the void. The sharp spear light entangled the terrifying dragon power and stabbed at Behemoth. With a punch, Behemoth showed a cruel smile, and the spear light was like a joke in front of him, and was instantly smashed to pieces by the strange force. The arms extended again, and the surrounding void seemed unable to bear this force. It twisted in an instant, and a circle of lines appeared. A wailing sound was heard, and the silver dragon in the void could not resist this force at all. It was crushed into light before it could hold on for long. Qin Dao was also severely injured, and a lot of blood came out of his mouth. His body kept retreating, pulling away from Behemoth. The collapse of the silver dragon caused him a lot of backlash, and it took some time to recover. The nostrils on both sides moved slightly, and a strange wind rose. Behemoth rolled up the air and sucked all the light spots that the silver dragon broke into his body, and then showed a satisfied expression. The behemoth is a mythical creature in Western mythology. It was given demonic characteristics under the processing of later generations, and it feeds on dragons. Even if Chen Dao's silver dragon is just a phantom, it is a good supplement for Behemoth. The taste of the dragon is really nostalgic. Behemoth showed a greedy look. But after the black dragon shadow flashed in his mind, his face suddenly changed. But in Chen Dao's ears, he thought that the other party's words were a provocation to him. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Come and fight! Chen Dao stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the brute force trampled a hole in the ground, and countless cracks spread around. The whole person rushed towards the behemoth like an arrow from a bow. The silver dragon appeared again, and the dragon roar sounded like the sound of nature in Behemoth's ears, and he couldn't help but smile excitedly. Then I won't be polite. In his eyes, the silver dragon phantom emitted by Chen Dao was no different from food. Chapter 261 Killing the Beast and Seizing the City. One-handed 18 picks. Li Ji wielded the Overlord Spear, and the sharp spear tip brought endless strange winds, and the invisible energy scraped the surrounding enemies, and the exposed skin was instantly cut, bleeding. The strange force pulled the sand and stones on the muddy ground, gathered around Li Ji, forming a series of sand and stone whirlwinds, which smashed into the crowd, swept up countless soldiers, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. With his wrist shaking wildly, Li Ji galloped on his horse in the battlefield. Every time the Overlord's spear stabbed out, it was bound to take the lives of several enemies. This is a hacking ordinary player. How can he be almost the same as an NPC general? The Canaan players were frightened when they saw Li Ji coming and going freely in the army formation, as if he was in an uninhabited place. Not only the players in the Canaan area, but also the Chinese players in the same camp as Li Ji were very surprised. People are shaped by their environment. It's fine that Li Ji is like a god of war in front of the Canaanites. But how come we, who drink the same water from the same river, don't have the ability to charge into battle? Many players speculated on Li Ji's data panel, defying Li Ji's level based on the performance of NPC generals, and estimated that Li Ji was about the same as a second-rate general. Roar! A low roar rose in his ears. The spear tip turned. Li Ji sat firmly on the horse, and the Overlord's spear pierced the attacker's throat first. With a shake of his arms, the brutal force directly threw out the werewolf corpse hanging on the spear head, and a large amount of blood splashed into the air from the bull-sized blood hole, crashing into the crowd. And several screams sounded immediately. It's actually a werewolf. It seems that the players from America have also intervened in this siege. Li Ji's face became solemn, and many skeleton soldiers began to appear around him, as well as a group of bipedal monsters in the form of beasts, fighting with the players and soldiers of China. Compared with China, the Canaan civilization is a small witch compared to a big witch, which is a compliment to them. In the national war, they were only assigned one city. Facing the attack of the Chinese army, it would not take long for them to fall and be eliminated. But it would be different if other civilizations intervened. Let alone the fact that the country that came was America, which could compete with China. Any of the Western powers could slow down the pace of the Chinese army's attack, or even make Li Ji and his men return empty-handed. If America really sent out its entire army to support Canaan, Li Ji would have to consider whether to withdraw his troops. Li Ji, there are monsters everywhere here. Maybe the players of America were persuaded to help the Canaan people defend the city, under the protection of Yang Miaozhen. Ding Xiao broke through the piles of dead bodies and found Li Ji. If America's people agree to support, then we must consider whether it is necessary to continue the attack. The reason why Canaan players deploy their main forces at the level is, on the one hand, to rely on geographical advantages to stop us, and on the other hand, to keep the city in a non-combat state, and then use the teleportation array to look for reinforcements to support them. That makes sense. So we must pass through here quickly and send a small force to attack the city, so that America's advanced troops cannot return through the teleportation array, and then catch them in the trap. The events on the battlefield were fleeting, and Li Ji only negotiated with the other party for a few breaths, and then separated again. The narrow mountain road was blocked by a collapsed checkpoint wall, which prevented a large number of cavalry from entering smoothly. The only way was to use the infantry to advance steadily, kill the enemies on the mountain road, and clear a way. If Li Ji wanted to kill the enemy quickly, he had to use high-level soldiers as the spearhead and lead the army to clear the enemy soldiers. Chen Dao's Baili elite soldiers were the key to implementing this strategy. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a terrifying collision sound came from a distance, followed by countless smoke and dust. Li Ji, who was a distance away, clearly saw a little giant figure galloping on the ground, punching continuously. and blasting towards a white robe. That's Behemoth? Li Ji used the skill of recognizing people and learned about Behemoth's panel. And his face changed instantly. The bravery value of this mythical creature is as high as 99 points, which is equivalent to Huang Zhong's strength. Chen Dao, the commander of the Baili elite soldiers, is no match for it. Sun Xiao, Han Xing, hurry to support. Behemoth, several meters tall, walked on the ground like a golden giant. His arms with terrifying claws suddenly rushed forward. The force like the tilt of Mount Tai instantly crushed the silver dragon phantom in the void and punched Chen Dao away. Chen Dao vomited blood and fell into the mud and rocks. The silver armor and white robe on his body had long been stained blood red. Too strong. Too strong. This monster was beyond Chen Dao's imagination. It was like a volcanic eruption. And it was as powerful as Huang Zhong of the Dragon Sparrow army. It suppressed Chen Dao so much that he had difficulty breathing. Protect the commander. The surrounding Baili elite soldiers formed a military formation to protect the seriously injured Chen Dao. The long spear stabbed the behemoth like white lightning. The golden behemoth snorted coldly, and two thick streams of air spurted out from his nostrils, causing the incoming spears to tremble. The fur on his body burst into golden light, like a golden iron armor, blocking all the stabbing spears. With his arms spread out, as if the golden winged rock spread its wings, Behemoth's muscles bulged like small hills, and his body shook. The spears of the Baili elite soldiers were as fragile as branches, and they broke into two pieces in an instant. Boom! The terrifying fist force crushed the air, making bursts of roars. The Baili elite soldiers in front of them were crushed into meat paste before they could scream. All beings are equal under Behemoth's fist, and even high-level soldiers cannot stop such an explosive fist. Commander, go! Chen Dao tightly grasped the silver dragon spear. His 10 fingers turned blue and purple due to excessive force, and his arms kept shaking. Kill! There is no reason for a warrior to retreat. Chen Dao roared desperately, and the remaining little true energy was poured into the spear. The dazzling silver light burst out, and a dragon roar shook the earth. The next moment, the spear rushed forward, and the silver dragon in the void wrapped around the spear tip, making a crackling sound, like a silk coarse cloth being torn. The air wave roared, like a huge wave sweeping in all directions. Chen Dao's movements were extremely fast, and the spear seemed to be like a lightning that pierced the void. With a huge momentum, Behemoth's hippopotamus face with a mocking expression changed instantly, and his arm stretched forward to grasp the silver lightning, but was pierced by the spear. The terrifying power almost cut his palm in half. Puff! A large piece of golden hair flew up, and the sharp spear tip suddenly pierced into Behemoth's chest, and countless blood flowers splashed from it, like a bunch of enchanting flowers. This mythical creature that feeds on dragons seemed to be pierced by a spear today and suffered heavy damage. Chapter 262. How dare you hurt me? Behemoth was furious, since he was recruited by the Lord. No one could hurt him except for being beaten by a black dragon. Now he was pierced through the chest with a spear, and was injured by a human who was much weaker than him. What a shame! A long roar rose to the sky, and the Behemoth army following it stopped almost at the same time, then threw away the food in their hands that was gnawed and looked like a human, and quickly approached their king. The word Behemoth means group of beasts in Hebrew, implying that it is huge in size, and can only be compared with a group of beasts. And now hundreds of behemoths are galloping at the same time, like a huge group of beasts, causing more terrifying noise than thousands of troops. The surviving Baili elite soldiers showed fear on their faces, and even the calm Chen Dao couldn't help but change his face slightly. With just a few people like them, they can't stop the impact of thousands of troops for much time. Now we have no way out. We must live and die. Kill them all. Chen Dao and Behemoth roared almost at the same time, and the two of them flew across the battlefield, constantly hitting and colliding, with a lot of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The elite soldiers of Baili formed a military formation to resist the impact of Behemoth, like a reef in the sea, and no matter how huge the waves were, they could not be shaken at all. Generals versus generals. Soldiers versus soldiers. Two top-level generals fought in the void, and the two high-level troops fought to the death on the battlefield. The huge momentum attracted more and more people to pay attention to this place. Boom! Chen Dao fell to the ground in a mess, smashing a human-shaped deep pit. After all, there was a gap in strength, and he was still no match for the monster Behemoth. You can't! There were countless bullet marks on Behemoth's body like a little giant, among which the wound on his chest was the most serious, and blood kept pouring out like a fountain. The hippopotamus head twisted and became ferocious. And the fist suddenly blasted out, hitting the weak Chen Dao like a meteorite falling to the ground. You scoundrel. Don't be so arrogant. A majestic figure blocked Chen Dao's way, and the long spear in his hand slashed the wind and clouds. The space in this area seemed unable to withstand such power, and actually shook. The brilliant golden divine light burst out, and instantly submerged Behemoth's body. Only a shrill roar was heard, and the golden light retreated. But this arrogant monster actually hugged his arm, and retreated backwards, and blood splashed out. Who are you? Behemoth's hippo eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that he was seriously injured in an instant. The opponent's slash almost took off his arm. I'm your father. Bah! How can I have such an ugly son like you? Li Tsunxiu almost said it off the cuff. But fortunately, he recognized this hippopotamus face in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether it was good or bad to take advantage of it. At the same time, the long cry of the phoenix sounded, followed by a stream of red flames flashing through the behemoth army. The terrifying heat wave ignited the fur of these giant beasts, and the divine light burned their blood and flesh. Within a few breaths, dozens of behemoths were already trapped in the sea of fire, and eventually turned into ashes. Huang Zhong threw away his sword and raised his bow. In the blink of an eye, dozens of red fire meteors were shot out. Like a small fire meteor, the behemoth's hard skin was instantly pierced, bursting with a lot of blood. Behemoth killed the Baili elite soldiers as easily as turning over in sleep, and Huang Zhong killed Behemoth as easily as eating and drinking water. In an instant, the besieged Baili elite soldiers were rescued, and Huang Zhong's powerful murderous aura frightened the remaining behemoths, and they dared not to attack forward, leaving the seriously injured Chen Dao to the care of the Baili. Huang Zhong said coldly, Tsunxiao, don't play anymore. The Lord ordered us to kill this monster quickly, and attack the city as soon as possible. It's boring. Li Tsunxiu curled his lips. He finally met a tough sandbag, but his lord still wanted to kill him. There was also a whistling sound not far away, as if it was destroying the world, and the terrifying power almost crushed the space. 1, 2, 3. Behemoth covered his injured arm, and the original mocking expression had long disappeared, and his face was full of fear. When did so many masters, who were not inferior to him, appear? Even the warrior in front of him, who was as vigorous as a tiger, was much stronger than him. Attack! The fierce general in front of him swung his long spear, and the boundless murderous intent completely locked this void. Behemoth had no way to retreat, so he could only roar, and his arms penetrated forward like two dragons out of the sea. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the divine light shattered. King Yu's spear collided violently with his fist, and the shocking shock spread in all directions. At the same time, Huang Zhong drew his sword and rushed over, and the red fire flashed, and the blade surrounded by high-temperature flame slashed a behemoth's head. The two men and the beast intertwined with each other, and the earth-shattering might burst out one after another. The soldiers who were slightly closer to this place were instantly crushed into slag. Boom! The long spear turned into a dragon in the deep sea, and the long sword was like a phoenix in the flames. The dragon and the phoenix entangled and raised countless strange phenomena, stirring up the wind and rain, fanning the divine fire, and surrounding Behemoth in the center, and strangling him continuously. Large pieces of blood and broken meat were taken away with the swing of the two weapons. At this time, Behemoth was suppressed by Li Tsunxiu and Huang Zhong, and his life breath was constantly weakened. Behemoth was in a bitter mood now. He thought he was invincible here, but he didn't expect that the other party was so hidden that he actually hid such a fierce man. Even if it wanted to get away, I'm afraid the other party would not agree. You're dead. It was rare to meet a good opponent. Although Huang Zhong was helping him, Li Tsunxiu finally stretched his muscles. The Yuang spear in his hand emitted a dazzling golden divine light, and the surrounding void became turbulent, as if foreshadowing the unrest that was to come. The divine light exploded, and a violent roar sounded instantly. The air on this side formed an endless wave of air. A cold light pierced through the space with Li Tsunxiu's action, and instantly pierced Behemoth's head, just like a river breaking through a dam, or like a mountain tilting mud and rocks. The force that suppressed everything hit the head, and the hard skull suddenly made a crisp sound. The next second, the skull shattered, as if the sound of a bomb exploded, accompanied by Behemoth's painful wail. The giant body fell to the ground. The monster is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Huang Zhong didn't know what the monster was called, so he had to use his true energy to transmit the sound. Soon Sam, who was staying in the back, heard the news, and his face changed drastically. The remaining behemoths screamed in pain, rushed towards Huang Zhong and others with red eyes, and saw dozens of sword lights flashing in the void, instantly cutting them in half. The setback of the Warcraft army boosted the morale of the Chinese players, and they kept cheering excitedly, and kill the enemies with their swords. Chapter 263 Conquer Canaan. Kill these stupid hippos. The behemoth army without behemoth was like a tiger with broken teeth. Although its claws were still there, its might had diminished, facing the counterattack of dozens or hundreds of Chinese players. The giant beasts were defeated. The narrow mountain road was full of blood, and large bodies were lying on the ground. Countless bones and broken flesh piled up like mountains. As terrible as purgatory. Just looking at this place from a distance, it is possible to be confused and emotionally collapsed. Chinese people, you have done so many bad things. In the sea of bones composed of skeleton soldiers, Sam, who commanded the Warcraft army, gritted his teeth and looked at the fierce auras not far away. At the same time as being angry, he was also terrified. You must know that the behemoth recruited by Steve is a legendary mythical creature, although it has been weakened a lot by the system. Its combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the ancient generals in Eastern history. Even though Sam had not seen Behemoth's data panel, he had seen with his own eyes that this monster could fight against a giant dragon, and its strength was comparable to that of the 10,000 enemies of the ancient Eastern country. Unexpectedly, there was a person in this Chinese army who could kill 10,000 enemies, which was beyond Sam's knowledge of China. If Behemoth dies here, Steve will definitely not let me go. He will definitely kill me and send me to H.L., and I will never be reborn. Sam forced himself to calm down and analyze his situation. Most of the Warcraft army he brought was composed of skeleton soldiers, with at most Behemoth and hundreds of Behemoths to support him. But now that the Golden Behemoth has been killed, the Behemoth army is also facing the situation of annihilation, relying solely on skeleton soldiers and weak Canaan players. It is impossible to stop the attack of China, and at most it can delay for a while. There is no possibility of a reversal in this war, and there are still two choices left in front of Sam. First, while China has not yet attacked the Canaan city, the teleportation array can still be used. He took the remaining Warcraft army through the teleportation array to leave here and reduce losses. But he has been following Steve for many years, and knows Steve's brutal and bloody side. Once he tells him that Behemoth died on the battlefield, he might kill him on the spot, and send people to the main world to continue hunting him until he dies completely. Sam's mind flashed with Steve's smiling face after killing people, and he couldn't help but shudder. No, you can't tell that murderer. He is a demon who doesn't even let children go. Then there is another way left. That is to surrender to China and forcibly change the camp. Wait for the end of the national war and follow back to China as a surrendered soldier in general, so that you can escape Steve's pursuit. It's better to live than to die. Now there is only one way to surrender. Sam smiled helplessly. With Steve's personality, whether in the national war or in the main world, he will definitely send people to hunt him to the ends of the earth. Unless he is confirmed dead, he will never give up. It is better to rely on the shade of China. As long as China is not conquered, he will not worry about his life in this life. At this time, a figure not far away shuttled forward, and the long spear kept sweeping forward like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. A lot of blood was swept into the air with the wind of the gun, forming a burst of bloody wind. Seeing the unique Han army armor on the other side, Sam couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly dispersed the skeleton soldiers in front of him and shouted in poor Chinese language, "You are so brave. I am convinced. I hope you..." Boom! Before he finished speaking, his agile body suddenly flashed several times on the ground, and the long spear in his hand suddenly poured out, as if a dragon soared into the sky, turning into an extremely sharp lightning, instantly piercing Sam's chest. With a shake of his arm, Sam, whose face was constantly twisted by pain, felt his body lighten, and then flew up several feet, smashed into a pile of skeletons, and fell to the ground and died. He is a hero. You are treating this as water margin. Li Ji waved the Overlord's spear, smashed the skeleton soldiers who rushed up to him into slag, and spat at the still warm body. The other party had done so many things and caused Chen Dao to be seriously injured. How could he forgive such a person for surrendering to him? A crushing defeat. The remaining Warcraft army and the Canaan army were defeated, facing the offensive of China, which was like mercury pouring down on the ground. They were instantly repelled dozens or hundreds of feet, and were soon driven out of the mountain road. Don't let America's Warcraft army use the teleportation array to escape and attack the city. Cheng Shang, Kong Xiang and others gave orders one after another, leading the players of Xuzhou and Qinzhou and their NPC soldiers to quickly cross the mountain road and start to attack the only city in Canaan, the Holy City. The Canaan area includes players from the two countries of Israel and Palestine in the world. They both use Jerusalem as their capital, although there are disputes between them. The system still classifies them as the same area, as a holy place for many religions. The NPC guard stationed in the Holy City is a religious elder with mysterious abilities. There are also believers from various religions helping to defend the city, although their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of ordinary soldiers. They can buff friendly forces and belong to auxiliary troops. I didn't expect the Chinese army to be so brutal that it even defeated America's Warcraft army. If there is a chance to fight with them later, we must not confront them head-on. There are still elders and believers in the Holy City. They will punish the Chinese on behalf of Allah. The defeated Canaan players, wrapped in the leaderless Warcraft army, rushed towards the gate of the city like crazy, as if they had lost their minds. Most people are afraid of death. Even if there is a slight chance of escape, they will not give up. And even if their companions die, they will not stop. The Chinese troops chased and killed them, and the NPC troops guarding the city gate hurriedly accelerated the action of closing the city gate, but were constantly interrupted by the surging crowd, making it difficult to close the city gate. What a bunch of idiots! God will not bless you. The elder in a white robe broke through the defense and jumped on the city wall in anger. Not like the master who looked down on everything. If the enemy really came in, not to mention that he, the elder, could turn the tables. Even if God came to the world, he would not be able to resist the cold front. Bili elite soldiers, follow me to capture the city. Qin Dao was seriously injured. Li Ji took over the command of this elite infantry and led the few remaining Bili troops to the rear of the chaotic Canaan army. The spears were like lightning, and even though the Bili elite soldiers suffered heavy losses, they still burst out with amazing combat power, constantly piercing the unlucky guy who fell at the end and knocked him to the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos to seize a city is much easier than forcing it. As long as you gain control of the city gate, you can let friendly troops enter the city continuously and engage in street fighting with the enemy. Because the checkpoints on the mountain road collapsed, it was difficult for the cavalry to pass through for a while. So he simply gave the task of clearing the road to Wang Ming, and he led other fierce generals to attack the Holy City. Although the Bili elite soldiers lost a lot of people in the confrontation with the behemoth army, there was a certain organization, and many fierce generals such as Li Tsunxiu and Huang Zhong joined. This Bili elite soldier was simply killing gods and Buddhas, and the chaotic Canaan army could not stop their advancement at all. One-handed 18 picks. Li Ji suddenly felt that his skills were a bit single. Apart from the one-handed 18 picks, he had no other active skills. The wind of the gun was whistling, and in an instant, the armor of dozens of Canaan players was torn apart, hanging on their bodies like rags. And then the cold light pointed out and pierced their bodies. Li Tsunxiao, Wang Zhong and others beside him directly started the unparalleled mowing mode. Countless Canaan soldiers died tragically under their front, and they didn't even have time to make a wail. With Li Ji's disruption, the chaos at the city gate reached a new level. A large number of soldiers either died under the enemy's front or fell from the iron bridge and drowned in the moat. Even the wise Canaan elders couldn't think of any way to curb the spread of chaos. Rumble. The dense footsteps sounded again in the distance, and a large number of Chinese players, led by Cheng Shang and others, quickly approached here. I didn't expect Li Ji to move so quickly and actually fight the enemy at the city gate. Brothers, let's add some more firewood for them to make Canaan even more chaotic. The Xuzhou and Qinzhou players, who fell behind, finally caught up with Li Ji, and they all used various skills to frantically harvest the lives of Canaan players. Soon, under the impact of various fierce generals, the enemies blocking the city gate were killed and dispersed, clearing a bloody path. The Chinese army rushed forward, pouring into the city like a tide, almost completely submerging the Holy City. In an instant, the Holy City was filled with a lot of fighting sounds, and there were battles with swords everywhere. Every moment, someone died under the opponent's weapons. The Canaan players had no way to retreat, so they could only bite the bullet and fight with the Chinese players. But they were far behind the Chinese in terms of equipment and skills. They didn't resist for much time and were killed by the opponent, turning into points for the Chinese players. Sunxiao, Hanxing, let's go to the city lord's mansion. Li Ji looked around and found that there were his own people everywhere. He knew that he could not get many points by continuing to harvest the Canaan army. So he simply rushed directly to the city lord's mansion and broke their stone tablets. A stone tablet is worth 1,000,000 points. Here, in addition to Li Ji, there are also great lords like Cheng Shang Kong Xiang, who had the opportunity to win the 1,000,000 points. The pressure on Li Ji must be great. No arrows missed their target. Wang Zhong held a longbow in his hand, pumping his arms continuously, shooting dozens of arrows in a short period of time, turning into a small rain of arrows that covered the enemies in front of him. The next moment, there was a harsh noise, followed by dozens of explosions, and a burst of fire rose not far away. The divine fire instantly swept away the surrounding enemies and burned them to ashes. With one man and one bow, Wang Zhong showed his terrifying fighting power and cleared a path for Li Ji. Kill! Li Ji led the way, and the elite Baili soldiers behind him roared hysterically, charging into the crowd like they were ready to die. In an instant, countless enemies were knocked to the ground, and a large number of broken limbs and arms flew in the air. This elite army was like a wave slasher, ruthlessly splitting the enemy's army into two sides. It didn't take much time for Li Ji to lead his troops to the heavily surrounded city lord's mansion. The elders of Canaan brought a large number of believers to make the final resistance. My lord, leave this man to me. Han Sheng, protect my lord's safety. Li Tsuinxiu held a heavy yuan spear, bursting out with the momentum of an unparalleled general, and the endless murderous aura almost condensed into substance, instantly locking this space. May Allah protect me. The face of the elder of Canaan was about to turn green. This was the first time he had seen such a fierce general. Even if the Allah of faith came to the world, it would probably be difficult to stop the opponent for a long time. Yuan's spear swept forward, like splitting mountains and breaking waves, and suddenly hit the elder's body, protecting golden light. A crisp SHL breaking sound rang out, and the elder's face was twisted. The terrifying impact force directly flipped him dozens of feet away, and crashed into the believers behind him, instantly killing several people. Li Tsuinxiu's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the elder, who was spitting blood, holding up the long spear and hitting again. Come again? Elder Canaan's old bones were almost broken apart in the previous collision. If he came like this again, it would be called God's protection if he didn't become a meat pie. Curse power, toe power, slow power. The surrounding believers used their means one after another, throwing out hundreds of golden ropes to tie up Li Tsuinxiu's limbs. The dark power swam along the ropes, drilling into Li Tsuinxiu's body like a little snake, and then disappeared. The ground under his feet suddenly became muddy, and the next second several large hands formed of mud stretched out, trying to drag Li Tsuinxiu into the ground. Although their combat effectiveness was not very good, they were much better than other arms in terms of restriction. What a trick! Li Tsuinxiu's tiger body shook, and the power of the four symbols burst out, and the ropes tied to his body broke in an instant. The golden true energy in his body turned into divine light, and the extremely sharp power instantly annihilated the corrosive curse power. He forcibly pulled his legs forward and stood up from the mud. Li Tsuinxiu was furious. Although these skills were like tickling in front of him, he was also annoyed by these little tricks. Like a meteorite hitting the earth, the heavy Yuan spear rubbed sparks in the air, turning into a stream of light and bombarding the elder's body, protecting holy light that was as brittle as paper. The next moment, there was a roar of explosion, and countless smoke and dust rose up. Li Tsuinxiu was seen crossing the deep pit with a long spear. The elders in the pit had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood. Surrender or not, Li Tsuinxiu seemed to be a god of death. If anyone dared to refuse, they would face death. Destroy the stone tablet and capture the holy city. Li Ji took advantage of Li Tsuinxiu's power and rushed to the stone tablet decisively, smashing the stone tablet of the holy city with one shot. All announcements in the national war battlefield. The holy city of Canaan district was breached by the players in the Huaxia district, and the national points of the Huaxia district were +1. Since all the cities in the Canaan district were breached, all players in the Canaan district were forced to withdraw from the national war battlefield, and the national points of the Huaxia district were +3. Congratulations to the player for destroying the stone tablet of the holy city in the Canaan district, and the personal points were increased by 1,000,000. Chapter 264 Steve's Fury. Russia. Osaka Castle. Originally one of the 3 cities in Japan, Osaka Castle fell into the control of Russian players after a series of wars. Today, Russia is fighting everywhere, owning several cities, and ranking at the top of the national points rankings. But even such a powerful Russian civilization has encountered ruthless attacks from other civilizations. The plain outside Osaka Castle is covered with dense armies of warcraft. The totem flag symbolizing the tribes seem to cover the sky. The terrifying killing intent continues to rise from the army, causing dark clouds to cover the sky. And there are faint flashes of lightning. The dark clouds are pressing down on the city. And Steve personally leads the main force of the Warcraft army to attack Russia. Natasha, the great lord of the Russian region, stood on the city wall, looking at the enemies in the distance with a sad face, muttering to herself. Steve's skeleton soldiers have the ability to revive after death under the blessing of the necromancer. They are inexhaustible and are the best soldiers for siege. We haven't been operating in Osaka for a long time, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend the city, no matter how unwilling you are. You must admit that Steve, as the first lord of America, is also amazing and a hero of the era. Beside Natasha, there are many lords with certain strength in the Russian region, facing the tide of enemies under the city. They all showed solemn expressions. They have always been at odds with the people of America, even if there is a gap in strength with the other party. With the character of the Russian players, they will never surrender to the other party. Natasha, I heard that Steve has a behemoth and an unknown number of behemoths beside him. It seems that no one here can compare with him. Not only that, I also heard that Steve has a dragon hero unit with him, carrying the 10th level special unit of the Black Dragon in the National War Battlefield. As long as a certain number of points are consumed, you can recruit regardless of the conditions. With the number of points Steve has, perhaps he has recruited dragon units and let him drive them. Behemoths, dragons, these are creatures from myths and legends. How can we have the ability to kill them? Steve's strength made many Russian players afraid before the battle. The pressure of the Warcraft army was like a mountain, which almost suffocated them. Natasha pursed her lips, but could not find any reason to appease these lords. Steve's strength was beyond their imagination. They attacked the city. The Russian players on the high tower issued a warning and exclaimed. The Warcraft army under the city finally moved, and instantly raised thousands of feet of smoke and dust. And countless skeleton soldiers composed of white bones rushed out from it, like a vast expanse of white ocean. It charged towards Osaka Castle. We will defend the glory of the Eastern Slavs even if we die. Natasha was as brave as a man, shouting loudly to mobilize the morale of the defenders in the city with her personal charm. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton cavalrymen all over the mountains and fields roared silently, with blue flames rising from their empty eye sockets, and rushed towards the city with short knives raised high. The national war had been going on for a while, and the skeleton soldiers Steve brought from the main world were basically smashed to pieces, and they lost the possibility of resurrection. Now, some of these skeleton soldiers were directly recruited by Steve by consuming points, but more of them were made of the dead soldiers as raw materials, and their bones were used to form new skeleton soldiers. Mayan civilization, Polish civilization, ancient Greek civilization. All the soldiers who died in the civilizations conquered by America became Steve's skeleton soldiers without exception. It was ridiculous to be killed by the enemy, and then charge for the enemy after death. The Russian players defending the city felt their scalps tingling, facing the dense sea of white skeletons. It was difficult to raise the idea of resistance. Shoot! Shoot! The defenders on Osaka Castle drew their bows and arrows, and together with the musketeers from the Lord's troops, they shot at the enemy frantically. There were so many skeleton soldiers that they could hit the chests of the skeletons, which were composed of rows of white ribs, without any aiming. A large amount of arrows fell into the sea of bones, and countless fragile bones were directly shattered by arrows and paralyzed on the ground. Resurrection of the dead. The necromancer activated the power of death, and the inky black energy suddenly filled the bones and corpses scattered all over the ground, like black thin lines, forcibly hanging them up, like puppets. The upper and lower jaws that had not yet been aligned opened again, and because of the excessive force, they were directly in a dislocated state. They continued to charge by swinging the lower half of their mouths. The skeleton soldiers had a single way of attacking, and their intelligence was extremely low. They could not even maintain the most basic military formation, and using siege equipment was an impossible task. But they also had a unique way of climbing the city, just like the zombie movies in the movies and web dramas, constantly stepping on the bodies of their companions, like ants clinging to the city walls, climbing up. There are too many. The city's defense supplies were consumed crazily. Even if the Russian players were fully prepared, it would be difficult to resist for a long time in the face of the surging offensive. A great country attacked with all its might, and the defenders had to defend with all their might. But Osaka City did not gather all the Russian troops. Even if there were many Russian generals in the city, they could not escape defeat. Soon, after dying and living again, living and dying again, and dying and living again, the skeleton army finally climbed the city wall after going through this cycle over and over again. The combat power of ordinary soldiers is stronger than that of skeleton soldiers. But skeleton soldiers also have other advantages. In addition to the resurrection of the dead blessed by the necromancer, they also have endless physical strength. As long as they continue to fight with the Russian soldiers, the skeleton soldiers will eventually exhaust the opponent's physical strength. And then the Russian soldiers will be no different from meat on the chopping board. Who? Several heavy breathing sounds came from the Warcraft army. And then several huge bodies rose into the air, flapping their wings in anger, sweeping away countless skeletons on the ground. For a moment, the sunlight above their heads was suddenly blocked, and many people's vision darkened. That's a dragon. The breath of many players was choked. Their pupils kept trembling, and endless fear and awe were revealed. The dragon body of dozens of meters spanned the air, and the scales on the body appeared to be shining under the sunlight, like a perfect work of art. The golden dragon's eyes flashed with greedy light. Hot air spurted out of its nostrils, and it kept breathing heavily. Its wings covered the sky and the sun, and the terrifying dragon's might filled the entire battlefield. Many of Steve's army's magical beasts with dragon blood trembled with fear in their hearts, and some even knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly at the giant dragon in the sky. It's actually a tier 10 black dragon. So, in addition to the behemoth, Steve also has a dragon that is a hero unit. Many players were afraid, and the appearance of the dragon caused their morale to plummet. 10th tier troops are comparable to hero units without characteristics. Although they are not as good as generals of the same level, they are more than enough to kill them. And the black dragons recruited by Steve all have wings and the ability to fly. In the early stage, no civilization could take out a flying unit to fight against them. The Air Force fights the army, and there is no choice but to shoot them with bows and arrows. The evil dragon roared, and several black dragons roared. The terrifying sound waves shook the defenders on the city wall with painful expressions, and they covered their ears. The low-level troops were even more unbearable. Their eardrums were directly ruptured, and two snake-like blood crawled out of their ears, and they lost their hearing. Shoot and kill these dragons. Some unwilling people wanted to turn into dragon slayers, and commanded the archers on the city wall to shoot at the black dragons. The overwhelming rain of arrows roared in the air, and the black dragons in the air flapped their wings and climbed up, easily dodging the incoming rain of arrows. One black dragon flapped its wings vigorously, forming a strong convection in an instant, sweeping away all the rain of arrows. Then, with a high-pitched dragon roar, the black dragon swooped directly towards the city wall. Boom! Before the dragon arrived, a strong airflow swept over, and countless defenders could not stand it all. Like fallen leaves on the ground were swept away in an instant, and fell from the city wall into meat paste. The sharp dragon claws were like sharp knives with cold light, leaving claw marks on the city wall as lightly as cutting tofu. And a large number of fallen wall battlements fell to the ground. The addition of several black dragons made the Russian players even worse, and the already precarious defense line became even more shaky. If it weren't for Natasha relying on her personal characteristics to encourage them, Osaka Castle would have been broken by Best Eve long ago. I didn't expect that the Russian Empire could hold out for so long. Pass my order, and have the elites of each tribe go out to take down Osaka Castle as soon as possible. Steve, wearing a tattered robe, looked at the war-torn Osaka Castle, and the faint firelight in his eyes flickered. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with the progress. The civilization background of America is different from other civilizations. They are a background composed of many games. There are countless professions to choose from, and even non-human professions are much more than human professions. Steve, like most American players, did not choose a human profession, but abandoned his body to become a skeleton king. Just then, a black player rushed to Steve in panic and said, "It's not good." Sam took the initiative to bring his Warcraft army, together with Behemoth and Behemoth's army, to fight against the Chinese troops in the holy city of Canaan. What's the big deal? We will fight China sooner or later. Steve waved his hand, and the bones of his 5 fingers looked crystal clear under the sunlight. But the holy city has fallen. What do you mean? Steve has been busy attacking Osaka Castle, and the announcement of Canaan's fall has gone in one ear and out the other, and he didn't take it seriously. The black player swallowed his saliva and said carefully, according to reliable information, Sam has been killed by a Chinese player and forced to return to the main world. Crack! The staff in his hand was instantly broken into 2 pieces. And the 2 ghost flames in Steve's eye sockets suddenly swelled and almost jumped out. Where are Behemoth and the Behemoth army? Say it. Steve burst out with a strong momentum, forming a series of strong winds, blowing his robes, and the stones on the ground faintly vibrated. Behemoth was killed by 2 Chinese warriors, and the Behemoth army was wiped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Steve stared at the other party, and a cold light flashed on by Jia's face. The 2 ghost flames swelled again, like a lone wolf walking in the dark, and the cold eyes made people feel uneasy. The black player was so scared that his soul almost flew away, and his body was shaking constantly. He was afraid of the Lord in front of him. So he said with a stiff face, "It is true, and someone has seen Behemoth's head with their own eyes." Before he finished speaking, the skeleton's palm without flesh and blood directly clasped his head, and the brutal force directly squeezed his head slightly concave. The black player twisted his face, but did not dare to make any sound. He knew the other party's brutality. If he made a sound, the other party would definitely crush him without hesitation. "Lord, please be patient." Fortunately, a hero covered with dragon scales stopped Steve's movements and signaled him to let go of the black man. "Nidhogg, what do you want?" "My lord, killing him won't change the situation of Behemoth's death. It's better to keep him. After all, he has collected a lot of information for us." Steve turned his head to look at him. His toothless mouth cracked a crack, and chuckled, "Nidhogg, you never stopped me from killing people in the past, and even ate the corpses. Why did you change your temper today?" Nidhogg shook his head and replied, "Compared to this person's body, I think I prefer to eat Sam. After all, the flesh and blood of traitors are more delicious. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Sam. The damn bastard. If this guy runs back to the main world, he can't escape from my palm even if he has wings. It's a pity that I have to wait until the end of the national war before I can kill the traitor." The black player who fell to the ground understood immediately, crawled and rolled to grab Steve's slender leg bones, begging, "Since the Lord is not convenient to take action, let me go back and capture Sam, the traitor, and wait for your return." "Okay, you have such a heart. How can I not agree?" Steve swung his robe, and a ball of soul-sucking ghost fire instantly engulfed the body of the black player. With a shrill scream, the ghost fire dissipated, and only a ball of ashes was left. "Go away. This is a small punishment." This seems to be a word to the black ashes. But the surrounding players' faces changed drastically, and they dared not continue to look directly at Steve's skeleton body. They knew what the consequences would be if they betrayed Steve, and they restrained their little thoughts. "Lord, shall we continue the siege?" "Why not? Although I hate the Chinese the most now. The Russians are no less powerful. Defeating the Russians can also shock the Chinese." Under Steve's unreserved attack, even without the Behemoth army, the Russian players could hardly resist the opponent's offensive. In order to reduce losses, Natasha had to lead the elite troops to break through the city and retreat to St. Petersburg, one of the main cities of the Russian Empire. All announcements in the National War battlefield. Osaka Castle in the Russian Empire was breached by players in the American Empire. The national points in the American Empire were +1, and the national points in the Russian Empire were reduced by 1. Chapter 265 Comeback. Stormwind, one of the 5 main cities of America, is now full of monsters in this magnificent city. The roars from time to time reach the sky and shatter the black clouds in the sky. Skeleton soldiers, werewolves, vampires, minotaurs, countless monsters from different tribes crowded in it. And there were several dragons resting on the houses. The dragon power they exuded made other monsters dare not approach half a step. All the players in America responded to Steve's call and gathered in this city. Phew! There was a white light flashing in Stormwind, and then a group of well-equipped cavalry appeared, including the Teutonic knights wearing white robes, embroidered with red crosses and swords, and wearing black crosses. Not only the German army appeared, but also the noble longbowmen representing the British Empire, the armored cavalry of the Roman area, and the camel cavalry of Arabia. The great lords from several powerful civilizations in Europe and Central Asia accepted Steve's invitation and gathered in Stormwind. Since Li Ji forcefully repelled the Arab and Spanish armies, the Western coalition was somewhat angry. Now the strongest lord from the American civilization invited them to come together to discuss the attack on China, and they agreed without thinking too much, especially Pedro from Spain. He still misses Isabella, who was captured by Li Ji, and tries every means to rescue his White Queen. Steve, I didn't expect you to personally launch an attack on China. I thought you would only send that Sam to participate in the war. Bottoni, the lord of the Roman district, still remembered Sam's arrogant appearance, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, as expected. Steve seemed to be angered by the other party's words. The two ghost fires in the empty eye sockets shook wildly, and the two jaws rubbed together. He said coldly, I admit that I was wrong. I will never let Sam go. I know that China has a grudge against you, and China also has a grudge against me. So I will personally take action in the future. After all, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. If the other party was not the great lord of Rome, but the lord of America, Steve would have burned the other party to ashes long ago. Bottoni also knew the other party's temper. The other party's tolerance to this point also gave him enough face. Bottoni did not dare to speak too harshly. After all, the other party was the first lord of a civilized area, and his strength was stronger than him. Taking advantage of the other party's words was also a good result. Steve, I heard that your behemoth and behemoth army all died tragically at the hands of the Chinese. Is this news true or false? Thomas still remembered that Sam had confronted him. If it weren't for the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights behind him, who was holding back the golden behemoth, he might have been hammered to death on the spot. Steve tilted his skull and looked at the other party. Although he didn't want to admit it, he finally nodded. It's true. Behemoth died in the Battle of Canaan. Whether it's the traitor Sam or the Chinese, I will make them pay with blood and tears. Behemoth is a mythical creature. Even though it has experienced a series of weakenings since it came here, it is still one of the top hero units. And now there are generals in China who can kill Behemoth. Do you have a trump card to stop them? Behemoth is the top hero, with strength comparable to the 10,000 enemies in history. The great lords from various civilizations can't take out any generals to stop it, unless they use human lives to fill it. Steve waved his hand and replied, Don't worry. China has a long history, and it is normal to have a few more powerful generals than Behemoth. But I have recruited the Black Dragon of the 10th level army, and no Chinese army can resist them. After that, the sleeping Black Dragon suddenly woke up, spread its wings and soared into the sky, and the terrifying dragon power suppressed the great lords on the city wall. This is a giant dragon. The rumor that Steve recruited a dragon hero is very likely true. Steve enjoyed the panicked expressions of his allies very much, and his originally bad mood disappeared immediately. The master stared at the other party and said, Did you really recruit a dragon hero? The lowest level of pure-blooded dragons are rated as special troops of the 10th level by the system. Each dragon is comparable to a fierce general, and as the king of the dragon clan, its strength is even more terrifying. Yes, Steve did not deny the fact. I recruited the black dragon Nidhogg, which is also a mythical creature, and its strength is even stronger than Behemoth. The Chinese fierce general can kill Behemoth, and it can also kill Behemoth. Now you can rest assured. The Western lords present nodded one after another. Behemoth feeds on dragons, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Nidhogg is a creature in Norse mythology. It is normal that its strength is stronger than Behemoth. Perhaps the bravery it shows has reached the maximum value. Thomas showed a bitter smile. The other party admitted the fact and showed them unparalleled strength again, at least for a long time afterwards. They in the West will be suppressed by America, just like in the present world. Steve, you are so strong. You must be the leader of the coalition. Yes. 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 The position of leader has always been held by the strongest. I will be the first to be dissatisfied if you are not the one to take the position. With Steve's leadership, and Nidhogg and the Black Dragon troops, the Chinese are only a little stronger than an ant. We can crush them to death with just one finger. Steve showed his trump card, which made many lords turn to his side. Thomas, who was originally the leader, was directly ignored and his status was greatly reduced. Thomas's face was as calm as water, and he finally gave up the position of leader to the other party. It is not so easy to be the leader, especially when facing the monster of China. If the army is defeated by the other party, the player who is the leader will definitely take the blame and become the target of insults from other civilizations. Steve, since you have become the leader of the alliance, the coalition's offensive route will be planned by you. Do you have any ideas? The ghost light was dim, and Steve said confidently, I guess you have already found out about the defenders of the 6 main cities in China. Although they are not as terrifying as Han Xian, as long as they have enough soldiers. Their cities are impregnable and difficult to break. What China lacks the least is people. So it is simply a pipe dream for us to take down Chinese cities. What do you mean? Invite them to come out of the city for a battle. And the outcome will be determined in one battle. The lords present showed a look of surprise, as if they could not imagine that the other party was so bold. Chapter 266 Assembly. What the HL? Is Steve crazy? He actually invited us to go out of the city for a field battle? After discovering that many civilizations had united to capture the city of China, Qin Fan decisively opened a meeting and summoned the core players who were still alive. Li Ji was also invited. However, before the meeting started for long, the players stationed outside sent back a message saying that Steve invited all Chinese players to go out of the city for a field battle to decide the outcome. It can only be said that he was overconfident, and at the same time, he was a bit shameless. Many people complained and scolded Steve for being thick-skinned, who would unite other civilizations to fight against a civilization. And say it clearly, I just want to beat you up. Damn it. I always knew that the West was as thick-skinned as the walls of Luoyang. But I didn't expect it to refresh my cognition today. They just think we are fools. They agreed to the invitation. Are their faces as big as pancakes? I say, just ignore their words. Obviously, Steve and others' arrogant and rude appearance angered many Chinese players. Many people think that the other party is just making trouble, and there is no need to pay attention to them. Qin Fan stretched out his hand to suppress the voices of the players, cleared his throat and said, I already know what you mean. As you can see, many people are opposed to the invitation to go out of the city for a field battle. But Qin wants to know if anyone is in favor of sending troops. As soon as the voice fell, the noisy voice disappeared, and many players naturally dropped their hands, without any intention of raising them. Only one person raised his hand. Brother Li Ji. What do you mean? Qin Fan looked at the other party intently, and was slightly stunned. Li Ji's raising of his hand was beyond his expectation. Li Ji nodded and said in an unquestionable tone, I think we have to fight. And we have to fight hard. We have 6 cities to defend, plus famous generals stationed in each city. Why should we accept Steve's invitation to fight? Isn't this abandoning our own advantages? Someone raised a question. You have a point. Li Ji stood up. Steve wanted to fight us in the field because he was concerned about the strength of the city and our strength. He wanted to speed up the change of the situation in the national war. Qin Fan frowned and said uncertainly, Are you saying that they are afraid that we will snowball and make our advantage bigger and bigger, and finally crush them? That's about it. We currently have 18 points, while America, which ranks second, has only 11 points. The gap has gradually widened. If they don't take action, the gap will become bigger and bigger. Li Ji asked, What do we have the most? Cities? Wrong. It's people. We have enough people, which means we have enough troops to garrison the city, and enough people to launch attacks in different directions. Steve and his men are most afraid that we will go all out to plunder the city and occupy a large amount of resources. So Steve invited us to fight in the field in order to defeat us in one fell swoop in this war, so that we will suffer heavy losses and find it difficult to continue to expand, and may even spit out the city we have eaten? Someone seemed to have grasped the key point. Since Steve has such a plan, why should we accept the other party's invitation to fight? Isn't this playing into the other party's hands? Yes, this may make us fall into the other party's trap. But it also gives us an opportunity. Everything has 2 sides. Since they want to defeat us in a war, why can't we defeat them in this war? How brave. Many players learned of Li Ji's idea and praised him. When 2 sides meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Although the opponent is a coalition of powerful civilizations, they are not bad either. 5,000 years of history have produced countless heroes. Compared with the Foundation, they have never been afraid of anyone. Comparing combat power, let's not talk about the distant ones, but in terms of the near ones, Li Ji defeated the armies of the Arab and Spanish civilizations with only more than 200,000 troops. There is no water in the record. Whether it is the Foundation or combat power, China is not afraid of the Western coalition. If we don't accept the other party's invitation to fight, the other party will think we are soft persimmons. Maybe in the next national war, they will continue to trip us up and hinder our expansion. The great man said it well. 1 punch is better than 100 punches. Since the other party has come up to us to beat us, it would be a shame not to beat them black and blue. I will be the first to fight the coalition army. I want to see if they want to recreate the scene of the 8-Nation Alliance again. Li Ji's words convinced many players, but some players were skeptical about Steve's invitation to fight. In the end, Qin Fan adopted a voting system, and the number of people who accepted the invitation to fight was just a little more than those who refused. The minority obeys the majority. If someone really doesn't participate, I will arrange you to help defend the city in various cities. The other party is as cunning as a fox and extremely treacherous. Qin Fan is afraid that the other party will send a detachment to attack their city during the battle between the two parties. He must consider this possibility. The location of the invitation to fight was chosen in a hilly area, and there are many hills that can be used as bridgeheads or nails, which is of great strategic significance. As the top lord in the Huaxiao area, Li Ji was naturally assigned to an extremely important position. Build a camp on the mountain and wait for the enemy to tire. Li Ji looked at the simple map on the sand table and said thoughtfully. At this time, Qin Fan came over and asked, "Do you think we should find other civilizations to help us?" When the two top forces clash, most civilizations will sit on the sidelines and watch the fight. They are probably unwilling to send troops to help us at this time. What? Do you have a suitable candidate? Big countries have their own troubles, and small countries have their own troubles. What they fear most is to recognize the wrong big brother. Once the big brother falls, they, the little brothers, will suffer. Li Ji estimated that these small civilizations wanted to see who would win this battle, so he made the choice of standing. What do you think of Tsarist Russia? Tsarist Russia? Tsarist Russia recently fought with America, but was defeated by the enemy. Perhaps we can use this to pull them on board. Tsarist Russia District, St. Petersburg. After the disastrous defeat in the Battle of Osaka, the Tsarist Russian players restrained their expansionist intentions and hid in the city to recuperate during this period of time. The Chinese envoy. Could it be that he wants to persuade us to send troops to support them? Natasha, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned. Please let him come in and talk first. Chapter 267 Challenge. The field battle between the two sides was scheduled for 10 days later. It happened that Li Ji had lost a lot of troops in the attack on Canaan, so he took advantage of this period to make up for the lost troops. Chen Dao, who was seriously injured by Behemoth, recovered to a certain extent under the treatment of Sun Simu. Although his condition was not 100%, it was enough to go on horseback to fight. The place of the battle was chosen in a hilly area, which was located between Xianying City of China and Huasher City of the Maurya dynasty. The two sides could reach the battlefield in time through the teleportation array of the city, so as to occupy the position and achieve the strategy set before the war. Li Ji, Qin Fan and other Chinese players led millions of troops into the hilly area, quickly occupied some favorable terrain, and confronted Steve and his Western Coalition forces. What a pity. I have to go to support other places and can't help much. Ding Xia said goodbye to Li Ji and was about to leave the team with Yang Miaozhen, Qin Liangyu, Song Xiansa, and a group of white pole soldiers to go to the battle line assigned to her. This battle was of great importance. In order to ensure that China could win this war, Li Ji directly pushed out his advisors to give them advice and set up various lines of defense and actions. Not only that, many players hidden in the crowd also exposed their strengths, either showing their historical generals they recruited or pushing out their own advisors to cooperate with the actions. Some people like to act in a high-profile manner, while others like to play the pig and eat the tiger, and they are not surprised by hiding and pinching. However, in this decisive battle that concerns the future situation of the national war, these people did not dare to be careless at all, and they showed their cards one after another. This opened Li Ji's eyes, and at the same time, he was alert to these people, especially the lords active in Wu County and Danyang County adjacent to Kuaiji County. These people are his potential competitors in the future, because this war requires China to face the fronts of several civilizations. Qin Fan almost pulled out all the players and their soldiers from the 6 cities to ensure that they have enough troops. The 6 cities and the occupied cities are only guarded by NPC generals and NPC city defense troops, and a small number of players assist in defending the city. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. China has almost thrown all its chips on the table. If they lose, they are likely to lose the capital to compete with the Western Coalition forces. The national war situation will be one-sided, and Li Ji, who proposed to take on the battle, will become an eternal sinner. But if they win, China's leading situation will be further expanded. If they take down 1 or 2 of the other side's top lords in this war, it will inevitably seriously hinder the other side from fighting outside in the next national war. The national war activities are very important. Only by getting the first place can you get the most generous rewards, so that you can make profits and continue to widen the gap with other countries in a snowballing way. There can't be only one national war. There will be the next one. The next one. Even if the borders of civilizations are opened in the future, they will sooner or later have to fight with the surrounding civilizations. One step behind. Step by step behind. We must seize every opportunity to distance ourselves, even if we need to walk on a tightrope. Chu Xiong and Sun Wei are short of soldiers and major generals, and they really need the addition of top combat forces. Yang Miaozhen's military power, Qin Liangyu's command, and Song Xiance's wisdom can just help them rise to a higher level. The talents of players in Jingzhou and Jiaozhou are pitifully few, even though many players have exposed their strength. Chu Xiong and others still lack top-level talents. Ding Xiao happens to have 3 types of talents. Wu Shuaiji. Li Ji has a lot of talents here. It can be said that they are not less than them. It is a waste for the other party to act with Li Ji. It is better to join the front of Jingzhou and Jiaozhou to fill their strength. Huaxia and the Western Allied forces are intensively deploying troops in the hilly area and fighting. Li Ji's task is to defend the mountains that stretch together. The hilly area has a rugged ground and is composed of continuous low hills. These low hills can be regarded as natural walls. Only a small number of troops are needed to resist enemies that outnumber themselves. The mountain where Li Ji is stationed is the top priority. It connects to a large plain in the rear. Once it is lost, the rear of Huaxia will be driven in. At that time, it will be defeated even if it does not want to lose. After everyone's discussion, they unanimously selected Li Ji's Dragon Bird army to be stationed here. After all, no one can match Li Ji's luxurious lineup. And he also has several elite troops. Li Ji's more than 200,000 troops are as powerful as all the players in any state. Even some small civilizations may not be his opponents. After all, everyone has seen Li Ji's record. No one is more suitable than Li Ji to be stationed in this mountain area. There are hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops stationed in the mountain area. In addition to the influence of the terrain, it may take no less than 1 million people to capture this key point. Not only does China have super smart strategists, the Western coalition also has a group of historical figures and monster prophets with extraordinary talents. They saw at a glance that the mountain where Li Ji was located was the key to the entire war. Taking this place means winning the war. Not only do we need 1 million people, we also need to send other troops to contain the other side's troops that can support the mountains. To achieve this goal, I'm afraid we need more. Steve stretched out his 5-fingered skull, pointed at the mountain mark, and asked, "Have you found out which troops are stationed there?" Although he has never officially fought with China, he has also learned some information about China from his allies. China is vast and has a large population. It is impossible to act at the same time like their Western civilization. It needs to divide several troops to fight together. China divides the army by region, with a total of 13 troops. The troops that can be stationed in the mountainous area must be the top troops in China. We have found out that it is not Qin Fan's silly troops stationed in the mountains, but a private army named Li Ji. In order to get the news of the other side in time, the two sides decisively sent a large number of scouts to inquire about the news, trying to infiltrate the other side. Although the war has not officially started, the smoke of the battlefield has already risen. A lord has a force of hundreds of thousands of people? This news caused many lords to talk about it. It was beyond their cognition that a lord could raise so many troops in the early stage. Li Ji. I remember. Wasn't he the first one to capture the city? He also captured several cities in succession, and got a lot of points. He got 450 points at most. If it was him, raising hundreds of thousands of troops might not be a dream. With hundreds of thousands of regular troops, I'm afraid that millions of people might not be able to capture it. Chapter 268. That's enough. Stop arguing, Steve shouted, suppressing all the voices below. The ghost fire in his eyes emitted a cold light and scanned the crowd. To raise an army of hundreds of thousands, the points consumed are immeasurable. Even if they are all low-level troops, Li Ji can't come up with so many points. These hundreds of thousands of troops are extremely watered. What the leader said is very true. As far as I know, more than half of these hundreds of thousands of troops are from other civilizations. Li Ji's direct troops are only more than 100,000 people. Perhaps Emil and others know this better than us. A pro-American civilization lord stood up to clear up the doubts of everyone. Among the lords present, only the Arab and Spanish civilizations have had direct contact with China, and are well aware of the strength of the Chinese army. Even the arrogant Emil and others have to admit that they have a lot of gaps with China. At that time, we besieged the troops with the flag of Su, and the troops supporting them were the troops with the flag of Li. which should be Li Ji's troops. Pedro's queen in white is still in the hands of the other party. And he remembers the details of the other party's troops clearly. Emil nodded, took over Pedro's words and said, Li Ji's troops not only have native Chinese troops, but also drive the troops of other civilizations to fight for him. Japanese civilization, Goryeo civilization, even my camel cavalry, may appear in his troops. Emil and Pedro were deeply poisoned by each other, and the lords present believed their words without a doubt. The number of vassal troops is more than his direct troops. Isn't he afraid that these vassal troops will suddenly mutiny and betray him on the battlefield? Someone asked curiously. Isabella has the characteristics of driving vassal troops. If Li Ji can command hundreds of thousands of vassal troops to fight at one time, then Isabella is likely to surrender to him. Pedro said bitterly. A person's loyalty is limited. Even Queen Isabella of Spain may surrender to other civilizations. Steve, it is said that it was this Chinese lord named Li Ji whose subordinates killed your behemoth and behemoth army. Bot only revealed Steve's scar in public. But the latter did not seem to be too angry. He just tilted his skull towards him and said faintly, So what? Do you want me to seek revenge on him at this time? Steve was still calm in the face of major issues. Compared with revenge, he was more inclined to win this war. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Thomas quickly interrupted and said, You too. Now does not seem to be the best time for internal fighting. Alliance leader, I am willing to take all the German players to capture the mountainous area. The mountainous area is heavily guarded, and the lords from various civilizations are unwilling to touch this nail, for fear of being hit black and blue. Although Thomas lost his position as leader, he also managed to get back a position as deputy leader, which was a real way to contain Steve. Steve's attitude showed that he would not let the Warcraft army attack the mountains. So this task could only fall on Thomas. If it were on the plains, the German Teutonic Knights would be able to play a 100% role. But your knights are useless in attacking the mountains. I don't think you can succeed. Anthony of France shook his head and said, Although France and Germany have a bad relationship in the present world, and both sides are the main players in the competition for Europe, this war is related to the next layout. And Anthony does not want this ally with whom he has a bad relationship to suffer heavy losses. Thomas looked at the other party with a sharp gaze, supporting his body with both hands, like a tiger hunting. The Knight's Cross that I can't see reminds me that Germany is not only the Teutonic Knights, and the glory of Germany must be protected. In this case, the task of taking the mountains will be handed over to you, Germany, and we will cooperate with your actions, Steve said, and handed the difficult task to the other party. After determining the basic combat plan, the Western Coalition forces mobilized non-stop, and the momentum was so great that it could not be hidden from the eyes arranged by China. A large amount of news was transmitted from the front line to various parts of China, especially Li Ji, who received the most news. After all, his place is the main attack direction of German civilization, and it is also one of the key points of China. Once it is lost, the entire Chinese defense line will collapse and run away. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the Western Coalition began to move. A large number of troops were dispatched to various places, confronting China only a few miles away. As long as someone lost his temper and fired the first shot, this million-level war would start instantly. The tasks of each Chinese army were different. Some were mainly defensive, and some were mainly offensive. Both sides are now taking a frontal combat approach, unless there is a surprise attack from a third party. It is impossible to have an enemy behind their buttocks. Frontal combat is a competition of the combat capabilities of the soldiers and the generals who dispatch the army. And China is not short of excellent generals. The armies of both sides stretched for dozens of miles, and a dark mass of black clouds appeared on the ground. The neighing of war horses, the breathing of soldiers. The distance between the two sides was very close, and the sounds of the enemy could be clearly heard. Charge! The lords of the Roman district were the first to lose their temper, burst out with amazing momentum, and crushed the enemy in front with armored knights. As if a bomb had been lit, the war broke out suddenly. The roar of the Roman lord was like an invisible big hand, pushing the dominoes down, and the space was suddenly filled with the sound of fighting. The flash of swords and the shadow of blood and flesh flew in the blink of an eye, and a large number of soldiers fell to the ground and lost their voices. The mountain where Li Ji was stationed was also not spared. The German army at the foot of the mountain also launched several waves of attacks, but they were all beaten back by arrows and rolling logs. They realized that Li Ji was not easy to fight here, so they took a different approach and turned to scold Li Ji, trying to lure Li Ji's troops down the mountain to meet the station. Although most soldiers could not understand what the white-skinned people at the foot of the mountain said, they could guess that it was not a good thing through their dancing gestures and the laughter that sounded from time to time. My lord, now the enemy is challenging us at the foot of the mountain, and they are arrogant and scolding our soldiers. Why don't we fight back? Huang Zhong was also a hot-tempered man, and he was the first to stand up and ask Li Ji. Li Ji waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Let them curse. Their purpose is to make us abandon the camp and go to battle. We don't need to pay attention to them. At most we can just let the soldiers curse back." Chapter 269 The Grand Commander of the Cavalry Regiment. But my lord, if we allow the enemy to abuse us, it will cause a certain blow to our morale, and will be detrimental to the subsequent defense. Now many soldiers have complained, Huang Zhong said indignantly, his beard shaking with anger. Obviously, the verbal battle on the opposite side had a certain impact on Li Ji's army and horses. Swearing in front of the battle is a very common thing. Before the two sides fight, they send soldiers, who are engaged in verbal battles, to achieve a series of tactical goals through verbal abuse. There are only three purposes for verbal battles. The first is to anger the opponent's generals and disrupt their thinking. If the commander of this battle is not Li Ji but Huang Zhong, then with Huang Zhong's violent temper, there is a high probability that he will be affected by the enemy's verbal battle and abandon the camp to fight. The second is to overwhelm the opponent in momentum and boost morale. In the novel, Zhang Fei was alone at Changbanpo to cover the rear, and shouted at Chao Jun on Dangyang Bridge, scaring the opponent into thinking that Zhang Fei was setting an ambush and dared not cross the bridge. The third is to expose the opponent's weaknesses, so that the opponent will be afraid before the battle, or even make the opponent angry. In the novel, Zhuge Liang scolded Wang Lang in front of the battle, and madly exposed Wang City's shortcomings, which made the opponent angry and died on the spot. The art of verbal battles requires art. Zhang Fei scolded Lu Bu as a slave of 3 surnames, which made the opponent furious. He was not very smart, which made the situation worse. His anger almost burned out all his remaining rationality. Although Huang Zhong was highly skilled in martial arts and a fierce general of the time, he was easily trapped in the enemy's provocative strategy because of his hot temper, and it was very likely that he would lose soldiers and generals. Therefore, it is easy to get a fierce general, but it is difficult to get a famous general. If a fierce general is allowed to serve as the commander, there must be a counselor around him to give him advice, and beware of the enemy's strategy. General Huang's words are not unreasonable. Shi Jisai stood up and said, "My lord, you see, even the military advisor thinks that what I said makes sense. As long as you give the order, I will immediately charge into the battle and offer the enemy general's head." Huang Zhong was immediately happy when he heard Shi Jisai's support for him. But the next second, Shi Jisai's words made his smile freeze instantly. General Huang's courage is known to all our soldiers. It is easy to kill a general in the battle, but the enemy army down the mountain is several times larger than ours. I wonder if General Huang dares to charge into the battle alone. Why not? Huang Zhong tried to straighten his back, but his trembling voice exposed the fact that he was not confident enough, facing tens of millions of people alone, let alone Huang Zhong. Even if the king of Western Chu was alive, he would not dare to say such a big thing as charging into the battle and killing the general. Han Cheng, everything should be done with stability in mind. You can't be so angry about the enemy's words that you can't tell the truth. If you do that, how can you fight for me? My lord is right. Huang Zhong lowered his head in shame. After polishing his temper, Li Ji turned to look at Shi Jisai and chuckled. Jisai, now even Han Cheng has been provoked by the enemy, and the soldiers are even more difficult to sit still. Why don't you come up with a plan to appease them? My lord has already made up his mind, but he just wants to say it through Zhong's mouth. Shi Jisai cleared his throat, and then told the generals the plan he had already made. In the German army, Thomas stood on a temporary platform, looking at the soldiers who were cursing in the distance and the Dragon Sparrow army who were not moving, and his head was a headache. The several waves of exploratory offensives launched by Germany were all repelled by the Dragon Sparrow army. So Thomas changed his mind and tried to anger the other side through words, so as to call the other side to come down and fight with him. But Li Ji's army was as calm as water, without any waves, which meant that the other side was not fooled at all in the verbal battle. Sure enough, as one of the best lords in a large civilized area, Li Ji is very calm and cautious in using troops. Now that the decisive battle has begun, most of the hills are in battle, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. Thomas has no reason to stay here. Moreover, The mountains in this area are the most important line of defense for China. If you want to take down the other side, you must capture this mountain. So Thomas tried every means to get Li Ji, who was stationed in the mountains, to come down the mountain and fight with him. Only in this way can he have a chance to take down this line of defense. My lord, except for the hundreds of enemy soldiers fighting back and scolding us, there is no other action. A German general wearing iron armor came to Thomas. Like a tin can that can move freely. Hermann, what should we do next? Thomas couldn't make up his mind. So he simply asked his general to speak his mind. After all, the other party was the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights. Hermann von Salza was the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights from 1210 to 1239, the founder of the Kingdom of Prussia, and the confidant of the Holy Roman Emperor at that time. The enemy relies on the terrain to build a lot of defense lines. If we attack by force, our army will inevitably suffer heavy losses. But the enemy didn't pay any attention to the previous verbal battle. I think they rely on this mountain to fight with our army, and won't go down the mountain easily. Thomas waved his hand. He understood all these principles. The problem was how to take down Li Ji's army without too much loss. My lord, there may be a chance to take down the enemy by force. But sitting here is undoubtedly a waste of time. Hermann thought about it. But he couldn't think of any solution. After all, he was just a commander, and he was not good at offering advice. In that case, Hermann, you will lead this attack, and lead the army to do your best to take down the other side's defense lines. Hermann performed the etiquette of a noble knight and replied, I will do my best. Rumble. As if thunder fell from the sky, the catapults pushed by Germany in front of the battle suddenly roared, and dozens of boulders instantly rose in the air, forming a meteor shower. The soldiers at the front line of defense obviously did not expect the German army to change so quickly. They were still cursing and spraying each other in the previous second. And in the next second, they greeted them with boulders, smashing their heads and bleeding. The catapults kept roaring, and pieces of stones fell from the sky, killing many soldiers stationed on the first line of defense. Fortunately, Li Ji had anticipated this situation long ago. The soldiers sent to the first line of defense were all vassal armies from their respective civilizations. Although their combat effectiveness was not very good, they were more than enough to act as human sandbags. The elite of the Dragon Sparrow army was still in the rear. Hermann stood on the platform and waved the flag continuously. The German players and soldiers who received the order below rushed up in groups, using the suppression of the catapults. Like a tide. Why are the soldiers in the first line of defense of the enemy wearing all kinds of strange clothes? They don't look like the uniforms of the unified troops at all? Chapter 270 Rolling Torrent. The catapult threw several waves of boulders, smashing the vassal army on the defense line, so that they dared not show their heads. After the boulders, there was a dense rain of arrows. Countless German archers appeared at the forefront of the battlefield, drawing their bows and arrows. Countless arrows whistled in, with the sound of breaking through the air, and the arrow rain poured down, instantly covering the trench where the vassal army was located, as if covering the sky and the sun. The vassal army on the front line came from various civilizations. They came from Arab civilization, Spanish civilization, Japanese civilization. The armor on their bodies carried the unique design of civilization, and they looked like a ragtag army. After being captured by Li Ji, they acted as cannon fodder for Li Ji all the time. Even if they were extremely resentful in their hearts, they could only bite the bullet and fight. Li Ji's soldiers and horses monitored them anytime and anywhere. If anyone escaped, they would face a terrible pursuit. They still remember that a large-scale riot broke out not long ago. Many captured soldiers wanted to escape, but they were all killed by Li Ji's elite troops. Their heads were made into jingguan, stacked into arhats, and thrown into their temporary barracks that were like dungeons. Fighting might kill them, but not fighting would definitely kill them. After weighing the pros and cons, they had to charge for Li Ji even if they were unwilling. God bless you. The religious Central Asian soldiers begged for their lives, but the so-called God did not seem to hear his request. The cold arrows pierced their bodies in the next second. As the rain of arrows fell, the soldiers of the vassal army raised their shields and curled up their bodies as much as possible to reduce the possibility of being hit by arrows. The sound of bang 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 continued to ring, and the arrows kept hitting the shields. The powerful force immediately chiseled a pit on the shield, making a series of muffled groans. There were occasional puffing sounds on the battlefield, and many soldiers of the vassal army were pierced by sharp arrows and nailed to the ground. Kill! With the cover of arrow rain and boulders, A large number of German soldiers quickly approached the defense line of the Dragon Sparrow army, roaring like beasts, trying to cross the trenches. Either you die or I play. The vassal soldiers had no way to retreat, and they also roared as if they were in a desperate situation, holding their weapons and slashing at the enemy. Suddenly, the bottom of the mountain was filled with irritating fighting sounds, and shrill screams continued to sound. A large number of soldiers who were chopped fell to the ground. Their seriously injured bodies could not support them to climb up, and they rolled down the slope to the foot of the mountain. There were falling corpses everywhere, and blood gathered into rivers from the mountain, like a bloody waterfall hanging from the sky. This battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. Soldiers kept throwing themselves into the battle, and the next moment, they were chopped into pieces by sharp weapons, with broken bones flying everywhere, and no body was left intact. It seems that the enemy is serious. Li Ji stood on the hillside with his hands behind his back, looking down at the battlefield below. The previous attempts by Germany were like a world of difference from this offensive. The previous attempts were no different from small fights, while this offensive was like a surging wave, one wave after another, and it seemed that it would never stop. As the saying goes, the enemy wants to take us down in one go. Guojia, who was standing next to him, was about to take a sip of the wine bottle, but was stopped by Li Ji's dangerous eyes, and took it back in dismay. Tell Jean Blue that it's time to take action. As if they had telepathic communication. Wang Ming, who was at the top of the mountain, waved the flag, and issued orders one after another quickly. The Dragon Sparrow army in the mountain was like a lion awakening and began to act. It seemed that there was magic. Whenever there was a loophole in the Dragon Sparrow army's defense line, there would always be a group of reinforcements to fill the loophole. The entire defense line looked shaky and ready to collapse. But in fact it was like a rubber band, loose and moderate. Hermann, the German coach, immediately found that the opponent's defense had risen to several levels. The soldiers who rushed up were like entering a maze, and were cut into several pieces in an instant, weakening the power of the attack. To kill a soldier of the Dragon Sparrow army, the German side would have to pay the price of at least 4 or 5 lives. It was obviously the first time that Hermann encountered such a difficult opponent, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Use human lives to compress them to the top. With a wave of his hand, another group of fresh troops joined the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they followed the front troops and fought hand-to-hand with Li Ji's vassal army, trading lives for lives. Hermann took advantage of the number of people and forced the number of vassal troops to be consumed by the method of more for one. The German offensive was as aggressive as a raging fire. Even if Wang Ming was powerful, he had to face the problem of insufficient numbers. With a hint of contempt, Wang Ming waved the flag and issued an order to retreat. The vassal army fighting on the front line was like being pardoned. They forced the enemy in front of them to retreat, and fled back like crazy. Everyone wished they had another pair of legs to make them run faster. But no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the flying arrows. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound, and a large number of arrows whistled through the sky, and came to the backs of the fleeing soldiers in a blink of an eye. Blood splashed, and the powerful impact overturned many vassal soldiers to the ground, and trembling hands stroked the arrows that penetrated their chests. For the glory of Germany, kill them! The German players burst into amazing cheers. Apparently, the retreat of the Dragon Sparrow army gave them the illusion that they could win. Trampling on the blood and corpses, the German players were in high spirits, and continued to attack the Dragon Sparrow army on the mountain. It looks like there is a good chance to take this place. By then, China will definitely lose. Thomas's tense spirit can finally relax, and his eyes are constantly flashing with excitement. Before, Li Ji's army brought him a heavy pressure like a mountain, which almost made it difficult for him to breathe. Now that the dawn of victory has appeared, he began to look forward to it. Hermann, you personally lead the Teutonic Knights to charge to the top of the mountain. In order to take the mountain, Thomas increased the stakes and sent out his most proud generals and his best troops. The Teutonic Knights were fully armed. Even without the blessing of war horses, they could only move forward on foot. But they could also play a role on this battlefield, just like playing the role of heavy armored infantry. Hermann opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Thomas, but seeing the other party's vigorous momentum, he finally said nothing. Boom! The Teutonic Knights, wearing white robes and black crosses, appeared on the battlefield. Hermann led the way, holding a shield in his left hand and a cross sword in his right hand, leading the soldiers behind him to launch further offensives. Li Ji saw the white color of Germany and said happily, "It looks like we are going to catch a big fish." Chapter 271 Charge. The noble cavalry of the Teutonic Knights dismounted to fight. Discarding the Mandarin duck shields used in horse battles, and holding the Gothic shields nearly as tall as a person in both hands. Under the command of Hermann, many cavalrymen united and spliced their shields together, like a small movable wall, launching a tsunami-like charge. As a famous heavy cavalry in Germany, the Teutonic Knights' combat effectiveness is unquestionable. But they have also suffered many defeats. The Teutonic Knights encountered a lot of trouble when fighting in Central and Eastern Europe. There are swamps and lakes everywhere, and the ground is muddy everywhere, which seriously weakens the impact speed of the war horses. Because of this, the Teutonic Knights suffered 2 defeats here and suffered a tragic Waterloo. And the main enemy arms in both battles were infantry. You know, the heavy cavalry that charged up was unstoppable, and the flesh and blood of the infantry could not stop their impact at all. However, in these 2 battles, the famous Teutonic Knights were defeated by the infantry and suffered heavy losses. The then Grand Master Jungingen was killed on the spot. The 2 Waterloos forced this group of noble knights to reflect on themselves. So they changed their tactics and let the knights fight on foot. Fighting on foot, equipped with a large shield like the Gothic shield, which has a much larger protection area than the Mandarin duck-shaped shield equipped by the knights on horseback, and can wield a big sword with both hands when necessary. The knights dismounted, sacrificing mobility, but in exchange for higher defense and attack power, restoring the ancient phalanx mode. The Teutonic Knights turned into Teutonic warriors. Although Hermann was not active in the 15th century, he did not know how the Teutonic warriors were formed. But he was at least a Grand Master with a very sensitive sense of smell. Thomas's words made him realize that since the Teutonic Knights could not fight on the mountain, why not abandon the warhorse, and instead hold a large shield and a big sword, and charge with foot power. The armor of the Teutonic Knights has 3 layers, which is heavier than that of ordinary heavy infantry. Hermann's idea coincides with that of the Knights Grand Master in the later stage, and they all believe that noble knights can fight on foot. Although it is still in an immature stage, the battlefield is the best place to hone his skills, allowing him to quickly hone his tactics. Help! Guard! Rescue! The Teutonic Knights shouted slogans, and then 3 rays of light rose at the same time. The red light turned into a chain, linking the knights in the same row, and the steps were immediately unified, and no one could fall behind. The yellow light bloomed on the big shield, like a thick layer of mud covering it, greatly enhancing the durability and defense of the big shield. The green light kept flashing on the knight's body, and the tiny wounds began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 buffs of the Teutonic Knights were affected by the Commander-in-Chief's value, and Hermann, as one of the top few Grand Masters, his bonus was extremely terrifying. For the glory of Germany, Hermann raised the cross sword with one hand, and the inner energy suddenly burst out, like an angry lion, with hair and beard standing up, rushing out in the rain of arrows. Bang! 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 Hermann was very experienced. He curled up behind the Goethe shield and put his shoulders on it. The arrows rushed on him like a torrential rain, but his body was as still as a mountain. The Teutonic Knights behind him followed suit, slowly approaching the second line of defense of Ligi's army under the rain of arrows. The Teutonic Knights were guarded by large shields and 3 layers of armor, and were as hard as tin cans. Only high-level archers could cause them harm. Hermann walked briskly, crossed the trench in the blink of an eye, and exerted force with his left hand. The Goethe shield, which was as tall as a person, rotated in the air, and instantly rolled up the wind, stones and gravel. The next second, the large shield hit the ground, and countless cracks cracked from the center to all directions. An invisible strange wind was lifted, and the surrounding servant soldiers were struck by lightning, as if they were hit hard by something. In the blink of an eye, their chests sank, and large pieces of blood mixed with broken bones spit out of their mouths. Splashing 3 feet high, puff! The cross sword danced, and the sharp sword light instantly cut through the air with a harsh explosion. Hermann's figure flashed, and the soldiers blocking him were cut in half. The knight's boots stepped on the internal organs immersed in the pool of blood. Hermann's eyes were like lightning, and the soldiers who caught his gaze were shocked and terrified. A general led the charge, not to mention this group of unmotivated ragtag troops. Even the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army could hardly resist. Ligi's generals still did not move out, but stayed on the position of the 4th line of defense, quietly watching Hermann show off his power. It didn't take long. With a roar, Hermann raised the cross sword high, and many German players broke through the second line of defense under his leadership. bursting into exclamations. At this time, Li Ji had no expression at all, and there seemed to be a taste of pity in his eyes looking at the enemy, who was a little too proud. The more excited the better. Without too much adjustment, Hermann launched an attack again, and the front line reached the third line of defense. The Dragon Sparrow army set up 5 lines of defense on the mountain. The first 2 lines of defense were guarded by the vassal army, and the last 3 were guarded by the elite of the Dragon Sparrow army. Li Ji personally took charge of the 5th line of defense, and his generals were all assigned to the 4th line of defense. Although the 3rd line of defense was from the Dragon Sparrow army, most of them were low-level soldiers, and their combat effectiveness was not too high. Is that the enemy's elite troops? The momentum they exude is indeed not on the same level as the previous miscellaneous troops. Hermann was also slightly surprised when he saw the enemy on the defense line. Although the enemy on the defense line was not well equipped, the military appearance they showed was very different from the previous ones. This is the real authentic army. Hermann showed an excited smile, and the madness on his face was not concealed at all, and began to twist and become ferocious. Kill! Like a lion intimidating the mountains and forests, Hermann flew forward, like a vigorous lion king galloping on the land, quickly approaching the defense line. The cross sword slashed out a dazzling sword light, as if swallowing up the mountains and rivers. The soldiers who stood in front of him seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. They were all killed in an instant, and the terrifying power directly crushed them into pieces. Many people were intimidated by Hermann's heroic appearance. Fortunately, there were veterans who reacted in time and quickly formed a military formation with the surrounding soldiers. The military formation can maximize the strength of the soldiers in the formation, allowing them to have the possibility of killing generals who are far more powerful than themselves. When facing a military formation of a certain scale, the fierce general should also weigh it a little. But the army here obviously cannot pose a threat to Hermann's life, and there is a large German army behind him. Unless the fierce general takes action, no one can kill him. Chapter 272, Great Destruction. He waved his arms vigorously with the cross sword, and a sharp sword light rose 3 feet into the ground, instantly cutting a crack in the ground. Whether it was the vassal army blocking in front of him, or the dragon bird soldiers holding large shields, they were all engulfed by the dazzling sword light. Countless traces of blood rose into the air, and their bodies were cut in 2. Hermann's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the white robe on his body had long turned into a blood-red battle robe. The symbolic black cross shoulder was stained with blood, and the whole person seemed to be fished out of a pool of blood. An Arab soldier was stared at by the Teutonic knight, and he let out an unwilling roar. The round shield blocked the fierce cross sword, and the scimitar in his hand suddenly slashed out, as if the full moon was shining, and hit the knight's full body armor in an instant. A brutal rebound force shook his arm and launched it. The Arab soldier couldn't believe that the opponent's defense was so high. Like a solid iron can, his attack couldn't cause any damage to the opponent at all. A grim laugh came from under the helmet, and the Teutonic knight strode forward, like a mad rhinoceros, hitting the Arab soldier's body hard. A scream of pain came out, and the Arab soldier's chest visibly sank, like a kite with a broken string flying backwards, bleeding 3 feet high. Such a situation can be seen everywhere on the 3rd line of defense. The soldiers stationed here can't destroy the 3 layers of armor of the Teutonic knights at all. To kill such a soldier, either use absolute strength to destroy the opponent's armor and expose his flesh to the air, or use a similar ability to hit the bull from behind the mountain to shock the human body in the tin can to death with a strong impact. However, Li Ji's special troops are stationed on the 4th line of defense, and no one on the 3rd line of defense can kill this group of knights. Hermann killed a sergeant of the Dragon Sparrow army, and the heavy breathing sound kept coming from under the helmet. Even though he was extraordinary in bravery, facing so many enemies, there was always a moment when his physical strength was not renewed. The tight armor was covered with knife marks, but there was no gap, which showed how amazing the defensive power of the plate armor was. It was so amazing that he could ignore the enemy's swing and calmly chop off the enemy's head with a cross sword. At this time, the ground was covered with blood and fallen corpses. Countless soldiers fell asleep in this battle, but their death was not the end of this war. A moment later, the Teutonic knights, together with countless German players and soldiers, roared like a noisy wave bombarding the defense line, tearing the enemy in front of them in the blink of an eye. The 3rd line of defense finally couldn't hold on, and was broken by the German army. After breaking through the defense line, many German players raised their heads and saw the 4th line of defense and a slope of hundreds of meters. This is Hermann was a little surprised. Not because the first 3 lines of defense were taken down so easily by them, but because this slope was so clean and strange. As if someone had already moved all the stones on the slope away. The entire slope was completely free of any obstacles, making it a perfect place for a cavalry charge. Raising his head high, his eyes fell on a very young Chinese general. Hermann, who had excellent eyesight, clearly saw the other party's slightly pitying eyes and a faint smile. Their defense line had already lost 3 times. How come the opponent's commander had no sense of urgency? Hermann was puzzled. And suddenly a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Is there a trap? The next second, a shocking shock exploded. As if the rocks were rolling and rolling. And as if the river broke through the dam. The wall of the 4th line of defense was opened. And dozens of elephants rushed out in panic, with countless bright weapons tied to their bodies. Like a freely moving war machine, Li Ji seized hundreds of Xishan war elephants from the Battle of Fuchin. After continuous battles, the number continued to decrease. Now only dozens of them remain, and the number has shrunk by nearly 1/10. Dozens of Xishan war elephants may be just a slightly larger wave in front of the German army. But Li Ji's chips are not just this little bit. Thousands of camels neighed, and the hay tied to their tails ignited a blazing flame. Thick black smoke continued to rise from behind, and the flames burned the camel's skin. The thing that wild beasts fear most is fire. Even professionally trained camels and war elephants cannot stand the erosion of fire. The frightened camels and war elephants rushed out of the wall in panic, and with the help of hundreds of miles of slopes, they suddenly launched a desperate charge towards the German army below. This is Hannibal's fire bull formation? Many German players exclaimed. In the Second Punic War, Hannibal's army was besieged by the Roman army. This capable general collected the cattle in the camp and tied torches to the horns of the cattle. The frightened fire bulls ran around in the enemy's formation. The Roman general made a wrong judgment and thought that the Carthaginian army was attacking from all directions, which frightened him to evacuate the pass overnight. And a general in the ancient eastern country used the fire bull formation strategy earlier than Hannibal. That is, the famous general of Qi State, Tian Dan. The coalition forces of the 6 countries attacked Qi State, and in just half a year, they successively captured more than 70 cities of Qi State, leaving only 2 cities in Qi State. Tian Dan was ordered to take charge in a time of crisis. He first used a counter-espionage plan to get King Hui of Yin to transfer the famous General Li, and then drove the cattle team out of the city, tied hay to the tails of the cattle, and tied swords to the horns of the cattle. 5,000 death squads followed the fire bulls, killing the sleepy enemies so frightened that they were in chaos and trampled countless friendly troops. The speed of the death squads could not keep up with the speed of the other side's trampling. In addition to these 2 people, Wang Xuanzi during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang also used the fire bull formation to defeat tens of thousands of elephant soldiers, scaring a Lu Shun so much that he dared not leave the city. Compared with Hannibal's fire bull formation, Tian Dan's fire bull formation was more threatening, and Li Ji imitated Tian Dan, using camels and war elephants as carriers to attack and kill the German army in several formations. They are exhausted and we are full. So how can we not win? Dust rolled, mud and rocks flew, and the huge war elephants as big as hills first crashed into the German army formation, like a meteorite falling, trampling countless enemies in the blink of an eye. The German players at the front were the most panicked. Their charging steps paused, and they turned and ran back, but bumped into the friendly troops behind them. Some German soldiers even slipped and fell to the ground when they turned around. Before they could get up, they were trampled by the sturdy limbs and turned into a ball of meat in an instant. The camels used by the Arab Empire were 2 meters tall with towering humps, although the impact of a single camel was far less than that of the Xishan war elephants. The momentum created by thousands of camels charging forward at the same time, like suicide, was far greater than that of dozens of war elephants. The German players were hit hard in an instant. Countless people were killed and injured in the blink of an eye. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the screams were endless. The German soldiers in the rear were also frightened and in chaos. Some cowards collapsed and ran away crying. The German army, which was just full of vigor and vitality, collapsed in an instant and was defeated like a mountain. Retreat! Hermann was sweating profusely. His pupils shrank violently, and he ran to the rear like a frightened rabbit, knocking over dozens of people in front of him, trying to use the soldiers as a wall of flesh and blood to delay time for him. Although his bravery exceeded 90 points, the momentum caused by the enemy's fire bull formation was beyond his imagination. If he was not careful, he would die here. Moreover, The opponent still had a large army that had not been dispatched. If he did not escape at this time, he would probably sleep here forever. Hermann could escape, but the Teutonic Knights who followed him would be miserable. The full body armor they were once proud of has now become a burden. They want to escape like their commander, but the 3 layers of armor on their bodies are like a mountain, which makes them breathless. Their legs are like lead, and they can't take a step at all. The panicked war elephants let out a desperate roar, and the terrifying impact instantly overturned countless Teutonic Knights. The huge elephant hooves trampled them suddenly, and even the people and armor were trampled into debris. The camels bathed in flames knocked the Teutonic Knights to the ground. Although facing these iron cans, their impact was far less bloody than that of the war elephants. But they could always make the plate armor dent, and the people who stay in the full body armor are instantly crushed into meat paste. A lot of blood seeps out from the gaps, and the tendons and bones are broken into dozens of pieces. Boom! Boom! Li Ji's tens of thousands of cavalry rushed out at the same time, like a torrent of steel, rushing on the slope wantonly. Although the slope of several hundred meters was not enough for the cavalry to fully start, charging from a high position was enough for them to reach the top of the slope. Defeat the enemy! Li Ji roared and rushed out in front of the soldiers, followed closely by the Jingxi army behind him. At this time, no one could stop the heavy cavalry, not even the Teutonic Knights, who dismounted to fight. The slope of several hundred meters was very short, and Li Ji's cavalry rushed down in the blink of an eye, like a huge wave suddenly hitting the fleeing soldiers. The Jingxi army crashed into the crowd, and the hook-linked spears in their hands did not need to be used at all. The impact of the warhorse alone could overturn the enemies in front of them. Dozens of soldier players flew backwards. Their tendons and bones were broken, and some people's ribs pierced their chests, with warm blood and mincemeat hanging on the broken bones. The addition of the Dragon Sparrow cavalry made the German army even worse. The commander fled from the battlefield, and without anyone to command them, they were simply a mess. Thomas, standing on the high platform, was anxious and hurried, but he could not make any useful moves to stabilize the fleeing army. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen performed the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, and in the blink of an eye, the German army was defeated, and even Hermann, who was fleeing, was swept by the cavalry. Jingxi army, Flying Tiger 18 riders, Tianqiong army, Yair army. Li Ji's special cavalry units exerted unimaginable impact, taking away countless enemy lives and capturing a large number of heads. Among them, Li Zuanxia's 18 Flying Tiger riders were the most valiant, and the 19 riders moved freely in the German army. Every swing of the weapon could raise several feet of blood, like a black whirlwind, constantly strangling the enemy. America's Dragon Army. The killing rate of the enemy is no more than this. Li Ji's overlord spear pointed at the armor of the Teutonic Knight, and the fierce spear tip instantly broke the plate armor, revealing a small hole in the iron armor below, revealing the sunken leather armor. The terrifying impact force directly knocked the knight to the ground, and a painful groan continued to come from under the helmet. Obviously, Li Ji's attack caused him to suffer heavy damage, but did not kill him. It is rumored that the Teutonic Knight wore 3 layers of armor. The innermost layer was leather armor, the middle layer was iron armor, and the outermost layer was plate armor. It seems that the rumor is true. Then if one shot can't kill them, then 2 shots. Li Ji's eyes were fierce, and the overlord's spear suddenly penetrated, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and accurately inserted into the small hole, and the brutal force pierced the knight's last layer of leather armor. However, the Jingxi army behind him was not as fierce as Li Ji. The long spear pierced the armor of the Teutonic Knight, and it did not have any effective effect except that it made his arm numb. The hardness of the opponent's armor was much higher than that of the enemies they had fought before. Use your strength to hit their helmets, Li Ji shouted to remind him, and then swung the long spear, hitting the Teutonic Knight's helmet from top to bottom like a mountain pressing down. Since he couldn't break the opponent's plate armor, he simply hit the bull from behind, using the long spear as a blunt weapon to injure the enemy under the helmet with force. The powerful force almost smashed the helmet to pieces, and the head under the helmet was shaken for a while. The Teutonic Knight shook directly, and several snake-like blood crawled out of his scalp, and the severe dizziness almost broke his spirit. Li Ji didn't care whether the opponent was dead or not, and smashed down with the overlord's spear again, this time smashing the deformed helmet into several pieces. And the head under the helmet was like an exploding watermelon, with red and white bursting out from the cracks. The soldiers of the Jingxi army followed suit. Although their bravery could not reach the level of Li Ji, They were much stronger than ordinary people, as they could serve as heavy armor cavalry. The long spear turned into a big iron hammer, and it kept bombarding the helmet of the Teutonic knight like hitting a watermelon, hitting the opponent's head and bleeding. Wang Ming, standing on the top of the mountain, saw that the cavalry charge had a very good effect, and decisively waved the military flag, ordering the archers on the defense line to shoot arrows at the enemy to cover the actions of Li Ji and others. A large number of arrows rained down, instantly covering a large area of enemies, and the sharp arrows whistled and tore through the enemy's armor, and suddenly penetrated the enemy's body. The first batch of death soldiers and Phoenix longbowmen aimed their aim at the remaining Teutonic knights. Only their bows and arrows could cause substantial damage to this group of tin cans. The German army was trampled by fire camels and war elephants, attacked by a large number of cavalry, and shot by archers. The morale instantly reached the lowest point, and Thomas was completely unable to command the defeated army. We lost too thoroughly. Thomas looked at the chaotic army and muttered to himself with a dead face. Not to mention that he could control the soldiers running around. Even if Hermann took over the army at this time, he could not save the defeat. Chapter 273 Huang Zhong breaks through. The cavalry lost speed and was like a lamb to be slaughtered. As one of the top civilizations in Europe, the strength of the German army should not be underestimated. Even Li Ji had to face it with caution. Fortunately, Wang Ming and other counselors offered the fire bolt formation strategy, which was very effective and made the opponent chaotic, which gave Li Ji's cavalry the opportunity to disperse them. The German army was scattered by tens of thousands of cavalry, and a large number of soldiers pushed each other hard. The number of soldiers who died from being trampled was far greater than those killed by the cavalry. Therefore, the condition for victory is not necessarily to annihilate the enemy. Sometimes it is easier to win by making the enemy's formation chaotic and letting them fight against each other. The cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army was like a wave chopping, and the elite soldiers, led by various generals, frantically divided the German square formation, dividing them into several pieces like cutting a cake. Wang Ming saw that the time was ripe and decisively ordered the infantry still inside the wall to attack and quickly harvest the enemy's lives. Hundreds of thousands of troops were thrown into the battlefield. The battle between Li Ji and Germany was earth-shaking, and the sound of fighting resounded through the sky, making a noise far beyond the rest of the battlefield. The battle between China and the Western Allied forces caused a great disturbance in the city. Fortunately, the civilizations that still existed in the battlefield of the national war sent out scouts to inquire about the news here, trying to obtain the trend of this war that might be related to the situation of the national war. Now that Li Ji's side has a tendency to win, it has attracted the attention of a large number of civilizations. Hermann held up the big shield, and the next second a long spear smashed down, and the terrifying shock force was transmitted to his arms, and his internal organs suffered certain damage. He let out a long whistle like a life-threatening fight, swung the Goethe shield with one arm, and the incoming long spear was directly knocked away by him, and the cross sword suddenly stabbed upwards. The faces of the Dragon Sparrow soldiers showed panic expressions, and while their pupils contracted, a bit of sharp cold light continued to magnify in their sight. He felt a pain in his chest, and his face twisted hideously. A big hole appeared in his armor instantly. Hermann's sword pierced through his body, and the tip of the sword came out from his back. With a sudden swing, Hermann picked up the enemy from the horse's back, and the breathing sound in his mouth and nose became heavier. He didn't remember how many enemies he had killed. He only knew that he had been killing one step at a time, and forcibly chasing a bloody path. But when he looked up and looked around, the Teutonic knights who had followed him in the charge had long been scattered to an unknown place, and all he could see were corpses and enemies. The 3 layers of armor on his body were covered with sword and gun marks, and the outermost layer of plate armor had been chopped into pieces, hanging on his body like rags. He grabbed the reins and used all his strength to bring himself and the armor on his body to the horse's back, and the fatigue on his face became a little heavier. The things on the horse's back suddenly became heavier, and the warhorse neighed in dissatisfaction, and swung its limbs, trying to throw the uninvited guest off. If it was before the war, Hermann would not need much time to tame a warhorse. But now he was on the battlefield, and his body was almost exhausted, so he was unable to control the warhorse under him for a while. A large number of soldiers were attracted by the noise, and quickly came here. Seeing more and more enemies rushing towards the side, Hermann couldn't help but curse inwardly. Originally, he wanted to use the power of his warhorse to break through the enemy's defense area and return to the German camp. But in the end, He was blinded by geese while hunting geese all day. As the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, he was noticed by the enemy before he tamed his warhorse. Forced to do so, Hermann had to roll off the horse's back, holding a large shield in one hand and dragging a cross sword in the other to kill the aggressive enemy. If he didn't break through, he would really die here. At this moment, a red stream of light cut through the sky, like a phoenix flapping its wings and flying in the rolling magma, bringing up countless divine fires. The heavy air waves were surging, crushing a deep mark on the ground, and the terrifying high temperature almost distorted this space, causing waves. Hermann's face changed drastically. The fatigue that spread from his limbs to his torso disappeared in an instant, and turned into a burst of weakness. Cold sweat ran down his back and flowed out from the gaps in his armor, because this arrow that seemed to be able to destroy everything was flying towards him. Boom! At the critical moment, Gerda's shield protected him in front of him, and the arrow suddenly hit it. Just like a strong man, with 1,000 pounds of strength swinging a war hammer with all his strength, Hermann was directly knocked back dozens of meters with his shield, and his knight's boots left 2 marks on the ground. This is not over yet. Before Hermann could see clearly what kind of monster was attacking him, the arrow that pierced the shield suddenly exploded, and countless divine fires flew in the void, instantly engulfing him, falling into the scorching sun in a trance. The iron armor instantly had a tendency to melt into molten iron, and drops of boiling molten iron began to fall to the ground. As soon as Hermann moved, his skin rubbed against the hot armor and turned red in an instant. The severe pain almost broke his spirit, but he didn't move. The armor outside his body was like a furnace, and the human body couldn't stay in it for a long time. His 10 fingers inserted into the gap between the armor, and the next second his skin was directly burned and cracked, and his flesh and blood became blurred. With a desperate roar, followed by countless clicks, Hermann's armor was torn apart by him, and the whole person crawled out of it like a slippery loach. However, his current condition is very bad. The constant feeling of weakness in his limbs keeps telling him that he has no strength to fight, and his vision is constantly eroded by darkness. Now, even a small soldier can easily kill him. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of horse hooves came from far to near, sounding very brisk, but in Hermann's ears it was as terrifying as the devil of H.L.I. Hermann opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the exhaustion overwhelmed him, making it difficult for him to speak. The sound of horse hooves suddenly became rapid, like a torrential rain falling on the ground, followed by a loud shout. The thief will die. Huang Zhong raised the vermilion bird red snow blade and slashed forward, like a terrifying red fire meteor flying in the void, killing Hermann from a distance. The startling cry of the phoenix rose, and the wings that covered the sky and the sun flapped the divine fire. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was filled with surging flames, and the temperature of the ground rose sharply. The soldiers around suddenly found that the soles of their feet were burning hot, and sweat began to pour out of their foreheads. This knife performed the explosion of flames to the fullest. For the glory of Germany, Hermann put his life on the line and abandoned the almost broken Gerda shield. He held the cross sword that had accompanied him in battle for a long time in both hands, and posed the knight's fighting posture that he had practiced countless times. Since we are going to die, why not die in a blazing way? Rumble. The vermilion bird red snow knife and the cross sword collided, making a shocking collision sound, like Mars hitting the earth, and a large number of sparks burst in all directions. The flames in the void churned up, sweeping up the endless night sword light, and the sky and the earth changed color. The terrifying power of the 2 fierce generals collided, and the surrounding space was actually turbulent for a while, and lines visible to the naked eye rippled from the center to all directions. It seems that if it is stronger, this space will be directly crushed by the power of the 2. Huang Zhong's offensive did not weaken at all after cutting off the cross sword with a knife, and even became faster and stronger. The sword light was dazzling. The red fire ate people's minds, and the vermilion bird red snow sword slashed at the opponent from top to bottom, like a divine punishment from the gods in heaven. In an instant, the sky and the earth suddenly became dark, and the divine fire fanned by the phoenix shadow behind Huang Zhong seemed to be the only light in the world, blooming with unparalleled power, cutting from the upper left shoulder and slashing on the right waist. Huang Zhong's sword directly split Hermann's body in 2, and warm blood sprayed in the air, forming a bloody rain. As if breaking through some shackles, Huang Zhong couldn't help but let out a long howl, sensing the continuous power coming, and the breath on his body surged, like a peerless beast. Congratulations to the player's subordinate, Huang Zhong for completing the breakthrough task. And his personal data has changed. After Li Ji killed an enemy, the system that had not spoken for a long time suddenly appeared. Huang Zhong broke through. The data panels of the generals and civil officials in Total War are not immutable. After reaching level 100, the breakthrough task will automatically pop up. As long as they complete the breakthrough mission, the data panel will be further improved. For example, Li Jinghuang, the Ming Dynasty god of war, who was surrendered by Li Ji, completed the breakthrough mission, and his four-dimensional attributes were slightly higher than when he was at level 100. With a certain increase, Huang Zhong surrendered to Li Ji after the Yellow Turban event ended. At that time, he had already reached level 100, and the breakthrough mission had already been opened. However, Li Ji felt that Huang Zhong's breakthrough mission was a bit harsh at the time, and did not put much thought on it. Mission Show Your Power at the foot of Dingjun Mountain, Huang Zhong's exclusive breakthrough mission. Mission description: Huang Zhong launched a charge from a high position, killing enemies with bravery and command above 90 points in one round. Mission reward: after completing the mission, Huang Zhong's four-dimensional attributes will be increased by 1 to 5 points respectively. The breakthrough mission takes the highlights or frustrations of military generals and civil officials in history, such as Li Jinghuang's breakthrough mission, which takes the plot of Zhu Yun when personally holding the hub and pushing the wheel before he went on the expedition. The highlight of Huang Zhong in history was undoubtedly the battle at Dingjun Mountain, where he killed Chao Wei's general Xiahou Yuan with one sword. Name: Huang Zhong, Zihan Sheng. Occupation: military general, War Department. Identity: a citizen of Longke City. Status: completed the breakthrough mission showing divine power at the foot of Dingjun Mountain. Level 100. Brave 103, 99 plus 4. Commander 86, 84 plus 2. Wisdom 77, 76 plus 1. Political strategy 56, 55 plus 1. Charm 80. Luck 80. Personal characteristics: Sword General, blue when using sword weapons. Personal combat effectiveness plus 5%. Sword skill power plus 25%. Archery, blue when using bow and arrow weapons. Personal combat effectiveness plus 5%. Bow and arrow skill power plus 25%. 100 steps to the target, purple when using bow and arrow weapons. The hit rate increases, and there is a chance of causing a critical hit effect, critical hit, causing 150% damage. And there is a very small chance of instantly killing the opponent. 5 Tiger Generals, purple form the 5 Tiger Generals with Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiao Yun and Ma Chao. For every additional force in the group, when Huang Zhong is appointed as a vanguard, his personal combat power is plus 25%. His attack speed is increased. His physical strength is increased. And his physical strength recovery speed is increased. When Huang Zhong is appointed as a vanguard, his personal combat power is plus 25%. His attack speed is increased. His physical strength is increased. And his physical strength recovery speed is increased. When Huang Zhong is fighting with others, his personal combat power is plus 30%. When he leads the army to fight, his personal combat power is plus 20%. And his troops' combat power is plus 15%. When Huang Zhong leads the Phoenix Longbowmen to fight, his combat power is plus 25%. His troops' combat power is plus 20%. His attack speed is increased. And his attack range is increased. When Huang Zhong is leading the Phoenix Longbowmen to fight, his combat power is plus 25%. His troops' combat power is plus 20%. And his attack speed is increased. And his attack range is increased. When Huang Zhong is leading the Phoenix Longbowmen to fight, his personal combat power is plus 20%. His troops' combat power is plus 20%. And he is not easily injured. When Huang Zhong is older, his physical strength limit increases. And his physical strength recovery speed increases. When fighting with others, the greater the age difference with the opponent, the more obvious the effect of reducing the opponent's combat effectiveness. Up to 60%. Dingjun Yangwei, color when leading troops to fight. Huang Zhong's personal combat effectiveness plus 55%. The combat effectiveness of the troops plus 30%. The charge speed increases. The attack speed increases. The physical strength recovery speed increases. The physical strength increases. And the morale remains high. Skills: Big Knife goes east, S level. Sunset Arrow, S level. 10,000 Arrows, S level. Strong Bow, S level. Red Fire Rage, S level. Continuous Flying, S level. Mental Method Phoenix Nirvana Secret. Equipment: Phoenix Card Bow, Diamond level. Vermilion Bird Red Snow Knife, Diamond level. Gold level iron armor. Gold level warhorse. Special arms Phoenix Longbowman, 7th level crossbow arms. The upper limit of recruitment is 15,000 people. 103. Li Ji looked at Huang Zhong's personal panel in disbelief. He didn't expect that after completing the breakthrough mission, the opponent actually surpassed the peerless level. And the bravery value was 3 points higher than Li Tsunxiu, who had not broken through. It was simply against the sky. Li Tsunxiu, who was not as good as Li, was the second most powerful general after the overlord Xiongyu. And now Huang Zhong was even higher than him. Li Ji estimated that if Li Tsunxi fought with Huang Zhong now, he would probably have a greater chance of losing. Huang Zhong should be the #1 fierce general in the Huaxia region now. Or even the #1 fierce general in the world. No one can stop him. Lord. Huang Zhong returned to Li Ji, holding 2 pieces of corpses in his hands. And blood was dripping. The sound exploded in the void like thunder. Huang Zhong seemed like an active volcano that could move freely. And his majestic body erupted with surging momentum all the time. Li Ji's bravery had reached the level of a second-rate top general. His continuous battles almost made him reach the threshold of 90 points. But when he faced Huang Zhong, who had completed the breakthrough, he felt as if he was in the rolling waves, as small as a grain of sand in Taicang. As long as Huang Zhong wanted to kill him, Li Ji estimated that he could not stop his sword. My lord, I killed the enemy general. As if he felt that something was wrong with Li Ji, Huang Zhong immediately restrained his momentum and instantly became an ordinary general, free to send and receive. Nothing more than that. Chapter 274, Attacking Ancient Egypt. Good. 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 Li Ji patted Huang Zhong's shoulder with great relief. And a happy smile appeared on his face. Huang Zhong completed the breakthrough task at this time, and his strength increased significantly, which made Li Ji more confident to win the battle. But unfortunately, Huang Zhong's breakthrough task requires killing a fierce general with double attributes higher than 90 points. And Li Ji is now in need of a talented general. Hermann originally had the opportunity to be conquered by him. And the Teutonic Knights, one of the 3 major knight orders in Europe, charged for him. Huang Zhong did not restrain his breath when he just broke through. Li Tsunxiu, who was most sensitive to the breath of fierce generals, reacted immediately and rushed over with the 18 flying tiger riders. Now that the German army is deeply trapped in the encirclement of the Dragon Sparrow army, defeat is only a matter of time. Whether Li Tsunxiu continues to kill the enemy and kill the general will not affect the change of the battle situation. Han Sheng. After the battle here is over, let's fight. Li Tsunxiu's fighting spirit is as high as fire. The thing he was most obsessed with in his life was fighting with the fierce generals in the world. Although he had fought with Huang Zhong before, and he won the battle. But now Huang Zhong has completed the breakthrough task. And the momentum exuded by the opponent has put some pressure on him, but also made him excited. It is rare that someone can pose a threat to him. If he doesn't fight with the opponent, he, Li Tsunxiu, might as well find a place to hang himself. Okay. Huang Zhong also wanted to know whether he could defeat this arrogant and fierce general in front of him after his breakthrough. The charge of the Dragon Sparrow army continued. The offensive of Li Ji's army was as turbulent as mercury leaking out of the bottom. The German army without Hermann's command was like a pile of loose sand, and was easily torn into dozens or hundreds of gaps by the Dragon Sparrow army. Under Wang Ming's focus, the Teutonic Knights were almost annihilated in an instant. This group of iron cans was like a crack opened, and a lot of blood and meat flowed out. The most elite troops of Germany were killed or wounded, and even the flags were trampled to tatters by the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army. The entire army was directly destroyed. The German army, which lacked elite troops, could not stop the 2 special cavalry of the Tianqiong army and the Yair army, and the thousands of mad camel war elephants that were charging wantonly on the battlefield. And they were directly rushed away. Although the Tianqiong army and the Yair army were not heavy cavalry, their impact was much weaker than that of the Jingsai army. But they could still easily break through the chaotic enemy army formation. They made a roundabout attack on the left and right sides of the German army, under the leadership of the 2 fierce generals Shi Jingxi and Lu Xiangsheng. They quickly broke through one phalanx after another and approached the central army where Thomas was. Then a large number of infantrymen followed the gap that had not yet merged and suddenly drilled into the enemy's army formation to kill. Just like Sun Wukong entered the belly of the Iron Umbrella Princess and kept making a fuss and rolling. Hermann is dead. Germany is defeated. Thomas knelt on the ground helplessly, staring at the dark red blood on the ground with lifeless eyes. Germany, as one of the civilizations that could compete in Europe, was killed to pieces by a large Chinese army and defeated so thoroughly. Germany's defeat means that the Western coalition will lose a powerful civilization ally, and the possibility of winning this battle will be infinitely reduced. Let's retreat. Withdraw from the coalition. Thomas was afraid that the German army would be buried here, so he fled back to the German main city with the remnants of the defeated army, regardless of the stigma of betraying his teammates. If they continued to fight like this, not to mention whether they could continue to send troops to conquer the cities of other civilizations, even defending their own cities would become a big problem. To continue to stay in the national war battlefield, the most basic thing is to defend the cities of their own civilization. Now that the situation of Germany's defeat is irreversible, it is better to withdraw in time and return to the main city to recuperate. Thomas did not want to gamble the future of Germany by working for other civilizations. At this time, he could still retain a lot of points. After receiving the order to retreat, the frightened German players retreated like a tide, as if they had been pardoned. Li Ji would not miss this good opportunity. He continued to follow the German army with the Dragon Sparrow army, and constantly captured the German soldiers, who fell behind like catching dogs. The military quality of the German soldiers is much higher than that of the soldiers of civilizations such as Japan and Goryeo. After chasing for several miles, Li Ji knew that there were other Western coalition troops nearby, so he issued an order to retreat. It is enough to chase and expel them. There is no need to go deep into the enemy's territory. Otherwise it is very likely that the enemy will cut off the retreat, and the Dragon Sparrow army may fall here. The effect of the Fireball formation is very good. Li Ji only paid the price of tens of thousands of people to kill the Germans. Moreover, most of the tens of thousands of people who died were the vassal troops, who stayed in the first and second lines of defense and acted as bait. The main force of the Dragon Sparrow army did not suffer much loss. On the contrary, Thomas's German army lost many soldiers and horses, among which less than 50,000 soldiers died under the Dragon Sparrow army. But nearly 100,000 soldiers died due to trampling. The crazy camels and war elephants were too terrifying when they charged, and the mortal flesh was as tender as a newborn baby in front of them. Even with armor on their bodies, the German soldiers could not stop a charge, and they would surely die if they were hit. Li Ji had a lot of gains, but the Western coalition was cursing. As the top civilization in the coalition, Germany's military strength accounted for a lot of weight, so everyone was assured to let Thomas lead the troops to attack Li Ji in the mountainous area. But now that Germany has retreated, it has directly liberated the army in the mountainous area of China. The Dragon Bird army, which has lost the defensive pressure, can easily start from the mountains and attack the flank of the coalition. This battlefield accommodated hundreds of millions of people fighting, and the battle line stretched for dozens of miles. Even though Germany informed its allies in time when it withdrew, there were still quite a few civilizations that did not understand what happened. The Dragon Bird army took over the camp set up by Germany at the foot of the mountain and pushed the defense line forward further. If you look at the battlefield below from a bird's eye view, you will find that there is a protrusion on the originally straight front line, and there are not many enemies near this protrusion. Isabella, I need you to help me command this ragtag army. Li Ji summoned the Spanish Queen in White, hoping to use her personal characteristics to forcibly increase the loyalty of the newly surrendered German soldiers, so as to replenish the manpower. Respected Lord, Isabella has no intention to serve as an official at present. Isabella shook her head. Her attitude was as hard as before, but her tone was no longer cold. It was obvious that Li Ji's decision to send her to Jiangning was the right one. As the legendary Queen of Spain, the White Queen's loyalty to civilization is comparable to Yu Wumu and Yu Xiaobao of China. Unless the Spanish civilization is destroyed by other civilizations, she will not take the initiative to serve as an official for the lords of other civilizations. If Li Ji wants the other party to serve him willingly, he needs to use some means. Since you can't be used by me, I have to send you to the group of behemoths and use your body in exchange for their chance to charge for me. In the previous battle of Canaan, Li Ji successfully killed Behemoth and captured hundreds of behemoths. After all, Behemoth is a 9th level soldier. No matter how cruel Li Ji is, he will not be so cruel as to send these beasts out like the Fireball formation. Each 9th level soldier is a precious treasure, and this group of behemoths recognized that it was Li Ji's general who killed their leader, and they have not yet completely surrendered. Isabella's royal vassal feature is very important at this time. She only needs to spend money to increase the loyalty of the captured soldiers, and she is not afraid of mutiny on the battlefield. When Isabella heard that Li Ji was going to send her to the ugly monster, her face suddenly changed drastically. Behemoth symbolizes the devil, And the holy light she believes in is in a hostile relationship with the devil. The holy light does not allow believers to be contaminated with the enemy. Moreover, the behemoth, with a hippopotamus face, is far beyond Isabella's acceptance. If it is really sent to this group of hippos, it is possible that it will be tortured beyond recognition. Isabella shuddered when she thought of the horrible scene. Don't do this. You are my trophy. Everything about you, including your body, is controlled by me. Your future cannot be decided by you, Li Ji said without question. But his attitude changed a little in the next second. But I am an open-minded lord, and I listen to everyone. Since you don't want to be humiliated by the monsters, what is the price you have to pay? As long as the Lord doesn't send Isabella to be locked up with the monsters, Isabella is willing to charge for the Lord. Isabella finally succumbed to Li Ji's threat and agreed to Li Ji's request. The system's prompt sound did not sound, which meant that Isabella still had no intention of being loyal to Li Ji. She did this just to protect herself from being humiliated by the monsters. Li Ji shook his head and said, "Your tone makes me feel that you are unreliable. If you can swear to the Holy Light that you will lead the troops for me, I can believe it." Spain and the Holy Light are the most important things to Isabella. Li Ji also values this point. So he asked Isabella to swear to the Holy Light, so that the other party would be willing to work hard. Isabella's face turned red when her lie was exposed. But after hearing Li Ji's request, she agreed with a little hesitation. The Spanish female knight Isabella swore to the Holy Light that she is willing to serve under you during the remaining National Time War, and will not defect. The condition of the exchange is that you cannot hand her over to the hands of the monster. If either party violates the content of the oath, they will be punished by the system. Their personal attributes will be reduced to single digits, and their characteristics will be refreshed. Players, please treat it with caution. After receiving the message from the system, Li Ji nodded with satisfaction. Although Isabella's oath was only effective during the remaining period of the National War, it was enough. Although she did not formally pledge allegiance to Li Ji, the existence of the oath allowed Li Ji to hand over the vassal army to the other party's command with peace of mind. As for the end of the National War, he didn't have to worry about anything. After all, Isabella was still Li Ji's captive, and her whereabouts were not up to her. Isabella hereby announces that you are hired to charge for the Lord. After fighting the National War for so long, Li Ji collected a large amount of equipment and other spoils, and earned a lot of money from the players, enough for Isabella to spend. As soon as these words came out, Li Ji's money was consumed rapidly, and in return, all the vassal armies present, including Behemoth, had their loyalty greatly increased, and they all roared with excitement, cheering for their new master. The aura of the previous miscellaneous army disappeared completely. With Isabella's commander, they were no different from ordinary regular troops. Order Wang Ming, Yin Xing and Chen Dao to garrison the mountainous area with 50,000 soldiers, and the rest of the people will join me in launching an attack, targeting ancient Egypt. Li Ji had the vision provided by the Black Crow, and knew clearly how many hostile civilizations there were around. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose ancient Egypt, a relatively weak civilization. The Dragon Sparrow army, with the newly surrendered German soldiers as the vanguard, approached the rear of the ancient Egyptian army in a mighty manner. Hundreds of thousands of troops galloping across the land naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the Egyptian scouts, who reported the situation to the great lords of ancient Egypt. The players in ancient Egypt were in turmoil. The Western coalition forces on various fronts were in a stalemate with the Chinese troops. How could other Chinese troops successfully get behind them and launch a surprise attack? The withdrawal of the German players freed up Li Ji's hands, and he was able to send troops to harass the Western coalition forces while ensuring the safety of the mountains. The front army will hold back the Chinese army in front, and the middle and rear armies will turn around and eliminate the enemies in the rear. The great lords of ancient Egypt issued orders to withdraw the Egyptian generals sent to the front and transfer them to the rear to resist the surprise attack. In their view, the threat of the enemy in the rear is much higher than that of the opponent in front. One after another, Egyptian slaves were transported to the rear barefoot under the whip of horsewhips, and a large number of sword and shield soldiers, slingers, and other soldiers wearing Egyptian characteristics also started to work and began to form a military formation. Thousands of two-wheeled chariots flew up on both sides of the army and launched a charge under the command of Egyptian generals. There were also countries that used battlefields in Chinese history, but they were gradually eliminated with the passage of time, and replaced by more mobile cavalry. Holy Light, bless us! Isabella raised her sword high, and her delicate body was suddenly wrapped in dazzling holy light, as if she had become a god. noble and divine. The vassal army, which was used as cannon fodder, was also bathed in a thin layer of light. Infinite strength continued to flow from their limbs, and their morale reached its peak in an instant. The wheels rolled, raising endless smoke and dust. Thousands of chariots came speeding, like a surging torrent, suddenly crashing into the crowd. In an instant, countless soldiers were directly overturned into the air. The terrible impact force almost crushed their bones into pieces, and a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs was vomited out. The charging effect of chariots is much stronger than that of cavalry. Chapter 275 The Sun God of Ancient Egypt. Thousands of chariots of Egyptian civilization slammed into the vassal army of Commander Isabella like mad beasts, causing a bloody storm in an instant. The impact of the chariots was greater than that of the same number of cavalry. Even the well-trained German soldiers were just slightly harder flesh and blood in front of them. Boom! The two war horses neighed at the same time, and the hooves of the front legs suddenly fell forward, and the soldiers, who had no room to dodge, were directly stepped on the chest. Countless muffled sounds of broken bones sounded, and the soldiers who were hit by the horses' hooves in the mud whimpered in pain. And soon there was no sound. One person waved the whip frantically, making a crackling sound in the air, and the other person drew the bow and arrow, and his strong arms almost pulled the bowstring to the full moon. The sound of whizzing through the air was heard, and the arrows flying into the air whizzed through the space, like a wasp vibrating its wings, making an annoying sound. A sharp arrow directly tore through the armor as weak as paper, and the sharp arrowhead directly penetrated from the back, covered with warm blood and mincemeat. The soldier who was pierced through the body held a feather arrow on his chest in disbelief. But before he could react, the dense sound of horse hooves instantly filled his ears. The next second, his body suddenly lightened, and the whole person was directly flipped into the air. Only then did he feel the pain, and then fell to the ground. His eyes gradually lost their luster. The ancient Egyptian chariots adopted a two-horse and two-person system. One person drove the warhorse as a driver, and the other held a bow and arrow, constantly shooting the enemy. Their chariots were lighter than those of other civilizations, although their charging ability was slightly weaker. They had archers, and had certain long-range capabilities. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt often engraved their appearance on murals, and were proud of the image of warriors driving horses and bows. Isabella obviously had no experience fighting chariots, and these ferocious beasts directly rushed her vassal army to pieces. However, as a first-class commander, she also began to take certain countermeasures. Since they liked to rush so much, let them in, and use their lives to slow them down. Li Ji didn't care much about the lives of the vassal army. In most cases, these soldiers would be used as the vanguard by Li Ji, and their lives would be used to consume the enemy's strength and defensive materials, so as to reduce the losses of his own troops. Isabella also grasped this point, and dared to use human lives to stop these unreasonable chariots. If she dared to joke with the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army, Li Ji would be the first to twist her head off. My lord, the use of chariots was popular during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, but because they were too heavy and relied heavily on terrain conditions, they were gradually replaced by cavalry. Li Ji nodded. Lu Chuanqiu mentioned that at the end of the Xia dynasty, Shang Teng used 70 chariots when fighting against the Xia people. In the Battle of Mai, King Wu of Zhou used 300 chariots, which was unprecedented in scale. Although chariots are powerful, they also have many shortcomings. For example, chariots are extremely inflexible, and chariots that cannot be charged are no different from live targets. During the Warring States period, the armies of various countries underwent reforms, especially King Wuling of Zhao's clothing and horse riding, which raised the status of cavalry to the same level as chariots. The use of chariots is mainly concentrated in plains. Chariots can only be used when the terrain is flat and the roads are wide. So if you want to deal with chariots, the simplest way is to dig more trenches to change the terrain, so that the enemy chariots have no space to charge. You can even use trenches to induce the enemy chariots to adjust their charge direction and play with them. Unfortunately, now that the two armies are fighting, there is no time and space for Li Ji to send troops to dig trenches. Isabella wants to use human lives to stop the chariots from charging. As a first-class commander, Lu Xianxing has not only reached a maximum level after fighting continuously, but also enriched his combat experience. Isabella's move was seen by him at a glance. Wang Ming was left by Li Ji in the mountain camp to defend against the enemy. Now he only has Lu Xianxing to command his troops. Then let's die. This method of dealing with it is not impossible. But once the casualties are too great, it is easy to cause a situation of morale collapse. or even the collapse of the soldiers, and the direct destruction of the camp. Although Li Ji did not value the lives of the vassal army, at least these people have worked hard even if they have no merits. They have been fighting for him for so long. There is no reason to let them continue to die when there are other methods. He still wants these people to continue to work for him. Ju Yi, you lead the first batch of death soldiers to be active in the rear of the vassal army, and shoot the driver of the enemy chariot. Also notify Isabella, and let her lead some soldiers to insert long spears and spears into the ground, with the spear tips tilted upwards to block the marching route of the chariots and horses. I will make sure that the other side will not return. Ju Yi is eager to try. After fighting for so long in the national war, he can finally lead his own troops to go out and kill the enemy alone. This is a great opportunity for the Lord to value me. I must let the Lord see my talent. Ju Yi's character was unruly. Even though Li Ji had so many brave generals and counselors who suppressed him, he still couldn't change his arrogant character. Go! Under Isabella's command, the vassal army opened one small gap after another. The driver of the ancient Egyptian chariot did not suspect him, and thought that the enemy was afraid of him, and made such a concession. He whipped the horsewhip suddenly, and the warhorse wailed in pain. The speed of the chariot soared several points, and the surrounding air was directly torn apart. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it turned into a residual shadow and drilled in. The excited ancient Egyptian soldiers did not know that these gaps were the road to H.L. The vassal army that blocked them was knocked away one after another, and the ancient Egyptian soldiers on the chariot kept cheering, as if celebrating the arrival of victory in advance. Rumble. As Isabella waved her flag, the soldiers who had formed a military formation suddenly retreated to both sides, revealing the simple long spear formation that had been set up. The spear tips under the sunlight looked particularly sharp, and the bright light directly blinded the enemies on the chariot. Stop! Puff! The war horses swung their limbs as hard as they could, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not reduce their speed to the lowest point. The spear tips with cold light instantly penetrated their bodies. The next moment, the war horses wailed in pain, and their strong bodies suddenly broke the spear shafts driven by the speed, and the spear tips sank into them. After stumbling a few steps, the warhorse fell to the ground, and the chariot and soldiers behind it were also overturned. The surrounding vassal soldiers quickly approached, wielding weapons from various civilizations, and chopped the enemy into meat paste, so that they could vent their anger. Retreat! Retreat! The Egyptian players who commanded the chariots saw this and tore their throats to give orders, but they were deeply surrounded by the vassal army. The chariots were like being trapped in a muddy swamp, unable to move forward or backward. Ju Yi came with the first-line soldiers, and thousands of elite soldiers pulled the trigger at the same time. The crossbows turned into golden streams and cut through the void, forming a dense rain of arrows, falling into the ancient Egyptian chariot formation. The armor-piercing effect of the first-line soldiers was particularly significant for cavalry, and it was even easier to deal with chariots without any cover. The golden stream flew over and penetrated the soldiers on the chariot in the blink of an eye. The powerful impact directly took them away. The uncontrolled warhorse stopped directly, with doubts in its eyes. The appearance of the first batch of death soldiers accelerated the speed of destroying the chariots. The terrifying crossbow arrows were like the death god demanding life. Even if the ancient Egyptian generals were hit by an arrow, they would probably be seriously injured. Not to mention the soldiers who could not dodge on the chariots. Opening champagne in the first half is not advisable. Li Ji looked at the ancient Egyptian chariots that were surrounded and strangled inside, and couldn't help shaking his head. He had clearly heard the other party's unscrupulous laughter before, but now it seemed more like laughing and sending away his joy. Order Isabella to attack the enemy's central army, and the rest of the people to attack the enemy's two wings. Boom! The cavalry was invincible, like two steel dragons launching a fatal offensive against the ancient Egyptian army. Li Tsunxia took the lead, holding Yu Wang's spear and Bai Yan's Lao, relying on his brave and invincible force, and suddenly rushed into the crowd. Like a golden god, it instantly emitted a terrifying deterrent, shocking the enemy's mind. The Yuang spear kept sweeping forward, taking away batches of enemies. The 18 flying tiger riders behind him were also brave and diligent, following their commander to force their way through the enemy's army. No arrows missed their target. Huang Zhong shouted loudly. His arms instantly turned into afterimages. The number of feather arrows on the quiver dropped rapidly, and red streams of light cut through the sky, accurately piercing the enemy's head. After completing the breakthrough mission, Huang Zhong's strength was no worse than that of General Feihu, Li Tsunxia and Huang Zhong, two fierce generals, personally opened the way. And the Tianqiong army and the Yi army behind them suddenly tore open a gap and rushed into the army like a stream. And the sound of horse hooves continued to explode like thunder. The Tianqiong army drew out 3-barreled fire guns and pulled the triggers almost at the same time. A large number of hot iron balls splashed out, and a burst of gunpowder rose from the barrels. The lowest-level soldiers in ancient Egypt, Egyptian slaves, were half-dressed and poorly equipped. Even worse than the yellow-turbaned peasant army, the incoming iron balls instantly opened a fatal hole in their bodies, and their internal organs could be seen clearly. Move! Charge! The black crows kept circling in the air, making an unpleasant hissing sound. In the eyes of ordinary people, they symbolized bad luck. But for the Crow army, it was more like luck. Shi Jingxi led the Crow army to charge recklessly, and his arrogance was comparable to the first, causing the enemy to gather around them. But with the help of the Black Crow's vision, they were like opening a god's perspective, and they could always break out instantly when the enemy was about to encircle them. The combat effectiveness of the Dragon Bird army exceeded the imagination of the Egyptian lords, especially the fierce generals who led the charge. The momentum they exuded could make them tremble from a distance. No wonder Germain lost. Thomas deserved his defeat. Said looked at the enemy's reckless charge, but felt powerless. But soon cheered up, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was burning. Just as my name means, I am the man who unified the ancient Egyptian civilization area and became the pharaoh. How could I retreat when I encountered such a small setback? Then he turned his head to look at a veiled woman beside him and ordered, Nefertiti, let your son believer stop the enemy, even at all costs. As you wish, my pharaoh. The veiled woman bowed slightly, then waved the staff in her hand that symbolized the royal power. And suddenly a strong light burst out. A red sun disk phantom appeared in the void, with lines on the edge constantly surging, and countless hands stretched out in an instant. An endless light descended on the battlefield, announcing his coming. Supreme Sun God, please let your people continue to fight. Nefertiti praised the gods, and the staff in her hand shook, bursting out waves of light and emerging above. In an instant, the red disk was like a real sun, bringing light to people. The ancient Egyptian soldiers who fell to the ground and wailed in pain were seriously injured. But under the light, the wounds began to heal. Fatal injuries turned into serious injuries. Serious injuries turned into minor injuries, and minor injuries were directly repaired. Countless Egyptian soldiers seemed to be reborn. Praise the sun god. Even if it was just a man-made projection, it could not withstand the soldiers' loyal belief in him. Now that the gods have appeared, their morale has reached its peak. Overwhelming cheers continued to rise, and the ancient Egyptian army, which had been killed and retreated step by step, began to gain a foothold. Their high faith gave them a fearless momentum. The advance of the Dragon Sparrow army began to be hindered. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, ancient Egypt also has a deep theological foundation. I didn't expect that the other lord would actually recruit a celebrity who could summon the sun god. The sun god has a pivotal position in ancient Egyptian mythology, symbolizing light, warmth and growth. It is reasonable that he can repair the injuries of soldiers. The appearance of a wet nurse on the ancient Egyptian side will inevitably prolong the combat time and ability of Egyptian soldiers, which is not good news for the Dragon Sparrow army. If you want to solve the opponent as soon as possible, you must first solve the red disk in the air of the opponent. Send a message to Sun Xiao, Han Sheng and others. Let them suddenly cut and capture the opponent's generals. One of the differences between the Chinese and Westerners is their attitude towards God. Westerners prefer to believe that it is God who brings them a life of plenty, while the Chinese prefer to use their own hands to create a life of plenty. Respect God but don't believe in God. The relationship between God and the Chinese is mutual need. When there is something, they pray to God and Buddha. And when there is nothing, they are feudal superstitious. Even if they are real gods, as long as they are not good for them, they dare to pull them down from the altar. What a strange ability. Guijia and Shishisai saw the uniqueness of each civilization one after another, and couldn't help but sigh. But they still didn't think the other party had the possibility of a comeback. Not even a little bit. Chapter 276 The Beauty Coming. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, the ancient Egyptian civilization is full of theological colors, and the Arab civilization is similar to it. Li Ji had fought with the Arab civilization before, and roughly understood the means of warfare of civilizations with strong theological and religious colors. Even if the opponent could summon the projection of the gods, he would not be very surprised. And Li Ji also witnessed Zhang Ju summoning the projection of the Yellow God during the Yellow Turban activities. The sun god summoned by the opponent can repair the injuries of the soldiers. Similar to the Chinese physician profession, Li Ji also has the famous Dr. Sun Xinyu by his side. And he is not inferior to the opponent in terms of milk volume. A vehicle full of herbs was pushed to Sun Xinyu, and he waved his hand, and the surging mental power wrapped all the herbs around him. The next second, Sun Xinyu trembled suddenly, and the herbs in the vehicle quickly dried up and condensed into a green sprout like green in the void. Rejuvenation. As he shouted, the green in the void turned into rain, bathing the fighting dragon bird soldiers. The raindrops fell on their bodies and instantly penetrated through their skin. The pure breath of life suddenly burst out, quickly wandering in their bodies to their limbs, repairing their damaged tendons and wounds. With a shock of spirit, Li Ji's many soldiers roared excitedly and slashed the enemies in front of them like crazy. Both sides have nurses with a lot of milk, so they have to compete to see who can kill the other side quickly, so that their milk can't keep up with the speed of injury. With a majestic body emitting a green divine light, Huang Zhong single-handedly rushed into the enemy's army, sweeping the army with the Suzaku red snow sword in his hand. And the Egyptian soldiers couldn't stop his sword at all. 103 Huang Zhong is the best in bravery. No one on the ancient Egyptian civilization side can resist him. Even if their most brave and capable Las Imas II is born, he is probably not Huang Zhong's opponent. No arrow misses its target. Huang Zhong sat on his horse and played, like a fast-moving arrow tower, with countless streams of light flying in all directions from his precious bow, killing a large number of middle and low-level officers in ancient Egypt. The Egyptian soldiers who lost their officer's command were like headless flies, unable to form even the most basic military formation, and were instantly dispersed by the Dragon Sparrow army. Li Tsuinxia on the other side was even more exaggerated. The 18 flying tiger riders behind him were like bulldozers, constantly knocking the enemies around them into the air with their bodies and soil. The Egyptian lords such as Salide, who were in charge of the central army, looked ugly, and some even cursed, saying that the opponent was so fierce that he didn't look like a normal person. Supreme Sun God, please give me other powers. It is obvious that treatment alone cannot stop the enemy's advance. Not to mention that there are high-grade doctors in the opponent's formation, whose treatment ability is no worse than that of the sun god Aten. Nefertiti sang a song praising the sun god, and at the same time, the disk in the air burst out with a more dazzling light again. The scarabs are coming. As soon as the words fell, countless black shadows rose in the light, and dense scarabs crawled out of them, with the armor on their backs flashing with golden divine light, like a swarm of locusts passing through. The endless scarabs formed a golden and black ocean at this moment, suddenly swallowing up the bodies of a large number of Dragon Sparrow soldiers. The armor of the Dragon Bird army soldiers was covered with scarabs. They struggled to drill into the gaps in the armor, and their sharp mouthparts bit the soldiers' flesh and blood. Ah! 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 As if being eaten by thousands of insects. The Dragon Bird army soldiers screamed miserably, swung their bodies wildly, and kept hitting their armor with their arms. Many scarabs were directly crushed, making a popping sound. But more scarabs were enjoying the fresh and vibrant flesh and blood. Soon, the soldiers' bodies shrank, and a large number of scarabs were covered with blood. They drilled out of their 7 orifices and continued to gallop on the ground, looking for the next prey. The scarab's tricky attack caught the Dragon Bird army off guard. Facing this group of difficult dung beetles, they had no way to deal with it. The vassal army, which was the first to be hit, suffered heavy losses. Even Shi Jingxi's Yer army and Lu Xiangqing's Tianxiong army were killed by the scarabs. Many people fell off their horses and turned into clean skeletons. What the H.L. Li Tsuinxi frowned, and his true energy turned into a solid full-body armor. Countless scarabs hit it and smashed it to pieces with a bang. He could use his true energy to resist the impact of the scarabs. But the 18 flying tigers behind him were not so easy. Even if they were highly skilled in martial arts, there would always be a few fish that slipped through the net and got in to eat his flesh and blood. A muffled groan sounded, and many of the 18 riders had slightly distorted faces. And then, their bodies shook, and the true energy that burst out directly crushed the dung beetles into powder. The person who controls these insects must be killed. Li Tsuinxi raised his head and looked at the red disc hanging in the air in the distance, and the veiled Egyptian woman, with a dangerous and fierce light in his eyes. Swinging the reins, the black unicorn under him began to neigh, like a black whirlwind blowing on the battlefield. The sharp blade of Yu Wang's spear was hidden in it, and the heads of the enemies, who were blown by the strange wind, all flew out of their necks into the air. Taking the heads of enemy generals in the midst of thousands of troops is the most direct way to win a war. As long as the enemy general dies, the soldiers without a leader will be no different from a pile of loose sand, and they will be slaughtered at that time. Stop him! The Egyptian lords panicked when they saw Li Tsuanqiu, the killing god, rushing towards them, and quickly mobilized their troops to try to stop him outside. Yu Wang's spear swept forward, like a wave, and the flesh and blood wall in front of him was directly destroyed. And Li Tsuanqiu was like a no man's land. Suddenly the ground shook, and there was a constant rustling sound. The next moment, countless scarabs broke out of the ground, forming a golden and black huge wave in the void, and suddenly slapped Li Tsuanqiu. Boom! A huge hole was instantly punched out of the huge wave of scarabs. A large number of scarabs could not withstand the sharpness of King Yu's spear, and were crushed into slag in an instant. Dark green, disgusting blood kept falling on Li Tsuanqiu's armor. The warhorse galloped on the battlefield. The invincible Li Tsuanqiu forcibly drove a bloody path through the Egyptian army, with broken limbs and arms falling on both sides. If a slightly uneasy person looked at this place, he might have a mental breakdown and lose consciousness. Supreme Sun God, please give me more powerful power to keep the enemy out. Nefertiti waved the royal staff, and the gems on it flashed with strange light. The scarabs that kept wandering on the battlefield seemed to receive orders at the same time, and rushed towards the central army like a tide. Before Li Ji could figure out what happened, countless heart-wrenching screams of pain sounded instantly. Looking up, I saw that the most elite infantry in the Egyptian army were covered with scarabs, and their mouthparts tightly bit their flesh and blood, like a golden black iron armor, with greatly increased defense. A low beast roar came out from the throat, and the eyes of the scarab soldiers were filled with bloodshot. The rationality in their eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they charged towards Li Tsuanqiu like crazy. The heavy long spear slashed forward, like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, simple but full of violence, breaking the enemy who rushed forward in half. The scarab surged in the two-part corpse, dragging the upper and lower halves to reunite, and the light of the red disc was projected, condensing the two halves of the corpse in an incredible way. Seeing the killed enemy staggering to his feet, even Li Tsuanqiu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Being able to resurrect is not terrible, but there are tens of thousands of enemies who can be resurrected here. He has to face a resurrected army. This is too shameless. Li Ji did not expect that the other party actually had such a magical ability, but he saw the flaw at a glance. As long as the scarab responsible for the connection was killed, the Egyptian soldiers could not be resurrected. Let Han Sheng and Suzaku longbowmen cover Tsuanqiu. Li Ji's order was quickly passed to Huang Zhong in front. The latter put away the sword and picked up the longbow. A stream of red light flew towards Li Tsuanqiu at a rapid speed as the bowstring was released. Bang! As the red stream penetrated an enemy, a brilliant divine fire suddenly broke out, as if the flames that could devour everything swept up, and a storm of flames rose from the ground. The scarab stained with the divine fire squeaked and screamed, and its limbs seemed to dance out after images, and it quickly escaped from the host. Most insects are afraid of fire. Even scarabs are no exception. Run! Run! Huang Zhong's sharp arrows are like the nemesis of scarabs. The raging fire ignites their bodies, and turns them into ashes in an instant. Thousands of Suzaku longbowmen draw their bows and shoot arrows at the same time, emitting terrifying high-temperature flames that wrap the arrows, accompanied by high-pitched cries. Countless fiery arrows break through the air, like the divine fire from the sky descending on the earth, and suddenly fall on the soldiers of the holy armor. The fierce fire roasts the scarabs, making crackling sounds, and a burst of meaty fragrance rises on the battlefield. The enemies bathed in the flames scream continuously, and soon burn into ashes. No matter how powerful Nefertiti is, she cannot curb the physiological fear of fire of the scarabs. A large number of dung beetles squeak and scream, and drill into the ground uncontrollably. Good opportunity. The Egyptian soldiers who lost the protection of the scarabs were no different from a mass of flesh and blood in front of Li Tsuanqiu. Yu Wang's spear kept sweeping in front of them, hitting and killing countless enemies. The 18 flying tigers followed closely behind, harvesting the enemies' lives with their sharp weapons. No, even the scarab can't stop the enemy's attack. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the probability of failure is very high. Silid, let's retreat. Even the German army is no match for them. It's not shameful for us to retreat. Silid clenched his fists and gritted his teeth at the battlefield not far away. At this time, the two torrents of the dragon bird army were constantly interweaving in the Egyptian army, turning them upside down. The dragon bird army farther away seemed to be in action, constantly pumping troops and horses to advance towards them, like a bloody mouth, swallowing the Egyptian soldiers at a rapid speed. My name determines my life. How can I, who aspires to become the pharaoh of Egypt, retreat here? If you want to retreat, you can retreat. Salad's pride does not allow him to retreat half a step. Even if he is eliminated, you can return to the main world if you die here. But Nefertiti's death here is a real death. They don't care about Salad's life or death. They only care about the legendary queen who can communicate with the sun god. As a famous queen in the ancient Egyptian area, Nefertiti has outstanding abilities. If she is killed, it will cause irreparable losses to their civilization area. Nefertiti is the queen of Egypt. Dying here is more worthy of her past glory than running away from the battlefield. Besides, do you really think you can escape? Nefertiti remained silent. No one could see Nefertiti's expression through the veil, and didn't know whether she was willing to stay. Nefertiti is the property of our entire civilization. You have no right to decide her life. Before they finished speaking, a dense sound of horse hooves came from a distance, instantly interrupting their conversation. In their field of vision, the 19 figures, like the god of death, continued to enlarge, and were approaching them rapidly. No time to persuade them. Many Egyptian lords pushed me and I pushed you, retreating towards the main city. The most important thing is to preserve their own points. Even if Nefertiti died, it didn't matter. Anyway, it wasn't their general who died. Although the Egyptian army was not in a situation of defeat, the enemy at this time had already rushed into their army at will, without any obstruction, and defeat was only a matter of time. If they don't retreat, they will have no room to retreat. Sarah didn't panic. He jumped on his horse swiftly, drew out his half-moon knife, and then looked at Nefertiti, who didn't move, shook his head and smiled. As expected, the legendary queen will not obey me completely. Kill! Abandoning all distractions, Sarid let out a desperate roar and rushed towards the 18 flying tigers alone. The rolling torrent instantly submerged him. A large amount of broken bones and flesh scattered, and a bloody rain formed in the air. Li Tsuinqiu immediately threw off the fragmented corpse hanging on the long spear, rode to the veiled woman, and captured her with one arm. You didn't resist. If you resisted, it would be great. I could kill you. He clearly remembered that this woman was the one who summoned the red disc and the scarab, and her methods were extremely strange. Salide was killed. Nefertiti was captured, and the other great lords withdrew from the battlefield. The Egyptian army collapsed instantly and fell into chaos. Under the threat of the Dragon Sparrow army, they persuaded the Egyptian soldiers to kneel down and surrender in a friendly manner. They were captured and added to Isabella's vassal army and began to shine for Li Ji. Report to the Lord. I have captured a woman. Li Tsuinqiu carried a veiled woman and began to report the situation. Well, with Tsuinqiu here, I feel at ease. Li Ji praised Li Tsuinqiu verbally as usual, and then checked the other party's panel. Nefertiti? The beauty coming? Chapter 277. Start the raid. Nefertiti, one of the most famous queens of ancient Egypt, had great power and ruled the Egyptian kingdom with her husband, the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten. The murals excavated in the present world show that this woman often kept pace with Akhenaten and had a very high status, which was a rare thing in ancient times. The struggle between theocracy and royal power has always been a part of the politics of the new kingdom of Egypt. During the reign of Amenhotep IV, the contradiction between the two reached its peak. In order to maintain the pharaoh's royal rule, Akhenaten and his wife resolutely launched a religious reform to weaken and attack the Amun priest class in Thebes. The Akhenaten reform, which seemed to be a religious reform, was actually a fierce political struggle. Unfortunately, after Akhenaten's death, his successor Tutankhamun gave up the reform, changed his belief in the god Aten to the god Amun, and moved the capital back to Thebes. A vigorous religious revolution ended here. As the queen of Akhenaten, Nefertiti naturally intervened in this religious reform. But when she was in her 30s, she suddenly disappeared from history, and no one knew about it. Name Nefertiti. Occupation Egyptian High Priest. Identity Dragon Sparrow Army Captive. Level 64. Brave 27, 27. Commander 46, 46. Purpose 91, 94. Political Strategy 84, 90. Charm 100. Luck 50. Personal Characteristics. Pharaoh's daughter, blue. The recognition of the territory by the people under her rule increases. Queen of Magic, blue's skill power plus 20%. Oncoming beauty, blue. It is easy to seduce people with lower wisdom values than her, the greater the difference in wisdom values. the greater the probability of success. Freedom and rights. Purple, the probability of high characteristic female NPCs being born in the territory increases. And the probability of female NPCs basic 4 dimensions increases. High Priest, purple when using skills. Skill power plus 50%. And the damage caused by summons increases. Queen of Egypt, purple when the commander is in battle. The combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 15%. If it is an Egyptian soldier, equals additional plus 15%. Morale starts at a high state, and is not easy to fall. Religious reform, gold each time you assist a political reform. Nefertiti's political value is temporarily plus 1. Aten followers, gold believe in the sun god Aten. Skill power plus 80%. When releasing healing skills to people or objects in the same camp, the recovery effect is plus 100%. Skills Scarab Advent, S level. Call of the Netherworld, S level. Belief in the sun god, S level. Praise the sun, S level. Mental method Sun Faith. Equipment Netherworld Scepter, Diamond level. Queen's Carasiris, Diamond level. Queen's Veil, Gold level. Special Arms Scarab Followers, Level 3 Arms. Maximum recruitment of 50,000 people. Diachan is only a teenager now, and her appearance has not fully grown up. The charm of 100 can't show much at all. This is the second person with a full charm value he has seen. The first one is Li Ji's maid Diachan. Li Ji looked at Nefertiti kneeling on the ground with interest. Nefertiti's personal data is pretty good. Her wisdom and strategy values are both above 90 points. It is no wonder that she was able to have a status comparable to that of the pharaoh in history. Nefertiti, you caused my army to suffer losses. Logically, I must execute you. But I admire your ability. If you work for me, you can save your life. Li Ji started to recruit the other party. Nefertiti's eyes flickered. And then she put her forehead on the ground and said sincerely, your bravery conquered my body and mind. Nefertiti is willing to surrender to you. Ancient Egyptian High Priest, Nefertiti pledges allegiance to you. Do you agree? This was somewhat beyond Li Ji's expectations. He did not expect that the other party would serve him so easily. Logically speaking, it is impossible for two unrelated civilizations to have an initial good impression of each other and express loyalty naturally. Akechi Mitsuhide of Japan and Yi Sunsen of Goryeo. Their civilizations were influenced by Han culture and did not reject working for players in the Huaxia area. However, until now, they have not expressed their intention to surrender to Li Ji. As one of the most famous queens in Egypt, Nefertiti should have a high enough loyalty to Egyptian civilization, and it is impossible for her to surrender directly after being captured. Li Ji didn't quite understand. But he didn't refuse the other party's loyalty, but secretly guarded against it in his heart. If something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Even if Nefertiti is loyal to him, her loyalty is not high. It should be impossible for her to command a large-scale army to fight. It's okay to let the other party summon a sun god to replenish blood. Nefertiti glanced at Li Ji's expression, which didn't change much, and seemed a little annoyed. My lord, someone who claims to be the lord of Huaxia came to ask for an audience. Take him to see me. Huaxia is still fighting with the Western Coalition forces. Li Ji doesn't need to spend too much time thinking about Nefertiti's problem. And he has Guijia, Shiji Tsai and Jia Su around him, with 3 monsters with extraordinary intelligence. It's easy to see through Nefertiti's mind. Brother Li Ji. Li Ji knew the visitor. He was Sima Yin, a player from Yanzhou. He defected to Cao Cao during the Yellow Turbans. It seems that he is doing well around Cao Cao and borrowed the Xiahou brothers to participate in the national war together. Li Ji met Cao Cao during the Yellow Turbans. And when he became the governor of Kuaiji, he often corresponded with Cao Cao and had a good relationship. Of course, who knows how long this relationship will last. Xiahou brothers meet Governor Li. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan directly pushed Sima Yin aside and quickly came to Li Ji to salute. The Xiahou brothers were only asked by Cao Cao to help Sima Yin, but they rebelled after seeing Li Ji. Before we left, Mingda asked us 2 brothers to help Governor Li eliminate the barbarians. In the next period of time, please allow us to follow the action. Old Cao is such a good person. Li Ji glanced at Sima Yin behind Xiahou Dun without leaving a trace, and found that the other party's face turned as red as pig liver, and he almost couldn't hold it back. Obviously I came first. Sima Yin was also depressed. He persuaded Cao Cao to borrow the Xiahou brothers. He originally planned to rely on their bravery to brush points. But when they saw Li Ji, they defected and ran away. Not only did they not earn much points, but now they are helping others. Li Ji looked at Sima Yin, who was full of hope. and said with a little hesitation, "General Xiahou, you have been fighting with Sima Yin and his men all the time. It seems not good to come to me." Xiahou Dun, who had a hot temper, patted his chest and said, "It's okay. Mingda has already told them about this matter. Even if they report it to Mingda, we have the confidence. Besides, Sima Yin and his men are too cowardly. We can't fight many barbarians with them." "That's right. One of the purposes of our two brothers coming here is to eradicate the barbarians and fight happily. As a result, they were tied up and didn't fight much with the barbarians at all." Xiahou Yuan on the side also vented his dissatisfaction. Sima Yin was also wronged. War is not a joke. It is impossible to send troops without sufficient preparation. How come it becomes cowardly in your mouth? Li Ji coughed twice, then looked at Sima Yin apologetically, indicating that he was powerless. "By the way, Sima Yin, what do you want to talk to me about? If it's not very important, wait until this war is over before mentioning it. I will organize the army and send troops to fight other civilizations now." When the Xiahou brothers heard that there was another fight, their eyes lit up immediately. "After you defeated the Egyptian civilization, the defensive pressure on my side was reduced a lot. I heard that Qin Fan encountered a fierce attack from France and America and needed someone to support him." Sima Yin hoped to support the precarious silly troops with Li Ji. America, France, England, Rome and Germany in the Western Coalition belonged to the first-tier civilizations. Qin Fan and his team are facing the attack of two top civilizations, and the pressure is indeed a bit great. Li Ji weighed the pros and cons and decided to give up defeating the coalition one by one and turn to the core civilization of the Western Coalition. German civilization was repelled by Li Ji, while England and Rome were held back by other civilizations. If France and America could be defeated forcefully, then the Western Coalition would collapse without attacking, and they would naturally win this war. I will immediately send someone to pass the message to the other states, and ask them to go all out to hold back the enemy, so that America and France will not be able to get support in a short time. This decision is a gamble. If America and France can be taken, it will definitely change the situation of the national war. But if the surprise attack fails, Li Ji and his men will have to face the counterattack of the Western Coalition. The heavy losses are secondary, and if they die and withdraw early, it will be a big loss. They can only win, not lose. Send troops. Without resting for a long time, Li Ji's Dragon Bird army reorganized its troops and marched towards the rear of America in parallel with the large army of Yanzhou. Such a large-scale mobilization naturally could not be concealed from the various civilizations of the Western Coalition. But when they wanted to stop Li Ji and his men, they were held back by the Chinese army in front. The fierce attack at all costs made them unable to free their hands at all, and they could only watch Li Ji and his men move forward. At this time, Qin Fan's silly troops were under a fierce attack from the Warcraft army. Countless skeleton soldiers on the ground were like a white ocean, swallowing up everything along the way. Boom! As if thunder exploded, the Chinese army's projectiles threw boulders, which crashed into the sea of bones. The high-speed spinning boulders scraped a lot of sparks in the void, hitting the fragile bones, crushing them into pieces, and even the necromancer could not revive them. Teams of skeleton cavalry riding on bone horses launched a suicidal charge towards the Chinese soldiers. The incoming arrows shattered their bones, and their bodies still sat upright on the horse's back. Crushed them. The upper and lower jaws rubbed with a sour sound, and a large number of skeleton cavalrymen braved the rain of arrows, with feather arrows stuck in their bones, and rushed into the crowd. Countless shrill screams rang out, and the limbs of the bone horses were broken, and the bodies of the Chinese soldiers were also scattered. The enemy's suicidal charge caused a lot of losses to the Chinese army, and Qin Fan had no way to stop it. The skeleton cavalry had no sense of pain, and it was difficult to stop their charge unless they were completely killed. Another team of Warcraft melee soldiers was pushed to the front line. They were holding various weapons, and followed by a large number of mages and priests to buff them and improve their combat effectiveness. America's offensive was like a surging wave, and the impact on the Chinese army was somewhat difficult to resist. After all, they were fighting against a civilization with a state, and it was normal that they could not stop it. Qin Fan clenched his fists, then looked at Zhu Wuba, who was like a little giant beside him, and said, "Zhu Wuba, you personally lead the army of beasts and kill them." "Yes," Zhu Wuba roared deafeningly, like a black bear in the mountains, and stepped forward, shaking the ground violently. At the same time, the Chinese army was in turmoil, and the next moment countless gaps appeared. and a large number of cages holding tigers, black bears, and other beasts were pushed out. The kings in the mountains roared at the same time, and suddenly got out when the cages were opened, leaving a string of afterimages on the ground, and rushed towards the monster army at a high speed, swinging a big knife as big as a door panel. Zhu Wuba smashed into the monster army like a cannonball, and the knife light kept flashing, taking away a large number of enemy lives. The ranged troops such as mages and archers in the rear launched an attack, and countless skills and arrows shot into the air, and the huge body of Zhu Wuba was instantly submerged. The sword light swirled, and Zhu Wuba showed skills that were completely inconsistent with his body, shooting down the incoming arrows, slashing left and right, splashing countless blood. Zhu Wuba was like the god of death in an instant, and the terrifying power chopped people to pieces, like mowing grass and harvesting the lives of enemies. One man guards the pass, and 10,000 men cannot open it. Zhu Wuba's fierce fighting power deterred the beasts, and his huge body standing on the battlefield was like a reef in the sea, and no matter how the enemy attacked, it could not be shaken. The army of beasts from the deep mountains and old forests also showed their bloodthirsty side, biting and killing the enemies in front of them, and their brutal and primitive side aroused the fear deep in the hearts of many people. The addition of Zhu Wuba and the army of beasts reduced the pressure on the silly troops a lot, and began to push the defense line outward. What a terrible warrior. Just like a human weapon. No one can stop him. Steve looked at Zhu Wuba as if he was in an unmanned place, and did not seem to show much surprise. In fact, he had long known Zhu Wuba's combat power. Lord, although he is extremely brave, he can't fly. It's easy for Nidhogg to kill him. Black Dragon was a little dissatisfied with Steve's behavior after being unable to fight for several days. I know. So your mission today is to kill him, Steve said lightly, and then cast his eyes on the battlefield not far away. At this time, Anthony, the great lord of France, was gathering his troops, and the heavy armored knights in full plate armor were dispatching in an orderly manner. One of the dark-skinned generals led the eye-catching and well-equipped dragoons. Old Dumas, this battle depends on you. France will never surrender. Chapter 278, Shooting the Dragon with a Bow. Following Anthony's order, countless flags embroidered with red dragon patterns were erected in the French Legion, and a large number of French knights gathered. Cuirassiers, charioteers, hussars, France's characteristic cavalry regiments formed a torrent, each performing their duties, and being separated on the left and right wings. In the middle was Thomas Alexander Dumas's dragoon regiment, the dragoons of the Napoleon Bonaparte era. Montjoy. Anthony drew his sword, and thousands of French heavy cavalry launched a charge, with horses' hooves trampling the ground and making a rumbling sound, and suddenly charged towards the flank of the silly troops. The iron horses clanged, and the dragon flags were fluttering in the wind, as if they had come alive at this moment. Dumas led the charge, holding a straight blade in his right hand and a musket in his left hand, and rushed into the Chinese army with one man and one horse. The sword light was dazzling, the smoke was billowing, and Dumas shot left and right, killing dozens of people in an instant. In history, Dumas once killed a cavalry company of the Austrian army single-handedly on the bridge, which frightened the Austrians, and was called the Black Devil. France's sudden attack caught many Chinese players off guard, but they soon took corresponding defensive measures. Under Qin Fan's command, a large number of Chinese players began to encircle and suppress the French cavalry regiment, trying to use numbers to stop the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, France put all its efforts into this attack, and thousands of heavy armored cavalry were directly deployed to the battlefield, trying to break Qin Fan's troops in this attack. The rain of arrows covered the sky and the sun, pouring down on the French army, shooting and killing many knights. But more knights braved the rain of arrows and forcibly killed into the Chinese army. The war horses neighed, and the French knights rushed recklessly, like a huge wave rolling up and strangling a large number of Chinese soldiers. Every time the sound of horse hooves sounded, a large number of broken limbs and arms would fly around. The Chinese pikemen, spearmen and other infantry formed a military formation, with their spears and lances stabbed upward and outward, and the sharp spear tips instantly pierced through the horses of the French knights. Countless wailing sounds were heard, and a large number of horses stumbled to the ground while breaking their spears, and the knights on their horses also fell down, and were soon killed by the Chinese army. The French cavalry, who could not stop the charge, had no time to avoid the dense forest of spears, and even if they turned their horses' heads, they could not avoid a chilling end. The Chinese army also suffered heavy losses. The French cavalry could not be stopped by flesh and blood. To kill a cavalryman, it often cost several people. Qin Fan's opponent was not only France. He also had to face the American monster army head-on. The attacks of the two civilizations were like waves, one after another, and each layer was more fierce than the other, making the defense line of the silly troops shaky. Nidhogg, you take the dragons and attack. Kill them fiercely. Steve decided to add a dose of strong medicine, sending out the 10th level dragons and his own hero unit Nidhogg over the seemingly endless army of Warcraft. Several black dragons appeared, with their wings spread dozens of feet, as if they could block out the sun. The terrifying dragons might fill the entire battlefield, and the Chinese soldiers were more or less affected, and their morale decreased to varying degrees. The appearance of the legendary Western dragon made the Chinese players nervous. In the present world, whether it is Western dragons or Eastern dragons, they exist in various mythological stories, and have never been seen by anyone. Now that they have seen it with their own eyes in this world, the image of the Western dragon has caused a lot of impact on their cognition. The foundation of American civilization is weak, and it can only recruit soldiers in the game. These Western dragons are just imaginations, and the Warcraft army is the best proof, Qin Fan said loudly, releasing the players' tense minds. The 10th level soldiers are comparable to blank generals. If the morale of the Chinese army does not rise, it is impossible to resist the opponent's attack. Juwuba felt the horrible oppression brought by the flying birds and beasts, and tore the monster in front of him in half provocatively, bathing in blood and shouting, "Birds and beasts, dare you fight me?" As if a black bear roared in the mountains. Invisible sound waves swayed in circles in the void, and it seemed that there was a real force that shook the dragons to flap their wings and rise into the sky. Obviously, the dragons thought that Juwuba could bring them a fatal threat. "Stupid big guy. Your opponent is me." A larger dragon rose into the air. The scales on its body were as hard as obsidian, and the yellow eyes seemed to be ancient amber, which made people look daunted at a glance. The wings opened angrily, and then suddenly flapped, and a violent gale blew instantly, and several hurricanes rising from the ground swallowed Juwuba. Juwuba let out a long howl, and the true energy in his body erupted like magma. The extremely sharp wind blade could only leave white marks on his skin. Unable to break his defense, he shattered the hurricane with a punch, and then grabbed a corpse with his sturdy arms. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and his muscles bulged like a hill. He suddenly threw the corpse out. Boom! The corpse tore through the air at a very fast speed, and with a piercing explosion, it turned into a residual image and smashed towards Nidhogg, and a large piece of wind and cloud was shattered. With his wings flapping, Nidhogg immediately climbed up, easily dodged the menacing corpse, and then showed a contemptuous expression, as if he was mocking Juwuba for just doing useless work. Juwuba was obviously very angry, and continued to grab a few unlucky monsters around him, and smash them towards Nidhogg vigorously. But the latter flew upward, declaring that Juwuba's attack was ineffective. Nidhogg relied on his flying ability to bully the clumsy giant, lowering and rising, dodging the giant's throwing objects with ease. Ah! 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 The giant screamed in anger, grabbing the monsters and throwing them at the black dragon. On this side, the black dragon played with the giant, and on the other side, the dragon units recruited by Steve were unstoppable. They killed a large number of soldiers, and set off a bloody wave when they flew low. Flying troops were too popular in the early stage, and the only thing that could threaten their lives was bows and arrows. With the monster army in front, and the French cavalry on the flank, the silly troops began to retreat under the attack of the two top civilizations. Qin Fan couldn't come up with a better way, unless reinforcements appeared, and there were generals in the army who could threaten the dragons. He would have to swallow this defeat. Just as France marched forward, along with America's Warcraft army, preparing to kill Qin Fan's central army, there was a commotion behind Anthony, and then several French players covered in blood found him. "Anthony, it's bad. The Chinese reinforcements with the 5-star flag attacked our rear fiercely. They have a large number of cavalry, and must call back the cavalry regiments." "What?" Anthony was shocked. He didn't expect that at this critical moment Chinese reinforcements would appear and go straight to his rear. What about other civilizations? What did they do to allow the Chinese to break through the defense line and kill them? Quickly let Dumas and his dragoon regiments come back. There are heavy armored cavalry in the Chinese reinforcements, and no one can stop them except them. Also notify Steve and tell him that there are Chinese reinforcements behind us. and let him send part of the Warcraft army to support and quickly annihilate the enemy's reinforcements. Anthony dispatched troops and generals, on the one hand asking Steve for support, and on the other hand calling back the French knights, who were charging in the front to return to defend and meet the enemy. The French cavalry, who had paid a lot of price, were about to break through Qin Fan's last line of defense when they received Anthony's call. Dumas took a look at Qin Fan, who was close at hand, and chopped the Chinese soldiers in front of him as if to vent his anger. He pulled the reins indignantly and evacuated with the knights covered in blood, in order to ensure that the Chinese army could be defeated this time. France did not reserve enough troops at all. Otherwise it would not give up the results that were about to be obtained. The safety period of the rear of France is far more important than capturing Qin Fan. Li Tsuanxiao, Huan Gong, and Shi Jingxi, the three most courageous generals under Li Ji's account, are now driving side by side, acting as sharp knives in the front, leading the cavalry behind them to quickly attack the rear of France. Drawing bows and arrows, the three generals are all strong men on horseback, and they are proficient in horse bows. They each shoot out streams of light and accurately kill the enemies in the front row. Kill until France surrenders. Tens of thousands of Dragon Sparrow cavalrymen drew their weapons, and the sharp spear tips flashed with a cold light that devoured the mind. And then they made a radical and high-pitched sound, and rushed into the French army. The horses' hooves were raised high, and the next second they suddenly trampled on the enemy's chest, crushing the enemy's bones, and buried them in the mud, turning them into meat paste. While the cold light flashed, a large amount of warm blood splashed. Led by the general, the Dragon Sparrow cavalry was like a delicate and sharp surgery, lightly cutting and separating the enemy's army. The movements were elegant and beautiful, full of the artistic beauty of war. The French knights on the front line were finally transferred back. In order to come back quickly, they were forced to abandon the lives of their comrades, and lost a lot of talents to escape Qin Fan's encirclement. Dragons with firearms pulled out the muskets on their waists and fired forward. Many Dragon Sparrow cavalrymen and horses were shot and fell off their horses. The Tianqiong army, which was also equipped with 3-barreled fire guns, fought back, and the two firearms cavalry clashed on the battlefield. The two commanders also encountered each other. Lu Xianqing held a long sword alone, rolled up a raging fire, and slashed at Dumas. The long sword hit Dumas's straight blade, and the flames on the blade burst out, instantly sweeping up the opponent, and the surrounding air was distorted due to the rising temperature. Bathed in the sea of fire, Dumas coughed violently. The plate armor on his body trapped him like a furnace, making him unable to move forward or backward. Instinctively, Dumas swung his straight blade to force Lu Xianqing back, and then grabbed the reins to pull him away. Taking off the hard and hot helmet, Dumas panted. His skin was originally very dark because of his black blood, and the flames made his skin as black as charcoal. The dragon is coming. The light above the head of the Yenzhou player, who followed the charge, suddenly dimmed. Looking up, he saw 3 dragons appearing above them. The deafening dragon roar sounded, directly shattering the surrounding clouds. The dragon swung its wings and blew up a violent storm. The terrifying storm instantly swept up a large number of Yenzhou players, as if they had lost gravity in an instant, and fell down after being swept into the air dozens of meters high, smashing a human-shaped deep pit on the ground, breaking their bones and muscles, and turning them into meat paste. Shoot! Shoot! The first time seeing a dragon was beyond many people's expectations. A large number of archers were mobilized, bows were drawn, and thousands of arrows were fired at the Western Dragon in the air. Flashing with the light of wisdom, the Western Dragon roared, then flew upwards, avoiding the attack of the rain of arrows. Only the bows and arrows of the Phoenix Longbowmen and the first-line soldiers hit the dragon. But the scales on the dragon were as hard as iron, and they could not break the defense at all, so they could only spark and leave white marks. The dragon roared, and the wind was gusting. Ordinary soldiers had no way to deal with these dragons. Only the generals with superb archery skills had the opportunity to shoot them. Beast. Die! Xiahou Dun saw such a strange beast for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel itchy. He quickly snatched a bow and arrow from the soldiers around him, and shot at the chest of the Western Dragon. The Truchi stirred the air, and crackling fire jumped in the void. Boom! The light flew by. The arrow dragged a thin spark. The terrifying high temperature twisted the space, leaving a visible track in the air. Like a raging fire, the dragon pupils of a swooping dragon shrank, and when Xiahou Dun released the bowstring, he felt a terrible and deadly breath. He didn't care what happened. His wings flapped suddenly, and his huge body flew up at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. The light flew past the bottom of the dragon, and the scorching flames ignited the dragon's tail, igniting a wisp of black smoke. The western dragon felt pain and wailed in pain, while continuing to fly upwards, and the thin air around it kept the flames burning. What a pity! Xiahou Dun suffered a loss from not understanding the western dragon, and underestimated the agility of the western dragon. Of course, his archery skills were not very strong, at least not at the level of a sharpshooter. Don't worry, brother. I'll shoot them, Xiahou Yuan said, and then took out his precious bow, aiming the arrow at the dragon at the highest point, ready to go with terrifying might. Xiahou Yuan is good at marching speed, good at thousands of miles of raids, often unexpected, and is known as the Tiger Step Guanyu. He also has a good archery skill. It seems that an invisible force squeezes the surrounding air dry, and there is a faint flash of lightning. Xiahou Yuan's expression is calm, and the target will be killed with one arrow. Thunder. The thunder roared, and in an instant it seemed that the world was darkened, and then a dazzling lightning struck, as if it was the only light source between heaven and earth. The arrow that flew out seemed to disappear in the air, and appeared in front of the western dragon the next second. The western dragon. No reaction. Chapter 279. Huang Zhong shoots the black dragon furiously. Fast. It's really too fast. Xiahou Yuan's arrow is so fast that ordinary naked eyes can't catch the afterimage in the void. Even the western dragon can't. Like thunder. Like lightning. The momentum is amazing. The arrow pierces the void, shaking the terrifying explosion and breaking the air. The dragon's dragon pupils rapidly magnify the lightning, flashing with fear. This is the first time it feels the breath of death. The wings that shield the sun and the sky suddenly vibrate, and the huge body makes the last struggle in the air. But the arrow that is as fast as thunder has already locked it mercilessly, like a thunderbolt, instantly tearing the hard dragon scales and sinking into the dragon's body. Rumble. The arrow contains the supreme thunder and lightning explosion, and the force of 10,000 kilograms acts on its body. The bright red heart stops beating in an instant. It can't even make a whine. The fatal paralysis cuts off the connection between the nerves and the flesh, as if the dragon body does not belong to it at this moment. The huge body froze in the air, and then crashed into the ground like a meteorite from outer space. Countless cracks spread from the center to the surroundings, and the ground shook violently. Xiahou Yuan's amazing arrow shot and killed the giant dragon of the 10th level soldier. His agile body was reflected in the eyes of the Chinese soldiers, and he seemed as majestic as a dragon-slaying hero. Brother, how about my arrow? Xiahou Yuan broke his skill in a second, and instantly turned into a boy seeking credit, looking at Xiahou Dun with a slightly provocative look. Among Cao Cao's relatives and generals, the Xiahou brothers were the most brave. Even if they had a very good relationship, they could not avoid competing in some games. Humph! You just took advantage of the treasure bow. If I had the treasure bow given by Mingda, I could also shoot these flying dragons. Xiahou Dun curled his lips, and his tone was as hard as a pancake. A giant dragon from the west was shot and killed by Xiahou Yuan, causing panic among the other dragons that came to support. For a moment, everyone was in danger and hurriedly flew upwards, fearing that they would be hit by Xiahou Yuan's arrow. The battle continued. The dragon bird army, which was not harassed by the giant dragon, advanced steadily. Even if the Knights of France returned in time, and some of the magic beasts from America came to support, they could not resist the attack of Li Ji and others. 18 flying tiger riders. Follow me to charge. There were enemies all around, and even the brave and unparalleled Li Zuinshu did not dare to stay for too long, and led the 18 flying tiger riders to charge recklessly. Yu Wang's spear kept sweeping forward and slashing, and the terrifying power cut through the surrounding void, with faint cracking lines appearing and roaring. The 18 black armored cavalrymen behind him also waved their weapons, cutting through the enemy's armor lightly and piercing through the enemy's body, killing without blood. The 18 flying tigers are also a rank 10 soldier, except that they cannot fly. Their lethality is comparable to that of America's dragons. Supreme Sun God, please protect the people of the Lord, Nefertiti, who had recently surrendered to Li Ji, summoned the red sun disk, and the warm light was projected on the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army, quickly repairing their wounds. The nurse's healing ability greatly increased the soldiers' continuous combat time. Even when facing several enemies, they were not afraid to charge forward. Either the enemy dies, or you die. Huang Zhong swung his sword, and several ferocious monster heads soared into the sky. Then he took out his precious bow and shot several streams of light, shooting and killing the brave enemies around him, as if he was a Gatling gun that could move freely. The feather arrows on the quiver were consumed rapidly. Huang Zhong seemed to have endless power and continued to shoot and kill the enemies. Looks like a good archery skill. The noise made by Xiahou Yuan bending his bow and shooting the dragon naturally could not be hidden from Huang Zhong's eyes. Compared with others who were surprised at Xiahou Yuan's bravery, he was more concerned about Xiahou Yuan's archery. If Xiahou Yuan had not disturbed the western dragons and forced them to fly into the sky, otherwise he, Huang Zhong, would have wanted to imitate him and complete the achievement of shooting the dragon. While Huang Zhong admired the other party's archery skills, he also had the idea of comparison. Among Li Ji's generals, only Huang Zhong could be rated as a sharpshooter, and the archery skills of the others could only be considered good. It was not easy to meet an opponent who could compete with him, and he, Huang Zhong, did not want to miss this opportunity. In history, Xiahou Yuan did not show his superb archery skills. Instead, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, at the Tonkatai banquet hosted by Lao Chao, Xiahou Yuan just showed his archery skills of shooting through the willows from 100 steps away. The Xiahou brothers were not far from Li Ji, and their gambling fight was seen clearly by Li Ji. The news of the Western Dragon being shot and killed soon spread back to the Warcraft army where Steve was, causing a commotion. There are actually fierce generals in China who can threaten the existence of the 10th level dragon. Steve was also surprised when he heard the news. You know, since he recruited the dragon troops, he has not lost any dragons in the war for so long. Not even Qin Fan's Zhu Wubo. Because of the advantage of flying, the bulky generals are just slightly larger ants in their eyes. Nidhogg, give up killing the opponent's generals and cover the other dragons to return. Steve decided to summon back the remaining dragon troops for the sake of being conservative, so as not to be killed by the enemy sharpshooters. At the same time, a large number of magic beasts were sent to the French battlefield for support. After all, France was one of his allies. If he was defeated by the Chinese reinforcements, he would be forced to withdraw. By then, the victory of this war would be won by China. A large number of magic beasts were withdrawn from the front battlefield, which relieved the pressure on Qin Fan and the silly troops a lot, and the newly established defense line began to consolidate. The magic beast troops on the front battlefield no longer had the advantage in numbers, and it became more and more difficult to attack the Chinese army, whose troops broke through the defense line of the Western Allied forces and were able to support us. The fierce offensive and defensive battles made Qin Fan physically and mentally exhausted. There were countless sword cracks on his armor, which was almost completely scrapped and could not be repaired. America and France joined forces, and they had already exhausted all their energy with only one state. If there were no more reinforcements, they would be defeated in a short time. There are a large number of elite cavalry in the French army. Those who can fight against the knights and force Steve to support should be players from the 3 states of Binjiuliang. But none of them have a general who can shoot a dragon. In addition to them, Li Ji stationed in the mountainous area also has this ability. He has a fierce general named Huang Zhong under his command, who is capable of killing a dragon. Qin Fan's guess was almost correct, but he guessed the wrong person to shoot the dragon. The players from Yanzhou also participated in this support. Their goal is to defeat France. We must attack America's position fiercely and hold back the opponent's troops so that they cannot support. All troops attack, Qin Fan decisively ordered, taking advantage of the fact that Steve's troops were empty, to let the Chinese players attack Steve's position. This time Steve was entangled, and Qin Fan's actions caught his weakness. If the troops were transferred back, France would be in trouble, and it might even be defeated, and the Western coalition would fall apart. If the troops were not transferred back, he would be threatened. If the position was broken by Qin Fan's troops, he would be forced to withdraw, and the Western coalition without a backbone would be useless. No matter which choice he made, the Chinese army would always get the upper hand, and the coalition faced the situation of disintegration. I'd rather die than my friend. As long as Nidhogg brings the dragon back, I'll immediately withdraw the monster. On the ground, dust rolled, and countless cavalrymen rushed to fight. The French knights encountered their most difficult opponent in history. The knights' lances, which were always invincible in the past, could not pierce the formation of the Dragon Sparrow army. Instead, the iron armor on their bodies was as fragile as paper, and was easily pierced by the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army. The dragon cavalry led by Dumas the Elder continued to fight with the Tianxiong army of Lu Xiangsheng. The firearms swallowed and spit out fire snakes, constantly bombarding each other, as the only 9th level heavy armored cavalry on the field. The Jingxi army was like an unstoppable steel torrent, trampling on the French phalanx and forcibly driving out a bloody path. Thousands of first-line soldiers and phoenix longbowmen shot out streams of light, interweaving into a large net in the air, flashing cold light, instantly netting thousands of French soldiers. The sharp arrow pierced through the French armor, and the remaining power penetrated through the body, killing another person behind him. A dragoon was unable to dodge, and was instantly stabbed like a hedgehog. A lot of blood came out of the hole in his body, and he fell off the horse with a bang. The elite Bailey soldiers led by Chen Dao, the vassal army led by Isabella, and the light forest infantry led by He Chi, with the cover of the rain of arrows, quickly approached the army formation that was turned upside down. And the offensive was as surging as a huge wave. The golden swords and iron horses, swallowing thousands of miles, like a tiger. The French army was stuck in the muddy war. Even though they had a certain advantage in numbers, Li Ji had many more middle and high-level soldiers than them, and the quality and number of fierce generals and famous commanders far exceeded them. The Dragon Sparrow army advanced rapidly, cutting off the French army and making it difficult to assemble. The soldiers were cut off from the officers and were strangled to death in an instant like headless flies. Li Ji charged into the crowd, killing dozens of enemies in succession. The terrifying force of his spear swept away the incoming weapons, and then the spearhead swept across, pulling a fatal blood line on the enemy's neck. Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came from the sky, and a violent strange wind rose from the ground, instantly wrapping Li Ji. With a flick of his wrist, the overlord's spear shattered the strange wind. Li Ji did not dare to be careless and fled on horseback. The next second, a huge figure as big as a mountain suddenly fell, and the sharp dragon claws tore the earth. The terrifying force pressed the air to make a deafening roar. That was a black dragon. Li Ji felt Nidhogg's extraordinariness, and his face suddenly changed. The panel in front of him showed that Nidhogg had a bravery of 100 points, and his strength was comparable to Li Tsunqiu. The dragon sound rolled like thunder, and Nidhogg flapped his wings that seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun, and rushed towards Li Ji like a prey. The overlord's spear thrust forward, and Li Ji used all his strength to swing away the huge dragon claws like a hill, while the spear tip suddenly pierced towards the abdomen. A sharp and sour sound followed, and countless sparks were rubbed on the dragon's scales. Nidhogg seemed to be wearing a hard armor like stone, and was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Li Ji sighed. The strong reaction force shook his blood and chi, and he almost fell off the horse. Nidhogg, who was at the full martial arts level, was not something he could resist at this stage. "Don't hurt my lord." A thunderous roar came from not far away, and red flames rose from the ground, as if a phoenix was crying from the sky. The divine fire swept through the 8 wastelands, and everything around was burned instantly. Although Li Ji was a playboy, he would not neglect his life. It seemed that there were no generals guarding him around him, but he didn't know that Huang Zhong, Li Tsunqiu, and other fierce generals were among the crowd. Nidhogg seemed to have been fooled. Huang Zhong swept his long sword across, and in the blink of an eye, a raging fire wave was set off, and the fiery red heat wave filled half of the void. The soldiers fighting on both sides clearly felt that at this moment, the temperature of the world suddenly rose, as if they were in a furnace. "Kill!" Huang Zhong shouted loudly, and the true energy in his body was agitated, turning into flames that wrapped around his majestic body, as if he was bathing in a sea of fire. The long sword was also entangled by the divine fire, and the jumping flames jumped, as if a phoenix spread its wings, and every flap would inevitably throw out deadly sparks. No one dared to touch these sparks. Even the slightest bit could burn flesh and blood to ashes. The blade slammed towards Nidhogg, who had not yet taken off, and the extremely hot blade light engulfed it completely. Nidhogg's dragon eyes flickered, and there were bursts of shocking dragon roars. Black dragon breath spurted out from his smelling mouth, shattering the incoming blade light like a pillar spring. Then he flapped his wings, shaking the surrounding space and causing waves. The huge dragon body flashed into the sky in an instant. Nidhogg hovered in the air, and a look of fear appeared in his dragon eyes. The oppression brought to it by Huang Zhong was as heavy as a mountain, as if facing a deep ocean, and there was a huge threat hidden in the depths of silence. Even if it could break the opponent's blade light and escape successfully, it would not dare to fall down easily now. "Ansheng, You must shoot it. I obey your orders. Wang Zhong took down the precious bow, pulled the bowstring to the full moon, and the terrifying pressure instantly gathered at one point, aiming the arrow at Nidhogg in the sky. Nidhogg, who was still hovering, felt the threat below, and his dragon body trembled slightly, and he subconsciously flapped his wings to climb up. Die! With a shocking roar, Wang Zhong suddenly loosened the tight bowstring, and the arrow flew quickly and disappeared, like a flying fire meteor. The void was about to collapse, and the divine fire burst in all directions. Nidhogg's dragon pupils shrank sharply, and he uttered a long roar while spitting out a dragon breath that could destroy everything, trying to drown and destroy the fatal arrow. Boom! The fire burst in the void, like a gorgeous firework, and Nidhogg's dragon breath was instantly torn into starlight, without any ripples. Wang Zhong's arrows were unstoppable, like desperate soldiers charging forward, breaking through the dragon's breath with undiminished force, suddenly breaking through the dragon's scales that were emitting flowing light, and the hideous big hole stimulated everyone's eyes. Nidhogg let out a painful wail, and the dragon's blood splashed on the spot, forming a bloody rain. Chapter 280, The Third Party. Wang Zhong's arrow severely wounded Nidhogg. In an instant, it seemed as if time had stopped. All the Western Coalition forces showed a look of astonishment. It turned out that the story of slaying the dragon could be true. Now there was really someone who could threaten the life of the Black Dragon. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wound on Nidhogg's chest, like a blood-colored waterfall falling from above, instantly pouring the ground below into blood red. The Black Dragon let out a mournful cry, and the smaller Western dragons in the sky flapped their wings and quickly gathered together. Wang Zhong's archery could threaten Nidhogg, forcing it to treat it with caution. No arrows missed their target. His arm turned into a residual image, and the quiver was emptied in an instant. Wang Zhong frantically pulled the bowstring and shot dozens of feather arrows in a very short time. The terrifying killing intent was like a cold wind. The dragons except Nidhogg seemed to have their spirits frozen during this time, and their wings that covered the sky and the sun could not move. The incoming arrows locked their flying space. The huge dragon bodies that they were once proud of were like a burden at this moment. No matter how they moved, they could not avoid Wang Zhong's fatal blow. Boom! The divine fire overflowed, and the sharp arrows smashed the dragon breath blocking in front of them, suddenly broke through the scales of the Western Dragon, and burst into unparalleled light. The supreme energy contained in it exploded at this moment, like a mountain collapsing, like a river breaking its embankment. The dragon that was shot by the arrow let out a shrill wail. The dragon body in the air was shaky, and the broken dragon wings could no longer flap, turning into a meteor and falling to the ground. Rumble. The ground was shaking, and several dragons fell to the ground almost at the same time. Those soldiers who could not dodge were instantly crushed into meat paste, and smoke and dust were raised with screams. Nidhogg witnessed all this, and in panic, he secretly felt lucky that he was not hit by an arrow. Otherwise his fate would be no different from those giant dragons, and at most his death would not be so miserable. Die! Wang Zhong's stern shout shattered his fantasy, and the strong man with dragon pupils began to pull the bowstring again, and the terrifying pressure instantly solidified on the arrow. The wings suddenly flapped the air, and Nidhogg was like a frightened bird, and his dragon body quickly pulled up, as if a lightning bolt broke through the sky, and disappeared in the air in an instant. What a joke. Life is important. If it can't beat it, can it escape? Nidhogg was forced to retreat, and the monster army that came to support it suffered. The Chinese generals, who lacked the restraint of Western heroes, were like wild beasts that had escaped from their cages, and their momentum was as fierce as tigers descending from the mountains, killing countless enemies with their hands and swords. Li Ji continued to go into battle, and this time he didn't dare to be careless. He asked Wang Zhong to guard him, and started to charge with the Jingxi army. Dumas's dragoons were pinned down by Liu Xiangxing's Tianxiong army. France had no good commander at this time, so this was a good opportunity for the heavy armored cavalry to end the enemy, give them a strong blow, and make them raise the white flag and surrender. The fine traditions of France must not be forgotten. The Jingxi army, wearing black heavy armor, held hooked spears, and the horses snorted and swung their hooves suddenly, like a rolling torrent, unstoppable. And their target was the central army where Anthony was. Thousands of heavily armored cavalry charged, with great momentum, and in the blink of an eye, they killed into a small French square. The next moment, the dense sound of horse hooves rumbled, instantly drowning the ears of the French soldiers, and their spirits collapsed. The sharp spears pierced through their bodies, and the irresistible impact directly knocked them into the air, with broken limbs flying everywhere. And the horse's hooves stepped on the pool of blood and made a puffing sound. The Jingxai army was in a state of chaos at this moment, and the general situation seemed as heavy as the mountains and the deep sea. And the suppressed enemies could hardly raise their heads. Stop them! Without Dumas, the French army, which lacked a good general, was vulnerable, and Anthony had to take over the command in person, trying to stop Li Ji from charging. The army began to be turbulent, and many soldiers were drawn out from it, forming a line of defense in front of Anthony under the command of the French player. The heavily armored infantrymen, who were fully armed, stood in the front, like a huge iron wall. French archers were deployed on both sides, with bowstrings pulled to the full moon, ready to go. Charge! The simple and clear words instantly mobilized the momentum of the Jingxai army. Everyone let out a desperate roar, and their blood and chi shook the void, crushing a pattern. The overlord ancient scripture mobilized the blood and chi of the Jingxai army, condensed it during the charge, and blessed Li Ji, the main general. Different mental methods have different abilities. Some people can use mental methods to increase their physical strength infinitely, while some people can mobilize the blood and chi of soldiers to increase their strength. As a representative of military strategists, Xiang Yu's unique military method is more mysterious. When Li Ji got the fragments, he had already sensed the difference. Now that he has obtained the complete mental method, he is more skilled in using the blood and chi of soldiers to bless himself. With a swish sound, the French archers released their hands holding the bowstrings at the same time, and a large number of arrows flew in overwhelmingly, like a passing locust, trying to devour the Jingxai army that was charging. The weapon stirred the air and rolled up a violent gale. Li Ji's spear seemed to have magic power, and the arrows that were rushing in seemed to be pulled and swept away in all directions, posing no threat. Although the soldiers of the Jingxai army did not have the bravery of Li Ji, they were experienced in fighting for many years, and subconsciously curled up their bodies as much as possible to reduce the probability of arrows hitting. A large number of arrows missed, and only a few arrows fell on the iron armor and made a dinging sound, which could not break the defense of the Jingxai army at all. Without much loss, the Jingxai army easily broke through the rain of arrows and quickly approached the French heavy armored infantry at the forefront. Boom! Thousands of Jingxai troops seemed to be the sharpest divine weapons in the world. They rushed into the French phalanx in front of them without any obstruction. It was as gentle and simple as cutting tofu, and instantly tore a terrifying gap. In an instant, countless flesh and blood flew, and broken limbs and arms spun backwards. The French heavy cavalry was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were instantly broken by the torrent, and fell to both sides. The Jingxai army was like a meat grinder. The French soldiers in front of them were torn into pieces with their armor, and it was difficult to see a complete corpse. Anthony's face kept changing. He could not imagine that this heavy cavalry that could set off a bloody storm was so powerful. Ordinary soldiers were as fragile as paper in front of him. Is it the 8th level? Or the 9th level? He could only guess what level of special troops this heavy cavalry was. After all, the highest level troops he could recruit were the dragoons of Dumas. Let Dumas withdraw from the battlefield on his own, even if he has to abandon all the dragoons. Alas, there is no need to fight this battle at all. In fact, as early as when they learned that Germany was beaten and directly withdrew, they had no need to fight. One wrong step. Every step wrong. Germany's defeat made the Western Coalition army like a domino that was pushed, gradually walking towards the edge of collapse. Anthony's retreat order was immediately issued, and many French soldiers relaxed immediately. The consequence was that the originally scattered army formation collapsed immediately, which made it possible for the Dragon Sparrow army and the Yinzhou troops to pursue the victory. One level. Another level. The blood splashing everywhere almost blinded Li Ji's eyes, and the movement of waving the Overlord's spear became mechanized. He didn't know how many enemies he had killed. 100? Or 200? He had no way of knowing. He only knew that his physical strength was still exhausted, and it was difficult to hold the spear in his hand. The Jingxai army marched into France, breaking through countless lines of defense and killing batches of enemies. At this moment, the surroundings were still full of soldiers wearing French standard armor, but their steps were already moving backwards. That was the signal to retreat. So many dragons were lost. Steve almost cursed, but after seeing the hideous wound on Nidhogg's body, he had to hold his mouth. The higher the level of the hero unit, the more difficult it is to figure out their character and temper. Even if Steve is the summoner of Nidhogg, it is difficult to guarantee its loyalty. If he cursed too hard and made the other party unhappy, Nidhogg's loyalty might drop rapidly. And he might even shout something like, "How can I be depressed and stay under someone for a long time and swallow him in one bite?" Hero betrayal is indeed common. In the past, Behemoth was there to contain it. However, Behemoth was killed. And now Steve, who lacked human protection, did not dare to risk his life. It is better to coax than scold. If Nidhogg is coaxed, he can continue to shine for himself in the remaining national war time. Taking a deep breath, Steve grinned and forced a smile and said, "Forget it. Dragons can consume points to recruit. As long as you are not dead, everything is fine." Although Steve's heart was broken, it was important to win this war now. Now Nidhogg was seriously injured and could not continue to fight. The American army, which lacked top combat power, needed to go all out. Batches of werewolves, minotaurs, vampires, and other reserve armies began to be pushed to the front line. And Steve began to increase the stakes, trying to break through Qin Fan's defense line. Since he couldn't beat the reinforcements, can't he beat you, Qin Fan? The tragic fighting sound continued, and America's sudden strength made Qin Fan a little stunned. The team that had just advanced forward was beaten back again. Zhu Wuba swung his sword and slashed dozens of flying monsters. The muscles on his arm shook unconsciously. Faced with a long and intense battle, even he, who had excellent physical strength, began to feel a little tired. Just as the two sides continued to fight, a burst of dense horse hoof sounds came from the end of the battlefield, like heavy rain falling on the ground. And at the same time, there was a faint flash of thunder. Boy cavalry, charge! Thousands of Moscow noble cavalrymen raised their sabers and roared excitedly. The pupils under the conical helmets shot out the desire of prey, and they slashed into the rear of the Western coalition like a godlike soldier from heaven. In an instant, the bright sabers swept forward suddenly. Countless bloodlights suddenly appeared, and countless heads with angry eyes flew into the sky, like a dense rain of human heads. Hundreds of thousands of Russian troops, led by the First Lord Natasha, quickly broke through the rear of the coalition army and rushed straight to the enemy where Steve was. They remembered clearly that America had taken Osaka Castle before. Now that they had the opportunity to stab the other party in the back, they would never give up this good opportunity. The great axemen of the principality following the heavy cavalry threw their hand axes, which seemed like a deadly rain, and fell into the crowd. The large sharp axe blade cut through the enemy's armor as lightly as cutting tofu, pierced into the flesh and blood with a puff, and got stuck into bones, and blood splattered. Dozens of generals from the Russian civilization, wearing armor, rushed into the enemy's army with the cover of the principality's archers, and the spears in their hands penetrated the enemy's body with brutal impact, like a string of candied haws. The sudden attack of the Russians caught the Western coalition off guard, and many civilizations were in turmoil. In addition, the important members of the German and French coalitions had already retreated, which made many coalition civilizations want to retreat. The Russians actually attacked us? Anthony, who was evacuating, was surprised and relieved when he heard the news. Fortunately, he was far-sighted and knew that he would retreat directly if he couldn't beat the Chinese reinforcements. Now France didn't have to face the two top civilizations of China and Russian. Anthony, stop thinking about it. Tsarist Russia and China have sent a troop to stop us from retreating. Run! Anthony's face changed drastically, and he whipped his horsewhip like crazy. The horse under him was in pain and carried his master to the main city in a panic. Hack! Steve, who was still in the center of the battlefield, couldn't help but curse when he heard that the Tsarist Russians had attacked and stabbed the Western coalition forces, and threatened to kill him here. The news of the war between the Western coalition and China spread throughout the battlefield of the national war. All unrelated civilizations assumed that they would watch from the sidelines, and would not intervene in this war. First, because they were not big enough. Whether they joined China or the West, they could not bring about substantial transformation. Second, because they were small countries, they would not easily stand on the side. If the big brother they found lost the war, they would be the first to bear the brunt and become the first target of attack. At that time, whether the big brother they had surrendered to would help them was still a question. But the Tsarist Russia area was an exception. They were not weak in themselves, and were one of the few civilizations that could compete with China and America. So why Steve was so persistent in attacking a city in the Russian region? His purpose was to use force to intimidate the other side, and make Russian players dare not leave the city easily. However, the development of things exceeded his consideration. I didn't expect that Russian players would dare to leave the city to launch a sneak attack. And the target was still the Western Alliance. Did China successfully persuade Russia to help them? Steve frowned, and then issued a retreat order. The retreat of France and Germany had already shaken the Western Alliance. If Russian players came to stir up trouble again, it would be meaningless to continue the war. The participation of Russian players in the war had broken the balance. Even if the Western Alliance united as one to resist the advancement of the two top civilizations, it would probably be a thankless task. Chapter 281 Betrayal. The three top civilizations of America, France, and Germany withdrew from the battle one after another, just like a heavy hammer, instantly dispersing the Western coalition. After learning that the Russian players suddenly intervened, the remaining top civilizations such as England and Rome responded immediately, using a small number of troops to get rid of the pursuit of the Chinese army. Lizards cut off their tails to survive. That's all. The continuous withdrawal of allies from the battlefield announced the defeat of the Western coalition and the victory of the Chinese civilization in this war. This war is irreversible. The Western civilizations participating in the war should give priority to stopping losses in time to avoid excessive losses and being unable to fight in the remaining national war time. The top civilizations are large in size and can evacuate at a small cost. But small civilizations such as Norway, Switzerland, and Sweden are miserable. Civilizations such as England ran away without even notifying their allies. When other civilizations reacted, they didn't even see a ghost. Without the protection of top civilizations such as Rome, the small civilizations in the Western coalition were exposed to the Chinese army. The Chinese players who remained on the battlefield had been holding their breath for a long time, sharpening their knives and madly slashing at the enemies, who had not yet evacuated. Since they couldn't deal with England and Rome, they couldn't deal with you small civilizations? Now the small civilizations participating in the war are miserable. Their total volume is not as large as that of China, and their single volume is not even as large as a little finger of China. Thousands of trees are blooming pear blossoms. Yang Miaojian's pear blossom spear flew out countless spear shadows, like pear blossoms blooming in early spring, seemingly pleasing to the eye, but hidden with deadly murderous intent. The sound of puffing continued to sound, and countless blood flashes appeared. The pear blossom spear rolled up the iron armor of the Spanish sword and shield soldiers, and the terrifying spear tip directly strangled the enemy's flesh and blood into pieces. Ding Xia and her troops were assigned to the Jiazhou troops, responsible for the defense and offense of the plain area, and the enemy they faced was the Spanish troops. Isabella was captured by Li Ji. The Spanish army, lacking a high-level commander, was like a drunk. The combat effectiveness it could exert was only 1/10 of what it could, and it was no match for Jiazhou. After Ding Xia joined Jiazhou, both the commander and the generals were greatly supplemented. Although Qin Liangyu was somewhat unable to command the large number of Jiazhou troops, the Spanish side was even worse, and basically broke at the first touch. In the entire battlefield, except for Li Ji's troops who continued to advance, Jiazhou was the fastest to advance. Yang Miaojian was unstoppable, and she killed more than a dozen Spanish generals in succession, and countless soldiers died under her front. The White Pole soldiers behind her were even more ferocious. Each of them was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and a thick layer of blood covered the white spears. Under the command of Qin Liangyu, the Jiazhou troops broke through the Spanish army's square formations one by one, and soon killed Pedro's central army. A large number of sailing ships symbolizing the Spanish royal family fell to the ground and were trampled and tattered. Damn it! If Isabella was still here, how could we have been defeated so many times? Pedro sighed to the sky, still thinking about the captured Queen in White, and had no idea that Isabella had signed an agreement with Li Ji to fight for the Dragon Sparrow army. There was a commotion behind, followed by a shrill scream, and the dense footsteps shattered the last hope of the Spanish soldiers. As if the elite troops of China broke through the heavy defense lines and approached the core troops of the Spanish army. Isabella has long become the shape of Li Ji, and you are still dreaming. Ding Xia was not afraid of trouble, and directly added fuel to the fire and ridiculed the other party. Unfortunately, Pedro did not understand the Chinese language very well. Before he could figure out what Ding Xia meant, he was shot through the body by Yang Miaojian and eliminated. Millions of Western coalition forces were divided into countless groups and evacuated to their respective main cities, while the Chinese army beat the fallen dogs and chased the coalition forces relentlessly to earn points. The whole hill was full of corpses, which emitted a strong fishy smell under the sun. Blood flowed like a river. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a large number of broken limbs fell everywhere on the battlefield, which showed the cruelty of war. with the boy cavalry as the spearhead. Hundreds of thousands of Russian players and NPC soldiers killed the enemy wantonly, and also entangled with some Chinese players. Hack! What the H.L. is this Russian? A Chinese player rolled to one side in a panic, and the next second the horse's hoof was raised, and the Russian player wearing armor swung his saber, and forcibly snatched the spoils from the Chinese player's mouth. Only a few Chinese high-level players knew that the Russians were invited to attack the rear of the Western Allied forces, and the players at the bottom did not know that a third party would join. The Western Allied forces fled, and the purpose of the war had been achieved. The most important thing left was to kill the enemy and get points. There were only so many enemies, and now the Russian players forcibly joined and tyrannically snatched points, which made many people complain. TND. What's the point of this battle? We fought desperately to repel the Westerners in the vegetable market, and these Mao people still want to come and take advantage of the situation? Finally, a hot-tempered player couldn't help it, and killed the enemy and forced back the Tsarist Russian player who wanted to grab points. As time went on, the number of soldiers in the Western coalition became fewer and fewer, and the competition for points became greater and greater. Chinese players and Tsarist Russian players fought in various places on the battlefield, and even casualties occurred, which seemed to be difficult to stop. Why are you fighting? Natasha, the great lord of the Tsarist Russian area, raised her whip, whipping the air to make a bursting sound, and knocked the two fighting parties to the ground in one fell swoop. Faced with such a large number of troops, the whip players had fierce eyes, but they could only swallow this loss and leave. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that even if the Tsarist Russian players did something wrong, Natasha would firmly protect the interests of their own players, and he would not give real fairness here. Dear Lord, Western civilizations have lost to China. China is now in its heyday. Even we are no match for them. A female voice came from behind Natasha. The aura of a superior was so strong that many Russian soldiers lowered their heads and dared not look directly at the girl. Sophia. What do you mean? Natasha looked surprised and asked nervously. China has been fighting with the Western coalition for a long time. Although it won the victory, it lost a lot of people. At this moment, they are like a tired tiger. Lord, if you want to win the final victory of the national war, this is a good opportunity. While Sophia was speaking, a player also stood up and said, Natasha, I don't object to you joining forces with the Chinese, but now there is an opportunity to severely damage China. You will not stick to the so-called verbal agreement before. The man who spoke was the second-ranked player in the Tsarist Russia area. The strength of his territory was not much worse than Natasha's, and his territory was one of the best. Originally, many people were dissatisfied with Natasha leading the players in the Tsarist Russia area. The recent capture of Osaka Castle by America made the players resentful, and Natasha's status plummeted. Ivanov in front of him was faintly overshadowing Natasha. As Natasha's general, Sophia had to protect the interests of her lord, so she proposed to tear up the agreement and attack China. As long as Natasha took down the overlord of China, she could re-enhance her position in the army, and the possibility of Ivanov seizing power would also be greatly reduced. Natasha bit her lower lip. This suggestion made her quite entangled, and at the same time secretly excited. As long as they defeated China, then their Tsarist Russia would have a great chance of winning the first place in the national war, which would definitely make her position in Tsarist Russia further improve. Not only Ivanov, but more and more Tsarist Russian lords also stood up and asked Natasha to tear up the agreement and raid China. In the end, Natasha half-heartedly turned her troops to the flank of the Chinese troops. Sophia, take some of your personal soldiers to capture the Chinese envoy. Natasha still remembered that the envoy who had requested the alliance was still in the army, and hurriedly sent people to arrest him. However, the Chinese envoy seemed to have the ability to predict the future. It seemed that he had anticipated that the Tsarist Russians would violate the agreement and raid China, and fled here before the arrest. Forget it. He is just one person, and he can't make any waves. The Tsarist Russian army was vigorous and resolute, and the charge direction of the warhorse suddenly turned to the outermost Chinese army. Many players fought side by side with the Tsarist Russians, but died under the opponent's blade in the blink of an eye. The commotion on the flank spread to all directions in an instant. The troops stationed here immediately gathered together, trying to stop the Russian army while sending out scouts to spread the news to the players in other states. The Russian army only had hundreds of thousands of people, while the number of Chinese was more than 10 times theirs. Even if many died in the battle with the West, as long as they gathered together, they could stop the sudden attack of the Russian army. As long as the Russian army could not break through the defense line in a short time, they would have to face the counterattack of millions of troops. And the losses would be immeasurable. A surprise attack by the Russians. At this time, Li Ji and Qin Fan's armies met and followed the tail of Steve's army. But when they learned about the Russians' attack, they stopped immediately. The combat effectiveness of the Russian players was no worse than that of the top Western civilizations. Dealing with the betrayal of allies was much more important than chasing the defeated enemies. This is really too much. We originally invited the Russians to raid the Western coalition in the middle period. But they came to support us when we were about to repel the Western coalition. Aren't they trying to get something for nothing and reap our achievements? This is intolerable. I didn't agree with inviting the Russians to come. And now they are stabbing us in the back. What a treacherous villain. The Mauzi tribe's desire for land is engraved in their bones. If this is the border line, I guess after backstabbing, they will do the previous thing and ask for our land. Many players were indignant. And many people accused those who lured the Mauzi into the game. But more people cursed the bad behavior of the Tsarist Russia. Fortunately, Li Ji and Qin Fan were both present. Their reputation among Chinese players was great enough to suppress the players, who were almost out of control. My lord, I am willing to lead the 18 Flying Tiger Riders to charge into battle and kill the barbarians. I will not turn back until I kill the enemy commander. Li Tsuanxi took the initiative to ask for a fight, wanting to cut off Natasha's head to calm the public anger. The Russian players betrayed their loyalty and killed our compatriots. This is a matter of blood feud. This war must be fought, and we must make them obedient and docile, so that they dare not offend China again, Li Ji said loudly, and his sonorous and powerful voice aroused the emotions of the crowd. Many people blushed with excitement, and they wanted to kill a few Russian soldiers immediately to vent their anger. Li Tsuanxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Lu Xiangqing, you take all the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army as the vanguard to support the front line, and I will personally lead the remaining Dragon Sparrow army as the rear army. Qin Fan also said, Li Ji, Zhu Wuba's leg strength is not much worse than that of a warhorse. I will let him cooperate with the Beast army. Okay. Not only Qin Fan, but also those Lord players with cavalry also sent all their cavalry to join the Dragon Sparrow cavalry. And they gathered a cavalry army of nearly 100,000. It was like a black ocean. And just a glance would engulf your mind with a terrifying momentum. Charge! The rumbling sound of thunder exploded. And nearly 100,000 war horses dropped their hooves heavily, almost crushing the land. Their goal was to point directly at the rear of the Russian army. At this moment, the Russian soldiers in the front row broke through the defense line of the Chinese army, and a large number of soldiers died tragically under the sabers of the boy cavalry. The bodies that were still warm were trampled to pieces by the horses' hooves. Facing the slightly tired Chinese army, the Russian army showed its strong side. Once upon a time, they were also the top country in the world. Good. Ivanov laughed loudly. The defeat of the Chinese army made him more determined to backstab. Although they had an alliance agreement with Li Ji and others, in the face of greater interests, the so-called agreement was just empty words. No one could make him compromise except fists. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of horse hooves came from behind, and the ground under their feet shook unusually. A torrent with no end in sight was rushing towards the rear of the Russian army. Cavalry! It's the Chinese cavalry! The dense horse hoof sound shook the wind and clouds without disguising it. Even Natasha and other great lords, who stayed in the front army, could clearly hear the thunderous sound. The Russian players in the rear army showed a look of fear, and the shrunken pupils reflected a scene that seemed like the end of the world. Kill! All the cavalry let out a long whistle of desperate fighting, and the earth-shaking sound seemed to be able to shatter the blood-colored clouds in the sky. Where the Chinese cavalry went, they tore the wind at a very fast speed, and the surrounding air was instantly split like water. The extremely powerful force squeezed to both sides, making a harsh explosion. 100,000 cavalry charged, rolling the earth like a tsunami, and the smoke and dust rolled up, almost blinding the Russians' vision. Iron horses and golden swords, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Chapter 282 Attack. Cavalry. All cavalry. Cavalry all over the mountains and fields. Nearly 100,000 cavalry galloped across the battlefield, including high-grade special troops such as the Jingxi army. And the momentum was as powerful as the rushing of mountains and rivers. When the Chinese cavalry appeared, it seemed that the sky and the earth would change color in an instant. The high-raised horse hooves seemed to be able to crush the earth, and the thunderous momentum was about to break the void. Why does China still have so many cavalry? Didn't they just fight with the Western Allied forces? Why don't they seem to have suffered much loss? Facing the 100,000 cavalry, the Tsarist Russian players' faces kept shaking, and the terrifying momentum doubled their pressure. It seemed that they were not facing the roaring Chinese cavalry, but the unstoppable surging waves. This torrent could not be resisted by flesh and blood. In an instant, the Tsarist Russian soldiers in the front row suddenly collapsed, and the vast and boundless power directly destroyed their fighting spirit, and they lost the idea of resistance. With their legs trembling and moving, many soldiers let out chilling tears and screams, leading their bodies to run away stiffly in all directions. The army in the front row was afraid before the battle, and instantly collapsed like loose sand. In a mess. Can't run. Can't run. If we run we will all die. The player who controlled the rear army soldiers suppressed his inner fear, but the trembling of his voice had already exposed his mood at the moment. The horse whip was constantly raised, making the air crackle, and dozens of soldiers who were fleeing were knocked to the ground. However, the sound of horse hooves in the distance was more deterrent than the whip at hand. Even if they were whipped a few more times, they had to struggle to get up. In the end, it was the supervisory team that took action, and the blades cut off the heads of dozens of deserters, and the hideous faces with eyes open in death barely suppressed the riot. However, while they were suppressing the deserters with iron-blooded means, the Chinese cavalry had already approached them. Although they had not yet reached the point of close combat, the overwhelming might broke through the minds of many people like a mighty river. Many people could not even lift their swords and shields, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them at this moment, and their morale fell to the lowest point. You don't put up your shield yet. Do you want to die? I don't want to die. Fortunately, there were many experienced veterans in the formation. Although they were surprised by the horror of the enemy cavalry, they reacted in a very short time and pressed their bodies on the shields. At the same time, they shook their palms to wake up the stunned recruits around them. The recruits with half of their faces swollen finally got rid of their fear and set up their big shields in imitation, connecting with others to form an extremely solid shield wall. Boom! Boom boom! The dense horse hooves fell on the ground like a torrential rain, and the overwhelming force seemed to shatter the world into pieces. Li Tsuanxiao, Huang Zhong and other fierce generals led the way and acted as the sharpest arrows. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry galloped on the battlefield, divided into several groups under the leadership of various generals. If you look down at them from a bird's eye view, you will see several triangular cones galloping and attacking the enemy's army. Shoot! Shoot! The Russian player who commanded this unit saw the enemy step into the range of the bow and arrow, and immediately shouted loudly. His mission was to try his best to resist the enemy's charge until the reinforcements arrived, even if it was a heavy loss. He could not let the enemy break through the Russian rear army. Bang! 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 When the archer released the bowstring, the powerful counterforce shook the strong bow in his hand, and the dense rain of arrows shot into the air, whistling towards the Chinese cavalry who were advancing forward like an overwhelming force. The terrifying sound of breaking through the air was like thunder, and the sharp arrows were like silver lightning. It seemed that the 100,000 cavalry were not facing dense arrows like rain, but a terrifying and deadly thunderstorm. The Chinese warriors who rushed to the front were the first to bear the brunt of it, and they treated the arrows coming directly in front of them as nothing, and their expressions did not change at all. The warhorse under him swung its hooves frantically, like a flash of lightning streaking into the rain of arrows, like locusts passing through, and the hard armor on his body made a crackling sound like rain hitting banana leaves. Although the hard armor reduced the impact of the arrows, the flesh under the armor also swelled redly. The fierce generals all roared, and the air around them swelled into wind. The extremely strong Tru Chi condensed into a big hand, which caught and blew away all the incoming arrows without suffering any damage. The 100,000 cavalrymen behind them were ready to die, and they did not change their expressions in the face of the fierce arrows. Even though the arrows tore through the armor on their bodies and pierced into their flesh and blood, they could not make many screams of pain. The 100,000 cavalrymen lost hundreds or thousands of people, and suddenly killed through the rain of arrows and headed straight for the Russian army. Kill! Li Tsuanxi roared like a lion and tiger, his eyes like lightning, and swung the Yuang spear, a great killing weapon, to cut through the wind and clouds, and exploded the air with a deafening roar, with the strength to pull the mountain and the spirit to conquer the world. Like a golden god descending to judge, Yuang's spear slashed the enemy in front of him from top to bottom. The next second, countless chilling bone-breaking sounds followed, and the Russian soldiers were directly split into two halves by a single blow. The terrifying force was like pushing the corpse to both sides, and blood filled the sky and the earth. Wang Zhong swung his sword and turned into a residual image, instantly sweeping away the surrounding enemies. While bathing in blood, he bent his bow and drew his arrows, and countless streams of light flew in all directions, killing a large number of brave soldiers and officers. The soldiers who lost the command of the officers were like a headless fly. In an instant, the army formation collapsed and was in great chaos. The figures of the Xiahou brothers were as fast as lightning, turning into a shadowless figure and rushing in the Russian army formation. In a blink of an eye, they broke through from the other side of the army formation and took away countless enemy lives. The iron armor of the Russian soldiers was as fragile as paper in front of the extremely sharp front of the Chinese general, and it did not provide any protection at all. "Kill them!" the cavalrymen who followed closely behind shouted, with excited expressions on their faces, and their blood boiling. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen crashed into the crumbling Russian army like a torrent of steel. The next moment, blood splattered and broken bones flew everywhere. The Chinese cavalrymen were invincible. Boom! 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 Every time the thunderous sound of the horses' hooves trampling the earth sounded, the hearts of the Russian players who faced the cavalrymen's attack also twitched fiercely at the same time, as if the horses' hooves were stepping on them. The Chinese cavalrymen, led by many fierce generals, crashed into the Russian army and defeated them step by step. The round shields in their hands were simply a joke in front of the sharp weapons. The soldiers who stood in front of them fell one after another, and the expressions of the Russian players, who were responsible for the defense of the rear army, also changed accordingly, and their faces gradually became ferocious. Like a twisted beast, they kept roaring and commanding their soldiers to stop the enemy's cavalry charge. But the cavalry charge was not something that ordinary people could resist. Flesh and blood bodies were like dead things in front of the cavalry that was accelerating at full speed. Li Tsunxiu took over the temporary command of the Jingsai army, and with the addition of the 18 flying tigers, it seemed like a peerless fierce army, greedily devouring the flesh and blood of the Russian soldiers. Like breaking through the waves, the enemies in front of them were knocked to both sides by the war horses, falling and knocking down several people. The Jingsai army's advancing speed was the fastest among the 100,000 cavalry. "Stop that fierce general!" Seeing that Li Tsunxiu's elite cavalry launched an attack on the Russian headquarters, dozens of Russian generals were sent to intercept. As if seeing prey, dozens of Russian generals rushed towards Li Tsunxiu, who was emitting dazzling divine light, like vicious dogs, and swung out bright sabers, intending to take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Bang! Yu Wang's lance was suddenly handed out, and as Li Tsunxiu swung it from all directions, the sound of weapons hitting each other followed, and the extremely manic power in his body erupted like volcanic magma, and dozens of incoming weapons were directly blocked in front of him. His strong arm shook violently, and Li Tsunxiu sat firmly on the horse's back, and the weapons in the hands of the Russian generals were instantly swung into the air. The next moment, there were continuous puffs, and Li Tsunxiu swept across the four directions like a leisurely stroll in the garden. Yu Wang's lance easily penetrated the enemy's body, and the terrifying brute force threw them away, knocking down a group of enemies. Why haven't the reinforcements come yet? The Russian players looked desperate, and the personal soldiers around them were rapidly reduced, and they died tragically under the front of the Jingsai army. A roar of air suddenly sounded, and the Jingsai army, like the god of death, swept the Russian players in charge with an invincible posture, driving out a bloody road, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere. And it was obvious that the dead could not die again. The commanding officers died on the battlefield, and the Russian army was leaderless in an instant. 100,000 cavalry, led by fierce generals, continued to attack the scattered enemies. The sounds of fighting, crying, screaming, the sound of weapons cutting into flesh, and the sound of horses' hooves beating drums filled the entire battlefield. The rear army of the Russian army was torn apart by the Chinese cavalry. Even if the reinforcements from the front came, they could not save the defeat. The Chinese cavalry broke through too quickly. Even if Natasha and others pulled out troops to support, the defense of the rear army had already been dispersed, and the gates were wide open. Ivanov, who led the boy cavalry, looked at the battlefield not far away, swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't the Chinese just fight a big battle? How come they are still so brave? Ivanov seriously misjudged the gap between Tsarist Russia and China, even though they broke their promise and tore up the agreement, catching the other side off guard. But China's resilience was really terrible. It quickly adjusted and directed its troops to the hundreds of thousands of Tsarist Russian troops. and sent nearly 100,000 cavalry to support them. You know, it is difficult to piece together so many cavalry among the hundreds of thousands of Tsarist Russian troops. China's 100,000 iron cavalry came and went like the wind, using the advantages of cavalry to continuously cut and wrap the Tsarist Russian soldiers. The soldiers who were wrapped up seemed to be in the waves, drifting with the flow. More and more soldiers could no longer hold on. Their formations collapsed, and they were driven forward by the cavalry to disrupt the Russian army in front. Go! The current situation made Ivanov suddenly change, and he hurriedly stopped the boy cavalry and Russian players who wanted to charge to support. Ivanov, what do you mean? Do you want to abandon Natasha and the others? Many people were very dissatisfied with Ivanov's actions, especially the act of selling out teammates, which made them feel humiliated. Our rear army has been broken by the Chinese cavalry, and the front army has no obstacles to defend. Can you resist the charge of 100,000 cavalry? Besides, the Chinese army is not just this number. I am afraid that there will be a large number of follow-up troops coming. If you don't leave, do you want to be eliminated? Ivanov's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he questioned his teammates repeatedly. The faces of the Tsarist Russian players present froze instantly. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Chinese army was unstoppable and the Tsarist Russian army was no match at all. As a fighting nation, they were proud deep in their hearts and found it difficult to accept the outcome of failure for a while. Ivanov is right. The more we fail, the more we must remain calm. Now that our defeat is a foregone conclusion, it would be better to withdraw earlier to reduce some casualties. A Tsarist Russian player who favored Ivanov said loudly, and his passionate tone aroused the emotions of many people, making them begin to approve of Ivanov's approach. Obviously, his characteristics played a significant role. If it weren't for Natasha's presumptuous decision to tear up the joint agreement between China and us, we wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Someone suddenly spoke up, and the frustrated players immediately found an outlet for venting. Natasha is a bitch. If we hadn't recruited such an excellent politician like Sophia in the early stage, our military strength would have surpassed her long ago. How could she be the commander of all the Russian players? Natasha has no strategic vision. China has a history of 5,000 years and huge war potential. At this moment, it's best for us to form an alliance with them. But in the end, all this was messed up by Natasha. Natasha is not qualified to lead us. The loss of Osaka Castle and the violation of the agreement all show her short-sighted vision. After we go back, we will rebel directly and force Natasha to hand over the power of commanding the army. The Russian players cursed loudly, forgetting that they voted in favor of backstabbing when deciding whether to backstab. Ivanov saw this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. An imperceptible arc. Natasha's position was no longer stable at this point, and this was a good opportunity for him to take the opportunity to squeeze out the opponent. Ivanov quickly assembled his own troops and sent people to inform Natasha symbolically, and then suddenly charged towards a weak point of the Chinese army. After paying a considerable price, they broke out of the encirclement. The troops that were out of Natasha's control didn't care about the lives of the others at all, and rushed to the city of St. Petersburg without looking back. Ivanov has not concealed his ambitions at all. Natasha's beautiful face showed a hint of anger, but she was helpless. I'm sorry, Lord. Sophia seriously misjudged the combat power of the Chinese people, and gave Ivanov an opportunity. Sophia beside him also showed an expression of shame and apologized to her lord. Don't worry about Ivanov for now. Let's deal with the current situation first. Chapter 283 Ambush. Van is ashamed of the kindness of the Lord. I cannot persuade this group of Rakshasa barbarians to form an alliance with our army. Please punish me, Lord. Yu Fan has good eloquence and wisdom, and he has the characteristic of poisonous tongue. Players in the current period can't resist his verbal provocation at all, unless they have people with outstanding wisdom around them. They will definitely fall into Yu Fan's verbal routine. However, although Yu Fan successfully persuaded Natasha and other Russian lords to form an alliance with Li Ji and others, he eventually tore up the agreement and attacked the Chinese civilization that had just experienced a war. Whether from a tactical or strategic point of view, if you want to shake China's current dominant position in the national war battlefield, launching a surprise attack at this time is undoubtedly the best opportunity. It's a pity that the Russian army is only hundreds of thousands of people, far less than the number of Chinese troops. Even though China has experienced a tragic war and lost an incalculable number of soldiers and horses, if the Russian army attacks with more than 1 million troops, the chance of severely damaging China will be much higher. Looking at Yu Fan, who was ashamed and apologizing to him, Li Ji patted his shoulder comfortingly and said, "People's hearts are hard to predict. Even a wise man like Zhong Xiang cannot fully understand people. Fortunately, the alliance was formed before, which allowed the Western coalition to retreat easily. Otherwise, we would not know how many lives we would have to pay." Yu Fan was relieved to hear that Li Ji did not mean to blame him. "My lord, I had a fortune teller before the Rakshasa barbarians went on the expedition, and the result told me that these barbarians were not trustworthy and had the intention of rebellion. So I took the opportunity to find an opportunity to escape from them. I wanted to rush to inform you of this matter, but I didn't expect them to rebel so quickly." Shishisai shook his feather fan and chuckled. "The reason why the barbarians are barbarians is that they don't know what is courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame. Fortunately, we responded in time. I hope our army will not suffer too much loss. Alas, but I think the timing of the surprise attack chosen by the barbarians is desirable. If the number is large enough, it is not impossible for us to be defeated." Guijiao looked careless. If the people around him didn't know his identity, they would probably chop him into meat paste. Qin Fan's face twitched slightly when he heard Guijia's somewhat rebellious words. And then he cast a questioning look at Li Ji and asked, "Even if Guijiao and the others think that the Russians' raid will not succeed, can they be defeated with just the 100,000 cavalry? Don't we need to continue to send troops to support them? Are you dissatisfied with Li Tsunqiao? Or do you not trust Zhu Wuba?" Li Ji joked with Qin Fan, and the latter's face suddenly became embarrassed. Yes. After all, there are two peerless generals, Li Tsunqiao and Zhu Wuba, leading the team, and Huang Gong, Shi Jingxi and other good players to help, plus various special cavalry. A total of 100,000 cavalry to support. Even if Mongolia went to the west in the past, it was no more than this. Qin Fan scratched his head helplessly. The other party saw the war more thoroughly than himself. "So you set up an ambush on the way to the main city of Tsarist Russia. Do you want to completely defeat the Russian players? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for us to put on a smiling face when others have bullied us to the point of hitting us. In this ambush, we must make them taste the price of defeat." Although Li Ji did not personally participate in the raid on Tsarist Russia, and Black Crow could not provide such a long field of vision, he could not always know the situation on Li Tsunqi's side, but he could roughly guess the situation of the battle between the two sides by observing the changes in the National War individual score list. Just recently, Li Ji found that his personal score was soaring at an incredible speed. In addition to the previous battle with the Western Allied forces, he gained enough points to infinitely close the gap with Natasha, who is currently ranked first. Not only him, but also Qin Fan and others who sent out the main force. Their scores began to rise. On the other hand, after Li Ji sent out the cavalry, the Tsarist Russian players on the list, such as Natasha, their score increase speed dropped a lot, and even several players disappeared from the list. Not only because they were killed and eliminated, but also because they were squeezed out. No matter which possibility it is, it all shows that Tsarist Russia is already at a disadvantage, and defeat is only a matter of time. Li Ji also informed the several counselors who followed him of the situation he had guessed. Guijia, Jia Su, and Shishisai all agreed that the enemy would be defeated sooner or later. So Li Ji forced Qin Fan and the players from Yanzhou and Sili who followed him to set up an ambush on a must-go road leading to the main city of Tsarist Russia to see if they could catch any big fish. If they could catch the top players in the Tsarist Russia area like Natasha and Ivanov, they would make a fortune. The Black Crow kept circling in the sky, making hoarse and unpleasant sounds, and its smart eyes took in the surrounding situation. After waiting for a short time, a soldier of the Crow army came to report to Li Ji with a cute black crow on his arm. "My lord, less than 10 miles away from our ambush circle, a defeated cavalry is approaching quickly. Inform the friendly forces in each ambush circle. Let them prepare and wait for our signal." The players of Yanzhou and Sili followed Li Ji to the expedition. Even if 100,000 iron cavalry were removed, the number was extremely large. So Li Ji divided the troops into various encirclements, and the Russian army that fell into this place would have difficulty flying. Ivanov and others who were the first to leave the main force of the Russian Empire took their own troops and continued to retreat towards St. Petersburg, one of the Russian cities, because the time they chose to evacuate was too clever. Natasha's main force became the focus of China, so that not too many Chinese troops came to catch up. They were calm along the way, without many battles, and there was no loss of troops. After a short period of no fighting, they quickly relaxed their vigilance and did not even send out the most basic scouts. The view ahead was pitch black, and they had no idea what obstacles were on the road to St. Petersburg. They laughed and talked happily, but they did not know that there was a huge encirclement hidden in the distance waiting for them to get into it and fall into the trap. Even if Natasha recruited talents like Sophia to work for her, Sophia is ultimately a political talent. It is better to expect the Chinese army to collapse on its own than to expect the Russian queen to go to battle. Ivanov laughed loudly, showing his kingly demeanor. The many Russian players following Ivanov also smiled knowingly. After all, they witnessed with their own eyes how terrifying the fierce generals were among the 100,000 cavalrymen who came to support, and their strength was comparable to the ceiling of the entire history. The commander of the boy cavalry took a walk and came to Ivanov's side. After years of fighting, he instinctively felt something was wrong. No, since he left the main battlefield, there has always been a trace of indelible uneasiness in his heart. After all, the strong fighting power shown by China before made him have to be on guard. The 10-mile road is not very long. Ivanov's troops have already stepped into Li Ji's encirclement. Life and death are no longer controlled by them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound that broke through the void rang out. And the next moment, thousands of Chong soldiers holding crossbows with ancient patterns suddenly emerged from the long hillside. As they pulled the trigger, dense golden streams of light pierced through the void, making a sound like tearing through brocade clothes, and instantly penetrated the front row of Tsarist Russian soldiers. The remaining power did not diminish, and the blood-red golden streams rushed towards Ivanov and others, like wild horses running away. And no flesh and blood could stop these arrows. Li Ji's first-line soldiers. Their first target is the players of the Tsarist Russian Central Army. The boy cavalry commander was the first to react, holding a spear in his left hand and pulling out a saber from his waist with his right hand, and cut out 2 rays of divine light in a 2-pronged way, guarding Ivanov and cutting the arrows away. Unfortunately, other players are not so lucky to recruit such a fierce general. Although the boy cavalry commander intends to protect their safety, his own strength does not allow so much. The arrows of the first-line soldiers have amazing destructive power, specifically restraining the opponent's cavalry. Even if the Tsarist Russian boy cavalry wears heavy armor, it is difficult to resist the golden streamer. After a round of arrow rain, the boy cavalry lost a lot of numbers. My men, follow me to charge. The Xiahou brothers personally went into battle, leading hundreds of cavalrymen brought from Cao Cao's army, and launched a desperate charge against an enemy that was dozens of times more numerous than themselves. Xiahou Yuan had excellent commanding ability. He saw the weak points of the slightly chaotic enemy army at a glance, bypassed the boy cavalry's defensive line, and launched a fierce attack on the Russian flank. Galloping out, it seemed like a trance with thousands of troops. Godspeed. At the same time as the order was given, the wind whistled, and there was a faint flash of thunder and lightning. The speed of the Cao family cavalry suddenly reached its limit at this moment, and the terrifying and boundless power squeezed the air to distort. Thunder passed by the strong body of the warhorse like a flowing water pattern. Xiahou Yuan's characteristics can make the cavalry in his hands reach the maximum speed in an instant, without any charge path. Hundreds of Cao family cavalrymen were making a strange noise, and there were constant thunder and lightning phenomena. The surrounding air seemed to be under great pressure, and was squeezed to both sides like seawater, making a roaring sound like a tidal wave. The next moment, the horses' hooves shattered the earth, and the Cao family cavalrymen, led by the Xiahou brothers, rushed into the loose enemy army like a mad rhino. Boom! It was as if the mountains tilted in all directions, and like a river breaking through a dam. The sharp knife of the Cao family cavalry seemed to pierce into a piece of white and tender tofu. Without any obstruction, the sharp knife moved forward, and blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant. A large number of Russian soldiers flew to both sides like being hit by an ancient chariot, and the blood gathered into a river. Ever since Li Ji's Jingsai army made a name for itself in the Xiliang War, and Zhu Jun, one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, kept praising it in the court. The status of heavy armored cavalry has risen sharply in the hearts of various princes. Cao Cao, who was named the governor of Dongjun, also noticed the importance of heavy armored cavalry. With the support of players such as Sima Yan, he also began to build a new heavy armored cavalry, named Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, which was several years ahead of the original history. The number of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry is limited, so Cao Cao will naturally not generously hand over the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to the Xiahou brothers to bring the national war. But these Cao family cavalry are all composed of soldiers eliminated from the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and their strength should not be underestimated. The Xiahou brothers exerted their strength at the same time, and two extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted. One like a volcanic eruption, swallowing and spitting out the lava that destroyed the world, and one like a lightning bolt, breaking through the heavy clouds of the dark night. Two figures that looked like gods in the sky rushed out, and the world changed. Divine fire, treacherous thunder, fell from the sky and took away countless enemy lives. In the blink of an eye, Chao's army broke through several square formations, killed a large number of enemies, and ran faster and faster, almost disappearing. Stop them! Stop them! Ivanov was horrified, and his smiling face had long disappeared. He saw with his own eyes that hundreds of cavalrymen strangled the officers and left without any damage, which frightened him instantly. Only the boy cavalry could stop this cavalry like the god of death. My lord, the boy cavalry was held back by an elite infantry of the enemy, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to support this side. What? In Ivanov's sight, a group of infantrymen wearing white robes and white bird feathers appeared, holding sophisticated spears, and with the help of golden arrows, they divided the boy cavalry into several pieces and surrounded and killed them one by one. Farther away was a group of Chong archers, whose flashes were so sharp that ordinary soldiers would be hurt if they saw them. The Xianding death soldiers suppressed the charge of the boy cavalry, while the Baili elite soldiers, led by Chen Dao, cut the enemy into several pieces like cutting a cake. And the Chinese players, who came later, strangled the lone enemy like hungry tigers. It doesn't look like Natasha's army. Li Ji looked at the chaotic Russian army and shook his head, slightly disappointed. This army had no commander at all, and was mobilized by players XJB. It didn't look like an army with high-level talents at all. He is now ranked second in the personal rankings, and the first is the Russian player Natasha. Although Li Ji has enough confidence to surpass the opponent in the remaining time, there is a chance to kill the opponent. So why not? Cutting and strangling. The Russian army is like a bear that can be teased by anyone in front of Li Ji and others, even if they have good strength. They are like hitting cotton and can't exert any strength. Charge. Charge again. The Chao family cavalry behind them were almost wiped out, and the bodies of the Xiahou brothers were also covered with wounds. After all, facing an enemy dozens of times their size, it was normal to suffer heavy losses. However, their desperate charge also had a significant effect. The dozens of horse hooves finally allowed them to kill in front of Ivanov, touching his face, not knowing whether it was the enemy's or his own blood. Xiahou Yuan laughed heroically and said, "Brother, let's go together. I couldn't ask for more." Chapter 284, The Price of Defeat. Natasha, what's wrong with you? Did we lose to the Westerners after joining forces with the Chinese? Oh, damn it. The Westerners are probably going to claim the supremacy of the national war. The Russian players stationed in the city of Novgorod looked out at the remnants of the defeated soldiers under the city, with an incredible expression on their faces. Before the expedition, everyone was full of bold words. But why did they become silent after the war? At this moment, Natasha was covered in dust and had no demeanor as a great Russian lord, coupled with a group of soldiers with blood-red bandages and dejected faces behind her. It was hard not to believe that they had suffered a defeat. It's hard to say. Natasha sighed, led Sophia and the surviving troops through the cracks in the city gate, and entered the city in a line. By the way, do you know which city Ivanov fled to? Escape? The players who responded to Natasha secretly figured out the meaning of this word. The players in the Russian region seemed to be united. But in fact, due to reasons such as their current life and bloodline, they were fighting openly and secretly, and often could not reach a unified opinion. Especially Natasha and Ivanov, two of the top lords. They made a lot of trouble in order to compete for the command of the Russian players. All the Russian players who participated in the national war knew about their dirty deeds, and even many people were forced to choose to stand on the side and go with the flow. The city of St. Petersburg has always been guarded by players close to Ivanov. If they evacuate the battlefield, they are likely to return to St. Petersburg. Ivanov fled in the face of the enemy, exposing us to the Chinese army. Otherwise, this attack would definitely have achieved considerable results. Natasha avoided the main point and began to list the mistakes of her competitors to win people's hearts. Ivanov is her main competitor. Now that he has a problem that can be held accountable, she will not miss this good opportunity to add insult to injury. Hwasha troops? What is going on? The Russian players present looked at each other with confusion. Aren't we allied with the Chinese? Why would the Chinese army point to us? Did the Chinese tear up the agreement and sneak attack us so that we return in defeat? a Russian player asked puzzledly. He was assigned to garrison Novgorod before the battle, and did not participate in the battle. Naturally, he did not know what happened at the time. He could only learn about the situation from Natasha and the defeated soldiers. Natasha shook her head and did not answer. Instead, Sophia beside her stood up and said, "It was not the Chinese who tore up the agreement, but Ivanov. The sinner. Why do you say that? According to our agreement with China, the Chinese will contain most of the Western coalition forces head-on, and our army will take the opportunity to sneak attack the coalition's rear to achieve a two-sided offensive. However, when our army repelled the Western coalition, Ivanov insisted on taking advantage of China's unpreparedness and directly attacking China's flank. An excellent leader must be an excellent orator." Sophia was once the queen of Tsarist Russia. Her words were highly contagious. In addition, she had a high prestige among Tsarist Russian players. So many players recognized her words on the spot and cursed Ivanov as a treacherous villain. But what they didn't know was that Sophia was the first to suggest that Natasha tear up the agreement and attack the Chinese army. And Ivanov just insisted on Sophia's suggestion. In a speech that avoided the main point, he pushed all the responsibilities on Ivanov to take the blame, discrediting Ivanov, arousing public anger, and letting Natasha earn the favor of other players can only be said to be a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. But even Natasha didn't know that Ivanov had fallen into Li Ji's encirclement, and his life and death were unknown. Otherwise, the intensity would have to be increased several times. Ivanov is not only a treacherous villain, but also a coward who fled from the battlefield. At the signal of Sophia's eyes, Natasha's Russian soldiers shouted and made a big fuss about Ivanov's escape. This made the Russian players present even more angry. In fact, Ivanov sold out his teammates. But it was just exaggerated. The two-pronged approach led to this situation. No, we must find trouble with Ivanov. And it would be best if he knew the blood of the Tsarist Russians. Everyone was arguing. And at this time, a dense sound of horse hooves came from far and near outside the city. And then a thin black line rose on the horizon. Smoke and dust rolled. And it seemed that it could cover the sunlight and sky. An extremely fast and large army was pressing here. Countless dazzling red five-star flags fluttered in the wind. That's the Chinese army. They knew their neighbors' flags very well. Li Ji rode a tall horse, holding a bloody head in his hand, and slowly came to the outskirts of the Tsarist Russian city. Not afraid of the archers on the city wall. That head looks a little familiar. The head held by Li Ji had a standard Tsarist Russian face, but it was overly distorted for some reason, and it looked very hideous and terrifying. It seems to be Ivanov. A sharp-eyed Russian player saw the head clearly and recognized the identity. As soon as these words came out, it was like a huge rock falling into a silent pool of water, making a huge splash. Many Russian players talked about it, and it was noisy. As one of the best players among them, Ivanov could compete with the top players of other civilizations. But he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of the Chinese today. Although death in the national war is not a real death, if the top players are eliminated early, the development speed of his territory will definitely be greatly reduced. And he may even be surpassed by others and widen the gap. The commotion on the wall made Li Ji nod with satisfaction, holding up Ivanov's head and saying loudly, "We Chinese are a country of etiquette. But you are treacherous and ambitious to attack our army. You are unkind. Don't blame us for being unjust. This man's miserable end is the price of your defeat. In the future, our army and you will be enemies, and we can only fight with our weapons. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are." The Chinese players who followed behind him were also excited, holding up a variety of weapons, and shouted loudly, "Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are." The voice was so loud that it could shatter the sky and break the earth. Chapter 285. Everyone is in danger. Li Ji, why did a bunch of us come here just to do this? Why don't we send troops to attack a Russian city? The speaker was Sima Yin, the representative of the Yenzhou players. His emotions seemed to be at their peak, and Li Ji's sudden withdrawal was like pouring a basin of cold water on him, and his surging fighting spirit was forcibly suppressed. Not only him, but many Chinese players did not understand Li Ji's approach, and even Qin Fan was a little dissatisfied. Li Ji casually threw Ivanov's head on the ground. He had expected this to happen and answered calmly, "We have just fought a series of battles. Although the morale of the soldiers is infinitely high, the long-term battle has made their physical strength reach the limit, and they have no strength to attack the city. Besides, this is the territory of the Russians. They can mobilize troops very quickly. Can we quickly defeat them with just 2 states? Li Ji was not exaggerating. Although the hundreds of thousands of troops sent by the Russian Empire were crippled by China, there were still many garrison players, and a large number of NPC troops in the city. The difficulty of attacking the city was several times more difficult than field battles. Moreover, the Russian city did not enter a state of war. Players from other cities could support here through the teleportation array. It can be said that Li Ji and others had to face the Russian reserve army, which was not much less than theirs. And just as Li Ji thought, Natasha watched the dispatch of the Chinese army on the city wall while notifying players from other cities to come to support. Now she saw with her own eyes that Ivanov had been eliminated. No player could threaten her position. It was easy to dispatch the Russian army. However, she was also afraid that the Chinese army in front of her would suddenly attack. After all, the ferocity shown by the 100,000 cavalry was too terrifying. Natasha was not sure whether the other side had such terrifying infantry. Both sides were competing to see who could not hold their temper. Then Li Ji. Are we going to retreat like this? If we just retreat like this, it is impossible to create enough deterrence. We must do something to let them know how to deal with us. Do you remember that we captured a lot of Russian players? You want? Qin Fan showed an incredible expression. Li Ji gestured to Li Cunxiao, who bowed and said goodbye, and retreated to the rear with the 18 flying tiger riders. When the Russian players on the city wall saw Li Ji retreating inexplicably after saying a harsh word and were puzzled, the Chinese troops in the distance suddenly became agitated. The Russian players were in a trance, as if they were facing a great enemy. The fingers holding the weapons turned white because of too much force, and they were extremely nervous. The words enemy attack spread like a wave, and everyone's nerves were tense as if they were wound up. The scene that happened the next moment made them dumbfounded. In the sight, a large number of captured Russian players had their hands and feet tied like dumplings on the Dragon Boat Festival, and there were hundreds of naked executioners behind them, with bright swords on their shoulders. The Russian players on the wall looked at each other, not knowing what the other side wanted to do, and at the same time, they didn't know whether they would have the courage to chop their compatriots with the swords in their hands, kill them, and pile them up in the Jingwan. The executioner's action had already answered them. The moment the blade fell, dozens of heads flew to the ground, and blood gushed out from the flat wounds like a fountain, causing a bloody storm. What a shame! What a shame! Damn Chinese! If you have the guts, we can fight in the field. What's the point of taking prisoners? The Russian players immediately reacted. Wasn't this obviously humiliating them? So they cursed one after another, and some began to put pressure on Natasha, trying to get the other side to open the city gates and fight to the death with the Chinese. Thanks to Sophia's help, Natasha barely managed to hold back the group of angry bears. Puff! The executioner's hands and knives continued to fall, and they would not stop their actions because of the abuse. They even became excited, and their movements became faster and faster. Soon, nearly 1,000 heads fell to the ground and began to pile up to form a Jingwan of average size. Li Ji chose Russian players. Killing them here would not only eliminate them, but also it was the Russians who provoked them and violated the contract to attack the army. The enemy was unkind, and he was unjust. He would not feel guilty about killing the players. Stacking Jingwan is a means to show merit and deter the enemy, as long as the number is large enough. The impact brought by Jingwan is unparalleled, and even people's spirit can be destroyed. Among the generals Li Ji has come into contact with, Wang Fusong is undoubtedly a representative figure. After all, the other party has piled up Jingwan with a scale of more than 100,000, which is comparable to one of the largest Jingwans in the world. What Li Ji piled up is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. Of course, Li Ji not only captured so many Russian players, but also a large number of NPC soldiers. These soldiers are precious consumables, and are good at attacking cities and plundering land. He was reluctant to throw them out to behead them. Wouldn't it be better to charge for him? It seems that the Russian players also saw such a weird Jingwan for the first time. Many people dared not look directly at it, and even had difficulty breathing. The morale was infinitely low. Isn't this a bit too much? Some people saw it for the first time and felt a little bit reluctant. When they killed our soldiers, you didn't stand up and say they were excessive. The people around showed disgusted expressions and moved away from this person, fearing that they would be splashed with blood in the future. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. After nearly 2 years of tempering in the turbulent times, most people have recognized the facts. Whoever has the bigger fist is right, and peace cannot be achieved by just saying peace. Just like this time, If China's fist is not hard enough, the Russians will definitely take this opportunity to step on themselves and even invade and forcibly occupy China's territory in the future. After the Jingwan was piled up, Li Ji led the army to retreat, return to the city to rest for a while, and wait for the subsequent expedition. During this time, the news of piling up Jingwan spread directly, and many radical Chinese players also followed Li Ji and piled up these things outside the opponent's city, especially for the civilizations that participated in the Western coalition. Chinese players hated them, but because of strategic issues, they could not send troops for the time being, so they could only retaliate against the opponent by piling up Jingwan. Although the Western civilization was defeated, it would not allow Chinese players to insult them, so they kept sending small troops to harass them. As a result, the battlefield of the national war seemed calm. But in fact, small-scale battles broke out every moment. For a time, people were panicked and everyone was in danger. Chapter 286 Attacking Burgos. Li Ji, who was hiding in Edo City, was not aware of the commotion during this period. But even if he knew, he would not intervene too much. Although he won the battles with the Western Allied forces and the Russian players, Li Ji also paid a lot of price and lost a lot of soldiers. Fortunately, the points he gained were enough to make up for the losses, and even increased, narrowing the gap with the first-place Natasha. Now that the national war has entered the late stage, most small civilizations have been swallowed up by the top civilizations. If you want to get points quickly, the best way is to break through the cities outside the big civilizations and destroy the stone tablets to get 1 million points. With Li Ji's current strength, it is enough to break through a city without causing too much loss. Even if the loss is not measured, it can break through the city continuously and get a lot of points. If he joins hands with Yangzhou players such as Zhang Xiaoming, he can threaten the core cities of top civilizations such as England and Rome. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to recuperate, Li Ji adjusted the force structure of his troops. As usual, the 150,000 Dragon Sparrow army continued to be the main force, while the vassal army began to use Spanish and Egyptian soldiers as the core force, matching the armies of various civilizations. Isabella, the commander of the vassal army, has been unshakable, and if she wants to give full play to her talents, she needs to be equipped with enough Spanish soldiers. Although Li Ji did not capture Spanish soldiers in this battle, Ding Xia and Jiazhou players have encountered them, and there are many soldiers who meet the requirements. By exchanging people, Li Ji not only sent out a lot of soldiers, but also got a lot of Spanish soldiers, which made the vassal army, which used to be varied, look more neat. In addition to Isabella's command of the vassal army, Li Ji also inserted the newly surrendered Nefertiti into it to contain and divide Isabella's power. Although there is a system contract between him and Isabella, it is not guaranteed that Isabella will rebel at some point and lead the vassal army to counterattack him. After the battle with the Western Allied forces, Li Ji continued to recruit soldiers to replenish his forces, and also planned to arrange the next national war time. Li Ji currently has more than 2 million points, and is only a few 100,000 points away from the first place Natasha. If he captures a city, he can easily surpass the opponent, or even crush him. Taking advantage of his free time, Li Ji summoned his generals, including Isabella, and slowly spread out a simple drawing. During the period of time when the national war was going on, Li Ji had already figured out the location of each civilized city and the surrounding terrain. With the help of other Chinese players, Li Ji also learned the identity of the NPC generals stationed in the city, and could preliminarily estimate the difficulty of attacking the city. Lord, if you want to get enough points now, you must attack those weak barbarians. As far as Meng knows, they are not a monolithic entity. Wang Meng has experienced the high-intensity training of the national war, and his intelligence has reached 95, getting closer and closer to the peak. Just relying on Li Ji's words, he can point out several potential targets for Li Ji. All the cities that Jean Glue mentioned can be taken down by our army alone. How about we set the first battle in Burgos? Li Ji tapped an inconspicuous place on the map, but his eyes were fixed on Isabella, the Queen in White. Burgos is a city of Spanish civilization, and as the Queen, Isabella would certainly not remain indifferent. As expected, when the city of Burgos was mentioned, Isabella looked up in panic, and met Li Ji's burning eyes head-on. Dear Lord, Isabella has been feeling a little uncomfortable recently. Please allow me to rest for a while, at least until the Lord captures the city of Burgos. Isabella was like a frightened deer, lowering her proud head, almost buried in the towering peaks. Li Ji nodded with satisfaction at Isabella's reaction. If Isabella had kept silent and followed the expedition to Burgos, Li Ji might have suspected that the other party would look for an opportunity to escape from his control. But now Isabella feigned illness to avoid suspicion, and did not choose to go on the expedition, which was undoubtedly telling Li Ji that she was sincerely working for him. What a pity! The vassal army is the key force in the siege. Without your command, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, thinking that the day when Isabella would take the initiative to pledge allegiance to him was not far away. Mr. Wang's talent is far better than mine. He is a capable assistant to the Lord. Isabella quickly resigned on the grounds of illness, took the initiative to hand over the military power, and returned to her residence. Li Ji gave her a look and asked Zhang Ning to go and comfort her and train her. Li Ji, the commander of the vassal army, also made up his mind and turned to look at the veiled woman. Nefertiti, you will take over Isabella's vacant position. Although Nefertiti's commander was not very good, Li Ji just wanted to bring out the other party's personal characteristics. The real commander should be Wang Ming, who was the first person to surpass Zhuge Liang. With Wang Ming's talent, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops was just a matter of hand. Thank you, Lord. Nefertiti's eyes smiled as bright as a crescent moon, and the charm she exuded almost made Li Ji fall. Unlike the subtle charm of Oriental beauties, the charm exuded by Western beauties has a wild beauty. Fortunately, Li Ji was very clear-headed and did not fall into the charm of the other party. Then, after recruiting soldiers, we will send out the whole army. Half a month passed quietly, and the friction between China and various Western civilizations became more and more frequent. Even Li Ji started to fight, and sent a small force to join forces with other players to sneak attack the enemies leaving the city. During this period, no city was captured, and the troops of various states in China encountered a lot of obstacles, according to the news brought by other players. Although the Western coalition was defeated by them, the connection between them seemed to become closer. Every time China sent troops to attack the city, there were always other Western civilizations coming to support, so that the expeditionary team was attacked from both sides, and it was difficult to complete the siege strategy. The Chinese have sent out troops again, and their target is us. Damn the Chinese. They are really endless. They are already ranked first in national points. Why are they still attacking us? What should we do? Pedro is eliminated and Isabella is missing. No one can stop them. In Burgos, a group of Spanish players climbed up the city wall in panic, staring at the army not far away with panicked eyes, which was as dark and terrifying as a torrent. Li Ji sent out troops at night, with men holding their mouths and horses wrapping their hooves, and quickly crossed the positions through the teleportation array, arriving outside Burgos before dawn. The Spanish players were completely unaware, and found themselves besieged when they woke up. Although the number of enemies is not large, they are all regular troops. The one who comes is probably China's #1 player, Li Ji. Li Ji personally took action. Li Ji repelled Thomas's German army with his own strength, and beat the Egyptian civilization into a mess. Even France and America fell into his hands. And then he went to the wall of Tsarist Russia alone to provoke the other side. All these deeds can be said to be earth-shaking. All the players who participated in the national war have heard of his achievements. Although they have not seen him, they have already been horrified in their hearts. Now that the real owner has appeared, the Spanish players are terrified and trembling. Many of these players had participated in the siege of Suzhou and had faced Li Ji's terrifying front. No one could understand Li Ji's fear better than them. What should we do? Burgos is in a state of war, and the teleportation array is directly disabled. We can't quickly seek reinforcements from the outside. The closest civilization to us is the Roman civilization. We need warriors to go out of the city directly and seek the protection of the Romans. For the survival of Spain, I am willing to go out of the city to seek help. Is there anyone who will join me? A Spanish player raised his arms and shouted, and many people responded. Then he formed a small force of hundreds of people and drilled out through the cracks in the city gate. However, Li Ji had already made preparations and sent Shijingsi and his army to ambush on the way to various cities. This death squad directly drilled into the prearranged pocket, and in a blink of an eye, the whole army was wiped out, leaving only a few prisoners. Seeing this, the players on the city wall couldn't help but show a look of despair. The Dragon Sparrow army began to build various siege equipment such as trebuchets, siege towers, and ladders. Taking advantage of this free time, Li Ji recruited Nefertiti and Jiasu, as well as the Spanish players covered in blood. Working for me will ensure that you have no worries about food and clothing. You and I are sworn enemies. The glory of Spain does not allow us to surrender to the Orientals. Li Ji's symbolic surrender was only exchanged for a barrage of abuse. He had expected this to happen. After all, the players were extremely uncertain, and he did not dare to use them casually. Nefertiti. Take action. The Lord actually asked me to do such a thing. Nefertiti pushed Li Ji's arm with a complaint, but the latter's angry glare made her stop in dismay. The two people recruited by Li Ji are good at controlling people's hearts. Nefertiti can use her beauty to reduce the vigilance of the captives, thereby increasing Jiasu's success rate and controlling people's hearts. Under Nefertiti's psychological suggestion, the Spanish players, who had been stubborn before, instantly fell into depravity and became addicted to Nefertiti's gentle words. Jiasu's manipulation of people's hearts was so effective that the Spanish players present suddenly became dazed and their eyes became empty. These people are in your hands. Also notify Jean Glue and tell them that we succeeded here. Yes. The siege equipment was assembled very quickly, and the speed was so fast that the players on the city wall were amazed. According to their guess, it would take Li Ji's army several days to assemble enough equipment, but it was completed in less than half a day. It was noon, when the sun was the hottest. Both the defenders on the city wall and Li Ji's army were tired. Boom! 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 The sound of drums like thunder came from the ground, one after another, as if it could suddenly shatter the earth and crack the sky. And the city of Burgos also trembled faintly. Li Ji took the lead and sent a large number of archers to shoot arrows. The rain of arrows that covered the sky made a harsh sound of breaking through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it submerged the entire city wall. Many players and NPC soldiers on the city wall who were assistants could not dodge in time. The moment their throats were pierced, they made a humming sound and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Dying with their eyes wide open. Dozens of catapults roared, and countless boulders that had been loaded flew out like a whistle, forming a deadly meteor shower that smashed onto the city wall. The boulders rolled, crushing countless enemies with shrill screams. Kill! The 200,000 vassal troops were ready to go, and under the command of Wang Ming's flag, they let out a long whistle like a desperate person, and suddenly attacked Burgos City like a surging wave. A red disc emerged, and Nefertiti summoned the projection of Aten, and the soft light emitted added capabilities to the vassal army. Li Ji's attack was chosen at noon, when most people huddled behind the city wall to avoid the sun and ate hard dry food. The timing of Huaxiao's attack caught them off guard. With the help of the power of the catapults and the suppression of the archers, a large number of vassal troops quickly approached the city wall, with ladders placed on it and fixed hooks pulled between the stones. At the same time, the siege towers, rams and other large siege equipment, like ferocious beasts, slowly moved towards Burgos City under the push of the strongmen. Don't panic. We have a strong city wall, and the enemy can't take Burgos City. The NPC generals of Burgos City finally appeared, leading a large number of elite Spanish soldiers to climb the city wall to help defend the city. According to the information obtained by Li Ji, the garrison commander stationed in this city is the king of the Kingdom of Aragon, Ferdinand II, who is also Isabella's husband in history, and the founder of the Spanish monarchy. The smoke on the city wall was filled with smoke and billowing up. A large number of defensive equipment, such as rolling logs and stones, were lifted up and poured into the enemies under the city wall under the command of Ferdinand II. In an instant, the soldiers who were drenched in hot oil and boiling water screamed miserably. Their skin and flesh turned red and hot, and some of them scratched constantly because of the pain, and their dirty nails picked up the broken flesh, bleeding, and looked like humans. On the walls, screams, roars, and the sound of swords cutting into flesh. All kinds of sounds mixed together and filled the entire battlefield. A large number of vassal troops acted as pioneers, pushing each other and continuing to rush towards Burgos City. The vassal troops were still vassal troops after all, without Isabella to control them. Their combat effectiveness could not be fully exerted. Fortunately, with Nefertiti's treatment, the losses were not particularly large. The appearance of Ferdinand II made up for the weakness of the lack of a commander on the Spanish side. As soon as he appeared, the mobilization of the army instantly became very reasonable, making it difficult for the vassal troops to advance. However, his opponent was Wang Ming, who helped Fu Jian unify the north. Chapter 287. The Romans were fooled. Fernando too walked on the city wall, swinging his sword continuously. Every time he swung his sword, several enemies who were blocking him fell down. He couldn't remember how many enemies he had killed. He just felt that he had been repeating such mechanical movements since the enemy began to attack the city. The robe on his body, which symbolized the status of the king, had long been stained with blood. His bones kept trembling, and his muscles continued to feel sore and weak. If there were no enemies around, he would have thrown the sword on the ground. As the main general, Wang Meng was really terrible. Even the vassal army that served as cannon fodder was like an elite army in his hands. His sharp eyes could always see through the loopholes of Burgos City and seize everything to expand the results of the battle. Fernando II, the king of Spain, was as immature as a baby in front of Wang Meng, and his military talent was as weak as a chicken. If it weren't for the strong city of Burgos, their Spanish army would have been completely devoured by Wang Meng, without even a bit of bone residue left. Looking around, the walls at this moment were full of Li Ji's vassal soldiers, fighting frantically with the Spanish soldiers. Boom! Wang Meng's flag suddenly changed, and the Dragon Sparrow army, which had not moved for a long time, opened up gaps one after another. Several brave generals with bodies as strong as bears appeared in front of the formation, followed closely by the elite of the Dragon Sparrow army. They were wearing the most exquisite iron armor, and the long spears in their hands were polished to a bright shine, and the cold light almost pierced the void. The flags in the formation fluttered in the air, and it seemed that a dense forest swayed in the wind. Li Ji's main force appeared in the field, and the suffocating murderous aura almost suppressed the turbulence of this space. The world seemed to have changed drastically the moment they set out. Fernando II's face suddenly became ugly. He had good military talent, although he was crushed by Wang Meng like a rookie. It did not change his perception of the changes in the atmosphere. Obviously, the appearance of the Dragon Bird army changed the color of the whole world. There was a ferocious beast stirring up the wind and clouds above them, and its high-pitched cry could shatter the morale of the soldiers. Fernando II couldn't help but widen his eyes, knowing at a glance that this army was extraordinary. The other party was going to get serious. Kill! Li Ji let out a long roar, and the Overlord's spear pointed at Fernando II on the city wall. The cold light that shot out almost made the Spanish king feel pain in his eyebrows from a distance. The vassal army had cleared the obstacles in front of Li Ji, and the Dragon Bird army quickly approached the city of Burgos. A large number of ladders and siege towers seemed to be equipped with thrusters at this moment, tearing the air and rumbling close to the city wall, like a mad rhino crashing into the enemy. Soon, a thunderous roar rose up, and people subconsciously covered their ears. The ramming car had already broken through the Spanish defense line, and the heavy iron core began to bombard the city gate. After the roar, the earth-shaking shouts of killing went straight to the sky, and the agile soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army climbed up the ladder. Previously, the vassal army attacked the city wall at all costs, and the Spanish archers were directly turned upside down. They had no chance to pull the bowstring, and fell into the rhythm of hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. The Dragon Sparrow soldiers, who came up later, were not hindered at all. Even the deadly kerosene and arrow rain did not stop them. They climbed the city wall without any effort. The Spanish soldiers, who were already evenly matched with the vassal army, were instantly under the pressure of the enemy after the addition of the new force, like a huge rock pressing them to the point of almost suffocating. More and more Dragon Sparrow soldiers rushed onto the city wall, and the offensive was as surging as a tide, rushing the defenders on the city wall to pieces, and blood flew between heaven and earth. Li Ji climbed the city wall in person, wielding the magic weapon Overlord Spear, crushing the incoming spell skills while sweeping the surrounding Spanish soldiers, harvesting the lives of the enemy like a god of war. After the tempering of the national war, Li Ji's bravery value has approached 90 points. But it is a pity that the higher the level, the more experience is required, and he has not been able to improve his personal data until now. However, his battle-hardened characteristic has been fully developed. After a series of battles, it has continuously increased the bonus limit. Combined with a brave and good at fighting characteristic, Li Ji's combat power is much stronger. With Li Ji's current strength, defeating Zhou Tsang is not a problem, and charging into battle is a simple matter of eating and drinking. The Spanish players were killed and terrified. They did not dare to approach Li Ji easily. They only dared to stay in the distance to command their soldiers and surround and kill the opponent. With the Overlord Spear blocking left and right, Li Ji was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, constantly picking up the surrounding enemies. Dragon roars for 9 days. As Li Ji's guard general, Qin Dao dared not relax at all. Even if Li Ji's bravery was beyond his imagination, he would not let Li Ji fall into heavy siege. The spear pierced the void, and a silver dragon soared into the sky. The sharp dragon claws were as sharp as 5 spears, piercing through the bodies of countless enemies in the blink of an eye. Yin Xing and Ichi marched to the left and right, their spears blazing and their swords sweeping, charging at the enemies in front of them, as if they were in an unmanned area. Even the Spanish generals, who came to support them, were no match for them. Li Ji and others worked at full capacity, although they lacked the combat power of Li Cunqiu, Huan Gong, Shi Jingxi and Lu Xianqing. They were enough to clear the city of Burgos, which had no fierce general stationed. In fact, the moment the Dragon Sparrow army appeared, the balance of the war had already tilted. While Li Ji launched the siege, several Spanish players with blood all over their bodies and no light in their eyes ran wildly on the plains, and fled to the city of Seven Hills, one of the core cities of Roman civilization. We must stop them. If the people of Dachi know that the Lord is attacking their allies, they will definitely send troops to intervene. A Han army scout also ran wildly on the plains, closely following the Spanish players, who were fleeing like mice. With an anxious look on their faces, the Spanish players broke out, consuming a lot of physical strength, even though they were still some distance away from the scouts. They were gradually approached by the pursuers behind them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fleeing enemies had entered the range, and the Han scouts decisively pulled the bowstrings on horseback, trying to shoot them to death here. The sound of breaking through the air continued to come from behind, and the sharp arrows brushed past their bodies, and the Spanish players shrank in fear. The two forces were chasing each other on the plain. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced the void, making a sound like tearing rough cloth, and suddenly pierced into a player's shoulder. A scream of pain followed, and the player who was shot by the arrow almost fainted on the horse's back. His companions secretly thought that it was not good, and took out a short knife and stabbed it hard into the horse's buttocks. The warhorse cried out in pain, and continued to run forward, with a large increase in speed. The scout who was about to catch up suddenly felt pity, and had to urge the warhorse to continue chasing. Stop! A sharp arrow suddenly shot to the ground in front of the scout, and the force was so great that it blasted a small hole, which forced them to rein in the reins and stop the pursuit. Unknowingly, the Han scouts had chased to the range of the Seven Hills city. The commander on the city wall relied on his personal bravery to forcibly stop the actions of the Han scouts. Seeing that the enemy had already entered the Roman city, the cooked duck flew in front of them, and all the scouts cried out that it was a pity. Let's go. We have completed the task. It's time to go back and report the situation. Watching the scouts leave, and looking at the Spanish players entering the city, the commander of the Roman city frowned, always feeling that something was not right. Why are the Spanish people so embarrassed? Now there is only Burgos city left in Spain, which is not far from us. Did they have an accident? They look very embarrassed and are being chased. Could it be that they broke out and asked us for help? As soon as the Spanish players entered the city, they collapsed directly on the ground, breathing in the air without the smell of blood, and their heavy eyelids kept closing and lifting. Soon, the senior Roman players stationed in this city dispersed the onlookers and took them to the treatment room. Our city has been attacked by the Chinese army. The situation is very critical. Please send troops to rescue us quickly. After receiving simple treatment, these Spanish players finally recovered some spirits and became more fluent in speech. But their eyes were still slightly empty and emotionless. Huaxia's attack. After hearing the news, the players present showed surprised expressions. They were not surprised that Huaxia sent troops. After all, some time ago, the small civilizations in the Western Coalition were attacked by Huaxia in turn. But with their mutual support, the other side did not make any progress. They were surprised that they didn't know that Huaxia sent troops at all, and they formed a siege. In the past, when Huaxia sent troops, the commotion was so big that they could rush to support through the teleportation array before Huaxia arrived. The other side went out at night and didn't make any noise. They appeared outside our city at dawn. How could millions of troops appear outside the city without making any noise? Are you all pigs? You sleep so soundly. A Roman player pointed at them and cursed, and the others also showed contemptuous eyes. Burgos city is under siege and cannot be teleported through the teleportation array. If we want to rescue them, we must gather troops and go on foot. Should we send troops to support them? Someone asked, interrupting the criticism meeting. And everyone looked at Leonardo, the player with the highest decision-making power. We must save it. We only have this one city left. If it is occupied by China, all of us players will be eliminated. Isn't the purpose of our alliance to resist China's military force? Now that our allies are in trouble, how can you just stand by and watch them die? The Chinese army coming this time is only a few 100,000 people. If you send troops to attack the rear, you will definitely be able to inflict heavy damage on them. The Spanish players saw the hesitation on their faces, and their noses ran down. They wiped their tears and cried. When they heard that there were only a few 100,000 people, the Roman players were somewhat tempted. If there are only a few 100,000 people, they will definitely go all out to attack the city, and will not deploy many troops in the rear. The probability of us defeating China is very high. If the Germans had not held us back in the previous battle, how could we have lost to China? Now we have such a great opportunity to teach them a lesson. We must not let it go. After hearing this, Leonardo had already made up his mind. He waved his hand, focusing everyone's attention on him, and said loudly, "Since everyone thinks there is a great chance to take down the Chinese army, we can send troops." Then he turned his head to look at the Spanish player on the bed, and comforted him. "Don't worry. You are our most important allies. The spirit of the Romans will not allow us to abandon the weak." Although everyone agreed to send troops, some people raised different questions. If someone attacks the city of Seven Hills during the time we are sending troops, we will be in a passive position. Leonardo chuckled and replied, "The commander of the city of Seven Hills is Scipio the Younger, the man who conquered our century-old rival Carthage. Who dares to attack the city with him?" Scipio the Younger was a famous general of the Roman Republic. With him and the elite Romans stationed in the city of Seven Hills, it can indeed be regarded as impregnable. Do we need to tell Bottoni and the others about this expedition? Although Leonardo is responsible for commanding the players of the city of Seven Hills, Bottoni is their highest commander, and his status is much higher than Leonardo. And Bottoni has also recruited top generals of Roman civilization around him, and his military strength is unmatched. So every time before the Roman players go out to war, they will seek answers from Bottoni and the generals around him. Leonardo gritted his teeth and finally nodded. "After we go out, we can let Bottoni bring some troops to support us in case of any accidents." Bottoni was like a mountain in front of him, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. But even so, he had to use the method of killing first and reporting later to keep most of the credit in his arms. He didn't believe that it would be difficult to deal with the Chinese army. Speed is the essence of war. Li Ji has been attacking the Spanish city for some time. If Leonardo wants to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, he must arrive at the battlefield before Li Ji enters the city. The Roman army filed out and began to march under the leadership of several Spanish players. Scipio the Younger on the city wall still frowned. At the same time, the Han army scouts returned to the camp and met Lu Xianxing. At the same time, Li Tsuinchio and others, who did not appear in the Burgos battlefield, also showed up here. After hearing the scouts' report, Lu Xianxing smiled with satisfaction and said to Jiasu beside him, "The military advisor's plan has been steadily implemented. I wonder if they will come in obediently." Jia thinks the probability of success is 99%. Haha. The military advisor is so confident. Then according to the Lord, these barbarians are going to be fooled. Chapter 288, A Life in Despair. The drums roared like thunder, and Li Ji's army rushed to the city of Burgos one after another. Ladders, siege towers, plows and other equipment quickly approached the city wall. Li Ji led Chen Dao, Yan Xing, Zhou Tsang, He Qi and other generals to climb onto the city wall, wielding weapons to kill the enemies. One-handed 18 picks. Facing a steady stream of enemies, Li Ji decisively used the S-level skill. The strange wind swept up the mud and rocks. The air force cut the ground, and suddenly several light and shadows appeared in the center of the storm, rushing in all directions. Just a face-to-face encounter. The deadly sharp blade instantly penetrated the bodies of dozens of enemies, and crashed into the wall or the ground with undiminished power, blasting out one big pit after another. The terrifying destructive power crushed this section of the city wall to the point of collapse. The Spanish players were killed and cried bitterly, howling continuously, and the sophisticated equipment on their bodies seemed to have become waste paper at this moment. With a puff, a big hole was broken, revealing the flesh and blood under the armor. Li Ji already knew that Jiasu's plan had succeeded, so he invested all his forces in an attempt to break through Burgos city in a short time. There was already a commotion at the city gate. A black-faced, bearded man swung his sword, and the blade light shot out was so sharp that it almost cut the surrounding void into pieces. Wherever the blade light went, all kinds of shrill screams were heard. The enemies in front of them were broken in half in an instant, with their upper bodies flying in the air and their lower bodies falling into a pool of blood. "Break it for me!" Zhou Tsang rolled up a huge wave, and it seemed that the waves were between heaven and earth. The luck of the players and soldiers standing at the city gate reached the lowest point at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they were swept into the deadly waves and flew into the air. The water vapor on their bodies turned into sharp air blades, and their bodies instantly became riddled with holes and covered with wounds. The ears were filled with harsh noises, and the body was constantly feeling weightless. The throat moved and only let out a scream, then fell directly to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Zhou Tsong killed one person with one step, and his whole body exuded a murderous intent that seemed to be real. Like a divine weapon, he instantly broke the enemy defending the city gate. He turned his sword, and the extremely sharp edge cut on the city gate, as light as cutting tofu. In an instant, the city gate broke into several pieces and collapsed to the ground. Charge! The dragon bird soldiers who were attacking the city gate saw the city gate collapse in front of them, and they couldn't help but let out an exciting long whistle, and their blood boiled. Seeing this, the Spanish players showed desperate expressions. A large section of Burgos's wall has been controlled by the enemy. Now they have lost the protection of the city gate, and the probability of being able to defend the city has become lower. Even if there are reinforcements at this moment, they may not be able to drive out Li Ji's troops. Retreat to the inner city, under the protection of the Spanish elite soldiers. Fernando too forced his way out of the city wall, and wanted to hide in the inner city for defense. He is different from the Spanish players. His mission is to protect the safety of the city, even if there is no hope of expelling the enemy. As long as the city has not fallen, he must do everything he can to save the situation. If the city is alive, the people are alive. If the city is in danger, the people will die. However, an elite infantry wearing white robes and white bird feathers appeared in his sight. Li Ji, with Chen Dao, led the Baili elite soldiers to meet Fernando too. Hack, Big Fish. Seeing the glorious armor of the other general, Li Ji couldn't help laughing. Wearing so beautifully on the battlefield. Are you afraid that the enemy doesn't know his identity? The elite soldiers of Baili rushed into the army of Spanish plate armor soldiers with iron spears, like a forest, and rushed into the army of Spanish plate armor soldiers, like a dragon and a tiger. In the blink of an eye, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless warm blood splashed in the air. A large number of soldiers were pierced through the body in the moment of the confrontation, and fell to the ground with screams. Fernando II's personal soldiers were no match for the elite soldiers of Baili at all, and lost most of them with just one attack. Li Ji personally took action, and swept away the Spanish king's sword with a gun. Then the gun tip twisted like a ghost, suddenly penetrated into the opponent's body, and came out through the back, twisting his arms. The enemy on the tip of the gun flew into the air like a tattered cloth bag, and fell on several enemies behind. Fernando II is dead. Li Ji, you will die a miserable death. Isabella was captured. Fernando II was killed again. And we lost 2 heroes in just one national war. The Chinese are really hateful. The Spanish players who witnessed all this were so angry that they stamped their feet and pointed at Li Ji and cursed. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, and Chen Dao behind him understood, and led the infantry to sweep away the surrounding enemies and eliminate them. The Battle of Burgos is about to end, and the Roman legion led by Leonardo and others rushed forcibly and approached the battlefield at a rapid speed. Under the leadership of the Spanish players, they passed through various paths, greatly reducing the distance of the march. Leonardo, I always feel something is not good. It is terribly quiet here. I am afraid there are enemies ambushing. You have said this 3 times, and we have not encountered any enemies. Leonardo rolled his eyes helplessly. If the Huaxiao army really wanted to ambush them, they would have already had a conflict when they were passing through the narrow mountain road. That place can be said to be the best opportunity for an ambush. If they were not careful, the Roman legion might be wiped out. But at this moment, a shocking sound rang out, and the slightly raised ground in the distance was suddenly lifted up, revealing thousands of Chong archers with a strong breath. These first-line soldiers held excellent crossbows, and at the moment when Zhu Yi swung the big knife, they suddenly pulled the trigger at the Roman soldiers in the front row. The next moment, dense golden streams broke through the void, exuding a terrifying and deadly killing intent, and instantly penetrated the bodies of countless enemies. Then the power did not decrease, and continued to rush and kill the next row of enemies. The Roman players who commanded the front army reacted and used their own methods without reservation, either swinging their spears or silently chanting spells to break the incoming crossbow arrows in two. But more Roman soldiers were shot, and after a round of shooting, They actually lost nearly 1,000 people. The attack of the Xianding death soldiers was beyond their imagination. Black lines appeared on the mountains on both sides, accompanied by the thunderous roar of horse hooves. The Tianqiong army cavalry and the Yair army cavalry turned into a rolling torrent, rushing towards the two sides of the Romans from a high position. How could there be an ambush? Leonardo screamed at the Spanish players. His eyes shot out two devouring eyes, like a beast that fell into a hunter's trap, struggling to death. But the roar only brought a series of weird laughs, and the Roman players present shuddered. At this moment, the smiles of the Spanish players in their eyes were like the smile of the god of death. Why don't you do it? Jiasu's voice echoed in the air, mobilizing the actions of the Spanish players like magic. With only a grim laugh, the Spanish players suddenly attacked and injured people, and the weapons in their hands suddenly slashed at Leonardo, who was closest to them. With fear and confusion in his eyes, Leonardo only had time to block the weapons in front of him. But the long sword behind him pierced him. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword, and Leonardo's consciousness quickly receded. It's a trap. They are traitors. Leonardo's death instantly made everyone understand the cause and effect. These Spanish players had long been controlled by Huaxia, and taking them to take a shortcut was undoubtedly part of the plan. And now Huaxia's plan has succeeded, and the Roman legions that went out have obediently entered the ambush circle. This is their mass grave. Boom! The cavalry ambushed here went down the slope. The sound of horse hooves soared into the sky, like thunder roaring. Tens of thousands of cavalry linked together and came out in droves. The fierce aura that broke through the clouds, the unmatched momentum, the pressure brought by it almost made the Roman soldiers midly collapse in an instant. Li Tsuinxiao, Shi Jingxi, and Huang Zong acted as the spearhead, leading tens of thousands of cavalry to charge at the enemy, who had nowhere to escape at the foot of the mountain. Like a tide. Kill! The Roman general forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, swung the reins and rushed towards the fierce enemy, and the long spear pierced the void with a sound of a crash. He knew that facing such a large group of cavalry alone, he would never return. But the morale of the army was equally important. It is a taboo to be timid before the battle. If his death can stabilize the morale of the soldiers, it will be the best result. The idea is good, but he chose the wrong opponent. Li Tsuinxiu's eyes showed disdain. In his eyes, the opponent's attack was like a baby playing with a short sword. There was no threat at all. The moment when Yu Wang's lance swept forward, the surrounding space was turbulent, and circles of visible lines vibrated in all directions. The next moment, the long lance hit the long spear, and a sharp collision sound followed. Countless sparks were wiped out in the air. The surrounding void suddenly burst open under the effect of the terrifying force, and fatal air blades burst out in all directions. With a sweet throat, the Roman general raised his head and spit out broken bones and blood to the sky. Rising 3 feet high, Li Tsuinxi was not a person he could resist at all. Forcibly taking Li Tsuinxi's move had already brought him to the point of desperation. Die! Without the slightest mercy, Li Tsuinxi shouted, and the sound waves that seemed to be real shattered the void, and the mud and rocks on the ground also broke into pieces. The Roman general's face showed a painful expression, and 2 streams of blood like little snakes flowed out of his ears, and he lost his hearing before the long spear was thrust out. Yu Wang's spear whistled and hit the Roman general's waist, and then countless cracking sounds came from his body. The next moment, the Roman general screamed, and the whole person exploded like a bomb, shooting blood and flesh in all directions. Kill! 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 The cavalrymen following Li Tsuinxi were encouraged and shouted loudly. The terrifying killing intent suddenly surged a few points, pressing the enemy to suffocate. Deafening shouts of killing continued to ring out, and the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army rushed into the Roman phalanx and killed the enemy with their spears. The thunderous sound of horse hooves continued to ring out, and the Roman soldiers fell to the ground like wheat, trampled by the horses. Almost at the first sight, the outermost Roman soldiers were killed in pieces, and the phalanx was broken into pieces, and there was no strong defense at all. And because of the sudden rise of the Spanish players inside, the commander Leonardo was killed, and the leaderless Roman players panicked. After paying the price of several people, they just killed all the Spaniards, who were controlled by Jiasu. At this moment, the Roman legion is facing a great defeat. All announcements on the national war battlefield, Burgos City in the Spanish area was breached by players in the Chinese area, and the national points of the Chinese area were +1. Since all cities in the Spanish region have been breached, all players in the Spanish region are forced to withdraw from the national war battlefield. and the national points of the Chinese region are +3. When it rains, it pours. The target of the Roman player's support can no longer hold on, and is defeated by Li Ji's troops, and finally falls, and is eliminated. Oh, God! Why are the Chinese so strong? The Roman legion has no power to resist tens of thousands of cavalry. Even if someone wants to set up a large shield, he will be crushed by the cavalry in the next second, and become a dead soul under the gun. Although Lu Xianxing's command ability is not as abnormal as Wang Ming, he is also a master of cavalry. With the help of ambush tactics, he can break through the enemy's army formation, and the rest of the micromanagement is more than enough for him. The commander is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Li Tsuanqiu and others shouted loudly, their voices like a bell, rushing through the Roman legion as if they were in an unmanned area. Their magic weapons slashed the void, and a series of shrill screams continued to ring out. A large number of Roman soldiers fell to the ground, and blood spurted out from their wounds like a fountain, and the blood flowed into a river, dyeing the entire land red. There were broken limbs and arms everywhere, and incomplete corpses were everywhere. This battlefield was like a purgatory on earth. Among these players, no one had a general who could resist Li Siyun, Xiao Huangzhong, and Shi Jingxi, and they were beaten to the point of having no temper. Under the fierce attack of the Dragon Bird Army cavalry, countless stubborn enemies were killed again. Finally, some people's mental defenses collapsed, unable to withstand the threat of death, and they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Can't surrender. Can't surrender. We still have reinforcements. Some Roman players remembered that before they went out. They notified Battoni, the first lord of Rome, and asked him to lead his troops to the city of 7 Hills. Now that Burgos has fallen and Spanish civilization has been eliminated, the legendary general next to Battoni can tell that they have been ambushed. As long as they hold on for a while longer, Battoni will definitely notice something different, and will definitely come with his troops to support them. Whether it is true or not, the news of reinforcements has rekindled the hope of life for all the soldiers, and their morale has also risen for a while. At this moment, a black line rises on the horizon in the distance, and then the black line continues to thicken, and finally turns into a huge Roman legion, with the Roman elite cavalry on the left and right as the flanks, and the Roman infantry in the middle. Battoni personally led the Roman legion and quickly approached the battlefield. He had already sensed a hint of danger, and decisively brought his troops to support. Lu Xianxing looked at the large army in the distance, and looked at Jia Su helplessly. It seems that we can't eat this army. They are really out of despair. Chapter 289 Scipio. Battoni looked solemn, and suddenly shouted to the Roman general beside him, Scipio, you personally lead the Roman legion to crush them. Leonardo despised the enemy, and was surrounded and annihilated here. If he hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid that the living forces of the city of 7 Hills would have been exterminated here. It would even involve the forces of other Roman cities, and they would be forced to divide their troops and garrison in the city of 7 Hills. By then, their defense pressure would have greatly increased. Leave it all to me. Scipio wore a Montefortino helmet, drew the spada sword from his waist, and slashed down suddenly. The next second, the Roman infantry in the middle let out a desperate roar, strode forward and waved the javelin, throwing it at the enemy in the distance. The javelin that broke through the air was like a thunder from the sky, accompanied by a harsh roar, and fell into the two warring parties like a heavy rain. The sound of penetration continued to sound. Both the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army and the soldiers of the Roman legion were the targets of the dense rain of gunfire. The chain mail, scale armor, and other armor on their bodies were completely useless in front of the sharp spear tip. They were pierced through in one encounter, and the terrifying impact directly knocked the cavalry on horseback to the ground. The tragic screams of pain sounded one after another, but the sound of footsteps in succession instantly covered it. The sturdy Roman infantry holding large shields began to crash into the two warring parties. Everything along the way was like nothing in front of them. A large number of corpses were trampled into the ground by them, and no grass grew wherever they went. Almost at the first sight, the Roman infantry rushed into the crowd, slashing the long sword in their hands without distinguishing between enemies and friends, and cut all the soldiers in front of them in half. I am your camp. A Roman player looked at the friendly army in front of him unwillingly, but the other party sent the weapon into his body without hesitation. The surroundings seemed to be undergoing a dizzying change, and the consciousness of the Roman players, whose bodies were pierced, faded away quickly like a tide. Scipio received an order to annihilate this Chinese cavalry, and Leonardo's legion was standing in front of him at this moment. These people had experienced defeat, and even if the reinforcements arrived in time to boost their morale, They could not stop some people from completely collapsing and fleeing everywhere, causing panic. If this situation is not stopped, it is likely to continue to expand and even be difficult to suppress, affecting Scipio's legion. In order to annihilate the enemy, it is necessary to sacrifice some people. Boom! A team of cavalry fell into the encirclement of Roman infantry, with large shields standing on the ground to form a back wall. And short spears and long swords passed through the gaps between the shield walls and pierced the body of the warhorse. The warhorse neighed in pain, and its limbs began to swing involuntarily. The cavalry on horseback was thrown directly to the ground, splashing a lot of smoke and dust. Before they could get up, the body of the dragon sparrow's soldier was instantly pierced by countless weapons, and fell into a pool of blood with a hideous face. Only when the cavalry charges with sufficient speed can they cause terrible destructive power to the infantry phalanx. The flexibility of the warhorses limits their ability to move in a small area. Once they lose speed, they will become sitting ducks and be surrounded and annihilated by the infantry. Bastone's Roman infantry is not a low-level soldier. Ordinary cavalry cannot disperse them without sufficient numbers, and there is a high probability that they will get stuck in the quagmire. Don't fight them head-on. Gather the cavalry. Lu Xiangqing also saw this and decisively ordered the cavalry to gather. Li Ji's task was basically completed, and the only thing left was the ultimate task of completely annihilating Leonardo's legion. However, the Roman reinforcements had already resisted. If they continued to fight like this, Li Ji would suffer. So Lu Xiangqing decided to stop while he was ahead and run away. Humph. Want to escape? Order the infantry to drag the enemy's army in front, and the cavalry on both sides to quickly attack the enemy's flank. Scipio's opponent was Hannibal, a famous Carthaginian general, who had extremely high military literacy and saw through Lu Xiangqing's intentions at a glance. The Roman soldiers in the front continued to charge forward fearlessly. A large number of dragon sparrow cavalry could not break through the siege in a short time. They just rushed out but fell into another encirclement. Although Lu Xiangqing issued orders in time, Scipio's actions were faster, biting the backs of the dragon sparrow cavalry tightly, seriously slowing down the assembly speed. The Roman cavalry on both sides trampled on the ground, and the dense thunderous sound of horse hooves came from far and near, and the mud and rocks on the ground also trembled. The Roman cavalry was ranked at the forefront of the European cavalry. The joint charge was like a river breaking through a dam, the murderous spirit that soared into the sky, the unstoppable momentum, and the heavy pressure like the sea water made everyone present almost breathless. Boom! As if the mountains collapsed and the rivers rolled up. The Roman cavalry, holding spears, rushed into the two sides of the battlefield like two unstoppable steel torrents. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a large number of broken limbs and arms flew into the air. Whether it was the dragon bird cavalry or the Roman soldiers, the flesh and blood bodies in front of them seemed to be crushed by the chariot at a high speed, and flew to both sides. The soldiers who encountered the cavalry's impact head-on were instantly torn into several pieces by the spears and turned into countless pieces of meat. Wherever the Roman cavalry went, there was a bloody storm, and the pieces of meat covered the entire land and stuck to the ground. The hammer and anvil tactics were used to perfection by this famous Roman general, and a large number of dragon sparrow cavalry were annihilated in an instant. And Lu Xiangqing's army was severely damaged. Lu Xiangqing was facing tremendous pressure. The opponent's troops were far stronger than his. There were elite infantry in the front to slow down the speed of the cavalry, and cavalry on both sides attacked the flanks. The dragon sparrow army was now like a piece of meat on a chopping board, and the opponent's offensive was like a kitchen knife, cutting his army apart one by one. Sun Xiao, Jingxi, you lead 2 cavalry to resist the charge of the enemy cavalry on both sides. Zhu Yi, you lead the archers to target the enemy's infantry and hold them back at all costs. Han Sheng, you lead some people to break through and ask the Lord for help. The hammer and anvil tactics are the most classic use of winning with the right combination and the strange, but it is not impossible to crack. Either break through the opponent's front infantry so that the cavalry on both sides cannot threaten you from the flank, or break the cavalry on both sides to abolish the enemy's sharp knife, and then gather troops to crush the enemy in front. No matter which method Lu Xiangqing used, he could not achieve it. After all, his troops were insufficient. Even with Li Zunqiu and other powerful generals in the formation, he could not break the tactics in a short time. Fortunately, he was not a rookie, and his soldiers were not rookies who had just entered the battlefield. Facing the sudden attack of the flank cavalry, he only caused a commotion and did not collapse directly. Now, if they want to break the situation, Only Li Ji can lead the reinforcements to come. Whether they attack from the front or from the back of the enemy, it is enough to resolve the crisis at this time. I obey your order. Huang Zhong also knew that the situation was critical at this time. He immediately jumped on his horse, turned his sword up and down, spread his wings and scattered divine fire, burning the enemies in front of him into ashes. Huang Dong, with a high bravery value of 103, was like a piece of brittle paper in front of him. He easily broke through without much effort and ran towards Burgos City. Seeing Huang Zhong leaving, Scipio's face twitched helplessly. He did not have any generals who could deal with Huang Zhong. If the generals of 10,000 enemies wanted to break through and escape, there would be no chance to kill them without enough troops to surround them. Recalling the siege of Gaixia, Han Xian mobilized a full 600,000 people. But Xiang Yu still broke through the encirclement. In the end, he was too ashamed to face the elders of Jiandong and committed suicide by the Wujiang River. Scipio, you send out cavalry to chase the enemy's general and try to kill him on the road. Battoni also had a certain tactical vision. If the enemy's reinforcements arrived in time, it would be their turn to retreat. But before Scipio gave the order, two terrifying forces swept across the battlefield. Two Chinese generals rushed into the Roman cavalry like tigers descending from the mountains, and almost instantly smashed dozens of enemies. Lord, I'm afraid we don't have enough troops to pursue. Li Zuanxiu and Shi Jingxi returned to the battlefield, forcing Scipio to reconsider. After all, military strength is a major factor in determining the outcome of a war, and the number of generals can also influence the war. At the gate of Burgos, a large group of Chinese troops led by Li Ji filed out and scattered in the wilderness outside the city. Li Ji always felt that it was not good, because his points soared after he took over Burgos. But he also saw that Bastone's points, who was also a competitor, also began to rise. He originally thought that the other party was only gaining points by attacking the city. But after a long time, he found that his points were almost stagnant, while the other party's points continued to rise. You should know that the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army was sent by him to ambush the Roman reinforcements. Logically, his points should continue to rise after the city was captured, even if Lu Xiangxing took the reinforcements and ended the battle before he attacked the city. According to the time calculation, Lu Xiangxing and his team should have sent scouts to inform the news. Unless something unexpected happened, Lu Xiangxing would have returned to Burgos City to rest with his steady character. So in order to ensure that there would be no accidents, Li Ji decisively ordered the army in the city to gather and quickly go to support. Although tens of thousands of soldiers and horses were lost in the capture of Burgos City, most of them were vassal troops. The main force of the Dragon Sparrow army did not suffer much loss. Even if they showed an exhausted look, they could continue to fight. There were still a lot of Spanish soldiers and captives in the city, but Li Ji summoned Isabella and temporarily appointed her as the main general in the city, and restrained the surrender of captives. He had already tested Isabella's attitude and felt that she had no intention of violating the contract. Besides, the Spanish player had been eliminated. Even if she betrayed Li Ji, she could only stay in the national war battlefield. It would not take much effort for Li Ji to catch her again. Hurry up, Li Ji shouted, and hundreds of thousands of troops rushed out in full force, like a surging tide, rushing towards the ambush site. As a result, before the march was halfway through, Li Ji met Huang Zhong, who rushed out alone. Li Ji immediately asked what happened after Huang Zhong, who had countless wounds of varying sizes, helped him up, and the latter told him all the causes and consequences. As Li Ji worried, Battoni was not attacking the city, but attacking Lu Xiangxing's cavalry. And according to the speed of the points increase, Lu Xiangxing and others were in a precarious situation. Speed up the march. No mistakes. Li Ji's pressure doubled. Roman civilization is an extremely powerful civilization in Europe. A behemoth that once spanned the 3 continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Thousands of years of civilization history have produced countless famous generals. And Li Ji, who was just a famous general stationed in the city of Rome, did not dare to launch an attack rashly when he heard their names. Roman civilization can be said to be the civilization with the highest number and quality of famous generals except for Chinese civilization. Unfortunately, due to its insufficient population, it cannot face China alone. Scipio was a little annoyed. The hammer and anvil tactics he usually used did not seem to be very effective. The opponent's corner defense tactics made it difficult for his cavalry to make progress, and he could only rely on the front infantry to advance into the enemy's abdomen. Fortunately, most of Lu Xiangxing's army were cavalry. Although they could fight on horseback, Their combat effectiveness was much worse than when they were riding horses. Now he only needed time to eat up this army. But he was also racing against time, because he had to eat up the enemy before the enemy's reinforcements arrived. It seemed that what he feared would come. There was a noise in the distance. Billowing smoke and dust were raised, and a huge steel torrent was approaching the battlefield quickly. The red flag fluttered in the wind, not concealing his identity. Scipio. Li Ji used his skill of recognizing people to see the identity of the enemy general clearly, and couldn't help but sigh. Scipio was a famous general of the Roman Republic. He participated in the Second Punic War, and defeated the then famous General Hannibal in the Battle of Zama, thus becoming famous, and being given the title of Conqueror of Africa. He was not only a military strategist, but also a politician, who made outstanding political achievements in pacifying Spain. Li Ji was not afraid of such a famous general, but was eager to try. He had seen countless foreign generals in the battlefield of the national war, and Scipio was the best among them. His record was much better than that of Akechi Mitsuhide, who was still under house arrest. Everyone has a love of beauty, and Li Ji also has a love of generals. Such an excellent general appeared in front of him. It would be a waste of opportunity if he did not catch him and let him serve him. However, Battoni did not think so. At this time, he saw that Li Ji's army was about to arrive, and decisively ordered the troops to gather and began to evacuate the battlefield. After all, it takes so much time to deal with Lu Xiangxing's army. If he faces Li Ji's army of more than 100,000, he may not be able to handle it. Before Li Ji arrived, the Roman legion quickly evacuated the battlefield, and the army was very neat. So Li Ji did not dare to pursue rashly. After all, Scipio was not a vegetarian. If he didn't handle it well, Li Ji's army of more than 100,000 would also be involved. Retreat to Burgos City to rest. Chapter 290, First Place. It's so unlucky. How come the Chinese Li Ji's troops appear here? The Spaniards are such a bunch of rubbish. It's fine if they were all eliminated, but they also let the Chinese take over Burgos. You know, Burgos is the city closest to our coalition. A Chinese army of hundreds of thousands appeared outside the main city of Bern, Switzerland. The Swiss players climbed up the city wall in panic, trembling and looking at the enemy. Li Ji marched at night and appeared in Burgos, Spain, like a god descending from the sky. He took over the city with only hundreds of thousands of people, and also killed the Roman legions that came to support him. Even Battoni, the first player of Roman civilization, led his army to come. Facing Li Ji's troops, he did not dare to confront them at all, and directly withdrew to the city of 7 Hills. In addition, Li Ji defeated the German and Egyptian civilizations in the Great Battle, and also frightened away behemoths such as France and America. Such a terrifying record was only achieved by him alone, under the deliberate promotion of wise men such as Wang Ming. The version of the legend of Li Ji became more and more bizarre, so that most players of the Western Alliance feared Li Ji like a tiger. Throughout the entire national war battlefield, the position of Burgos City was mediocre and inconspicuous. But once it was divided into the Chinese and Western camps, its position suddenly became extremely important. If Burgos City was controlled by the Western Alliance, it could form a smooth defense line with other cities, such as the city of 7 Hills. If the enemy attacked one of them, it would have to face the rapid support of other cities at the same time. But if it fell on the Chinese camp, Burgos City would become a thorn in the flesh of the Western Alliance. The Chinese troops could choose the direction of attack through Burgos City at will, and they could choose the Roman civilization nearby, or go straight to the main city of America in the hinterland. The direction of attack cannot be guessed. If there are not enough troops and excellent commanders stationed in the city, it is basically impossible to resist the Chinese army. With this city as a bridgehead, the original stalemate between the two sides suddenly changed. Li Ji's attack direction is not what the Western coalition can guess at all. Even though there are cities of Roman civilization next to him, Li Ji has always adopted the strategy of speed. While Battoni has not yet reacted, he came to the outside of those small Western civilizations, as if he had turned on the teleportation plug-in and took down the city with lightning speed. Until now, Li Ji has taken down 3 cities in succession, and his points have reached 6 million, leaving the second-place player far behind. The Western coalition is not a fool, and naturally will not sit and watch Li Ji firmly occupy the first place. On the one hand, they divided their troops into several routes and ambushed on the road where Li Ji might send troops, trying to give Li Ji a head-on blow. Unfortunately, the think tank around Li Ji was too powerful. Wang Ming, Guijia, Shi Jisai, and Jiasu were all strategists in any era. It was a safe thing for them to guess the enemy's general plan. So this move seemed to be effective and did limit Li Ji's offensive efficiency. But it did not hurt Li Ji in fact. At most, it wasted some time for him. On the other hand, it threatened Burgos City. As long as Burgos City could be recaptured, Li Ji's retreat route could be cut off, and the troops lacking supplies would collapse without attacking. However, Li Ji saw it more clearly than anyone else. He knew that Burgos was more important than his lifeblood. Even if he had to abandon the captured coalition city, he had to take care of Burgos. Moreover, Li Ji was not alone. Zhang Xiaoming and other Yangzhou players were led by him. As long as he said a word, these players would come to defend the city for him. Not to mention the players from other states. The great lords from various states, such as Qin Fan and Chu Xiong, were also very envious of Burgos. After testing Li Ji's attitude, they all brought their troops to Burgos. Now there are millions of players in Burgos. If the Western Coalition wants to move this city, I don't know how much effort they will have to put in here. Give me a quick word. Open the city gate and surrender quickly. Otherwise, I will kill even your civilized generals. When Li Ji was building siege equipment, he came to the wall of burn under the protection of Li Tsunxiu and Huang Zhong, fearless of the enemy's rain of arrows, and conveyed the words of persuading surrender. The Swiss players looked at each other in surprise. On the one hand, they were surprised that Li Ji's two tiger generals were so terrifying, and they could easily protect Li Ji's safety in the face of dense rain of arrows. On the other hand, they were a little surprised at Li Ji's words. You must know that there was no such thing as persuading surrender and surrender before. The battles between the two armies were extremely tragic, and it was either you die or I die. Unless the city fell, they would fight to the last moment until the last person died. Li Ji wanted to take their city without any effort, which seemed a bit whimsical. But after seeing the army lined up not far away, the Swiss players, who wanted to make harsh words, instantly shut up. The number of Swiss players, including the NPC soldiers in the city, barely exceeds a few 100,000, and is even less than Li Ji's troops. If they had leaned on the big tree to enjoy the shade, they would have long been dependent on the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and they would have been eliminated long ago. Give up, Li Ji. Although we Swiss are not as good as you Chinese, we also have bones. What is the difference between giving up the struggle and surrendering, and selling out the country for glory? Li Ji, I warn you. The main city of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not far from here, and their reinforcements will arrive soon. Did you hear that? Get out of here quickly. When the reinforcements of the Austro-Hungarian Empire arrive, you will definitely suffer. The Swiss player cursed directly. However, when he heard the shouting of the players above, Li Ji's face became strange. Since he wanted to take the main city of Switzerland, he must have made all preparations, and naturally knew that the city of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was nearby. At Li Ji's signal, Li Tsunxiu swung Yuang's spear with one arm to ward off the incoming arrows, untied the round cloth bag on the horse's neck, and threw it up casually, hitting an unlucky player on the head. The knot of the cloth bag loosened, and a bloody but warm head rolled on the ground, with angry eyes revealing unwillingness. The Swiss players, who were watching, were immediately shocked. Why did they just throw a head at him when they were cursing in the street? Hack! This is not the first player of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. How did he die in Li Ji's hands? Someone recognized the identity of the owner of the head, and before he finished speaking, everyone present was so shocked that they dared not speak, as if they were under a spell. I forgot to tell you that the so-called reinforcements you mentioned are not this. I am really disappointed. Li Ji yawned and said calmly. It was like a bolt from the blue, which made the Swiss players burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, unable to speak out their bitterness. Even the Austro-Hungarian Empire fell into Li Ji's hands. It is not shameful for us to surrender to such an opponent. Most of the history of our civilization was ruled by other civilizations. The Count of Habsburg is the only celebrity we can bring out. If we lose him, we will not be able to turn over, a Swiss player said cautiously, his eyes flickering, fearing that he would be scolded and attacked by other players. Many people trembled, and it was obvious that this suggestion sounded quite convincing. We are not spineless. We just want to preserve the power of civilization and turn over to be the master in the future. No. If this matter gets out, will we still have the face to stand in Europe? In the end, it was the leader of the Swiss stubborn disease who made the decision and rejected Li Ji's surrender. Li Ji didn't care. He didn't think that the surrender would succeed. It was impossible that all the players in the civilization had no backbone and would kowtow to everyone. After retreating to the camp, Li Ji called his generals and began to arrange the siege. Isabella, your vassal army is the main force in this battle, responsible for attacking one side of the city wall and attracting most of the enemy's troops. When the enemy's troops are mobilized, Sunqiu, Hanxing, Shuji, Yuanfu, you will go first and lead the Dragon Sparrow army to capture the city. Jiando, Jingxi, Yanming, you will lead the reserve army to guard against accidents. Under the strong advice of Wang Meng and others, Li Ji finally did not choose to go into battle in person, and assigned the task of going first to attack the city to various generals. After all, it has come to the late stage of the national war, and the situation can almost be said to be determined. As the Lord, Li Ji naturally has no need to take the risk to continue to charge. If he is beheaded and eliminated, it will be a big loss. On the other hand, Li Ji has become the Lord. If he is always on the front line and fights in person, it will overshadow other generals and greatly reduce their merits. It will even make his subordinates feel that the Lord is dissatisfied with him, that he is incompetent, and that he needs to go out on the battlefield himself. In terms of emotion and reason, Li Ji no longer needs to go to the battlefield, and the rest of the things can be left to his subordinates. Lord, Akechi Mitsuhide requests to go to the battle. Akechi Mitsuhide, who looks honest, saw that he was not named, and immediately stood up to fight. Since he was captured by Li Ji, he saw Li Ji's strength with his own eyes, and thought that Li Ji had great potential. The Japanese daimyo was not at the same level as him. In addition, Tosai Kicho was almost forgotten by Zhang Ning, and didn't even know who Oda Nobunaga was. Akechi Mitsuhide thought that he could send Tosai Kicho to Li Ji and use nepotism to make himself rise step by step, so as to display his talents without reservation. So when Li Ji was recruiting people every day, Akechi Mitsuhide went downhill to declare his loyalty to Li Ji. To be honest, Akechi Mitsuhide's sudden loyalty made Li Ji a little confused. After all, Akechi Mitsuhide was not on good terms with China during the Warring States period, so he should not have had much good feelings towards China. He would rather believe that Isunsen of the Joseon dynasty surrendered to him than that Akechi Mitsuhide would surrender to him. But in fact, it severely slapped Li Ji's face. Even Akechi Mitsuhide has given up now. But Li Sunsen still looks like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, and has no reaction to Li Ji's recruitment. Although Akechi Mitsuhide is capable, he killed his lord in Hinoji and launched a coup. However, the trend of overthrowing the superior was prevalent in Japan during the Warring States period, and Akechi Mitsuhide's behavior seemed quite reasonable. However, Li Ji was still wary of him, and never let him lead the troops alone. He was always a deputy general of others when he went out to fight. Akechi Mitsuhide, you will temporarily obey Isabella and participate in the involvement of the enemy. Hearing such an appointment, Akechi Mitsuhide's eyes darkened, and then seemed to rekindle hope. The Lord had always kept me by his side, and could not go out to fight. This time, he actually asked me to participate in the siege. Although I still have to obey the white woman, it is better than doing nothing. If I can take this opportunity to make great contributions, the Lord will probably let me lead the troops alone. Li Ji looked at Akechi Mitsuhide like chicken blood, and began to wonder what he had done wrong. After the siege was deployed, the equipment was built faster. Although the Swiss players, who were watching on the city wall, were anxious. They had no way to deal with the soldiers outside the city. They wanted to lead the troops out of the city for a sneak attack. But Li Ji noticed it in advance and strangled them in the cradle. Looking at the small Jingwan below, all the players were terrified. They had all heard that Li Ji had such a hobby, but the visual impact brought by seeing it with their own eyes could not be described in a few words. Many players lost their morale and dared not compete with him. Under the high mental tension, as time went by, the physical strength of many players was rapidly consumed, and more people began to show fatigue on their faces. Seeing that the Swiss players were a little slack, Li Ji decisively ordered the siege and launched an offensive. A large number of catapults were piled on one side of the city of Bern, and dozens of boulders bombarded the same wall at almost the same time, smashing a large amount of mud and stone blocks. Many players were crushed to death under the boulders. Screaming, "Shoot!" Isabella led a group of Spanish sword and shield soldiers to the front of the battlefield, and suddenly slashed forward with her sword. Archers from various civilizations all released their bowstrings, and tens of thousands of arrows flew towards the distant city wall like a whistling rain. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming rain of arrows pierced a large number of defenders on the city wall, and the arrows pierced their bodies like dead hedgehogs. The vassal soldiers were ready to go. and with the cover of arrows and boulders, they rushed towards the city of Bern like a tsunami. Like layers of tsunamis, crashing into the city and making it shaky. Fight back. Fight back. The Swiss player roared heartbreakingly. But he was hit back to the city wall by a stream of arrows as soon as he showed up. Fatal arrows kept whistling over his head, and his companions in his sight fell one after another, and blood splattered like rain. The enemy is using a strong attack. If they want to take down this wall with their superior military strength, Count Habsburg must send enough troops. Otherwise, the city of Bern will be in danger. Count Habsburg had never seen such a brutal attack, and his mind was in a mess. He had no choice but to follow the advice of the players around him, and mobilize a large number of troops to support the wall that was under attack.